Okay, this is gonna sound stupid, but I was trying to learn a new skateboard trick, ended up falling, and subsequently broke my wrist, which, yeah, first bone broken actually kinda sucks. So while I'm out of commission, I thought why not compile every single one of my 100-day videos so far into one mega video. Also, every single world you see in this video is available to download on my Patreon, just putting it out there. Alright, let's get into the first 100 days survived in the Create mod. In this video, I'm gonna attempt to survive 100 days in hardcore Minecraft as an engineer with the Create mod. My end goal is gonna be, of course, surviving, but I'll also be working towards creating a cozy, lush riverside town, complete with power from water wheels, automatic farms, and industrial factories. Let's get straight into day 1. If you had to guess what happened on the very first day, would you choose A, I spawned next to a village, B, I died, or C, I found diamonds? If you guessed B, died, you win. Alright, time for attempt number 2. This time we spawned in a big spruce tree biome. I don't actually know what it's called, and we got all of the formalities done like punching a tree, making a wooden pick, getting some cobble, and making stone tools. With all that done, I set out on my journey to find a lush riverside location to build my settlement. After a bit of walking, I stumbled across this tranquil view and promptly ruined it by harvesting a bunch of sugarcane. I also took the time to get a bunch of seeds here because we'll definitely be needing a lot of wheat. Next, it was time to sort out the food situation. I found some juicy plump salmon and went sword fishing, and while I was cooking them up, I harvested a giant spruce tree. I then made a boat for more efficient travel and promptly stumbled upon a nice little area to get some andesite that we'll definitely be needing for Create mod related shenanigans, along with some iron too. Now with nighttime falling, I opted to traverse deeper into the cave, but was warded off by a skeleton I wasn't equipped to deal with. And being stuck between the night outside and the skeleton defender, I opted to do what any man like me would, wait in a hole for 10 minutes. With day 2 now upon us, I stumbled out of my hole and was assaulted by a skeleton, of which I had to, kill. It also looked like I was finally at the end of this biome and made my way over to a new area. And as if a sign that we were on the right track, the rain ended as soon as I stepped in this new location. After continuous searching for a perfect area, I found a plains village that I of course pillaged, stealing a bed for myself, all of their wheat, potatoes, and other food. And once I was done, I found something quite interesting. It was a river with ample room on the side for building. So I made my way over to investigate, and after seeing a turtle centipede, I determined this spot was absolutely perfect. In order to build my starter house, I needed all kinds of wood, spruce, oak, and birch. So I headed over to the opposite side and chopped down a bunch of trees, making sure to replant them. Day 3 started with obtaining the last thing I needed for my house, which was stone for the foundation, so I harvested a bunch of cobble and smelted it all up. Days 3 all the way through day 8 was simply me building my starter base. I wanted to stick with a lush, overgrown theme that I mentioned in the intro, however, I didn't get around to that until a little later on, so for now it's a bit of a simple cottage, I guess. I utilized the spruce windows that the Create mod provides as I feel they fit the aesthetic well, and I also added some fenced off porches that I planned on adding some lushness to soon as well. I spent days 8, 9, and 10 mining for everything we needed, like coal, lots of iron, a small heaping of zinc, a single emerald, some gold, and even a couple diamonds too. I spent the rest of day 10 making our first Create mod items that are a literal godsend. I needed to make a mechanical press first, and powered it with a simple hand crank to get some iron sheets. I used those sheets to create a mechanical saw, of which we can place at the base of any tree, power it with the hand crank, and once it's done, all the wood simply falls to the ground and we can easily collect all of it. I closed off day 10 and spent the entirety of the new day collecting even more wood that I'll be needing for our next build, the Riverside Sawmill. This will be powered by some water wheels, so I made sure to craft those too. I then spent days 11 through 15 building our Riverside Sawmill. This building will serve as our main power source for quite a while, being powered by a single external water wheel and a bunch of internal ones. So to get our internal wheels set up, I cracked into the basement of our build, which had a boner waiting for us. Yes, from this point on, I'm calling skeletons boners. I then spent the rest of day 15 and most of 16 setting up all of the water wheel stuff. It's all pretty boring, so there we go, it's all done. For the rest of day 16 and into 17, I decided to enhance the environment by planting some oak saplings, which definitely won't get in the way at all for my next build. I also collected some nearby cows to start my very cruel and soon to be overcrowded cow farm. For days 17 through 19, I decided to go on another mining expedition as we were low on resources. As I was exploring the caves, I found this. I also found a lot of diamonds, this massive lava lake, and as I was trying to find my way back, I found a bonus spawner that almost took me down, but luckily I prevailed. I also still couldn't find my way back, so I instead just mined my way to the surface and also crafted my first diamond pickaxe. Once I breached into the daylight, I had no idea where I was. I did find a village that I made my way to, did a modest amount of pillaging, and then realized that it's literally right next to my base. So I headed home, took stock of my mining haul, and decided it was time to mine a bunch of andesite so we don't have to worry about it for a while. I closed off day 19 under the stars and started day 20 strong by jumping into the river and collecting clay for our next build, the factory. Now, instead of smelting all of that clay in a furnace, I decided it was time to craft an encased fan. I also made my wrench that'll come in handy for everything Create Mod related. Now, as I don't have the factory building set up yet, I opted to temporarily install our new encased fan at the lumber mill. I routed power up through the floor, took a nap on the job to get us to day 21, hooked it up, and it was doing what fans do best, blow. So to instead get it smelting, I placed lava in front and also a campfire for when I needed to cook stuff. I chucked the clay in, crafted the bricks, and realized I needed a lot more, so I continued digging, slept out in the bush, found myself in the ocean, and harvested a bunch of kelp that we'll be needing for belts. I then returned back home, smelted everything, made a little kelp farm, mined some granite for texturing with the bricks, and finally got started building the factory. As I was building, I kept constantly running out of stone for the pillar blocks here, so 3 days into the build, I decided to create a little cobblestone generator. I crafted some mechanical drills, a couple hoppers, and also headed down into the mine to get some lava. Now, we do need power for this, so I routed it from the lumber mill to our new factory and got started setting up the cobblestone generator. It's a pretty simple system, the drills mine the cobble, yeah, that's it. So now with essentially infinite stone, I continued building all the way to day 34. The reason this took so long is because I still had to keep constantly grabbing stuff like zinc for the roof and leaves for the overgrown sections. With the factory complete, I took the time to add this overgrown look to our other builds, starting with my house. I also added a cute little chimney and finished up with some leaves and grass on the second balcony, and it was looking pretty sweet. Heading over to the sawmill, I first added a bunch of lanterns hanging off the pillars and gave it the overgrown look by adding heaps of leaves on this little shelf area on the outside. With our factory also completed, we can now move our smelting setup over there, so I removed it from the sawmill, routed power to the back of our factory, and got it all set back up, ready to smelt stuff. I also planned on adding all our essential machinery here, starting with the only one we have so far, the mechanical press. I added on the second floor to our factory and also built the saw at our sawmill, which it looks like I completely forgot to record for some reason, but yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. I mined andesite until the morning of day 37, and as I emerged, I was rudely attacked by a local gang of pillagers. Being ill-equipped, I scurried off home and finally made myself a set of iron armor. I can't believe it took 37 days for this, by the way. I re-emerged looking for a fight, and they had all vanished. I found them loitering outside my factory, dispatched them, and burnt their stupid ugly flag. After the hate crime I just committed, I did some reflecting on my inner self while doing some gardening. I then used all of the andesite I mined to make as much andesite alloy as I could, used the factory floor to craft heaps of andesite casing, something that'll soon be simple. What the f? Something that'll soon be simplified, thankfully. I then slept in my house for literally the first time, to awaken on day 38 with a master plan. It was time to build an iron farm. I crafted up all the millstones we'll be needing along with a drill. As I headed inside, I decided to put up some lanterns to avoid any unwanted guests, and then got to taking down the cobble generator as we literally had an entire double chest full, which should be more than enough for a while. I then headed upstairs and got to prototyping the iron farm, promptly realized I didn't have enough stuff, so I spent the rest of day 38 crafting and came back on day 39. I got straight back to work setting up the iron farm, with this first part essentially being exactly the same as the cobble generator we previously had. I got everything hooked up and running and then realized I'm going to need brass funnels. They're essentially what allows me to separate items, which is what we're going to be needing for this iron farm. Now, to make these we need a mechanical mixer along with a blaze burner, and to make the blaze burner we of course need a blaze. So it was time to head to the nether. I dumped all my items, grabbed some cobble for bridging and building in the nether, made a secondary diamond pick and iron sword, and headed to the mine to get obsidian for the portal. What I ended up finding was insane. It's an underwater cave and there was an ungodly amount of diamonds in it. Before I jumped in, I wanted to get the obsidian first, and on my way to lava, I found even more diamonds, so I mined them first, found another bonus spawner, even more diamonds, and then finally found the obsidian, which I mined not so quickly. Day 40 was a monumental day, to put it lightly. quietly. It's the day we became rich. The amount of diamonds we got was so insane, I gave up recording clips of it. We gained a total of 41 diamonds from the expedition I set out on to get a couple pieces of obsidian. Returning back home on day 41, I went out to look for a nice location to build our nether portal. I ended up finding a great location, but there was another pillager squad nearby, so I abandoned it. I ended up just chopping down a few more of the trees I regret planting, cleaned up the surrounding landscape, and started building here. I'm going for a sort of ancient ruined tower look, as if it had originally contained the portal, and over time, everything else had crumbled while the portal remained standing. I built all the way to day 42, finishing up with adding in the overgrown look with some leaves basically everywhere, and I just lied, I'm now finishing up by adding in a little pathway that leads up to it. It was now time to head to my least favorite dimension, the nether. I ignited the portal, stepped in, and regretted my life choices that led me up to this moment. I maxed out my render distance to get this over and done with as soon as possible, couldn't find a nearby fortress, and cried a little. After heading up to a slightly better vantage point, I spotted it, the fortress. Thank Christ. We also had a bogey to deal with, which I killed with its own fireball. Didn't even record it. Who cares, mate? It's just an everyday occurrence for me. I hastily stumbled into the fortress, found myself staring down a big black boner, and I went to town on it. I also found the blaze I needed and captured his soul inside my cage to do my bidding for eternity. Oh, and there was another big black boner as well. On my way out, I stole some nether warts and made my way back to the portal, praying to never return again. Surprisingly, this didn't even take a day to do, as it was still day 42's night when I got out, so I slept until day 43. Continuing day 43, I built the basin along with the mechanical mixer that we needed along with our new blaze burner. I assembled them all together, routed power up to the mixer, chucked in some zinc and copper, gave our little blaze boy some yum-yums, and we were off to the races. We'd finally made some bloody brass, mate. The first thing I did was flatten off a piece of it to make some engineer's goggles, another essential item for the create mod. The next thing we needed for the brass funnels was an electron tube. For this we needed nether quartz, and thankfully I knew this, trust me, I didn't want to do a second trip to the nether. I sanded it down to this yummy looking stuff, and just before I continued I realized we now had giant gaping holes in our roof, and it was upsetting me greatly. So I crafted some spruce trapdoors and patched them all up. Not the most elegant solution I know, but it worked at least. I also thought it was probably time to get some lights in here, so I crafted some chains and hung them from the ceiling. I then closed off day 43 under the stars again for some reason. I have a perfectly usable house right there. And starting off the new day, I crafted our electron tube and finally the brass tunnels. I then tore everything down as it all sucked ballsack and set it back up again at a different wall in a different way. I then realized it was all too low, so I raised it all up one block higher. I set up the intake sections on the sides of the mills to take in the mined cobblestone to be converted to gravel. Below the mills is where that gravel will be ejected onto some belts to take it all to the back wall to be washed. I placed in the fan with some water in front so that it washes the gravel into iron nuggets and flint, which is the whole reason why we needed the brass funnels. The rest of day 45 was spent crafting an item funnel, which is what allows us to set up more high-tech funneling systems. I don't know if that made any sense. Day 46 is where we set up the high-tech funneling with a chest to take away all the flint to allow only the iron nuggets to reach the basin to where it'll get stamped by the press into ingots. Next, it was time to power everything. I don't even know why I recorded this. It's probably the most tedious and boring thing, and bang, we were overstressed, meaning we don't have enough power. So my master plan was to expand our water wheels into the top of the sawmill, so I placed those in and went to bed. On the morning of day 47, I continued upgrading our power by tediously connecting the new water wheels to the old ones, and wow, that took an entire day. Welcome to day 48. The power situation was fixed, everything was now running as smooth as butter, but wait, there's another problem. I'm an idiot and placed the drills in a way where they can't get power. So to fix it, I shifted all the mills back one, hooked up the drills, started hooking up the mills, and we were overstressed again. Suffice it to say, I was in tears at this very moment. My new master plan was to build a windmill as they output more power than water wheels, so I crafted up a windmill bearing and a bunch of windmill sails. I then spent the rest of day 48 to day 50 building our windmill. Now I did plan on building a fully automatic wheat farm beside this, but it'll have to wait as I literally just wanted this for the power output at the moment. So beginning construction of the actual windmill part, I first took a chunk out of the pillars and added in the windmill bearing. I then fell off the scaffolding and awoke on day 51 with soiled jocks but ready to continue construction. I added our windmill sails in each direction from the center point here and stood back to see it looks kinda crap. So I went back up, thickened up the sails, stood back again and realized it looks even worse. Wow. Third time's the charm, it still still looks weird, but it's okay for now. I might change it later. I then routed power down the tower, added in our gear ratios to get it up to speed, and started connecting it up to the rest of the power grid, but completely ran out of andesite for the shafts. So I closed off day 51 with mining a bunch of andesite. I started off day 52 with a shaft in my hand to connect the power up, get your mind out of the gutter. I also added a little power pole here so it doesn't look like the power line is just floating, even though the pole isn't actually attached to it, but we'll fix that up soon, trust me. With our new windmill connected up, we were no longer overstressed, thank God for that. I also got the last element of the iron mine completed, the cobblestone miners. With those now done and mining away, the whole iron farm entered into production. However, there was a slight issue. The gravel on this belt wasn't getting ejected, so I entered into a fit of rage, blacked out and awoke on day 53 with everything fixed. I have no idea how it happened. But we had finally done it. Our first 9 nuggets were pressed and we had our first iron ingot. Now, production was quite slow, so I went up to take a look at what was happening, and it turns out we did not have nearly enough cobblestone output for the mills. So my plan was to, of course, add more miners. But before we did that, I crafted up a deployer and added it alongside our other machinery on the first floor. This is the item that's going to make crafting andesite casing a whole bunch easier. Instead of placing a log, stripping it, right-clicking with andesite and mining it, we now just give everything to this thing and it does it for us. Day 54 was spent upgrading the iron farm, and we'd run into another overstressed situation, so I decided to add these wind turbines to the roof of the factory. I then connected them up together, added more gear ratio stuff to get it up to speed, and connected it up to the system. I then went to bed on day 55 and spent day 56 upgrading. On day 57, it was finally all done, except there was another problem where gravel was getting into where it shouldn't, and I fixed it all on day 58, who cares? On to day 59, where we finally move on to something new. It was now time to set up our automatic wheat farm. So I spent the rest of this day, well, it was already nighttime at this point, crafting up all of the plows for the machine. I slept to day 60, crafted some more stuff for the machine, and then realized I need a way to glue it all together, and the recipe needed slime balls. But thankfully, the create mod adds a way to craft these involving some green dye and dough, so it was time to get that sorted. The first thing I needed was a millstone, so I placed it into our machinery lineup and got it hooked up to power. The next step was simply chucking in some wheat to get us wheat flour, of which I simply combined water with to get us the dough, half of the recipe for slime balls. The next part was to obtain the green dye, and I hadn't seen any deserts nearby, but thankfully we can actually use ferns to get the green dye, so I went out for a quick foraging sesh. Once we were back, I grinded some up in the mill, combined it with white dye, and we now had our lime dye. I then simply combined this with the dough, and we had slime balls, all without laying a single finger on a grotty slime. Now for the final part, the super glue, which thankfully was easy enough to craft, and there we go. We're now ready to start our automatic wheat farm. So heading up to the windmill, I opted to build the farm on the left side of it, adding in our water channel first. I then started off day 61 by extending the area a little bit, along with filling in all the slabs up with water and also placing the tracks that our automatic harvester will be following. Next up, I tilled all the area into farmland, cleared out a space that we'll be adding sugar canes onto, and finally got started on the actual contraption. We aren't doing anything too fancy here, literally just a line of blocks with some plows on the front, although I did have to change these blocks out for stairs just to make it a little bit more elegant. The next step was adding in a portable storage interface, which is the way we'll be transferring all the harvested items from the contraption into a chest. Now onto connecting everything up together with super glue. I made sure no block was left behind. Then to get it up and running, we need to power it with redstone, and I tried placing a lever here, which didn't really work out. I eventually got it powered and off it goes. And it's already not working properly. To fix this, I simply raised up this one plow 1 block higher so it harvests the grown sugarcane instead. Easy fix. Next up, I just planted all our wheat seeds in, slept dangerously close to this machine, woke up on day 62 and fenced off the whole area so we don't have any unwanted guests. I also added some lanterns as well. After some tweaking of the portable storage interface, it was all up and running. To test it out, I artificially grew some sugarcane, of which the machine harvested, and once it made contact with the other interface, it dumped it all into the chest. On the next day, I got started on our next project, which is to finally get some stuff enchanted. So to begin, I crafted as many bookshelves as I could, which ended up only being 10. I then spent days 63 to 67 building the enchanting house. I decided on making this one another riverside structure similar to the sawmill, but this time using predominantly stone instead of wood, just for something a little different. I also went with a pretty different style building as well. It's sort of like 2 houses joined together or something. With the main structure completed, I went straight into the decorating phase, adding a plentiful amount of barrels and chests, along with lots of pot plants as well. I also decided that just below this new build would be a really nice spot for a bit of a dock build, so I added a very simple one in. I continued adding in detail to the main build with these little bracing things, and I also got started on a bit of a pathway, but didn't go too far with it as I was going to get that sorted later on. I spent the last few minutes of the day harvesting sugarcane. I also placed a boat on our new dock, and as the sun was setting, I slept in the water for some some reason. Day 68 begins with us crafting more bookshelves so we'd actually have enough to enchant something at level 30. I made my way down to the enchanting house and began construction on the interior, starting with the bookshelves. Once I'd gotten all those placed in, we were thankfully at max level, but I still wanted more bookshelves for the aesthetic, of course. So I went and killed some cows, managed to craft one more bookshelf. I placed it in, added in some pot plants in the window sections, hung a lantern from the ceiling, and then began on the other side. Over here I built some indoor plants, along with a table with some random decorations. I covered in the ugly gaps in the roof, and we were pretty much done. All that was left to do now was to get some lapis so we can start enchanting. Thankfully it didn't take too long to find a decent amount in the mine, and once I'd resurfaced, I slept into day 69, the day where we made some serious upgrades. I decided it was time to finally use most of our diamonds, and I began with crafting a fresh pickaxe, a sword, an axe, and a new shovel. But why stop there? I also made a full diamond armor set, bar the helmet, as I like to keep it stylish with the gogs. Continuing on, I decided to enchant my pickaxe first, and got just efficiency, which kinda stinks. I then decided on doing my sword next, of which had a pretty decent enchantment, except for knockback, which I absolutely hate. I was now below level 30, so I placed the lapis back in the chest and left, deciding on which project to begin next. Later that same day, I decided on starting a mining quarry. I spent some time deliberating a spot, and then got started building. So I decided on another structure built on a platform, just to keep with the theme of the village. On top, I built two separated houses this time, both with a nice deep slate and spruce roof, along with some chimneys too. I filled in the walls and started the crane that'll be lowering the quarry into the ground. I finished the build on day 73 and just kinda admired my little village so far. It was coming along a lot nicer than I thought. I continued on by crafting up the machinery we'll be needing for the quarry, that being just a rope pulley for now. On the sunset of day 73, I spotted some pillagers having a swim, decided to leave them to have their fun and sleep until day 74. I then continued on crafting stuff we'd need for the quarry, and as I went up to grab some iron, I noticed it was backed up with flint, with the double chest being completely full. I then burnt all of the flint and swapped the chest out for a chute that goes directly into a fire. Don't worry, I switched off fire tech when I created the world. I cleared out all of the flint from the basin, and the iron farm was back up and running. I crafted all the drills I could, ran out of andesite, and headed back into the mine to grab some more. Heading back, I crafted the rest of the drills and made my way back to the quarry. Now, we needed a power source for this building, and I opted for water wheels under the platform. I got them powered and added in the gear ratio stuff to get it spinning a little bit faster. I continued the shaft up the crane and to the very end, which is where I added the rope pulley. I stopped it halfway so that we could build the actual mining machine that it'll connect to and lower into the ground. I first added a nice wooden backing with an elegant shape, placed all of our drills on the bottom and glued it all together so it was a single contraption. I then realized it needed a way to store the blocks it was mining, so I replaced some of the wood backing with chests. Next, I simply hooked it back up to the power and sent it on its way to mine down to bedrock. I went to get some blocks and came back with it already a decent ways down, so I felt health and safety was a concern and added a little fence around the hole. I then decided it was time to pretty up the crane as it looked quite crap at the moment, but before we could, I slept on some very unsafe scaffolding. I spent day 76 playing around with a variety of different designs for the crane, some weirder than others, and finally landed on a design that was okay. It was still kinda crap. I checked to see where the quarry was at, and to my surprise, it had already reached the bottom. So I reversed the power with a gearbox to bring it back up. Taking a look inside the chests, it had found 5 diamonds and a bunch of andesite, which was pretty handy. The rest was just general junk, which I mean, it's to be expected. I honestly didn't know what to do to keep it mining, either make more holes or use that hole as an elevator, but I just left it for now. Taking a look at the whole build, I thought it didn't really look too much like a quarry, and to fix that I decided on adding a big old pile of detailed stone underneath the platform and kind of spread it outwards a little bit. I also opted to build some little piles of stone as if they'd been excavated and just left in piles or something. I sprinkled a bunch of barrels, chests, and extinguished campfires around the place and finished up with a bracing design around the platform. And it was all done. Time to hit the hay. On day 79, I decided to finally fix up the windmill building, starting with this part in the roof that I completely forgot. I added some slabs to the roof trim to make it a little bit more interesting, and then started with a wall on the inside to separate it off. I made the open section feel a little bit more cozy, and also finally added in a floor to replace the grass. I'd also noticed the harvester hadn't been harvesting, and it was also glitched out for some reason. I relogged to fix the glitch and crafted up some mechanical harvesters to replace the plows, which is why it wasn't harvesting. Basically, I'm just an idiot and used the wrong thing. And once it was back up and running, thing, it was actually harvesting the wheat now. Back on to finishing the interior, I added a hanging lantern from the ceiling, added some more supports to the area where the tower was attached, and then slept under the stars to day 80, meaning we were 4/5 of the way to completing the 100-day challenge. I started this day with continuing the upgrades to the windmill by adding in the overgrown look with a bunch of leaves around the place. I also thought of a better design for the windmill, so I stopped it and replaced all of the outer edges of the blades with sail frames in an attempt to make it look cooler. Once again, I'd somehow made it look infinitely worse, and with a final touch-up, it was finally looking pretty decent, I must say. I took another trip up to the quarry and noticed some villagers had moved in. This guy's trade was actually pretty garbage, so I just punched him in the head and moved on with my day. On to day 81, I decided to continue tying up loose ends, this time with the enchanting interior. I made 7 more bookshelves, which once added in ended up being the perfect amount, which was pretty sweet. I also added some leaves into the roof here, although looking back, I think I kinda overdid it. I continued with the leaves on the exterior too, all along the roof and down at the under platform area too. The quarry build also needed the overgrown treatment, so I sprinkled in heaps of leaves under the platform and at the roof as well. On to day 82, it was time to start our final big project, the tree farm. I was sick and tired of manually chopping trees. I mean, it was hardly even manual at this point, but nevertheless, it was time to automate. I spent the entire day crafting up all of the various crap we'd been needing, that being the mechanical saws and the deployers. I closed the day off sleeping under the rain and kinda started panicking. We had only 17 days left to build this entire tree farm along with all the other ideas I had for the village, so I started getting a wriggle on. I chopped down some spruce and oak trees we'd needed for the build and then found a decent location to start building. Now, there was quite a bit of excavating to do and I was so close to level 30, so I headed down to the mine to kill some mobs, and when I'd come back up, there was yet again more pillagers. They were starting to piss me off now, so I killed them. And then they started a raid and would continue to pester me throughout this entire build. Sweet! I enchanted my shovel, got efficiency in silk touch, kinda crap, but oh well. I used it to continue terraforming and finally got started with the build. So for this one, I'm trying something a little more unique. It's an upside down T shape with a bunch of balconies, and I plan on making both of the sides actually the intakes for the harvested wood. I continued with adding in the wall designs with textured oak planks and stripped oak logs, and filled them in with heaps of windows too. With the house part done, it was now day 87 and time to start the actual tree farm sections, and I began with extending the terrain out, but changed my mind halfway and instead kept it in line with the existing landscape. I then started with building the moving arm of the tree harvester and just tried to gauge how big of an area it'd need. I decided 4 blocks was too long and reduced it down to 3. These farms will be powered with a single underground water wheel, so I got that running and placed in our mechanical bearing, which, yeah, we still had to glue everything up. But before we did that, I refined the shape of the arm a little and added on the deployers that'll be planting the saplings. I then glued it all together to test it out, got it spinning, and it was working perfectly. I did still need to add a few things on, starting with a chest. I then took a quick nap into day 88 and finished up this first tree harvester with a portable storage interface. I covered up the hole and added a checkered pattern of stone in the ground, as this farm will have spruce trees which when planted all together will try to grow the big trees which we don't want. And with that finished, I turned on the harvester which planted all the saplings and showed me some spots I missed with the stone, so I fixed those up. To test out the harvesting, I bone milled a tree, and once it reached the saws, got chopped down and stored in the chest. Now the next thing we needed to set up was a way to move those items from that chest to our building, and to do that I used another interface with a smart chute below that would allow everything other than saplings. I hooked a belt up to the chute, which is yet to be powered, but we'll sort that out soon. I then started building the second harvester, with this one chopping oak trees instead. With that side all set up, it was now time to power the belts, and I decided on another water wheel, which ended up causing me a lot of grief, so I took a nap to awaken on day 90. We had 10 days left to get this working and finish all my other ideas, and I was starting to worry it wouldn't be possible. Time to hurry up. I got the water wheel hooked up, used some encased chain drives to power the other belt, and started on repeating this on the opposite side for the spruce. Next it was onto the interior setup, which consisted of another belt that would lead to a chute feeding into double chests, all connected with hoppers to increase our storage size. And there we go, everything was now set up and working perfectly. Heading into day 91, I prepped the exterior for a fence design I planned on adding. I felt a design using stone walls and iron bars would look pretty sweet, so I added in the first side wall and finished it off with some lanterns on top of the stone brick walls. I then moved on to the front wall, added a secondary gate here, and finished up with the opposite side wall, and the wall was all finished. The last thing to do now was have a nap into day 92, and of course bring the overgrown look with leaves randomly scattered around the building. I just lied, the actual last thing to do was add a floor under the balcony and continue a pathway down to the gate. I also made this the time to finally add a much needed pathway throughout the entire riverside village, first extending down to our windmill along with the enchanting house. I then spent a bunch of time connecting up every single other building along with spruce slabs for the steps to make walking the path a little smoother. Now it was finally time for adding decorations with things like lamp posts, bushes, barrels, chests, and extinguished campfires. This is probably my most favorite part of this entire 100-day challenge, as I feel it just ties everything together so perfectly and adds so much life to the village. Along with these decorations, I added a path to the quarry along with all of the details of course, and made a final pass around and added some more trees too. Now on day 95, it was finally time to fix up those ugly ass power poles, and I did that by first adding signs around the poles just as a way to add more visual interest. Next, it was time to actually connect the shafts to the poles with some metal brackets, which just look awesome. I also extended the stairs out a bit with some copycat steps, just a neat little detail I thought was cool to add. For the second power pole, I gave it the same treatment along with adding an andesite casing to the central shaft, as I feel that looks just a little better. I finished it up with some signs and moved on to where it connects up with the windmill. I made this section feel a little bit more attached by adding a slab with some copycat steps along with another metal bracket. For the final part of the power poles at the factory, I just simply added some more brackets, and that was looking pretty sweet, mate. The next detail that definitely needed to be added was some log piles around the tree farm. I simply used oak and spruce logs, alternating between them, and added a strap around them using andesite ladders and minecart tracks. An awesome detail to add to these is copycat steps once again, this time filled with logs, as they just look like mini logs and honestly just look so cute and cool. Moving off to the right side, I cleared out an area, had a nap, woke up on day 96 freaking out a little, but continued on with 2 more log piles, pretty similar to the first, just a little bigger. A final little detail I added to these was some pot plants, and I decided on sprinkling more of those throughout the entire village on top of the barrels we added previously. Day 97 begins with the village looking a little dry. Right here is actually the perfect spot for a decorated pond, so I began excavation and ended up with a pretty decent shape. I filled that bastard up with water, made it a little deeper, and then ran off to grab some supplies, namely kelp and seagrass. Heading back to the pond, I felt a nice detail would be a floating lantern along with some rocks scattered at the bottom of the pond. I then filled the entire thing up with heaps of kelp and seagrass, which instantly brought it to life. Now, I could have stopped here, but I opted to create a custom tree using my patent-pending custom tree technique, where you pretty much just build a bunch of branches and cover every exposed face with leaves. Try it out, it works pretty well. I hung some lanterns under those branches and added in a simple bench design overlooking the pond. I connected it up to the path, placed some sugarcane around the edges of the pond, added more grass around the place, and extended this bush too. And there we go, that's the pond all completed. My shovel was in dire need of some upgrades, so I finally made an anvil and combined it with my old one. Then it was time to tackle one of my final ideas, which needed a lot of white wool specifically. So I frantically hunted down wild sheep in the rain, shearing off their wool, worrying I wouldn't have enough time as I needed a pretty decent amount. I woke up on day 98 to see a wandering trader on top of my factory. I was unfazed because I still needed heaps of wool. With a final amount of 32, it was time to start building a little campsite. I started by flattening off the terrain a little and began with a tent design. I thought the copycat steps would be an awesome way to get the tent looking awesome, as it's usually pretty difficult to make a small tent in vanilla Minecraft. After some testing of different shapes, I settled on this one, but of course was short a few wool blocks. I got a lucky double shear on this sheep, heard him eat again and got a third shear off, sheared 2 more sheep and headed back down as we were close to crunch time. I finished off the tent, added a campfire along with a log chair and a smaller log chair. I added some details at the back of the tent, connected the path up, added a bunch of bushes around the place along with a barrel, and it was all done. Time to test out the tent. On day 99, it was time for the final build, which wasn't really a build and more so just something to add to this thing. I ended up deciding on a multi-purpose storage area filled with logs, various stone blocks, and a bunch of barrels, chests, and extinguished campfires. I finished up with fixing up the gaps in the roof and connecting this area to the pathway. I then spent the rest of the final day frantically searching around for little touch-ups to do, like adding some storage blocks to our windmill building. I also got the idea to add some stone blocks under the lamppost for a little extra detail. I then grabbed some bone meal to add some grass to spots I felt needed it, and there we go. That's the final detail all done. I enjoyed day 99's sunset, relaxing on the dock, and enjoyed my final night's sleep in the tent. And there it is. After a lot of hard work and effort, the 100-day challenge was completed. If you want to continue from where I left off, the world download is available to all God and Ultimate patrons, so be sure to check that out. In this video, I'll be attempting to survive 100 days on this moderately sized island, and in fact, it's the only land in this entire world. On top of surviving, I'll also be aiming to completely transform this entire island into my personal self-sustaining paradise. Let's get started. So I awoke on day 1, stranded on an island. island. With the clothes on my back tattered and wind blowing through my hair, I hastily made my way to the trees to begin my journey. I felled my first oak tree, the first of many, and began constructing my first set of wooden tools. I used those tools to chop down a second tree, and then I noticed an apple on the ground. This is when I started realizing that food was going to be a huge issue starting off, and this is definitely not foreshadowing. I then decided to start a little mine to gather some cobblestone for better tools and possibly create a starter underground base. I cleared out a small area, plonked down my crafting table, and upgraded my tools. I left my hole, ate the apple that I collected previously, and then decided on my first big project: create the perfect beachside survival base. This would need a lot of wood, so I spent the next couple of minutes chopping down a bunch of oak trees. I then decided on finding a location for my base, so I set off to the right side of the island and found this awesome spot and marked it with a piece of wood. On my way back, I realized I should probably start farming due to my lack of food, so I started gathering some seeds. I returned back to my cowardly hole, deciding to leave, changed my mind, and started mining instead. I changed my mind again and ended up leaving. I headed back to my area and spotted something that relieved me greatly. A sheep. Hopefully it had a friend. And after some scouting, it turns out there was actually a whole herd, which was perfect. We could easily make a bed and we'd have a great food source. Speaking of food, I ate the last piece of it to my name and decided on starting a second mine instead of starting a farm for an unknown reason. A little ways down, I breached into a cave, found some coal, of which I started mining, and then started feeling extremely vulnerable. I had no armor, no food, and a stone sword as my defense. Ignoring these warning signs, I crafted a torch, which gave me some confidence, and continued exploring the cave. After reaching a dead end, I returned to the mine, noticed it was nighttime, and just decided on continuing mining. Shortly after, I finally found my first piece of iron, which turned out to be many, along with a bunch more coal and some lapis too. I continued mining and began hearing mob noises, which basically means there's a cave nearby, which would hopefully be my savior in finding some useful items. After digging towards the noises, I breached into a cave to discover a skeleton. I attempted to lure him towards me, smoked his ass, and he, of course, didn't drop any bones, which was quite unfortunate. With the bogey down, I was free to roam the cave, discovering all types of minerals, and thankfully found more iron along with that. There were a few more bogeys blocking my path, which I skillfully dispatched using this epic technique I just discovered, and of course, still no bones. I decided on returning back to the initial cave I discovered to set up my new temporary base. I started smelting up the iron I'd found and used it to craft some shears and a bucket. This would make sense shortly, trust me. I decided to try heading up to the surface and was greeted by multiple skeletons, so I quickly ran back to the mine and waited it out until daytime. With it now being day 2, I had hoped all the mobs burned to a crisp, so I jumped out and was greeted by a skeleton, and upon trying to get rid of him, he put 2 well-placed arrows into me, sending me into a panic. One more arrow and we'd have carked it, gamers. I riskily made a little trap to lure him down and get him, and wow, he actually dropped nothing. I tried leaving again to find a second skeleton. I also tried luring him over with no luck and realized I was pretty much stuck down here. I couldn't risk luring him over because if I took one more arrow, I was a goner. I decided the best course of action was to start a small underground farm, so I went back down to where I'd found water. I also had the idea to eat the rotten flesh I'd found, which thankfully gave me some health back. I returned home and started clearing out an area for the farm until I heard the worst thing, another skeleton. I spotted him just standing there menacingly, so I tried to lure him into a trap, which I fumbled to the greatest degree. I took a hit and luckily managed to trap myself in and quickly killed the skelly. My heart was racing here, dude. It was a crazy moment. And for my troubles, he thankfully dropped us 2 bones, which I was grateful for. I finished constructing the farm, bone milled some seeds, got only 2 wheat, of course, and just decided to try heading to the surface again. Thankfully, the coast was clear, so I decided to put my 2 wheat to good use and lure the nearby sheep into a hole. I bred 2 of them, sheared them as well, and then decided on starting a second farm on the ground up here. I harvested some seeds and planted a decent sized farm, and then decided on chopping down some trees in hopes of getting some apples to solve my low health issue. Thankfully, I'd found 2 apples, so I gobbled them up and gained a few hearts. I still didn't want to take my chances with the next night, so I crafted a bed and awoke on day 3. This was when I discovered there was a pumpkin patch nearby and hoped that you could just make pumpkin pie with that, and I was greatly disappointed. I hadn't seen any nearby chickens or sugarcane for that matter, so I decided on exploring my island a little bit more. I ended up discovering something even better, a herd of cows. There were heaps, so I found the fattest one and put him out of his misery to satiate my immediate hunger issues. He graced us with 3 beautiful steaks, so I cooked them up perfectly, ate them, and finally saw a full health bar, which put my worries at ease for the time being. I then finally got started on my base design, which needed a slight bit of of terraforming. I ended up also moving my farm over here as it was right in the way of where I wanted to build. Then I just got straight into building, with our layout being quite large. I was planning on a rectangular shape with 3 stories in total. I quickly ran out of wood, so I added some farms at the front of the base and constantly kept going between chopping trees and building. I added an oak slab walkway to the entrance of the base, decided on birch for the wall block, and continued chopping and building along with adding a balcony. It was now the night of day 4 and I was out of food, so I tried my hand at getting some more bones. This first skelly had a zombie guard. I took him out with ease and engaged the skelly, only taking 1 hit. I'd earned 2 bones for my troubles and was happy with that. Just over the hill I saw 4 zombies and a skelly spawn in. I took another hit with the zombies and decided to escape with my life. With more zombies on my tail, I sprinted to the mine. I passed a skelly, missing an arrow and blocking up the entrance. I got greedy and tried to trap him, taking another arrow, putting me on 1 heart, and I let the greed get the better of me and took the skelly down, getting 1 more bone. I returned to my underground farm to discover some more grown crops, of which I harvested and resisted the urge to make some bread, instead opting for some succulent, rotten flesh. I returned to my sheep farm on day 5, bred 2 together and killed 1 to get 1 piece of meat. There was an enderman nearby which I almost looked at, which certainly would have ended me, but I continued on to cook up the meat and restore a bit of health. I then continued working on my house, wanting a safe space to stay at that isn't underground, so I finished off the balcony and the first floor pillars. I spent the rest of day 5 working on the house, firstly adding more details to the front walls along with adding in the door until I ran out of birch wood. So I worked on gathering a bunch more, of which I used to fill out the rest of all of the first floor walls, and yeah, we finally had a safe space to stay at. I hit the hay and awoke on the next day with a plan to construct a place to put my sheep. Sorry, that was awful. I made a cute little paddock with some fences, bone mealed some wheat, and lured the sheep from their sad little hole to their brand new awesome home. I was also very hungry, so it was someone's unlucky day. On the bright side, I built a nice little furnace area in my brand new base and cooked him perfectly. I then planted out the rest of my farms, again resisted the urge to make some bread and instead put it into a barrel next to the farm. I then had the idea to also lure the nearby herd of cows, so I did just that and lured them all inside. It was again someone else's unlucky day. And now with a decent stockpile of food, I wanted to continue building my house, so I started chopping down some more trees. I ended up going a bit crazy and spent the rest of day 6 and 7 chopping down almost the entire forest. Now on day 8, I had a good stockpile of wood, apples and meat, and I actually decided on heading back down to the mine in hopes of getting some iron for tool upgrades. I found a new cave which was guarded by a zombie and discovered something I didn't think I'd find: diamonds. I still didn't have an iron pickaxe, so I harvested some iron, smelted it up, crafted one, and mined out all of the diamonds, getting 5 in total. I continued exploring until I found another skeleton and decided to take him on, which ended up being a very bad idea. Luckily, I had just narrowly escaped with the water holding the skelly at bay, which was just insanely lucky. I returned to my furnace to gear up, because I was fed up with being pushed around. I crafted a helmet and a chest plate along with a sparkly diamond pickaxe and sword. In a matter of seconds, I transformed from the little weasel kid and into the bully. Well, maybe the sentiment wasn't truly accurate because I came close to death again, but yeah. I then found an underwater cave, dived in, and found a bunch of diamonds, which I was very happy with. I used the old door trick to mine them up, and we ended up with another 6, which was perfect. I then heard a lot of zombies nearby, so I went to investigate, discovering a zombie spawner. I torched it up, slayed all the zombies, and looted both of the chests. I then realized I was actually in a mine shaft and began exploring. There was a suspicious amount of skeletons nearby and once again came very close to death, but luckily I prevailed, until I saw another one and got greedy again. I now had 2 skellies on my tail and was confident, so I tried taking them out. They got a bunch of lucky hits on me and I did something I hate doing: I paused the game. Only for a second though, because I knew I could place a door, which saved me. I then realized I was completely stuck, so I opted to eat up, heal up, and try taking out this skelly guarding me, which got me to half a heart. I killed him and figured the only way I was gonna make it out of here was to make a run for it. I healed up close to full and made my break for it, narrowly avoiding all of the skellies, and decided that was enough close calls for the day, time to head back to the surface. I took stock of my haul, happy with the results, and reflected on my prior greediness and close calls with some light gardening, tending to my livestock, killing multiple as their children watched, and rounded it off with some cooking. I then spent the next 5 days building the rest of my base. And there it is. I think it was 5 days well spent. Wasting no time, it was now time to start the next big project, which was some massive sprawling farms. I was sick and tired of using the tiny ones in front of my base, so it was time to get some massive ones established. I opted for an interesting diagonal shape instead of the standard rectangle, just to change it up a bit too. With the shape established and all the land tilled, I planted all of the seeds to my name and headed back home to upgrade the rest of my tools. That's right, by day 15 I had full diamond tools and almost a full iron armor set. For the rest of day 15 I continued gardening, tending to my livestock, once again killing them. Some more cooking, and finally expanding my new farm a little bit more. I headed to bed and awoke on day 16 with the desire to continue exploring the mineshaft I'd found. And after making it back to where I'd made it previously, I discovered the source of the skeletons, yet another spawner. I pillaged the single chest, which was kinda crap, and continued my exploration mission. Shortly after, I discovered some more diamonds and yet another spawner, this time a spider one. After some continued exploring, I discovered another spider spawner and some more diamonds as well, thankfully just more than one this time. I'd soon encounter a fully suited skelly, which for some reason I tried to take down with a lava bucket, which almost ended up costing me my life once again. I healed to full and decided enough was enough, it's time to get out, so I made a break for it and ended up making it back to the surface safely. I then emerged on a rainy day 17 and decided on expanding my wheat farm, so I went around and harvested all of the grown crops in this little farm patch and in front of my base. And now with a couple more seeds, I worked on expanding my big farm over here because I wanted this to take up quite a large portion of the area. And so with that expansion kind of done, I realized I actually wanted a carrot farm beside this as well, and we had no way of obtaining them, except there actually is a way to get them from a zombie. That's right, I was going to make a zombie spawner. I hit the hay, awoke on day 18 with a bunch of supplies ready to go. Let's go make a zombie spawner. So I returned to the spawner I'd found earlier and began working on the design. It was to be a rather simple setup. Zombies flowed down and into the chamber where I'd, smack them to death. And zombies actually have a very rare chance to drop potatoes and carrots, so I was hoping to get one early on, and this definitely isn't foreshadowing again. With the spawner all complete, I emerged on day 20 with plans to once again expand my wheat farm. It still wasn't quite as big as I wanted it to be, so I expanded it, planted more seeds, and continued in that pattern until I was happy with the size for now. Next, I wanted to turn my attention to my base interior. It was definitely in need of some renovations, starting with the storage area. All I did for this was simply add in a whole bunch more chests, completely filling out the wall, and that was all done. Next, I went to bed and emerged on day 21 with a plan to make a brand new bedroom. I removed the furnaces and placed the bed in its place and decided one bed simply wasn't enough, so I added in 2 more. Now, I wasn't really a fan of the ladder and instead wanted a staircase, so I played around with trying to fit it in, had a skeleton drop out of absolutely nowhere and scare the crap out of me, and after I changed my pants, the stairs and bedroom were all done. Turning my attention over to the final wall, which was to be the smelting area, I placed in a whole bunch of furnaces along with some barrels along the top. I added some shelves, some torches to brighten it up, and it's day 22 and I wanted some carpets, so I sheared my sheep, dyed some wool red, and placed in a checkered carpet in the smelting area. I decided I wanted the same thing for my bedroom, so I went out to get some more roses, got attacked by a flaming zombie, returned home, and finalized the bedroom along with the storage area. I then decided I wanted to expand my wheat farm again, for the final time thankfully. So I'll save you all the boring shit, and there's the expansion done. Except for of course all of the wheat, which I was waiting on growing. And I thought now was probably the best time to try and get a carrot, so it's time to start the grind. So I locked myself in and called in the zombies, praying for a carrot soon. It's a 2.5% chance for a zombie to drop either a carrot or a potato, and I mean, both would definitely be nice. And so after 2 days passing by with no signs of a cultivated crop drop, I was losing hope until on day 25. I got not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 potatoes. Where's the carrots, man? And so thankfully, very shortly after, I received my first carrot. Thank God for that. So I returned home victorious, but also swordless, so I crafted my replacement diamond sword and got to work creating 2 more new farms, one for carrots and one for spuds. Having such a large amount of crops is great because we'll quite literally never run out of food, and mainly it looks nice once it's all grown in. I'd expedite the growing process with all of the bone meal I had to get it set up as quickly as possible, and eventually had both farms completely set up, just simply waiting on the growth of the crops now. With all the wheat I'd just harvested, I decided to start a new generation of my farm animals, and it was getting quite crowded crowded, so it was time for a lot of unlucky days. I cooked up all the juicy steaks I'd harvested and then decided to go searching for sugarcane finally. I had a lot of leather and it'd be great if we could start making bookshelves for enchanting, but after an extensive search of the entire perimeter of the island, no sugarcane was found, unfortunately. I did, however, decide to take a look in the water for the first time and noticed some weird underwater structures I'd honestly never seen before. I scurried home to make some doors for air pockets under the water and headed back to check the structures out. Upon getting closer, I noticed they were ruined structures by the looks of it, and after placing a door to get some air, I noticed a chest. I honestly kind of hoped it'd have sugarcane in it, but upon searching, I was a bit disappointed and just found basically a bunch of random crap. Most of the other structures also had chests with similar garbage, so I searched them all and headed back home. I had a sleep and awoke on day 33 with plans for my next project, upgrade the mine. Right now, it's literally just a hole in the ground, and I wanted to make it a pretty hole in the ground. So I ended up spending a lot of day 33 gathering materials like stone and wood, along with clearing out the grass to replace it with some stone. Next, I worked on making the hole into more of a mound, as if we'd started digging into the side of it, and I tried making it look as organic as possible. I then added a wooden style entrance to the front to give it some more detail so it wasn't just a big old mound. After finishing up the details, I smoothened off the mound using stairs and slabs to make it feel less blocky. I then worked on replacing the ground with some stone lightly textured with andesite, mainly because I only had like 8 pieces of it, and once that was done, I started a pathway that'd lead off to my base. Next, it was time to add a big old crane in the empty space I'd made, and I decided on using pretty much only wood for this to give a more handmade feel to it. Now, to finish the crane, I'd needed chains, and I had no iron left. I made my way down to the mine and ended up finding diamonds first. Sweet. I'd also found a few pieces of iron. This should be quick, I was thinking. Soon after, I'd find 1 piece of iron and like 8 diamonds, which was insane. Later on, I'd found more diamonds. Okay, I get it. Please give me some iron. Okay, it's literally just a joke at this point. I'd searched what felt like the entire mine shaft and still found barely any iron and just way too many diamonds. The next day, I found some iron, and wow, it was only 1 piece. I was literally in tears at this very moment. I then spent 2 days searching the mine shaft and adjoining caves to find no iron until I remembered an underwater cave I dug into and decided to explore that instead. At first, it was looking grim until iron. Yes, thank God, man. I mined every last drop of it out and thankfully ended up finding a lot more iron in this underwater cave as well, so I just decided to get all of it. Returning home victorious with 60 pieces of iron, I smelted it all up, finally crafted the chains I'd needed along with some iron legs, my only missing armor piece. I then headed back to the crane and finally added those chains in. Next, I added some signs around our little pallet to finish it off, and there we have it. The build was done, and this part right here was my favorite. I did actually just lie, I added a few more finishing touches around the place like some barrels and some chests just to add little decorations. I then worked on connecting my pathway up from my base to the mine entrance to complete the entire thing. And after taking a look at my entrance, I had an idea for something that'd fit in perfectly and make the whole area look way nicer. I had to get a little bit of landscaping done, and you might be able to tell what I'm building. Yep, it's of course a pond with a little waterfall leading into it. I then grabbed some bone meal, the 3 I had left, and used it to add some grass and seagrass to the pond. I then borrowed some leaves from a nearby tree and used them to add a bunch of bushes to the pond, which just really completed the whole thing and made it way more lush. I added some lights in front of my base and leading to the mine, and also just kind of admired the mine for a second. I then spent the rest of day 40 and into 41 gathering wood for my next big project. I wanted to add a bit of a story to this island, and first I was going to build a dock. I found the perfect spot to build our first platform that'd house one building, a workspace for the dock people. I worked on adding the building, which was to be the largest of all the dock buildings I'd add along the shore. I made it into an upside down T-shape and designed some interesting roofs along with adding in the walls out of birch. I then added some details like birch fences, some lighting, and also some barrels and chests, of course. Next, it was onto adding a staircase that'd lead down to the main sprawling dock that was to span almost the entire front area of the island. I added supports to the dock all the way along and then began working on the next building that'd connect to the dock. This building was to be smaller than the first and might be housing of sorts. I also opted for a simple rectangular shape with a simple slab roof as I thought it fit in well. After finishing up the details, I then worked on connecting it up to our dock with a staircase. And once that was done, I thought a little platform would fit perfectly here, so naturally I added one in with a bunch of details. I had also completely nearly run out of wood at this point, and our forest had completely regrown, so it was time to once again destroy the entire environment of the island. Now with an entire forest in my back pocket, it was time to complete the last of the dock buildings with 2 more in this area. These were also to be more housing, also not situated on a platform like the others, just to add some variance to all the builds. I connected them up to a pathway leading to the dock, along with adding some lighting. I also connected this path up to my base with a nice loop around the pond. I then felt the shoreline could use some bushes for that extra lushness factor, so I of course added them in scattered everywhere. I added a path connecting our first and second builds together and added docking areas along the entire length of the dock. I added supports and lights at the end of all of those and added a little diagonal ship design that I don't really like. Once I completed the ugly boat, I sprinkled more regular boats around the place, in the water and on the dock itself, and there we have it. The dock is all completed. And wow, it's day 53. I started getting worried at this point because I had a lot more planned for this island and it was taking a lot longer than expected to build everything. For this next project, I needed more stone along with andesite as well, so I mined as much as I needed. With my pockets now full of juicy building materials, I set off to find the perfect location for our brand new lighthouse build. I ended up settling on this location here and terraformed the landscape to fit in our lighthouse. With the land now prepped, I got to establishing the foundation of the lighthouse using some stone bricks and stone for what was to be the inner walls. I added a cute little bridge that would lead to the entrance along with filling in the first floor. I then began building the entrance out of wood, plonked in our door, and added in a nice arch on the outside with some accenting oak trapdoors. I then turned my attention to one of the side walls, raising them up to a height where I wanted to add in a window. I opted for the same arch design to the entrance except turning it into a full circle shape, along with that inset wood design which just looks awesome. I lowered the front entrance a bit as I felt it was too high and also added in some fences along the corners of the walls. I then worked on repeating that same wall design around each side along with the details like the fences. I added an intricate design to the top portion, which was to house the main functional part of the lighthouse, the light. I built a neat little roof design right on top and finished up the lighthouse with some finishing details. I then began prepping the area beside it to begin building the Lightkeeper's house. I went with a similar design to the dock buildings but changed up the block palette slightly with non-stripped oak pillars and oak plank walls. I built a cool little area under the house to be a storage/work area of sorts and then connected the lighthouse and lighthouse keeper's house to the dock's pathway. I then worked on adding some giant rocks jutting out of the ocean, you know, the whole reason why the lighthouse would have been created in the first place. During these builds, I'd also completed planting all of the farms, which was why it was now day 60. And well, our lighthouse was all done except, you know, the main part, the light. And to get that item, we needed to go to the Nether, my least favorite place in the world. So with a water bucket in hand, I made my way down the mine and to a lava source I knew of, flooded it, and began slowly mining 10 obsidian. God, I wish I could enchant my tools. With the 10 obsidian finally obtained, I figured I should probably make a proper design for the portal instead of just hiding it underground, and better yet, why not integrate it into the island's story? So meet the Dark Portal. Nestled deep within what used to be the dense forest of the island, a mysterious creation discovered by the native settlers of the island. Their campsite is yet to be built. We'll get to it. And the bravest of those settlers decided to take their chances and step into the portal to discover an unknown hellscape. After a brief exploration, a giant flying ghost wiped out all but one of the natives, with the survivor returning home and sealing the portal shut. Years later, the portal's casing had deteriorated, revealing the entrance to the hellscape. Yeah, maybe I went a bit overboard with the story, but I thought it was cool, okay? And so with our portal design all completed, it was time to step into the Nether and pray we could find our item easily. And well, thankfully our item was literally 2 steps away, a shroom light. We needed 3 in total, so I quickly grabbed all of them and went back home. This is an island survival after all, and I feel like even this short trip to the Nether is breaking the rules, so that's all I did. Upon my return, I continued the discreet pathway that'd lead from our portal and back to the mine, and then I made my way over to the lighthouse. After getting to the top, I realized my door was facing the ocean instead of where it should be facing the island. I fixed that up and added some glass into the windows along with our shroom lights behind to warn sailors of the island. I dove off the lighthouse and made a boat, traversed out into the ocean and had a look at our lighthouse as day 61 was coming to a close. It looked perfect. I returned to the dock and had a sleep under the stars and awoke on day 62 with a plan to upgrade the potato farm. As you can see, I accidentally made it way too skinny, so time to thicken it up. So all I did was simply add some more rows to it to make it more in line with the sizes of the other farms. With that done, I began harvesting more wood for my next big project of the island, the farming village. Nestled on the left side of the island, right beside our sprawling crop farms, was to be the farming village. A few houses clustered together that'd house the farm workers of the island. I wanted these buildings to be slightly different from all the others on the island, so I opted for a deep slate trim roof along with a stair design for them too. I also went with some slightly different shapes for the builds, along with adding chimneys to the roofs for a more established feel. Another thing that makes these houses feel more established compared to the others is a subtle touch, using glass panes instead of fences for the windows. Next, I moved on to connecting our village up to the main pathway, transitioning it into cobbled deep slate as we entered the village's perimeter. With that done, I found the perfect spot to build a village well, which would also serve as an infinite water source for me for actually the next project we'll be working on. I built a lamp design, adding a few more of them throughout the village, and then added the finishing touches: grass, decorations, leaves to the houses, and bushes throughout the village too. Now on day 70, I had a quick walk through our new farming village and enjoyed the scenery, and then I realized it's day 70 and I have more builds to do. This next one was going to be made of predominantly wood, so I gathered a bunch of it. On day 71, I found the perfect spot to start our new build, the water treatment tower. The island was severely lacking in fresh water, and the inhabitants came up with this theoretical design to process seawater into drinking water. So to begin, I did a slight bit of terraforming and went straight into laying out the pillars of the tower with some oak wood. Once they were at a height I was happy with, I connected them together and then added even more pillars that would form the top of the tower. I then started on a roof design, opting for birch for the trim, and I went for my signature curved style roof that I love using on pretty much everything. I also filled out the main part of the roof with oak wood. With the roof design done, we needed a way to reach the top portion of the tower, and I accomplished that with a simple staircase design. I then decided on adding only 2 walls to the top of the tower here and made them out of strips of oak and birch wood for an interesting look. I added some nice arch designs into the corners of the open walls and also filled in the floor with some oak slabs. Now it was onto the way the water would be treated, so I built a little tub out of stone on the second floor here and filled it up with water. I felt it was lacking a little bit of detail, so I slapped some oak signs around all of the sides of it too. And now it was onto how the water would actually get up here, and I decided on some pipes, with this being the end that'd pour into the processing tub. And now for the rest of the pipe, I steadily placed in our polished deep slate blocks, adding several bends until we reached the ocean, which was obviously where it would pump from. As for how this would actually pump water, don't worry about it. I then added some safety railings to the top of the tower here and then jumped down to add some supports underneath the top floor as well. And now it was time to create the bottom water catchment that'd collect all of the processed water from above, and I opted for birch trapdoors for this one. I'd have loved to use spruce trapdoors as they'd have looked perfect for this, but obviously we didn't quite have that luxury out here on the island, so birch it was. I replaced the ground of the water catchment with stone to keep the water clean and then placed in all of the water. I then worked on connecting the pathway up to our new structure and marveled in its beauty. Now alongside this, I did want to add a bunch of rain catchers, which would have been the primary source of water before the inhabitants came up with the water purifying tower. So I sprinkled a bunch of these all around the area, making sure to add plenty of them. And so there's all of our water collection builds done for the island, and I'm really happy with how they turned out. For my next project, I needed a lot of wool, so I headed for my animal farm and began shearing. I also culled a lot of the cow population to make room for a new generation of sheep, so I could get more wool, of course. I had also, of course, ran out of wood again, so while I waited for my sheep to regrow their wool, I harvested more wood. And so now with a bunch of materials, I got started building a campsite. And not just any campsite, this was the very first homes of the settlers of our island here. I was gonna say they sailed from a land far away, but this is actually the only land in this entire world, so maybe they came from underground, I don't know. But upon arriving at this island, they established their campsite and began their exploration of the land, and also started their own small farms, until eventually moving them to the center of the island. They also eventually broke into 2 different villages, the farming village and the dock village, with the former choosing farming for food and the latter opting for fish instead. And on day 76, the campsite was fully completed. I then just went straight into building the final farm, as I felt this spot would be perfect for one more, so I spent the rest of day 76 and all of 77 building that last farm. On day 78, I saw the first wandering trader and prayed he had sugarcane for sale. Upon seeing what he had to offer, I was greatly disappointed and punched him right in the head. His alpaca llama thing started hocking loogies at me, so I had to put him down. But yeah, apart from that little scuffle, our final farm was all completed, and once it all grows in, it should look awesome. Now, up to this point, every single house I've built has had no interior, not even a floor, and I wanted you guys to have a decent island island to explore, so it was time to add interiors to every single house. So I got to harvesting some stone and also wood so we could add those interiors. And yeah, that's right, this island will actually be up for download on my Patreon along with the day 1 version, so you guys can play on the same island as me and see how far you can get. Also, instead of doing just houses, I decided on making this one into a bit of a boat shop of sorts, which I thought was pretty cool. I then wanted this next building to be a sort of mixed use one, so I decided on adding a bedroom to this top floor here and then made a bit of a workspace at the bottom with plenty of storage, furnaces and a crafting table. Now heading into the farming village, with these houses being a slightly more lavish variant, I wanted to keep that theme on the inside too. So I added things like a cool leaf design above the bed, a nice spacious layout and even some indoor plants too. And now on day 80, all of our interiors were done. Now on to my next project, which had some certain items that required a lot of iron, something I'd struggled with finding previously on this godforsaken island. At first I decided on delaying the pain by gathering the wood I'd needed instead, but then begrudgingly made my way down the mine to start the mental pain I was about to endure. And then I got an arrow in the head, which gave me some physical pain to go along with it too. I spent the rest of day 81 and into 82 exploring the underground cave, which thankfully had a lot more areas that had some coal and iron, both of which I needed a lot of. And once that cave was exhausted of materials, I opted for mining in a random direction until I finally hit a cave. And thankfully it had a lot more coal and actually only a little bit of iron, which kinda sucked. I returned home on the night of day 83 and smelted up the 54 pieces of iron I'd found and prayed I wouldn't have to get any more anytime soon. Now on day 84, it was finally time to get started on the next project, the blacksmith, which was to go in this spot right next to my base. And I've actually made a lot of blacksmiths before and in many different ways, either using reference or just designing straight from my head, and this time I decided I wanted to try making a direct replica of this awesome Lego blacksmith I found. And after getting all of the front of the house sorted out, I moved on to filling out the pillars and the walls of the back of the blacksmith. After that, I built the rest of the pillars for the house and then moved on to tackling the roof of the house. It was quite difficult getting it close to the reference, and I did end up tweaking it shortly after this. However, I did actually start filling out the main roof with some deep slate tiles. I added a little dormer on the right side here, continued filling out the roof, and then realized it was way too tall and ended fixing it up, which made this look way better. I then filled out the left side of the roof here with some more deep slate tiles, and then added the wall design to the front of the roof area, which I think ended up looking pretty close to the original. After repeating that exact same design on the back, I moved on to adding some general detail work with some fence gates and stairs, along with adding in all of the walls to all of the second floor of the blacksmith. With those walls done, I headed over to the chimney and added some touch-ups, along with figuring out this little roofed section that joins it to the chimney, which took a couple revisions. I then added some final details, and that was pretty much it for the exterior of our brand new blacksmith building. Now on day 89, it was time to put all of that iron I'd harvested to good use and make 2 anvils that we'd never use. At least they look good. I also crafted some birch trapdoors for a cool design I had planned, and then grabbed the 2 lava sources I'd put in the entrance to the mine on like day 15, as I thought I'd eventually need them. Now back at the blacksmith with a bunch of materials, it was time to start off with the floor design. I opted for an outline of stone that'd extend out to the entrances, and then filled the main section with some deep slate tiles, which I thought would give a good blacksmith vibe. I added some lanterns to the ceiling as our light source, and then started designing the forge, which would actually connect to the big chimney of the building. I took a chunk out of the chimney, added some polished andesite as our lava holder, and then plonked in our 2 lava sources, and also added in a bit of a range hood to collect smoke and stuff. Next, I added a sprawling table along the entire back of the blacksmith and placed in our 2 anvils, which I changed my mind on and moved because I wanted to add 2 dunking buckets adjacent to these. This would be where they'd, dunk the hot tools in water to cool them off. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I placed in some armor stands along the table and then worked on the storage for the blacksmith with some barrels on the left wall here. I added a cool shelf for this and thought under them would be the perfect spot for some furnaces. I then remembered I'd made smithing tables and decided on destroying half of the table to place those in instead. Above these, I also added a tool holding rack / display thing, finally putting all that leather I had to good use. And now with the workplace area of the blacksmith all done, it was time to move to the living quarters, first of which I added a ceiling to make it feel a little bit more cozy. I then added our light source, again some lanterns, and decided on a spot for the bed. Moving on to the kitchen, which was also connected to the chimney, I placed 2 furnaces for this, along with a range hood above to collect the smoke. For a bit of storage, I added this wine cellar style setup with barrels that I think looks pretty cool. I also added this little tinkerer's table thing, along with some bedside tables to our bed and some chests for some storage. Back to the tinkering table, I thought some more tools and item frames would work well as a great little detail for this, along with adding some extinguished campfires to the kitchen. And with that, the interior was all done, meaning the entire blacksmith was completed, and we were now on day 90. Taking a look around, there's a lot of spots without grass, which was greatly pissing me off. And I had no easy way of getting bones, except there was a skeleton skeleton spawner I'd found earlier. So it was, of course, time to make a skeleton grinder. I returned to the spawner and began clearing out an area for the spawner to be more efficient, and I mean, this spawner will be pretty much the exact same as the zombie one I'd made previously, so I'm gonna give my voice a break and leave you with some peaceful RuneScape music. With the spawner done, it did have a bit of an issue where the skeletons weren't coming down sometimes, so I went to take a look, almost died because, of course, there were still skeletons spawning there. I figured out the problem and got it all fixed up, returned to where the skeletons collected and opened it up to see better. Now, you might already see how much of an idiot I am. Yep, there it is. Well, I swear I'm actually brain dead sometimes, eh? I returned home with a grand total of 26 bones because it was day 92 and I had one more big project to get done. So I smelted all of the cobblestone I had left to my name and got to chopping down a metric ton of trees. And for this one, I actually had no idea what to build and decided on asking my wife, and she instantly said, make a windmill. And so that's exactly what I did. Situated just behind our expansive crop fields, this would be the perfect building to process the wheat into bread for the island's inhabitants. I opted to mainly use stone bricks and oak wood for this, mainly because it's all I really had available, and decided on making a sturdy base out of stone bricks along with the wooden tower on top that'd house the actual sail of the windmill. Once I'd figured out the proportions and got to the height I was happy with, I began on the roof, once again using my signature curved style with a trim of stone and filled out with oak wood. Now, when it comes to windmill sails, I suck absolute ballsack, so I borrowed from this design I found online, and thankfully there are way better builders out there than I that can actually do windmill sails more interesting than this piece of crap. And so with the sail all done, I turned my attention to the interior, which was where the windmill's power was converted into crushing wheat into flour. And finally, I finished it off by adding in various decorations. Now on day 98, I headed to bed and awoke on the final day, day 99. And I still had a lot more to do. I actually started freaking out at this point because I had just realized how much more I wanted to add to the island and only had one day left. So let's see if I could do it. After crafting up most of the things I needed, I hastily chopped down some more trees and got to work upgrading some of our light posts that were currently just a torch on a fence. So I added a nice sturdy base followed by a stone wall, oak fence, another stone wall, and topped off with a slab, 2 trapdoors, and 2 lanterns. This is honestly the perfect lamppost design, and I don't think I'll ever build it in any other way. So after adding 2 of those in front of my base, I headed towards the mine and quickly built another one there. I then found a bunch more spots to add in the rest of all the lampposts I could. I couldn't really add these everywhere because I just simply didn't have enough time left, so I just opted for some strategic locations I thought could use them best. With the lampposts done, I turned the 29 bones I had left into bone meal and prayed that was enough. I then made my way throughout the entire island, placing grass in places I deemed necessary, which was basically everywhere. It just adds so much life and visual interest to the previously boring areas and just makes the whole island feel way more lush, which I love. And so with the final grass bone mealed and it turning to night, I actually saw an enderman and decided not to risk it and headed to bed and awoke on day 100. We did it, gamers. Alright, and so with the whole challenge basically completed, let's get into a bit of a quick tour around the entire island, starting with my base interior here. So yeah, pretty basic. Obviously, I didn't have a lot of time in this series, and I wanted to get a lot of builds done. I also, didn't get to the second floor, which kind of stinks, but oh well. I'm overall pretty happy with the exterior of this base, which it turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I'm very happy with this. Turning our attention over to the back here, well, we have my very overcrowded animal farm over here, and then we have the blacksmith that I basically recreated directly from reference. I realized that actually, wow, I completely forgot to add a ceiling to this area. But yeah, upstairs, pretty nice. We used the materials we had available to us pretty well. And downstairs, I absolutely love this little workstation. I think this is one of the best I've built so far for a blacksmith. Heading back out this way, we have the old water processing tower, which I think was a pretty cool idea. I just wish we had frickin', spruce trapdoors to use for this. It would look way better, especially for these little water caching barrels as well. But I think the idea as a whole is really cool. I tried adding a water bucket here as if it's coming out of the pipe, but it just does this, and I couldn't think of a way to fix it, which kind of sucks, but yeah, what can you do? Following the path over this way, it leads us to the dock village, which I think turned out really nice. Again, this boat, still very not happy with it, but it just adds a little extra life to this dock, which I think it definitely needs. All of the houses I love, they turned out really nice, especially this one over here, definitely my favorite of the dock houses. Very cool layout. Over here, we have the massive sprawling crop farms, which just adds so much life and lushness to the island. Definitely needed that, and helped a lot with our food situation. Dude, this freaking Enderman has been bothering me for like ages, man. He needs to piss off. Again, taking the path over this way, we have the lighthouse, which I'm very happy with as well. And then we have the lighthouse keeper's house as well, which I thought was a pretty cool layout, having, you know, a bit of a workspace slash storage underneath and a simple little bedroom interior up here. That leads us down to where this... Oh, I'm gonna kill him, man. I'm done with him. Imagine this is the guy that kills me on the last... Don't do it to me. Don't do it to... Holy f***, man. I actually got full goosebumps across my entire body. That prick got me to 2 hearts, man. Holy shit. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if we died, but Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, as I was saying, this is the, like, island founders kind of original campsite, which I thought was pretty cool. I love these tent designs. These ones especially are my favorite. And heading over here, we have the, you know, the farming village, which turned out awesome. I love these house designs. And yeah, just taking a run through the field, we have the final build, which is the windmill. Very happy with this design. I think it turned out awesome, especially thanks to the reference I used for the windmill sail, which I just, yeah. Literally, if I hadn't used that, it would have just been, from here, it would have just been wool down, and then wool, wool, wool. That's it. Like a straight line of wool. I just can't do sails, man. I just suck at them, okay? This interior, though, I came up with this on my own. I love this. It's like, you know, the main pole here is turning and crushing wheat in this little thing and stuff, you know what I'm saying? The nether portal, not too crazy, but I think it's a nice little design. If you couldn't tell, these were meant to be like kind of the boards that were going across this and eventually just kind of broke out. And that, of course, also leads over to our mine, which I believe is the final build of the island. Well, the final build that we're looking at in the tour. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this turned out as well. I did actually want to add minecart rails to this that would come out somewhere here and go down the mine. And I wanted to, of course, make this 3 blocks wide, but I just kind of deemed all of that stuff a little bit unnecessary because I wanted to get more of the stuff outside done, you know what I'm saying. And so yeah, that's basically gonna do it for every single build we got done in 100 days on this island. In this video, I'm gonna attempt to survive 200 days on my moderately sized island, which is still the only piece of land in this entire world. I have a giant list of projects for the island, including getting all of my tools and armor enchanted. Yes, it turns out there is a way to get enchantments without sugarcane for books. So let's get straight into day 101. So I awoke in our island base, ready to tackle a bunch of new projects, with our first one needing a decent amount of wood, so I got straight to chopping. Now, you might be able to tell that it's pretty laggy at the moment, which was pissing me off. I ended up actually spending an entire real-life day choosing parts for my new PC, picking up the parts and building the whole thing, and here we are back in my world on my new Sigma GigaChad PC. I cried at the beautiful FPS I was now getting, along with admiring the moon, until heading to bed. On the morning of day 102, I sought to start our first new project of the 200-day challenge, a fishing pier. This was to be an extension of the existing dock, so I worked on removing part of it and began building the stairs and outlining the building. I also got the corner pillars established, extending those down into the ocean for theoretical stability. Now, I actually had no birch left, and I wanted some for the details of the building, so I went and harvested a couple of birch trees. After the tree chopping, my food reserves were looking quite low, so I went out to the animal farm, bred up all of my animals, and I think you know what happened next. It was also quite late at this point, so I headed off to bed. On the morning of day 103, I continued building my fishing pier by adding some more pillars around, as I felt the corner ones just weren't enough. I started connecting them up at the tops and, of course, ran out of wood, so I went and chopped a bunch more. On the morning of day 104, I finished up the pillars and finally started on the roof, which ended up looking quite weird. I forgot to mention I was actually following this reference image, which had a pretty unique looking roof, which, yeah, ended up looking a bit shit in the end. So now with the main construction of the pier building complete, I went around and added some much needed details, starting with some sticky outy bits on the pillars. This gave us room to slap in some fence details, along with some lanterns to keep the place nicely lit up. I then worked on a gate design to keep mobs out and added some slabs around as a sort of railing. I added another gate on this side, as this was where the boat parking area was to be situated. I built that out and added a U-shape at the end, along with getting assaulted by a dirty little water goblin. I headed back out to the boat docking area to add some fence pillars that didn't touch the bottom of the ocean. Just don't worry about it. Alright, and so that was pretty much everything done. All I did next was add in this cool ceiling design, along with a chair on each side of the pier and some storage and crafting in the middle. Now, the whole reason for this build was for it to be a safe space for me to do some fishing for the next 7 days. There's a 0.8% chance to get any enchanted book from fishing, which was quite a low chance, but I mean, I'll take whatever I can get at this point. I grabbed my 2 enchanted fishing rods from an ocean thingy I explored in the previous 100 days and combined them together to get mending and luck of the sea 1, which actually increases those odds from 0.8% to a whopping 1.2%. I know, it's quite a substantial upgrade, isn't it? fuck's sake, man, this is gonna take fucking forever. And so I headed down to my new home for the next 7 days and actually replaced half of this bench with a bed for me to sleep on. I then began my fishing journey, casting out into the big wide ocean in hopes of a book, swimming up and biting my hook. My first catch came swimming up and it was a salmon. My next cast yielded a cod, and the following actually got us an enchanted bow with power 3. This actually had the same odds of being a book, which looking back pisses me off greatly. After a bunch more casts, I only caught fish, which was quite depressing. It was also only until the next day that I caught something interesting. My god, we just got our first enchanted book. Please be something good. Oh, it's for a fucking crossbow. Are you serious? Dude, if I was an actual crossbow gamer, that would have been sick. Well, we continue, boys. Oh my god, we just got another one. Please, something good. Fire protection 3. Again, that's not really what we wanted. God damn it. Back to it, boys. Okay, I just got a new fishing rod. It's got lure 2 on it, which is actually going to help us immensely with waiting for, you know, fish to come. It's going to help that. It's going to make the fish come a lot quicker. That sounds kind of wrong. So I'm going to quickly head back to my blacksmith here and combine those two together. Hopefully it's not, you know, stupidly expensive. Okay, let's combine those two. 13 levels. You know, we don't really have any other use for our levels, so that's going to be pretty good. Also, yeah, here's our loot from, you know, we're now at day 108. That's all the loot we've got. Oh, I might as well also combine all these freaking bows together, eh? It's going to be expensive as hell. Okay, may as well just combine those together. Dude, look at that bow. That is insane. So we've now got the god fishing rod and the god bow, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, let's get back there and keep fishing. Okay, a couple casts later, we've actually got our first useful book, Efficiency 3. I don't really care about the blast protection, but we can put that on any one of our tools. So I'm glad we've finally got something we can actually use. Well, that is going to be my last cast for now, because it is now almost day 112. I don't want to spend any more time in this crap. I have gotten no more books. Oh my god, I've gotten so many fishing rods. I've also gotten a saddle, a name tag, a tripwire, you know, a bunch of random crap as well, and a crap load of fish. So yeah, out of all of that, we pretty much only got Efficiency 3. That's the only really useful thing that we've gotten. I don't know what I'm going to put it on. Maybe my axe, maybe my pickaxe, I don't know. But I think what I'm going to do now is get started on the next build, which is going to be extending this dock here. And I want to pretty much almost surround the entire island with this dock. So I'm probably going to need to go grab a bunch more wood. And I think, yeah, what I will do is actually create a new axe. And I will probably go ahead and slap that Efficiency 3 on that. All right, so put that in and that. And there we go. We now have an Efficiency 3 diamond axe, our first proper enchanted tool. That's going to make collecting wood a lot quicker and a lot easier. After getting a bunch of wood, I realized we'd need heaps of torches for the dock too, and I was completely out of coal. So I ended up heading down into the mines and thankfully quickly found a bunch of coal. Also, I accidentally turned off the in-game day counter here, so just letting you know it was day 113. After returning home, I crafted up a bunch of torches and grabbed all the stuff we'd need and finally got started on the dock extension. I branched it off of the left side of the existing dock and began extending it around the left side of the island. Getting the shape right was quite difficult and at times needed some revisions, but we got there in the end. While I was building, I was also getting more birch fence pillars established evenly spaced apart along the dock. And if you're wondering, yes, most of these pillars don't touch the bottom of the ocean. I ended up stopping the dock extension towards the top right of the island as I felt that was far enough, and finally added some docking areas pointing out from the dock all the way around. With the dock extension now fully completed, I moved straight onto the next project, a water wheel build, which needed a lot of stone. As for the position, I decided this spot was perfect, so I first got a foundation of cobblestone established that the water wheel building would be situated on top of. Now at this point I'd heard a little noise. And after some further investigating, it turns out Frank had joined our island. Those of you who have watched my Create series will remember this familiar face. I rushed off to grab a name tag, along with of course naming it Frank and giving it to our new island friend. I then got back to work, fully finishing off the foundation. After starting the pillars, Frank had joined us to begin supervising the project, so I felt this build was now definitely in good hands. He told me the existing pillars were in a dog shit location, so I extended the foundation and got them all in a better spot. I then worked on extending those pillars up to a height Frank was happy with and connected them all up together at the tops, and stepping back, it was looking great. I then started playing around with a couple roof designs, along with using the orthographic camera mod to get a look from afar, which was super helpful. I ended up settling on this shape and got it built along both sides of the building. Happy with the final shape, I began filling out the entire roof with oak stairs along with getting some dormers placed in, which took a little while to get figured out. In the end, I was happy with the overall look and was ready for bed. After trying to go to sleep, there was monsters nearby and I tracked it down to this annoying spider in the floor. I killed it, filled in the foundation and heard another one. Once it gave its position away, I quickly opened up the floor and fucking killed it and then finally drifted off to sleep. In the morning, I finished up the other side of the roof, along with starting on the walls, opting for textured stone and stone bricks. I then got started on the actual water wheel design, which was quite an arduous task. As you can see, there is actually no river here at the moment, as it was actually hidden underground. So while I was building the water wheel, I was also uncovering the underwater river. On day 120, the rain finally stopped, and I of course continued with the water wheel design, extending the spokes on all 4 sides. With all the spokes completed, I then worked on connecting them up together with some stairs and slabs to complete the actual wheel design. Also, I forgot I needed to strip the logs as well so they matched the stairs and slabs a little bit better. After completing the top portion of the wheel, I stepped back and was pretty happy with the overall design. It still needed a little holder on this side of the wheel, so I extended the logs out and got a little stone holder built and connected it up together. With the water wheel fully completed, I continued uncovering the underwater river, along with bringing the water level up a bit higher to meet the wheel. We now needed a way to get over to the other side, so I just designed a quick little arched oak bridge which ended up looking quite cute. Turning my attention back to the actual building, I decided on leaving the rest of the walls completely open as I felt it'd look more interesting. I filled in the gaps towards the roof and added some arches under all the pillars in each wall section. I added some interior details with log piles and some storage piles and then got started on the exterior details right after having an interesting encounter with Frank back at the house. I continued the details along the exterior, adding more supports around the entire building by extending out the foundation and adding stripped logs, stairs and fences above all of those. Now on day 123, I worked on getting some finishing touches done, like adding some trapdoors around the water wheel. And there we have it, the water wheel build was now fully completed. Diving straight into the next project, we needed a load more oak and birch wood, so I spent about a day gathering as much as I could. With the wood obtained, I scouted out a location to build our giant farmhouse building. We did have a little farming town already established, but I felt it needed another bigger building, and I decided this spot right next to the windmill was perfect. I originally decided on an L-shaped building, but it was just not working out, so I decided to challenge myself and create my first ever diagonal house. It was definitely quite a different type of build that I had basically no experience with, so I was practically winging it. After getting the pillars and the first set of walls completed, it was coming along a lot nicer than I thought it would, and I was pretty surprised at that. I decided on making the second floor stick out one more block as the build was lacking quite a bit of depth and I felt that'd remedy that perfectly. At this point, I'd also decided on changing the first floor walls from birch to stone and made the second floor birch instead, which I felt looked a lot nicer. I added in a bunch more windows to this top floor as it was kinda hard to add any other type of detail, and then began on the roof, which was definitely the hardest part of this entire build. It took a couple of tries to get the shape and heights right, and in the end, I still feel like the roof is a little bit too mellow. I tried for ages to make a little dormer, but it just wasn't working, so I left it and just added a chimney instead. I filled in these final gaps near the roof, and once they were done, I filled in the ceiling and the floor of the interior using some oak wood. Now with the exterior fully completed and looking awesome, it was time to tackle the interior. The first thing I decided to add was a diagonal staircase, which is possibly the hardest thing I've ever tried to build. I stuck with it, and in the end, yeah, it looks like brain dead dog shit. The next interior design I wanted was some indoor farms, one for wheat and the other for carrots. I tried for ages to make 2 separate diagonal farm designs, but it just wasn't working, so I gave up and ended up settling on these designs here. I added in the water source in the corner here along with tilling the dirt, getting some lighting established in the ceiling, and finally planted in all of the wheat and carrots. For the final details of the bottom floor here, I decided on getting some indoor house plants built in these corners of the house and then got some storage established under the staircase. I felt I should balance this out on the opposite side, so I did exactly that, placing in more chests. Heading up to the second floor, we had quite a lot of space to fill, which was definitely going to be difficult. My first idea was a bedroom that'd be in its own actual room with walls, so I cracked out the birch and got all of those walls built up, along with placing in the door. I decided on placing our triple wide bed over on this side of the room, along with a nice bed head of birch logs, a shelf holding some leaves, and a little lantern too. Over on the other side of the room, I filled in some of the walls to have an easier area to work with, and added in a little table to hold a prized stone hoe, along with a painting on the other wall. I then worked on filling in the ceiling, and decided this area of the walls was looking like absolute shit. I ended up removing the table and placing in some more house plants, with the prized stone hoe in between both of those. It was still kinda shit, but yeah, moving on. For this area of the second floor, I decided on placing in some furnaces with some chests for storage on the other side. I also added some barrels along the top areas for some added detail. I added a bunch of house plants in this corner, which I felt looked pretty cool, and got some lighting established with some fences dangling down from the ceiling into a lantern. I placed in some paintings over on this wall along with a couple of tables holding some leaves. Yes, I was definitely running out of ideas and materials. And for the final finishing touches, I added one more house plant and one more ceiling lantern, and finally the farmhouse was all completed. Moving straight on to the next project, which once again needed more wood, so I first repaired my axe. I then got straight into chopping a bunch of oak trees along with collecting some diorite that we needed for the build. And so this build was actually going to be a much needed upgrade for the animal farm. It was finally going to be made into a nice barn. After working on the pillar placements, I actually needed a little bit more space, so I extended out the island a tiny bit to get that extra land I needed. I also compressed my pathway area over here so I could squish in the pillars a little closer to my main base. I then fixed up all the pillars, getting them to positions I was happy with, and extended those up and connected them all up together. Now onto the roof design, which was to consist of a diorite trim and deep slate for the inner blocks. It took a couple tries to get the shape of the roof right, and in the end I was actually really happy with it. I connected both trims together along the sides and the top, and finally filled in the rest of the roof with textured deep slate tiles and bricks, which was such an awesome combo. With the roof all done, I worked a little bit on this outside portion, getting the pillars positioned a little bit better, and then moved on to the front entrance design for the barn. I wanted that big open barn door look, which I achieved with some oak trap doors, and topped them off with some extinguished campfires. For the walls, I went with a design that had some big openings with oak fences that I felt worked well, and would help ventilate all the animal farts. After finalizing the back wall designs, I moved on to the outside, getting the gaps under the roofs filled in and extending out the exterior animal pens. I then worked on this cute little roofed area for our animal pens to hide under when it's raining. This turned out to be a huge pain in the ass, as I couldn't get it looking right, but we got there in the end. I then spent an ungodly amount of time trying to separate the cows and sheeps until finally giving up. Onto the interior design, I went with a textured coarse dirt and dirt path, along with adding some little separators on the inside to place our shit into. On the left, I went with some hay bales, in the middle a bunch of various storage, and in the final segment, some more hay bales. And after lighting up the build with a bunch of torches, the barn was finally completed. Now on day 138, I got straight into our next project, which once again needed more goddamn wood. After chopping for a while, I returned home, grabbed a bunch of various wood items, and headed out to the spot, which was in the ocean. And that's because we're building a goddamn boat. Now, I absolutely suck at making boats, and honestly, they're really hard to build even in creative, so forgive me for using one of my older builds as reference here. I was definitely tempted to use Lightmatica with that easy place function, but honestly, that shit pisses me off, especially when other creators use it. To me, it just feels wrong to use, like it takes that aspect out of designing the build in survival and kind of ruins it in my opinion. But I mean, I guess I'm kind of doing that right now by following one of my older builds. I just feel that Lightmatica thing makes it too easy. I don't know, maybe leave your opinion on it in the comments, as I'd love to know what you think about it. And so, rant aside, I've basically built the entire boat now, just finishing up with the final sail here. The main deck was looking quite bare as well, so I just sprinkled in some random details like chests and barrels along with some grates in the floor. I actually have one more detail I want to add right here, but I need a piston for it. I was also completely out of coal and iron, so I ran down to the dock after catching Frank chilling out in a boat, and set sail out into the ocean in hopes of finding a cave. Stopping off at my first spot, I instantly found a cave which was perfect. I swam down and spotted some coal, which relieved me greatly. I placed down a door for air and began mining away. I ended up finding a second patch of coal, which I mined up, along with some iron, which was exactly what I needed. I decided to continue exploring, which paid off, as I found heaps more coal and iron. After some continued exploration, I found even more iron, which actually had me tearing up a little. It was a great sight to see. I then made my way back out to the boat and admired my island in the night. It was looking beautiful. Waking up on day 143, I smelted up all the iron I'd found on my expedition and crafted up the piston I needed for this final detail. Heading back onto the boat, it was time to build the capstan, which is basically the thing that you wind up the anchor with. I have this awesome design that uses 2 armor stands, and finally the piston to push the slab into place. Shit, that didn't work, eh? Alright, so thankfully pushing the slab in from the top works and doesn't displace the armor stands, thank God for that. And yeah, so after adding some signs on all the sides, it was all done and looking cool, and in fact, the entire boat was now fully completed. Now, I was definitely still pretty disappointed from my first fishing efforts back at the start of the 200-day challenge, so I wanted to try again, this time spending 10 days in total. I made my way down to the dock, deciding to take Frank with me and place him next to the pier. This ended up actually being a bad idea because he was a noisy ass prick, so I moved his ass back away. And so back at the pier, I started fishing. Day after day, night after night, all I did was fish. All I could see whenever I closed my eyes was fish. Until halfway through on day 149, a wandering trader had spawned in. He actually had something useful for for me, a cherry sapling, meaning we could get a new type of wood. I sprinted up to my base, tears streaming down my face until discovering I had no emeralds. I frantically checked every chest in disbelief as I was so excited to finally use a different type of wood, but I had no means of obtaining the sapling. Disappointed, I headed back to the dock to continue fish. Just kidding, I of course killed that little shithead and his dumb ass quit ugly little llama things. After getting my anger out, I continued fishing until the 10 days was completed, which would take another 5 days in total. If you're wondering, in real time, the entire time spent fishing was just under 2 hours, quite possibly the most boring 2 hours of my life. And so, with the sun setting on the final day of fishing, I caught my final catch, yet another cod, and headed to bed. In the morning, it was time to showcase the entire haul of the 10 days. We of course got a lot of fish, but we also caught heaps of fishing rods, some absolutely amazing enchanted bows, including one with infinity, and the big reveal, the books. We got 5 in total, with Loyalty 3, Fortune 2, which was amazing, Mending, which was beautiful and had me in tears, and the rest were dog shit. Just before I got to enchanting some stuff, I thought of another build that we should probably do, a bit of a harbor next to our big boat. This was gonna need a bunch of stone that I didn't have, so I harvested up a bunch along with some wood I needed too. Starting the harbor, I first had to clear out a decent area because there was quite a bit of sand in the way. I then worked on essentially covering this area of the land in some textured stone and stone bricks to create the foundation of the harbor. I extended this up to the top to create the floor of the harbor, along with clearing out some more land to make it slightly larger. Next, it was time to add in some pillar blocks for detail, along with adding some fences and fence gates between all of those. As for this section where I'd left a gap, I added in a ladder that'd lead down to a little wooden dock that was used for boarding boats, I guess. I felt the harbor was looking pretty flat, so I decided on making those pillar sections actually stick 1 block out from the rest of the harbor, which ended up fixing the flat problem pretty well. I also decided that adding some stairs on top of those pillars would look nice, and after adding those in, I think they definitely look a lot better. On the morning of day 156, I finalized the harbor by adding in some details, you know it by now, chests and barrels of course. I then worked on extending the pathway first down to the animal barn and finally over to the harbor. Next up, my wife had an amazing idea. Why don't I just disenchant my shit books to get some plain old books, which would allow me to make an enchanting table. I gave her a big kiss on the lips and got straight to doing just that. Now, of course, enchanting tables need 4 obsidian, so I headed down to the mine and mined up the pieces I needed. Returning home, I crafted up the enchanting table, something I thought I'd never get on this stinking island, and then crafted up a single bookcase along with it. Now, I just needed 1 more book to get a second bookshelf, so I just decided on continuing fishing until getting one and just praying that it was a shit enchantment. And well, after 2 days, we finally got our book with the shit enchantment. Thank God it didn't take any longer than that. I returned home, disenchanted the book, and crafted up the second and final bookshelf. I then decided on creating a cozy gazebo for the enchanting area, opting for this location down near the water wheel build. Starting off with the foundation for the gazebo, I went with textured stone and stone bricks, the perfect combo, and filled in the floor with just stone because I'm lazy. As for the pillars of the gazebo, I went with oak logs, followed by stone walls, oak fences, and more stone walls. As for the roof, I decided on some extinguished campfires with leaves as the main roof just to give that lush cozy vibe. Now, to make the enchanting table feel more completed, I used some chiseled bookshelves with, of course, no books inside, but I felt it worked well. I then got my ass into gear and made the floor more interesting by adding in a checkered pattern with some stone bricks. I also wanted some pots at this point and decided to go on an adventure to find some clay. I had a quick sleep out on the dock and got started exploring on day 160. And well, it didn't take very long and I instantly found some clay. I was expecting this to take a while because I'd tried to find clay a little earlier but found none, so I was kinda glad it was that easy, to be honest. After smelting the clay, I crafted some pots and sprinkled them all around the gazebo, placing various flowers inside, and they just perfectly filled the space and enhanced the lush vibe so much more. It was now time to start enchanting some tools, so I decided on crafting up some brand sparkly new ones. I enchanted the sword first, getting fire aspect to make collecting food quicker and easier as it'd cook itself. I then went with the shovel next, getting efficiency, along with enchanting my other one too to get unbreaking so I could combine them together. Next up it was the pickaxe. I decided on enchanting both again and got some decent enchantments. And finally I just did my other sword and got sharpness, which I was happy with. Heading over to the anvil, I added the Fortune 2 book to my pickaxe. I also decided on putting mending on my shovel, which was a pretty shit idea to be honest. I also tried to combine my 2 bows together, but unfortunately I didn't have enough levels at the moment, so I'd have to do it later. Low on food, I decided to test out my new sword that'd cook the food for me, which was probably the best enchantment I'd gotten from the enchanting table. Next up, I felt the entire area around the gazebo was just a little shit, so I first worked on getting some better pathways established, first connecting the windmill to the mine, then to the portal, and the portal up to the gazebo. I then added more pathways connecting to the gazebo, along with one that leads over to the water wheel building. I also added this secondary entrance into the water wheel building, along with connecting it up to the bridge. The entire area was still just a little flat, so I placed in heaps of bushes around the place, along with bone milling the grass around to get it a little more lush. My next project was a pretty big one, another expansion to the dock, this time by adding a bunch more houses. This would need a whole goddamn heap of wood, so I worked on chopping basically the entire forest of my island down. Now with a bunch of wood obtained, I headed down to the dock to begin construction. Starting off, this first area here could fit in a house nicely, so I worked on getting a little platform built for it. After playing around a bit with the positioning, I was happy with the placement and then continued by extending the pillars up. I then added in some walls, decided they looked crap and changed them up to get a window placed in. On the back two walls, I added in some additional pillars and then got started on the roof, which was to consist of stone for the trim and birch for the main roof blocks. I finished it off with a cute roofed section and got straight onto the next house. This one was to be an L shape, just for something slightly different, so I figured out the position and shape along with getting all the walls, roof, and everything built up. This next one was another simple square shape, but was going to be another place that would connect up to the mainland. I was going to make this one 2 stories tall, but I felt it'd look a bit weird and out of place. Next, I felt a crane design would fit in perfectly right here, so I did a similar design to the one up at the mine entrance to keep the island's designing consistent. Now for the final expansion, I added another pathway that branched off right next to the fishing pier, and this would lead to a bunch more houses. These are all honestly the same design, and I don't really have much to say about them, so I'm going to leave you with some bangin' old school RuneScape music. And so that's the expansion all done, except all of these houses are completely empty, so it was time to fill them up with a bit of detail. And when I say a bit, I really mean it, as I don't have a lot of resources and patience. For this first house, I connected it up to the mainland as well with a bit of a path. Now, all of these houses have the same basic interior, as I didn't want to waste too much time working on them along with the previous mentioned reasons, and I don't want to waste your time either, so they're now all completed. At this point, my axe was running dangerously low, so it was time to repair it. I crafted up a second axe and enchanted it with unbreaking just so it was a little beefier, along with combining both of them together in the anvil. On to the next project, an absolutely massive tower and the biggest single build on the island. Guess what? It needed a fuckload of wood, so that's exactly what I gathered. I also needed more food, so I killed heaps of my animals, along with gathering some more diorite and deep slate for the tower, as I wanted to use those blocks. Now, while mining deep slate, I was actually going in a straight line in hopes of finding a new cave, and thankfully I did, and it had some more diamonds for us, which was great. While looking for a spot to build the tower, I saw this dolphin stuck on the dock, so I went down to help, successfully getting it back in the water. I then decided on building the tower right here in this big open spot, and it could serve as a sort of connection between the campsite and the rest of the island by having the path go through it, which I thought would be quite cool. So beginning construction of the tower, first with the pillars. I wasn't joking when I said this would be huge. I ended up settling on 20 blocks tall. I also wanted this to have 2 roofs, one halfway up and one up at the top, of course. Working on the walls, I added in several windows and added some depth with details that run up along the pillars, along with extending the top of the tower out 1 block. Back down at the bottom, I continued those details around the sides, along with building up the walls that'd have the entrances, opting for big open arches. I extended the walls up, adding plenty of stripped oak logs for texture, along with heaps of leaves for detail. Up at the top of the tower, I added walls on every side with plenty of windows and got started on the roof, consisting of the same block palette as the barn, a diorite trim and deep slate for the main roof block. Texturing the diorite with polished diorite along with deep slate bricks and tiles for the main roof has got to be one of my most favorite block palettes. It just looks so clean, man. I love it. So there's the tower exterior all done. Now onto the interior. I first replaced all of the sand on the ground with some oak instead. I added a ladder that had run up to the second floor, of which I added the slabs in for. So for the second floor interior, I don't really know who would live here, maybe a wizard or something, but I just went with a generic little interior with a bedroom, some storage, and a little houseplant as well. Now finally onto the pathway, which was to connect the campsite up to everything else while running through the tower. And there we have it. The tower was all done and looking majestic as hell. Straight onto the next project, which was to add a little bit of life to the island with some custom palm trees. These of course need some bloody wood, of which I harvested. And so onto the tree designs. They're pretty easy to make, just a simple trunk 5 blocks tall, then branched 1 block forward that you place another 5 blocks on. The top leaves are very easy to make. It's a simple plus shape up at the top, and you just add 8 branches in total, making sure to add the diagonal ones in too. I ended up building a bunch of these all along the front of the island and finished it off with a slightly smaller one back at the front middle area. While I was building the tower, I noticed this spot here and felt a bit of a pond/oasis design would fit in perfectly, so I just got straight to terraforming to get the perfect shape. I then started filling it completely up with water until heading to bed and waking up on day 189. I then made the pond a little deeper in the middle, along with cracking out the bone meal to get a bunch of seagrass planted, along with removing some of it as it was slightly too much. Then to add some detail along the outside, it was onto our good old friend the bushes. I added 3 in total, all of which sprawled down into the pond for an interesting look. And that's it, the pond was all done. Now, returning home, the pond here was lacking in comparison to the one we just built, so I felt it needed a bit of an upgrade. I first worked on expanding the size so it'd be a little bit more circular in shape. Next, I simply added more bushes back in, along with using some bone meal to get the grass back, and that's it for the pond upgrade. We were now at day 190 and I still had iron armor. Checking our diamonds, we had 12 in total, and I also decided on getting some more iron because we had basically nothing. So it was time to get some mining done just before killing some innocent animals. Down in the mine, I finally found some iron, and shortly after that, some diamonds too. We had found 15 in total, and adding that to our 12 back at home meant we could finally get a full diamond armor set. But I still wanted more iron, so I continued on until finding this. Now, I was absolutely terrified. I knew nothing about the deep dark. I haven't even seen it before, so I just ran away like a baby. And so, while strip mining in the complete opposite direction, I found this. It was another deep dark area, and to say I was terrified was an understatement. It just looked so weird, and I wanted to have a look in the water, so I jumped in, and oh my god, look at that. That is absolutely terrifying. I got back as quick as I could and decided that was enough mining down at the deep slate layer. So after a full day of mining, I'd finally found some more iron, which was a sight for sore eyes. My pickaxe was also almost broken, so I just decided to head back home to repair it. So I crafted up another pick along with crafting all my diamond dubber until realizing I was now 2 diamonds short. I had to head back down to the scary deep slate layer, which I really didn't want to do. Thankfully, after digging in the complete opposite direction again, I quickly found more diamonds, meaning I could head back to the safety of the stone layer. After mining for ages, I finally found more iron. Like, just look at how far this tunnel goes, man. I swear this island is cursed for iron. A couple more seconds of mining later, I actually found another thick patch. Maybe my luck was actually turning around. About a minute later, I found even more iron, which was just, oh man, it was perfect. But then this happened. That's right, I hit the iron jackpot. This underwater cave was absolutely filled to the brim with iron. I was gonna record me mining every single patch, but I just gave up because there was so much. In the end, I'd mined almost 4 stacks, which was absolutely insane. I was so happy at this moment because there was also an easy exit out into the ocean, and my island wasn't too far away either. So now with enough diamonds, I made my final piece of armor, the legs. I also had plenty of levels, so it was time to enchant everything, and I ended up getting some pretty decent ones on each piece, except for the helmet because I ran out of levels. I ran back home and collected the iron in my furnaces, which got me to the level I needed, so I ran back and enchanted my helmet, the last piece. And there we have it, fully enchanted diamond tools and armor, something I never thought would happen here on the island. Wasting no time, I got straight into the next project, an expansion to the harbor we built earlier. It definitely feels pretty small, so I decided expanding up the side of the island would make it look a little bit better. So for the first section, I raised it up higher and further out into the water to match the land with the animals. I continued adding the sticking out pillars as well, as they add a lot of depth to the build. Continuing further down, I lowered the harbor again to match the land, along with shaping the next segments to the land, further bringing it inwards. I finished off the final segment along with shaping up the land slightly to give more room on the harbor, along with adding all the details to the pillars. I also worked on replacing the existing torches with lanterns, along with adding more lanterns further along the expansion. Once that was done, I added a little staircase on each side of the raised section to make traversing the harbor a little bit easier. Once those were done, I finished up the harbor by adding more detail blocks with plenty of barrels and chests. Next up for the harbor, I wanted to add some areas that you could walk onto easily and park boats at, so I added these sticking out dock segments to a couple of the sections along the harbor. I also, for some reason, decided on adding a little secret room under the tall part of the harbor because why not, I guess. I fully cleaned up the interior along with replacing the walls and ceiling with stone and stone bricks. I then decided on making this a sort of hobo den or something, basically just a little place someone's been living in. I added heaps of random decorations throughout the room, and it was all done. Now, with only 3 days left, I just decided to spend this remaining time polishing up the island, with my first idea being to add some big rocks along the sandy portion of the island. I added heaps of these consisting of andesite and stone, along with a decent amount of buttons stacked as small stones. I definitely think this was a nice little upgrade to the island. With all the iron I had meant I could make a lot of lanterns, so what I did next was simply go around to a bunch of builds and add them where they were needed. Heading down to the pier, I decided on adding some extra details around the pillars here just because I felt they were lacking a little bit. After the upgrade, it's looking much nicer. I had a sleep under the stars and we were now on the final day, day 199. Starting off, I continued replacing a bunch of the torches around the island with lanterns just because they look so much nicer in my opinion. I did leave the lighting on the dock as torches mainly because I feel they fit that beachy vibe a little better. Next, I decided to fix this pathway here that runs alongside the barn and up to the blacksmith, just simply making it 2 blocks wide. I then spotted this little farm that we actually built back on like day 5 that was also partially destroyed by a creeper, so I just decided on fixing it up and expanding it a bit to fit the landscape. I also found plenty of spots that were bare with grass, so I just went around with some bone meal and added a bunch in where I saw it fit. And to finish up the final day, I again continued going around and upgrading a bunch of torches into lanterns, and with the sun setting on the final day, I headed down to my dock to have a sleep and awoke on day 200. Alright, and well, there we have it. The 200-day challenge is now fully completed, and I'm going to take you on another quick little tour of the entire island now. I won't bother showing all of the old builds, I'll just show all the new stuff, starting with the barn here. Definitely one of my favorites in the upgrade category. We basically just had a boring old pen, and yeah, this was a much-needed upgrade and turned out very nice. Although it is lacking a little bit of depth in this front here. I tried to go with like kind of that flat vibe, but I don't know, it just, yeah, I feel like I probably could have done more, but yeah, you know, it looks alright. Oh my Jesus Christ, that scared me. Do you actually have anything good? Man, you know what time it is for you, buddy. Get out of here, you ugly mongrel bastards. Alright, we've got the harbor and the boat as well. Definitely turned out very nice, of course, because, you know, I was following a reference of a build I've done before, although slightly a different block palette. But yeah, I think it's definitely a nice little addition to our island off on the side here. Definitely fits the vibe pretty well as well, and along with the harbor too. I'm not really happy with that, you know, this top part and how it goes up so high, but I just kind of had to do that to conform to the, you know, land here. And plus the boat was already so close, I couldn't really go down and further out or else it'd touch the boat, you know? Moving over to the dock expansion. Definitely a very nice upgrade down here on the water. I just felt it definitely needed it. Along with the pier as well, it was just a very nice place to fish in, I will say. Especially after those little upgrades that we did to it, just makes it look way nicer. We got Frank down here in the boat as well, still chilling out. I'm kind of worried about destroying this and freeing him. I don't want him to drown or something, so he can just kind of stay there, you know? We had a little crane down here as well, which turned out really nice, mainly because, you know, it's the same design as the other one over at the mine. Heading up here, we've got the big old tower. Dude, this thing turned out so cool. I love this thing. I love that it serves as a nice little walkway between the campsite and the rest of the island as well. This whole village here remains pretty much unchanged except for adding lanterns around, but we also have this addition of my first ever diagonal house, which turned out really nice, and this serves as kind of like the main like massive farming house that would control like a lot of this farming area. And then back over here we have the main kind of final builds. We've got the gazebo enchanting area, really cool. I wish we could get more bookshelves than just those two, but you know, we're working with what we got, and then we also have the water wheel too. Again, just a really cool build. Obviously, it doesn't really serve any kind of purpose, as with most of these builds, but I think it turned out really nice, especially the interior here. I love this. So yeah, that's just about gonna do it for surviving 200 days on this deserted island. In this video, I spend 100 days building the ultimate farm from scratch in hardcore Minecraft. I've added a couple of mods like Croptopia, which adds a lot more crops and food to the game, cooking for blockheads, which gives us kitchen-related blocks to cook with, farming for blockheads, which gives us a market to buy seeds from, geophilic, which improves vanilla biomes in subtle ways. We've got a whole heap of decorational and industrial mods, and serene seasons, which adds seasons to the game, which also affects our crops. And we've got a lot of work to do, so let's get straight into day one. Spawning in, I found myself in a nice lush forest, and pretty quickly I found something new. It was a tree that had fruit in the leaves. I tried destroying a leaf, which yielded lemons. I figured out you can also just right-click them too, which would allow the tree to regrow more for us in the future. After harvesting 9 in total, I checked the nutritional values, which was thanks to the apple skin mod, and that showed they only heal half a hunger bar, which kinda stinks. I then made my way over to a fallen tree and collected my first pieces of wood. I then crafted up a wooden pick, started a little mine, and gathered some cobblestone. I ended up finding finding some coal too, which was absolutely perfect. I quickly used those to craft some torches so we could actually see. I returned to the surface, crafted up some stone tools, and headed down to continue mining the coal, and ended up reaching into a giant ravine. I started crying over the lack of iron in said ravine, but after some continued searching, I found a big, thick patch of it, which relieved me greatly. I carefully made my way down and mined up all of it because I was extremely vulnerable right now and wanted to upgrade my tools and armor very badly. Upon mining it all up, I soon encountered my first skelly and took him down, only taking one hit, but of course receiving 0 bones. I ate a couple lemons, skin and all, which I'm sure was extremely delicious, and pushed on. I discovered a patch of dripstone and mined a bunch of it, as it may come in handy if we need lava later on. I then decided it was time to get out and find an area to settle down at, and after reaching the surface, I breached out into a massive plains area which looked absolutely perfect. After a quick lay of the land, I spotted what appeared to be an apple tree, and upon harvesting the fruit, it turns out I was right. Honestly, why isn't it like this in game already? After harvesting a bunch of apples from a few different trees, I spotted a small ravine nearby and had a quick look for some iron within, but it appeared bone dry in the iron department. I noticed the imminent sunset and it dawned on me. I needed a bed pronto. I didn't want to be stuck underground like in the last 100 days video, so I quickly started searching for some sheep. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find one, so I plonked down my crafting table, built a furnace, and began smelting my iron, praying for it to be done before the sun fully set and mobs would start spawning in. While the iron was smelting, I had a quick look for some more sheep nearby, but it turns out our little guy right here was a lone wanderer. I headed back to my furnace, which thankfully had 2 pieces, and crafted up some shears. I sheared our sheep, of course only got 2 wool, and then noticed some weird looking crops in the distance. Harvesting the first one gave us mustard, which I definitely was not expecting. The other one gave us some lettuce, and I kinda hoped we could use it to make burgers or something. I turned around and thankfully our sheep friend had regrown his wool, so I sheared him again, made a bed, and drifted off to sleep. Waking up on day 2, I sought to upgrade some of my tools with an iron pickaxe and sword. I also reminisced on all of the comments from the previous video telling me to make a shield, so I crafted one up and promptly never used it for the rest of this video because shields are for pussies. I packed up my shit and began surveying the area. I headed to a high point nearby and built a dirt tower to see the entire biome a bit better, and looking around it was pretty hilly in most areas except for right here. We'd only really need to terraform the area I was standing on, which was pretty good. So I decided on this location. I then promptly fell off the dirt pillar, losing over half my health, and pondered on my stupidity. I made my way over to the area I liked and began terraforming the nearby hill and cleared out a bunch of the grass to make way for my planned farmhouse base. This was to be the center point of the entire farm, and I had some awesome ideas for how it was gonna look. After the terraforming was mostly done, I'd now need a shit ton of wood, so I spent the rest of day 2 and into day 3 getting as much as I could from the nearby forest. I ended up finding a bunch of different crops while chopping trees, including blackberries, cauliflower, cantaloupe, which we call rockmelon here in good old Australia, and some celery too. I started feeling slightly overwhelmed with all the crops, but I also had plans for a massive farm, so hopefully we could get them all planted. Just as a quick side note, I thought I'd mention I've never actually played with any of the mods I'm using in this video, so it was going to be a bit of a learning experience, okay? Now, at this point, I'd actually changed my mind on the block I wanted to use for the base of my farmhouse, and to find that block, I needed to start a mine, so I did exactly that. After a short amount of digging, I found the block diorite. Now, I know what you're thinking, diorite looks like bird poo, but trust me, it's gonna look awesome in this base, okay? I'd also dug into a cave, so I spent some time searching for more iron and ended up finding a pretty decent amount. I also had a bit of an altercation with a skeleton that also dropped no bones, and continued mining iron. Upon returning to my mine, I noticed it was now night, so I slept to day 4. I breached to the surface, slaughtered a nearby pesky creeper that I knew would try blow me up later, and began setting up a smelting area for all the iron I'd collected. At this point, I'd completely ran out of food, so I headed to the nearby forest in search of more apples or lemons, but ended up actually finding some persimmons that I devoured. I also thankfully found some cows, which provided me with some juicy steaks to cook up later. I also stumbled onto some more crops, with the first being a tomatillo. What the fuck? Okay, after looking it up, a tomatillo is an actual thing. What the hell? And right beside it was just a regular ass tomato. Oh, and I found some blueberries as well. Heading further up the forest, I found another couple of cows that I mercilessly killed because I was hungry. I'd also found another new crop, corn. I started getting some awesome ideas to build a massive cornfield at this point, so stay tuned. I returned home, began cooking up all the steaks, and crafted up some buckets for water for our farms. On my way to get said water, I encountered a witch that decided on poisoning me. I returned home to like 100 skeletons in my area, so I ran off and slept elsewhere. Awakening on day 5, I encountered the same witch from earlier that poisoned me again. I killed her and then noticed all of the burning skeletons and realized I could easily get some bones here. I just needed to remember where they would all die. I collected a couple, and at this point I was still poisoned for another 15 seconds at that, which pissed me off greatly. I continued collecting the bones, getting a decent amount. With all the smelted iron, I crafted up a chest plate and upgraded my final tool, the axe. I admired my new drip while heading to the forest to begin the great harvest. I ended up getting a decent amount, but still needed to get more diorite, so I headed back to the mine once again to continue digging. After clearing out the entire deposit, I noticed it was night outside and slept underground into day 6. Upon returning to the surface, I started smelting up some stone, and while crafting some polished diorite, this happened. Wow, that was a close one. Here's my live reaction.
Holy shit.
At this point, a wandering trader had also spawned in, so I checked his trades, which were of course garbage, so I killed him and his stupid alpacas. Now it was finally time to start building my farmhouse. I laid out the pillars with the back using stone bricks and the front using diorite. I connected all the diorite pillars together with some stairs, leaving a gap for the entrance. This front area was to be my porch, and I decided on using some fences from the McCaw's Fences mod, which looked absolutely perfect. At this point it was day 7, and I wanted to try find some different wood to use, but after an extensive search of the nearby areas, there was only oak for miles. Heading back home, I did find another herd of cows that I slaughtered for more food. Returning home, the base was looking good, coming along nicely, but I definitely needed more stone, so back down to the mine it was. I spent the rest of day 7 and into day 8 down in the mine gathering as much stone as I could, as we needed a decent amount for the farmhouse. While the cobblestone was smelting, I continued building our base, starting with the porch. After adding in the floor, I raised up the front pillars of the base and started adding in the roof for the porch, consisting of a diorite trim and oak wood for the rest. With the porch fully completed, I moved on to adding in the second floor pillars, which I decided on changing to diorite. I then added stairs connecting these pillars here, along with some vertical slabs to cover the gaps. Yes, you heard me right, vertical slabs. Now, at this point, I actually had to go download a mod to allow me to switch crafting recipes so I could actually make oak vertical slabs, which I planned on using for our first floor walls. Just before I started building, I noticed one of these guys. So while I waited for him to piss off, I had a look at what we could use for a window and decided on oak barn trapdoors. These needed glass panes, so I headed off to the nearby pond in hopes of it having some sand. Thankfully, it did have a big patch of sand, so I worked on digging out a bunch of it. Returning home, I began smelting it all up and quickly headed back to the mine to get some more coal and diorite. With the glass now fully smelted, I used it to make some glass panes and then our window blocks, which I hoped would look good because I've never actually used them before. Next, I wanted to make some stripped oak vertical slabs to use as texturing in our walls, so I placed a bunch of it down, stripped it, and then figured out you can't actually craft them. Disappointed, I had to sleep on my porch steps to awaken on day 10 with plans to finally continue construction on my base. Hopefully we'd actually get it done before the goddamn video ends, man. Using our oak vertical slabs, I placed some down on our front walls, which felt and looked very cursed, but honestly they work really well to add depth to the walls without actually losing any space on the inside, which was great. I placed in our trapdoor window, which was basically just a glass pane with a wood frame, and then added some pillars along the top of the wall to add some more detail. Next up, I added our door frame right in the middle and then slapped our door in, which was looking a little bit bland at the moment, but don't worry, we'd figure that out soon. To remedy the walls looking slightly bland, I perused through the modded blocks and found these, which could look good, so I crafted some up. To go along with them, there were corner variants as well, which I thought I'd try out. Heading back to the base, I placed in the corner ones, which looked freaking awesome, and then added the straight ones, which I didn't like too much. I'd soon try out another block here. Happy with the corner ones, I added them under every pillar and then tried out fences below them, which fit in perfectly. As for in between the tops of the pillars, I just opted for the good old fence and fence gate design and added this to every pillar section. I then continued adding in the rest of the front walls using the same window design for each section. I then made my way over to the side walls and began working away. I first connected up all our oak pillars along the top, similar to how we did with the front. I also added our vertical slab walls at this point too. And finishing up the first floor, I added those same details to the pillar areas. Moving up to the second floor, I decided on using stone for the walls and also found out those corner details came in a diorite variant too. I also found some awesome looking fences to add between the pillars. I then spent basically half a Minecraft day thinking of what blocks to use with the roof and decided on a stone trim with oak for the rest. I don't know why that took me so long. I also added a dormer to the front middle area of the roof, which fit in perfectly. And there we have it. Now on day 13, our farmhouse base exterior was fully completed and actually looking way better than I expected. Let me know what you think in the comments. And well, now it was time to tackle the interior that I had big plans for. We of course needed a floor floor first, and I decided on an oak slab trim with stone filling out the rest. With the floor done, I continued with the ceiling and opted to have a gap in the middle to separate the second floor a bit and keep it interesting. I then played around with a few different ways of how we'd actually get to these two floors and just ended up settling on two separate ladders, which hopefully wouldn't get too annoying. I decided on adding a bit of a safety railing to these floors using another modded fence variant, which just, man, they just look so good. Now, before I started building the interior, I wanted to make a backpack which needed some iron. I actually had plenty and began smelting, but realized I'd run out of coal, so I went for a quick trip down to the mine and totally didn't spend the entire day down here. I found this beautiful dripstone cave that was unfortunately filled to the brim with mobs, so I turned around and just continued mining over here instead. Heading back, it was of course nighttime again, so I slept underground into day 15 and made my way back to the surface. I began smelting all the iron I'd mined, and while I waited, I worked on getting the wool I'd also need to create the backpack, and after some searching, I found our little guy from earlier and sheared him. Returning home with everything we needed, I crafted up the backpack, and wow, that is a lot of space, which will definitely come in handy. With a lot more iron now smelted, I used it to craft the rest of the armor pieces I was missing, along with a new iron pick, and there we have it, full iron on day 15. Not that impressive really. Next up, I wanted to start crafting all the random interior blocks and decorations I wanted, and they all needed a lot of wood, so I began chopping down this little tree farm I made earlier. Onto the first block, I wanted an oven. The only thing we didn't have was black stained glass, which was definitely annoying. So I made my way back over to the pond in hopes of it containing squid, and thankfully the pond provided once again. I swiftly dispatched a bunch of them, grabbed their ink sacks, and returned home. I slept out in the bush before mobs could start spawning and awoke on day 16. It was definitely taking way longer than expected to finish this stupid house, and it was starting to piss me off, man. Returning home, I crafted up the oven and began trying to figure out how to craft these stupid compact barrels and chests, which I thought would just make life a little easier out here on the farm. That didn't exist yet. I ended up spending most of the day trying to craft these stupid bastards up, and at the end of it all, I had this cool barrel to show for it. At this point, I'd also ran out of iron, because those barrel things needed a lot of it. So I found myself back down in the mine, and eventually made my way down to that awesome looking dripstone cave. I got into a bit of a brawl with some zombies and a skeleton, but ended up taking them down. Perusing through the cave, I found more iron, a lot more stupid, annoying mobs, and eventually a bunch of diamonds. Well, that's what I'd hoped. It turned out it was only one piece, of course. I almost missed this next patch of diamonds, which thankfully had a bit more in it too. I continued my exploration and eventually found myself in the zombie kindergarten. These feisty little mongrels almost killed me until I built their greatest weakness, a 2-block high dirt pillar. At this point, I'd ran out of food and started eyeing off some rotten flesh until I realized I actually had some glowing calamari from some glow squid I caught earlier. I set up a quick little cookout, fried up the calamari, and that satiated, not a lot of my hunger. Now on day 18 down in the mines, I spotted my third patch of diamonds, finally, which only had one once again. Soon after, I found another patch, which thankfully had at least 2 in it. I'd returned to the dripstone cave and found more diamonds, except it was just 1 again, and at this point I was very low on food and getting shot at by skeletons, so it was time to leave. Returning home, I began the great smelting of all the iron I'd collected and admired my measly 8 diamonds. That's quite shit, eh? I also decided it was finally time to build our first farm of this farm-specific 100 days video. I'm sorry this took so long. This first farm was to be basically a decorative one, but we'd use it in the meantime to grow wheat for expanding our soon-to-exist cow population. I planned on using bone meal to get some wheat real quick, and it just simply wasn't working. I was very confused. I thought that maybe it was related to the seasons mod I implemented. So I searched up the calendar and noticed it was spring. Surely wheat could grow in spring, right? I then just decided on spamming bone meal, which actually grew it slightly, and then realized that maybe wheat just can't grow in spring. So I searched it up, and sure enough, the fertile seasons were summer and autumn. What a bummer. I then just used the rest of my bone meal on this one wheat, and thankfully it grew. We could use this piece to lure some cows and eventually start our cow farm. On a rainy day 18, I slept outside for some reason. I'd literally just spent hours building our farmhouse, and waking up on day 19, I had a nice healthy 4 apples for breakfast and spent the entire day crafting the rest of the random shit I wanted in my house. Now on day 20, it was finally time to start on our house interior. I'd crafted all the crap we needed, so let's get started. I started off with our bedroom right in between the 2 ladders. I placed in the fancy bed I crafted and changed the sheets and pillows to red. I then placed in our 2 bedside tables that also had storage inside them too, and then placed 2 torches on each of those. It was looking a little bare above the bed, so I added a quick little leaf thing, and that's the bedroom done. Heading over to the left side wall, I started on our storage area. I filled the top up with these barrels that held a lot of one item, which was pretty handy. I added a little shelf below these and filled the bottom up with more barrels and some compact chests that hold the same amount as double chests. I started our kitchen on the right side wall, firstly placing in our oven. I added a decorative range hood above this and added a few pipes above that I might eventually add a chimney to. I had a look inside the oven, which was very confusing, and just decided to continue building instead of figuring that shit out. I grabbed out the kitchen table and chairs I'd made and started figuring out where to place them. I tried a few different designs and locations until I settled on this one that was nice and out of the way and in the corner. Our kitchen was coming along nicely except for beside the oven, so I placed in some of the spare item drums I'd made, which would be a nice storage for coal and things to be smelted. Next up, I headed outside and literally slept out here. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I just made a nice fancy bed inside. What am I doing, man? I came back inside on a bright and sunny day 21 and placed in a bunch of furnaces below those item drums, along with this spare barrel thing I made accidentally. I started figuring out my storage area, made a few modifications, and then admired my base interior so far. It was coming along quite nicely. I realized I'd completely forgotten about crafting, so I just added a few benches into the ground below the storage, which I thought worked well and looked intentional, at least. I then added some cushions to our kitchen chairs, had a quick little sit to test out the comfort, and got off my ass to continue building. I thought the floor was quite bare, so I started crafting up some nice red carpets, added them beside my bed, and quickly ran out. Cutting the boring crap of me gathering wool and flowers, I returned home, finished off the bedroom, and added a nice rug near the storage. I then crafted up my first diamond tools with a pickaxe, shovel, and an axe until running out of diamonds. I ate some chicken and admired my sparkly new tools in my epic new house. I finished off day 21 cutting down some trees while thinking about which project I wanted to start next. I have no idea what happened on day 22, I have no footage of it, but now on day 23, it was finally time to start planning out our farm, starting with the plot sizes. I wanted our farm to basically be a giant grid, and I first needed to figure out the sizes of each of those plots. After marking everything out, I wrote down our plot size on a sign so I wouldn't forget it, and added a second sign for something you guys shouldn't forget to do as well. I'm so sorry about that one. Now it was finally time to start adding in our pathways that'd separate each plot. So I got to work on our first plot pathways, which obviously contained my farmhouse. I had to do quite a bit of terraforming, and I also had a pretty smart idea of using a stone shovel for marking out the paths to save the durability of my diamond shovel. Just thought I'd let you guys know. I finished up the paths at the end of day 23 and hit the sack. Starting bright and early on day 24, I sought to expand the wheat farms in front of my house. I worked on tilling all of the land, leaving a 1-block gap from the pathway, and planted the rest of the wheat seeds I had to my name. Now, I wanted to know when these bad boys would actually start growing, so I checked the calendar, which said it was actually the last day of spring, meaning tomorrow these guys should all start growing a lot faster, which was great. We could finally start a cow farm because I was sick of living off apples. For the rest of day 24, 25, and into 26, I worked on adding a second plot to our farm to start growing other crops. And once I'd finished terraforming, I also started a second plot for which I had big plans. I admired my new farmland on day 26, but was also extremely low on food. However, I had a plan. With wheat growing faster in summer and autumn, I checked the calendar, which showed it was now summer, thankfully. We could now start going full speed on wheat and stocking up on feed for our animals we didn't have yet. So it's time to get that sorted out, and I started off by getting a little temporary pen built behind my farmhouse. I just built a quick and dirty one using boring old vanilla fences as I wanted to get this cow population established ASAP. With the pen completed, I began rounding... Oh my god. With the pen done, I began rounding up the local cow herd and brought them... Man, holy You guys know what I'm trying to say. I give up trying to say this goddamn line, man. When it came to the animal farms, I had a bit of a secret weapon, and that was a little item called a feeding trough. This would allow me to put food in the trough and the animals to breed automatically, but the recipe needed a golden carrot, and I had no carrots. But I had another secret plan, and that was to build a market. We'd be able to trade for carrots instead of needing to find them, which would make life a lot easier. I went searching for a sheep to get some wool we'd need, got a bit sidetracked and killed a lot of wild pigs, until finding a sheep that I dyed red and sheared, and then continued killing a lot more animals. I got jumped by a skeleton that I exterminated, and upon reaching my doorstep, a baby zombie emerged from my farm and almost put me down. I called it a night and headed for bed. In the morning, I started cooking up all the pork I'd harvested the previous day, along with getting a light bit of farming done. I bred my cows, ate some pork to heal to full, and worked on crafting up the market I'd needed to get carrots. I placed down the market, watched a villager fall from the heavens to serve me, and upon taking a look at his trades, there were no carrots. Deeply upset, I knocked him around a couple times and retreated to my farm while crying. And so for the rest of day 27, I planned to go on a bit of an adventure to find some carrots. I first had a quick look around my plains area and spotted no villages, so I continued on. Shortly into my adventure, I found some sugarcane that I harvested along with some clay that I dug up for some reason. I also found a few cows that I killed for their precious meat and leather. I then crafted up a boat to traverse this massive ocean in hopes of finding a beachside village, but quickly ended up finding a ruined portal and made my way over to that. Arriving at the portal, I searched the chest to find a whole lot of garbage. I made my way to the treetops of this little island to scout around and found no villages. With it now turning to night, I decided to cut my losses and head back home instead of wasting time trying to find this stupid carrot. On the way home, I got slightly distracted with a nearby cave and mined some iron and coal. Returning home, I killed a bunch more cows and sorted out all of my chests. I don't know why I recorded this. I then decided to start my first proper farms in the plot I'd created days prior and began tilling a bunch of land for our crops to be planted on. The first crop I decided on planting was some lettuce with a grand total of 4 seeds planted. I decided on making the next layer our wheat farm, so I worked on getting a bunch of seeds planted along with tilling more land. I slept to day 29 and repeated basically the same thing in the morning. I then worked on the bottom tier of the farmland, tilling a bunch of land and planted my 1 blueberry seed. Onto the second from the top area, I planted my 1 tomato seed and also tilled a bunch of the land. Before I forgot which seeds were which, I decided on adding some signs in front of each farm so I could see which was which at a glance. Just another display of my 200 farming IQ. I admired the new farms and decided on getting to work on the second plot while those crops were growing. This plot was going to contain an absolutely massive animal barn, so I started on clearing out all of the grass and shrubbery that was going to be in the way. I then continued adding in the pathway that'd surround the entire plot, along with getting the middle portion of the land nice and flat for the absolutely massive barn I wanted to build here. With the plot all nicely terraformed, it was time to get some more diorite because I was all out. I made my way back down the mine and spent the rest of day 30 mining. I emerged on day 31, smelted up a bunch of cobblestone and started crafting some polished diorite until I remembered that stonecutters are a thing, so I went and made one. I noticed there are a bunch of different diorite blocks we could use, but just opted for good old polished diorite. It was now night, so I hit the hay and awoke on day 32 and finally got started building the barn, first getting the pillars established. Happy with the front pillars, I moved on to the side ones, did a little bit more excavating for the back pillars, and once they were all added, I was very happy with the proportions. Now it was time to get the rest of the actual barn built, and I first started with the roof trim, using polished andesite for this too. I also went for an interesting roof shape that I think would work well and filled it all in with stone. I did think of adding some dormers to the roof, but I felt it would make it look more like a warehouse, so I left it plain. For the front wall design, I used some fences from the McCaw's fence mod along with some stone vertical slabs. When it came to the back and side wall designs, I ended up settling on a single layer of stone vertical slabs, followed by some upside down stone stairs and finally some more of those modded fences. On the sides, I also alternated that design with filled in walls. When it came to the inside, I went for a layout that had housed 4 separate species with plenty of room for cows on the left. I lit it all up, added in a pathway along with some storage and decorations, and finally brought in all of the cows from my temporary farm. I did also want to get a sheep population established, so I rounded up the local sheep and into their pen back at the new barn. I went and got some shears, sheared all our sheep, and thought this barrel would be a cool spot for the shears to go with our wheat storage on the opposite side. And there we have it, the barn build was fully completed. Back at the farmhouse, a lot of our wheat was grown, so I worked on harvesting as much as I could. Our farms in the other plot also had a lot of crops grown, so I just spent a bunch of time harvesting everything, getting more seeds planted and doing some rearranging, putting corn on the bottom tier and blueberries up at the top. And there's the farm now, obviously still not done, but looking good. I went to bed, and on day 38, I decided to check out a little cave I found while luring the sheep down to the barn and started mining out some coal. I had a very close encounter with a creeper, but thankfully I had some distance on him. Now, taking a look at my tools, they're almost all broken and I had only 1 diamond left, so I decided to spend the next day or 2 mining. I returned to the dripstone caves and just had a feeling I was being followed, and of course it was a creeper. My sword broke mid-battle, but luckily I was prepared as I had a backup ready to go. During my expedition, I found lots of iron and gold and also this massive lava lake along with some diamonds in the distance. Upon arriving at the clearing, I spotted even more diamonds and started making my way down. I then encountered a zombie and a bunch of skellies I tried to run past, which of course didn't work. I ended up coming very close to death, but my 200 IQ and quick wit saved me as I hid behind a big rock. After that close call, I made my way up and mined some diamonds, and also ended up spotting another 2 patches and made my way down to go mine them, encountering a few creepers on the way. I made my way over to the other diamonds and uncovered yet another patch, so I started mining, encountered even more zombies that I slayed, and mined up the rest of the diamonds with a grand total of 12 in my inventory. I eventually found my way back to the lava lake and uncovered even more diamonds I'd missed earlier, so I mined them up, gaining an additional 2. I encountered another 2 zombie children, one equipped with an iron shovel that almost took me out, but luckily I escaped, ate some food to heal, and then put him down. Now on day 40, I decided it was time to get out. Kinda disappointed I'd only found 14 diamonds, but it was better than nothing at least. After returning home, I sorted out all the crap from the mining trip, cooked up some food, and then remembered I wanted to make an enchanting table, which needed 4 obsidian. Time to go back to the goddamn mine. I ended up finding some more diamonds, and after reaching the lava lake, I mined up the obsidian I needed. Emerging out of the mine, a rude skeleton shot me in the head. He also had an enchanted bow, so I just made a run for the door. I ate some food to heal up and then smoked his ass. I checked for witnesses, then headed back inside and went to bed. Waking up on day 41, I had some steak for breakfast and then started looking for a spot to start my sugarcane farm. We'd need a lot for all the bookshelves for enchanting, and I wanted to get it started ASAP. I decided on the plot to the right of my house and got it all set up, planting the 12 I had. I then noticed a lot of the crops in front of my house were grown, so I worked on expanding those farms as much as I could for majority of the day. Next, it was time for an adventure to find more sugarcane, and I first found this cute little island that I just had to rest at. I set sail in the morning, found some more sugarcane, and also a skeleton doing this. Continuing on, I had a little portage and followed the river until I breached out into the ocean, spotting heaps of sugarcane everywhere. I ended up finding a shipwreck that had mostly garbage, except the last chest that had some emeralds and a diamond. I'd also found a jungle on an island, and I desperately wanted the bamboo for scaffolding, so I harvested a bunch of it. I ended up finding heaps more sugarcane on my adventures, did some more island camping, found some new crops, got slightly lost as I didn't mark down my base coordinates, slaughtered some cows out of anger of not being able to find my base, and then spotted it just over a hill. Returning home with heaps of sugarcane, I started terraforming the plot of land that was beside my house that had contained the farm. I planned on making half of this plot for sugarcane, and the other half would have strips of other farms which we'd get to eventually. With the plot fully terraformed, I finished up the surrounding pathways and expanded the farm as much as I could. I then spent some time figuring out the farms that would go beside the sugarcanes, eventually setting on planting cauliflower, celery, and bell peppers in rows of 3. Now at this point, I'd noticed I had a carrot in my inventory. Looking back while editing, I tracked it down to this zombie dropping it 6 days ago. It legit took me that long to notice it was in my inventory. I then ended up spending the rest of day 45 working on these farms. I continued expanding our celery and bell peppers along with harvesting and expanding the sugarcane farm until finally going to bed. On the morning of day 46, I was rudely attacked by a flaming zombie and then decided on evicting the market villager as I now had everything I wanted anyway, meaning adding this mod was a complete waste of time. I then started on making books along with our enchanting table, deciding that the second floor would be the best spot to add it in. Now, it kind of felt like cheating just checking the calendar in the JEI menu, so I figured it was time to craft one so I didn't feel bad. Once it was crafted, I was disappointed to see that you still needed to hover over it in the inventory to see the day of the season, so I just ended up mounting it on my wall and just continued using the JEI menu to check the days. I started smelting up some iron and decided on trying out the oven I made back on like day 15 to cook up the rest of my steak. And upon adding in the meat and watching it all get cooked at once, I wondered why I didn't try this sooner. It was now time to get our next plot of land established, with this one containing 2 farms, one for carrots and the other for wheat. I started adding in the pathways and also decided on leaving this one largely untouched in terms of terraforming as the shape was really nice already. I added a path to split the 2 farms and began adding in all the water along with tilling the land and planting all the crops I could. Now, unfortunately, it wasn't the season for carrots, meaning I'd need to bone meal it if I wanted to get more for the animal troughs to set up automatic animal breeding, but we'll get to that eventually. With those new crop farms growing away, I noticed my sugarcanes had grown in nicely, so I began harvesting them in order to get enchanting set up. The farms beside these had also finished growing, so I worked on expanding those as much as I could as well. I then worked on getting as many bookshelves crafted as I could, started adding them in, misplaced one like an idiot, but we were now up to level 22 in the enchanting table. With leather now being the main issue, I headed to the barn to breed our cows and slaughter a shit ton of them. I could now make a measly 4 more bookshelves, headed upstairs and realized my windows were in the way, so I worked on fixing those up. I then added in the 4 bookshelves and noticed we were now at level 30 with my pickaxe showing Fortune 3, which was amazing. However, I knew that adding more bookshelves would be beneficial in getting more enchantments, so I held off for now. I headed outside with new plans to create our next plot of land, which would contain our silos. I also spotted a wandering trader in the distance that of course had some dog shit trades, so I had to teach him a lesson. I also decided on finally sorting out these chests that I'd been avoiding since the beginning, and just decided on basically cramming all the random seeds and crops inside this chest on my porch. I awoke on day 50, now halfway through the 100-day challenge and excited for what the next 50 days would bring us. I continued sorting all the crap from those chests outside and finally began working on the plot of land. I figured out the dimensions and added in all the pathways along with clearing out random debris and heaps of grass. I also decided on doing minimal terraforming for this plot too, mainly because I couldn't be bothered, but I ended up settling on 2 tiers of land which would situate the silos I planned on building. Now with our plot fully landscaped and looking great, it was time to start gathering materials for the silos, of which I planned on using bricks and copper for. I've been playing a shitload of Stardew Valley recently and I basically want to replicate the silos from that game into Minecraft. So I headed to bed and waking up on day 51, I tended to my crops, expanding the farm as much as I could, and made my way over to the river to collect some clay. I found a couple weird looking crops which ended up being broccoli and kale, of which I thought would be nice to set a farm up for. Continuing to the river, I found a new block which ended up being salt, and I just gathered a bunch of it because you just can't go wrong with salt. I also ended up spending pretty much the rest of the day just gathering the clay I needed for the silos. Returning home with a lot of clay and not a lot of furnaces, I ended up leaving it to tomorrow's problem and headed for bed. I did think of building a super smelter, but definitely didn't have enough iron, so I just opted for building a bunch of furnaces and making the other side of the second floor a massive smelting room. I filled every furnace to the brim with clay and then decided on finally getting some tools enchanted while I waited for them to smelt. Lacking in leather, I made my way to the barn to begin breeding and slaughtering heaps of my cows. Returning home, I had a quick look at the modded brick blocks and decided on using a combination of the vanilla bricks and these ones to more closely match the textured pattern of the silo in Stardew Valley. I then started crafting some books, ran out of paper, and headed back to my sugarcane farm to harvest some more. I then crafted up 7 bookshelves, which ended up being the perfect amount for the enchanting area. Remembering my pickaxe showed Fortune 3, I sought to enchant that first, and we ended up with an amazing set of enchantments. Unbreaking 3, Fortune 3, and Efficiency 4, I couldn't be more happy. I then started cooking up all the meat I collected along with gathering bricks from all the furnaces, getting back to level 30, meaning I could enchant another tool. I decided a shovel would be the next best one as I was doing a lot of terraforming and this would speed that up quite a lot. We ended up with another amazing set of enchantments with Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3, and Fortune 3. I was so excited we'd get more clay from each block, but it turns out you only ever get 4 from each block, which kinda sucks. I then spent the rest of day 53 gathering more clay as we had nowhere near enough, and upon returning home to smelt it up, I completely ran out of coal. So it was time to head back to the mines, which ended up being quite shit for coal. I did mine up a lot of copper as we needed it for the roof of the silos, along with finding an ungodly amount of iron and even a few diamonds. I returned home, sorted out my mining haul, disappointed in the lack of coal I needed, and smelted up the rest of what I had left. This again got me up to level 30, so I crafted up a diamond sword and a new axe to enchant. I took a look at each tool and which showed a better enchantment, which was definitely the axe, and upon enchanting, we only received efficiency, which kinda sucked. I cried myself to sleep and awoke on day 54 with a master plan to sort out my coal problem. It was time to set up a lava dripstone farm, which would be way quicker and easier than gathering coal. So I crafted up a bunch of buckets, made my way down to the giant lava lake and gathered as much as I could. Returning home, I crafted up as many cauldrons as I could and started looking for a spot to set up the lava farm, opting for down in the mine. I placed in all the cauldrons along with the pointed dripstones and finally all the lava above those. Now we had an infinite source of fuel for our furnaces, which would save a lot of time and hassle. While heading back to base, I noticed our peppers, celery, and cauliflower was ready to harvest, so I spent some time expanding those farms. I then went and checked on our carrots, which were actually growing. I also had a couple of bones, so I converted them to bone meal and grew the carrots to get the farm established quicker. I also checked the season, which showed it was now autumn, meaning our carrots could now grow at full speed. I continued bone mealing and expanding, making sure to keep 2 carrots for the feeding troughs I needed. Back home, I started crafting up everything we needed for the troughs, the golden carrots, and the hay bales. With everything ready, I crafted them up, noticed it was nighttime, and headed for bed. Now on day 55, I ran over to the animal barn and got our first feeder placed in and stocked it up with wheat. Straight away, our cows started automatically breeding, which was perfect. I then got our second feeder set up over at the sheep's and got rudely attacked by a skeleton that was somehow not on fire, and I put him down. I gathered all the XP from the breeding and realized that's the only downside. The XP will kinda go to waste if I'm not here to pick it up. But oh well, what can you do? Back home, I started smelting up a bunch of copper for the roofs of the silos and once again reached level 30. I made my way up to the enchanting table and noticed it showed looting 2, which was the exact one I wanted. Enchanting the sword, we received knockback 2, looting 2, and sharpness 3. I was kind of annoyed with the knockback as I hate that enchantment, but I was overall happy with the other enchantments. We also now had a decent stockpile of bricks, but it was still nowhere near enough, so it was time to start collecting more clay. At the end of my harvesting session, I noticed these guys going for a quick swim and just decided to head home and go to bed. On day 56, I continued smelting clay, and while that lot was going, I figured it was time to get the dimensions and positions of each silo figured out. I ended up settling on this shape here and then spent some time getting the positioning right and settled on this for the first row of 3. Onto the next 3, I started placing in the base of all of those up at the top portion of land and was pretty happy with the overall layout. With day 56 coming to a close, I hit the hay and once again started collecting more clay, along with regretting my decision to use bricks for the silos. This was already taking way longer than I expected. Back at home, I started smelting with the lava buckets and also checked on the lava farm, which was almost completely full, so I filled up each of my buckets. I expanded my furnaces on the top floor and went to bed, and on the next day, I smelted more clay. I also remembered about the bamboo we collected many days prior and crafted up some scaffolding before I forgot, as it would greatly help with building these silos. Speaking of, I finally got started building said silos. This also ended up taking 6 days to build because I still needed to go collect more clay for bricks. I steadily raised up each silo to a height I was happy with and began adding the roofs out of copper. I also only had enough copper for one roof, so in between building, I was collecting more copper and smelting, which took forever. But one after the other, I was steadily getting them all built until they were all done. And there we have it. All the silos are completed and looking great. However, the surrounding landscape could definitely use some details. Now, as far as I know, silos are used for storing animal feed, and I felt a great detail to showcase this would be some hay bales scattered around. So I harvested every single piece of wheat on my farm. I used that wheat to craft hay bales along with various other detailing blocks like chests, barrels, and campfires, and once they were all created, I made my way outside to the silos. Beginning work on the detailing, I placed in our first hay bales, chest, and barrel along with a lantern, which ended up looking awesome, so I then just continued adding the similar type of detailing around every single silo, and once they were all added, it was looking way better. For the rest of day 64, I worked on expanding the carrot and wheat farms behind my farmhouse, getting the carrots almost halfway planted and finishing off the wheat entirely, as I now had a lot of spare seeds from the harvest earlier this day. I headed for bed and awoke on day 65 with the desire to continue expanding our farm and planting as many crops as I could, starting off with the broccoli and kale I found days earlier. I had a scout around the farm and ended up settling on this spot behind the silos and to the left of the wheat and carrots. I of course started with getting the pathways established around the perimeter of this new farm, along with clearing out all the grass and shrubbery that was in the way. I split the farm in half with a path and began tilling all the land. I also ended up leaving the landscape basically untouched as it was such a nice shape already and made it feel more natural. And there we have it, the kale and broccoli were all planted, just simply waiting on them to grow to fill out the rest of the farm. Immediately after this, I began eyeing off a location for my next expansion and settled on this area here. I then made my way down the mine to begin harvesting cobblestone, as this next project would need a lot of it. Returning home on day 67 with almost 9 stacks, I used the stone cutter to craft some into slabs and stairs for the project. I brought the stone cutter with me as I was certain I'd need to craft more, and made my way to the location to begin terraforming our fish pond. Of course, I first got the pathway situated that'd outline our plot and just got straight into designing the pond, opting for a circular shape. I was happy with it after a couple revisions and began adding in the water along with a deeper middle point and heaps of stairs and slabs to make the pond more interesting. I went and grabbed some bone meal to add some seagrass into our pond because right now it was kind of flat in the water, so I got seagrass added basically everywhere and then worked on taking some patches out so it wasn't too overgrown. The edges of the pond were looking kind of plain, so I extended this corner out to add a bit of a bucket in along with various other details. If you couldn't tell already, this was another build inspired by Stardew Valley. I continued riskily working into the night to get this project done and extended another corner of the pond. On this side, I added a big wooden pole thing along with various other details. For the final area, I added a few more random details and then scattered a couple lanterns around along with fending off a farm invader. I headed for bed and awoke on day 69 with the intention of stocking our new pond with fish. I tried catching some nearby salmon with empty buckets, and after realizing what I was doing wrong, I filled the buckets up and began actually catching them. With 8 salmon caught, I headed back to the pond and added them all in, and that's it, the pond was fully completed. Once again, looking to expand further, I found the next plot I wanted to work on and began adding all the pathways in. This time around, I left the grass untouched as this was going to be a tree farm. Heading to my seed chest, I found some avocados and pears and decided on planting those. I had to make some saplings first, using oak saplings along with our desired crops. We also had a massive surplus of wheat seeds, so I used a bunch of them to get some bone meal. Heading back to the plot of land, I worked on getting the space spacing of the saplings right, along with bone mealing one and harvesting all the avocados it produced. I crafted some more avocado saplings and planted those in, along with our pears. I bone mealed a pear tree and repeated the whole process, not without having a nap first. And so at the end of it all, I still didn't have all the saplings planted, but it was good enough for now. With the tree farm now mostly done, I got straight into working on the next plot, which had a bit of a bee infestation I had to take care of. I then, of course, added in the pathways that had outlined this plot, along with a decent bit of terraforming up at the top corner. Now, this farm would actually contain 3 separate crops: cantaloupe, something, and something else I forgot the names of. So I divided the plots in 3 and got everything planted and tilled. And there's all 3 farms planted with all the seeds I had, and straight away I began chopping some wood for the next project I had planned. Returning to the farm, I noticed a snow patch, and a second one in the distance. Checking the calendar, we were now in winter, my favorite season. Surely nothing catastrophic was gonna happen. Now, this next plot was aimed at creating a nice sanctuary to hold our soon-to-exist chicken population, as I'm sure eggs were needed in a lot of recipes. With the pathway now fully added in, I found the rough middle point and marked it with a short dirt pillar. I cleared out the grass around this, along with a slight bit of terraforming to have a nice surface to build on. I then began working on the foundation of our chicken coop with stone bricks in the ground and stone brick walls situated on top of those. I built some oak pillars on top of those, along with a ramp that the chickens would use to get in and out of the coop. I started construction of the main coop part, first extending the pillars up to a height I was happy with, along with connecting them up at the tops. When it came to the roof design, I opted for my signature slab and stair style, along with only using oak for the entire roof. Once again, another trader had spawned in, which had pissed me off straight away. I checked his trades, not surprised at the lack of things I actually wanted, and once again, murdered them all in cold blood. After collecting their remains, I continued with the build, getting the roof entirely completed. I added some sticky outy bits to all the pillars so it wasn't so flat, and then began construction of the walls that I decided on using vertical slabs for. I added little windows in using oak trapdoors and repeated this design across all the walls, along with adding in a doorway. When it came to the interior, I added a slab floor in and thought some hay bales would fit perfectly as a little nesting area. And that's when disaster struck. Every single water source across all of my farms had now turned into ice, meaning every farm was slowly getting destroyed, and I had a lot of them. Panicking, I emptied out some of my inventory and thought the best idea would be to add torches next to each water source. I crafted up the torches, headed outside, and noticed one source that wasn't frozen, as it had a slab inside preventing the ice from taking over the water. I rushed back home and crafted up more slabs. Racing against the clock, I started removing each piece of ice and placed slabs in their place. I also noticed the modded crops had started turning into dirt underneath, which was a massive problem, as I'd have to remove them, re-till the land, and replant them, which was going to be a lot more work. Our sugar canes were also starting to get destroyed, so I started working on replacing the ice blocks with our waterlogged slabs. I also realized this wasn't as important as fixing the modded crops, so I quickly headed for bed and continued fixing in the morning. I made my way to the cauliflower, celery, and bell peppers and worked on fixing up their water next. After they were all sorted, I headed for the wheat and carrot farms and began repeating the process. Our kale and broccoli were among some of the worst, as most of the tilled land I'd prepared was now ruined, which took a long time to do. This was the same deal for our newest farms as well, and to top it all off, it started snowing, making things infinitely worse. On top of having to re-till all the land, I now had to clear it of snow as well. With tears steadily streaming down my face, I watched as my farm began getting overrun with snow. But I was determined and continued working tirelessly to get everything fixed up. I used countless shovels and multiple hoes to continue clearing each farm, along with re-tilling and replanting the crops. I was definitely worried at how much time this was going to take, as I still had a lot of projects planned for my farm that I wanted to get done, and this unforeseen winter problem was steadily eating into that time. Nevertheless, getting everything fixed was an absolute priority, so everything else I wanted to do would have to wait. All in all, the entire process of removing the layer of snow, retilling the land, and replanting the crops took about 3 days, which actually wasn't too bad. With everything now fixed, I returned to the chicken coop I was previously working on and began adding a shelf to the interior, along with hay bales at the bottom as a nesting place for the chickens. I then added an animal feeder in here to automatically breed our chickens, along with fixing up the ceiling. We of course needed a fence to contain our chickens, so I marked out each corner and worked on connecting them all up, adding a gate at the front and the middle. I also decided this would be annoying, so I just added a gate into every single side. I then added some torches on the fences around the perimeter and chicken coop, along with adding some more details to the coop itself. With the coop now pretty much done, I headed out to the forest in search of some permanent residents and quickly found 2 that I led back home. They also quickly began breeding thanks to the animal feeder. I then remembered I'd made these pathway blocks from the McCaw's Paths mod, so I added them into every gate and along the chicken coop. All of our avocado and and pear trees had now grown, so I spent a bunch of time harvesting each of those along with crafting up more saplings to get the rest planted in. Our cantaloupes, mustard, and soybeans had all also grown in nicely, so I spent the rest of day 77 harvesting and replanting all of those. Now on day 78, I wanted to continue expanding with a potato farm, but I of course had no potatoes, so I worked on crafting up another market stall to trade with. I looked for a spot to place it in, deciding on next to the fish pond, and upon trading, they had no potatoes, so I smacked Emerald Muncher in the head. I then just decided on grabbing some beetroot seeds instead. While looking for a spot to start our new beetroot farm, I noticed our broccoli and kale had a bunch of grown crops, so I did a bit of harvesting and replanting. I found a spot just above our wheat and carrots to start the beetroot farm. The only thing is we had a massive mountain here, so I made this into a sort of half plot, which I had hoped would look cool. On a snowy day 79, I opted to spend most of the day inside, and I started the day off strong with killing heaps of innocent cows because I was low on food. Cooking the steak up in the oven reminded me that right now our smoke was technically just getting dispersed on the second floor here. To remedy that, I continued the pipe up and out of the house into the chimney I promised I'd finish earlier in this video. Heading for bed, I awoke on a beautiful day 80, but still had more I wanted to do to our house's interior, with some items needing terracotta. So to get that, I headed back to the river, dug up some clay, and returned home to smelt it up. Now, to save you all the boring crap, I ended up placing a bunch of plates, vases, and also some leaves on top of some vases, which looked awesome, but were technically floating. I also ended up removing the leaf decoration above my bed, replacing it with a salmon trophy instead, along with some more potted plants beside my bed. I found the perfect spot for the calendar above the front door and admired my new interior so far. I also found a block called a chicken nest, so I crafted some up and replaced the hay bales I placed in the coop with those, and the cool thing is they automatically collected eggs from the nearby chickens. I also noticed our cantaloupe, mustard, and soybeans had grown again, so I spent some time farming those up. On day 81, I did the same thing for our kale until noticing these blokes heading down the mountain, so I just avoided them by heading inside to try out some cooking. I first had to craft up the Croptopia book, and upon looking inside, there was a lot of food to try. I ended up spending majority of the day just going through food recipes, finding something I liked, and working on getting all the ingredients for it. I harvested milk, made some cheese, and at the end of it all, I had some cheeseburgers. I poked my head out and noticed the blokes had vanished, so I continued doing what I was going to do, expand yet again with some more crops. This one would be another sort of half plot once again due to the nearby mountain I didn't feel like flattening. I'd accumulated a lot of berry seeds, so I ended up planting 3 different crops here with grapes, blackberries, and blueberries. Looking back, I probably should have grouped more similar crops like this together, but oh well. Now on day 85, yes, it took 4 days to make that farm due to the pillagers that kept spawning in. I ended up just continuing expanding all of our farms because it was getting close to the end and I didn't want any empty farmland anywhere. I hit the hay and in the morning started on creating 3 more farms, starting with an oak tree / wood farm. This one would take up 2 plots, creating a rectangular shape to fit in heaps of trees. I left the landscape basically untouched and finally planted in the rest of the saplings I had left. Onto the next farm beside the cantaloupe, mustard, and soybeans was going to be the cornfield. After adding the paths along with clearing the snow and grass, I began adding in the water, tilling the land, and worked on filling up the entire plot with corn. The following farm was right beside the cornfield we just planted, and this one needed a decent bit of terraforming, which we made light work of thanks to our enchanted shovel. This plot would also house 3 crops, oats, tomatoes, and tomatillos. So I just worked on tilling all of the land along with planting all the seeds I had for those crops. Now on day 90, our area was actually looking amazing. It was actually looking like a proper farm, which just warmed my heart and made me happy. But we did still have quite a lot of work to do, so I first started off by chopping down all the trees in my new oak tree farm. I waited for all the leaves to clear and drop saplings so that we could replant, and thankfully I ended up getting the entire field planted. I then went around to every farm and continued harvesting and expanding, along with realizing that a lot of these farms might not get fully planted without some help from our good old friend Bone Meal. Equipped with our looting 2 sword, I made my way down the mine in search of our good old friends, the skeletons. It was an absolute massacre. Tens of skeletons were slain by my hand, and I finally decided to leave after most of my armor was destroyed. I did end up with a decent haul of 33 bones though. Returning home, I replaced my destroyed armor pieces and noticed I'd gotten a potato from one of the zombies I'd killed. Knowing that our beetroot farm needed a lot of help due to it only growing in autumn, I planted our spuds at the opposite end to make a dual farm. I then spent a bunch of time going around to each farm that needed help and bone milled as much as I could, replanting those crops to help them grow in quicker. I ended up at my chicken coop and noticed our chicken population had expanded rapidly. Every single nest was also full of eggs and refilling before my very eyes. With it now snowing, I opted to stay stay warm and cozy inside and had another peruse at the Croptopia cookbook, eventually finding wine. This only needed grapes, which we were actually growing, along with a few other things I crafted up before heading to bed. In the morning, I went up to the hills to harvest some grapes, returned home and crafted up our wine. I did a modest amount of day drinking, which actually revitalized me greatly. I also wanted something for breakfast and found one of my favorites, toast with jam. Having a steady supply of blueberries, I made some blueberry jam along with harvesting our wheat to make some bread. I crafted up the bread, chucked it into the oven to make some toast, and finally combined it with our jam to make toast with jam. I was still full from the wine, so I didn't even get to enjoy it fresh. Next, I wanted to make something big, and that was a cheese pizza, another one of my favorites. The recipe called for tomato, cheese, and dough, all of which we had a big surplus of. So for the rest of day 93, I ran around and got all of the ingredients we needed, and at the end of it all, finally crafted up our 7 cheese pizzas. Shit, I kinda want pizza for dinner now, hey? I checked the calendar, which showed we were almost at the end of winter, and enjoyed the scenes of my farm over the sunset, and headed for bed. On day 94, it was time to start tying some loose ends, beginning with the enchanting area. Right now, it just looks like shit. So I crafted up some bookshelves and placed them in alongside some chiseled bookshelves. For the ceiling, I decided on adding some cross beams up here on the other side and in the middle as well. On the enchanting side, I realized we needed more bookshelves, so I crafted them up, noticed the pillagers were now right outside my house, ignored the problem, and finished off my enchanting area. At this point, I'd crafted up a bunch of lanterns and just decided on upgrading the lighting all throughout my house. I started adding some decoration sections into the enchanting area and then found myself at the barn. There was an Enderman in there startling my animals, so I entered the ring and began the brawl. It was honestly pretty stupid of me because if he legit got one more hit off on me, I'd have failed the 100-day challenge at day 95. It was now snowing again, so I headed back inside with some new details to add to our enchanting area, and it was now looking awesome. I spent some time crafting up some more decorations and headed to the kitchen to add in our brand new cutting board and toaster. I also ended up making a fridge, which had an awesome little animation and also showed our items inside, which was just adorable. I also ended up replacing one of our furnaces with a sink, and now our kitchen was all done and looking incredible. Waking up on day 96, it was still winter. Checking the calendar showed it was the final day of winter, so I just continued decorating my interior, starting off with a couple of fancy paintings scattered around. I then decided my kitchen wasn't kitcheny enough, so I added in a checkered floor pattern with some stone bricks that completed the look. The final area that needed decorating was our smelting room, so I added heaps of various details up here along with some storage barrels above the furnaces, and I was finally happy with my interior. In preparation of the first day of spring, I headed back to the mines for the last time for another skeleton massacre. After a long day and night of murdering, I found myself waking up on day 97, the first day of spring. I crafted up a bunch of shovels in preparation of clearing all the snow, and thankfully the snow was actually clearing up on its own, which made the process a lot quicker. On top of this, I also went around and bone milled as many crops as I could and replanted them. And after a day and a bit, our farm was almost completely snow-free and looking beautiful. There was still a lot of farms not completed, so I used heaps of seeds to make bone meal and continued growing and expanding. I got the grape farm almost completed until another wandering trader spawned in, and you know exactly what happened to him. I replaced my bedside table decorations with some books and a lantern, along with extending my red carpet under the tables and the bed for a more cozy feel, and then headed to bed. On day 99, I worked on building a little market stall for Emerald Muncher. I don't know why, because he didn't really deserve it. He still wanted 1 emerald for 1 bone meal, which was an outrageous price. And honestly, the rest of day 99 was pretty uneventful. I continued expanding farms as much as I could, along with tying loose ends like adding lanterns to these spots of my farmhouse. I also felt the porch was a bit bare, so I first tried adding in some oak chairs, which didn't look too good, so I ended up just replacing them with some spruce ones. And well, there we have it. The final sunset was upon us. I had a look over my farms, happy with everything I've gotten done, and headed to bed. Alright, so with the challenge now completed, I thought I'd just take you guys through a quick tour of this entire world. And also, if you're interested, the world download will be available on my Patreon, so be sure to check that out if you want to, explore this world for yourself. So as for my interior, we've got our enchanting area. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I actually completely forgot to add the ceiling on this side here. We won't talk about that. Downstairs, I love my little storage area. It's nice and compact and cute. Got my bedroom, which looks awesome. The kitchen, I'm so happy with this, dude. And then upstairs, we have our big smelting room, which I think I probably could have done more with, but it's good enough. Heading outside. Okay, so we've got my mine entrance with the subscribe sign above. It's not the most amazing, I know. I didn't really have any room to add a different mine entrance in, so oh well, it's good enough. Farmhouse exterior, probably my most favorite build of this entire video. I just think this turned out so nice. And then yeah, we just have, you know, everything else. We've got so many farms around the place. I love that I use kind of the natural landscape for all of these as well. It just makes it look so much more natural. My chicken coop, I kind of wish I'd used a trim for this, not just completely oak wood because it's kind of bland, but you know, oh well. We've also got a lot of chickens as well, which is pretty cool. The silos I am pretty happy with. They definitely took the longest out of anything in this video, and they didn't really turn out that great. I think the roofs could have been a little bit better, but I was just kind of worried that I wouldn't have enough time to finish everything else in this video, so I just left them as they were. Towards the back area here, we have our kale, broccoli, wheat, and carrots. I'm happy with all of these. They look awesome, although broccoli is like, I don't know, looks kind of weird to be honest, but yeah. Also, yeah, I'm very unhappy with my beetroot and my potatoes. I didn't get to finish them, which kind of sucks, as these only grow in like autumn or something, so yeah, it's going to be a while before it gets to that again. The grapes and stuff, we also, yeah, we didn't finish these entirely, but we got them almost done, which is okay. And then the barn as well, this is looking awesome. I love this. We didn't end up filling these 2 spots. I was going to put chickens in one of these, but I ended up just making the coop. Maybe we were going to get pigs in here or something, but I just didn't get around to it, but that's okay. Maybe for a 200 days video. Let me know in the comments if you want to see that. And then I think the final build here is the fish pond. Yeah, it turned out really awesome. I love this build. That's all I really have to say. In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days in the Better Minecraft mod pack. My main goal was to build a massive castle, but I actually ended up finding a ruined village that I decided on fully restoring over the 100 days. And I've never actually played this mod pack before, so I'm essentially going in blind, and I'm pretty excited for our adventures ahead. Let's get started on day number 1. Alright, here we are in Better Minecraft. Oh my god, what the hell is that? That is massive, dude. Holy shit. Okay, that's just ridiculous. Honestly, I have no idea what that is. I feel like we're definitely not equipped to really go exploring that, but oh, it looks like we have like a little mushroom village. That looks interesting. Hopefully that has some useful stuff. I think I'm definitely going to just grab a couple pieces of wood before I start exploring stuff. Oh, actually, what's this back here? We've got like a little shack or something. Oh, actually, it's like a little mine thing. That's pretty cool. It doesn't really go down that far, but okay. Is there anything useful in here? Oh, actually, yes, a chest. Okay, we got some flint, string, and some lanterns. May as well just whack these in here. What the hell? Look at that. My other arm is actually like sticking out and holding this lantern. That looks actually really weird. All right, well, I think I'm going to just craft up a couple of basic items. Wait, what the hell? Look at that. Oh, it actually stays in there as well. That is so cute. I love that, dude. Look at that. And what I did next was simply craft a wooden pickaxe so that I could mine up some cobblestone to create a stone pickaxe, shovel, sword, and finally an axe. Alright, well there's our basic stone tools. I think, oh, what the hell is actually a massive mushroom in there, dude? That looks so cool. I think we'll definitely check that out before we go to this mega structure here. Yeah, I definitely do not feel ready enough to go and explore that thing. So let's just go check out this little village. All right, and here we are. Let's have a look in one of these houses and see if we have anything useful. Oh, we got a little mushroom. Oh, and some actual good stuff. Look at this. We got food. Yes, dude. Feather falling 1. Don't mind if I bloody do. What else? We got a bed in here. Let's grab that. We got an anvil. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Let's go check out some of these other ones. Oh, actually, we got some beetroots out here too. Not that they're really the most useful crop in the world, but food is food regardless. Oh, okay. We got like a little, I don't even know what this is, like mini library. I'll be taking these goddamn books though. It is such a pain in the ass getting books without freaking villages. But oh, we got like a bunch of like raw copper stuff here and raw like block of coal. Dude, that's actually so helpful, man. Okay, I don't think I can get that gold just yet. We need an iron pick for that, which we can now actually probably make. We just need to smelt this up. Hell yeah, dude. What the hell is that? Is that like a piglin? There's 2 of them. Oh god, okay. He is on a cow. I do not like that at all. I think I'm just gonna stick to the outskirts here. Honestly, I do not want to encounter those guys. They look pretty scary. After realizing I didn't have my day counter mod installed, I quickly added that in and continued prowling around the village until I was spotted by a crossbow wielding cow person. It shot me and I scrambled for an escape, opting to take a leap of faith into the water down below. After getting out of the water, I realized I was actually dripping with water, which was pretty cool, until realizing it was actually nighttime and I quickly headed to bed. In the morning, I had a baked potato for breakfast and continued on my way, deciding to leave the dangerous mushroom village behind. I then spotted a duck with a very long neck, along with a sleeping capybara, which was very adorable. I also had a bit of a peruse at the beautiful landscape in search of an area to build at. Reaching the top of the mountain, I got a full look at the absolutely massive structure, along with taking a look at the landscape with the ortho camera mod that I decided on adding to the mod pack, revealing a decent looking terrain on top of the mountains. I'd also spotted some ruins that I decided to take a look at, which actually paid off massively, as I had a diamond chestplate inside that we could use to get a massive defensive upgrade, greatly increasing our chances of survival. As I was walking around, I spotted these weird particle things that kept appearing, not knowing exactly what they did. I then spotted a house in the distance until getting hit by one of those things, and it turned some of my hearts icy, which was definitely strange. Nevertheless, I just continued on to the house I'd spotted. Arriving at the house, I realized it belonged to a witch, so like the kind and generous man I am, I put her out of her misery and ransacked through her house and belongings, finding a bunch of random garbage. I then somehow turned on a narrator voice, which scared the crap out of me.
Chest. 8 slime ball, 4 redstone dust, 2 splash potion of...
Thankfully, I figured out how to turn it off and then just continued on my journey. I drank a swiftness potion at the witch's house and ran down to something I'd spotted, what looked like a ritual site of sorts. I just had an inkling that something would be under this stone sarcophagus thing, and surprisingly it had a whole goddamn diamond block under it, which was just insane. Now, I of course needed an iron pickaxe to destroy it, and thankfully I had some iron, so I crafted up a pick and mined up the diamond block. At this point it was also nighttime, so I headed off to bed to get started on day 3. In the morning I traversed the treetops to discover a massive mountain with a flat top, which might be a nice spot to settle down at, and I set getting to that mountain as my goal for the day. A little ways away I found a log pile on a small island and just decided to harvest it as it was an easy source of oak logs. I also found what looked like a ruined village, eventually finding what was once a blacksmith that thankfully still had some coal and some iron, so I smelted it up. Now, at this point my inventory was absolutely chockers, and I'd found some bags that had an easy enough crafting recipe. It did need some leather though, so I went out in search of some cows and ended up getting distracted by the ruined village, finding a shrine thing, and once again just had a feeling it had a chest, which of course it did, however the loot was quite shit. While out searching for some cows, I found this feral little creature that made some little goblin noises. Naturally, I tried to kill it, however, it disappeared in front of my eyes. I continued my search for cows until finding this massive oak tree that I decided on chopping down, until realizing axes chopped the whole tree down instantly, which made me extremely happy. Wood was now going to be an absolute breeze to collect, and I was very thankful for that. I found a sign that pointed towards the village I was already settled at, which was a pretty cool feature. I also stole the lantern it had, with another one of those wispy things appearing right next to me, almost as a sign I was doing something naughty. Before it got too dark, I returned home to my desolate village and slept into day 4. The first thing I woke up to was this snail hanging very weirdly from a tree. I also found a boar and I'd hoped it would drop some leather, but unfortunately it did not. Just past the forest I spotted a very majestic herd of horses, but I knew what I had to do. I really wanted a backpack to hold my stuff and I wasn't gonna let some stupid majestic horses stop me. I returned home to craft the backpack until realizing I was 1 leather short. No worries, I could still craft the smaller one. Surely it would have at least like a row of space. Me dead. That is dog shit. After having a bit of a whinge, I packed up my shit as best I could, deciding on using that diamond block to make some tools to save 1 inventory slot. Alright, I'm all packed up and ready to go. I've had to make some sacrifices, just random crap pretty much, and all that as well, but oh well. Honestly, I really just want to find a spot and get settled down, but I'm just having way too much fun exploring all of the random new structures that have been added in this mod. But I have actually found this spot up here, which looks really nice. Like, imagine just a massive castle situated on that, and yeah, I'm just really hoping that that is going to be nice and flat up there. And I've just spotted another freaking structure, man. Oh, and there's stuff over there too. And that, what is that? Dude, this is honestly so much fun just exploring all of these new structures, dude. It's just awesome. All right, what is this? Like a well or something with some iron in there? Honestly, I just don't have the space. I'm not going to grab that. Looks like we got a little house up here too that I might take shelter in for the night because I definitely do not want to die. Oh, and this house looks pretty cool. What's going on in here? Like a moss floor? Some big chests. Okay. We've got a bunch of farming stuff. The same thing on the other side. Okay, that's pretty cool. I mean, this would definitely be a nice little starter base, but I kind of just want to make my own, to be honest. I'm going to continue grabbing as many books as I can because it's just a pain in the ass getting them. And dude, there's so much nice stuff. We got tomato seeds. All right, I'm going to have to make some decisions here. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's continue on to our spot up over on the horizon over there. Oh my God, there's so many more structures. What is this? There's like 2 bridges side by side or something. Cool, like ruined bridges. Those are some pretty awesome looking builds there. We've got another bridge up here. Okay, I don't know why there's so many bridges in this one spot. All right, so yeah, what I'm gonna do now is just make the arduous trek up to the top of this mountain and just kind of pray that it is a decent spot for the base I'm wanting to make. Okay, big surprise. We found another structure. I'm not at the top yet, but we have like a mine that actually goes quite the ways down. So I think I'm just gonna quickly jump down here and check it out. Oh my god, that was kind of sketchy. Ooh, okay. Oh my... Of course, there's 2 creepers guarding... Oh, dude, there's 3! I just got my whole body covered in goosebumps, dude. I'm not even gonna kizzy cap on you guys right now. Okay, this is like an advanced mine shaft or something. We got dripstone all through this. What the hell? This is kind of crazy. Man, there's so much stuff to explore and do in this mod pack. It is honestly so cool, but I just do not have the space in my inventory for this right now. As much as I want to keep exploring, and I kind of am just exploring anyway. Oh, of course there's a skelly. Get out of here, you prick. My goodness. Okay, we're just gonna make a run for it. There's just too much to do, okay? I'll definitely keep this noted in my head for later, but my main priority right now is just finding a spot for my base because we're already on day 5 and I haven't found a spot yet. So yeah, let's get to the top of that goddamn mountain and pray that it's a good spot. Here we are at the top of the mountain, and it is not looking very flat at all, actually. At least this will give us a nice view into the terrain around us. Dude, there is just so many structures everywhere. Look at all of that. There's another house down there. There's like another house over there. We got a bridge. Oh, and this thing, dude, I don't know what this is. When I was standing in it last time, it turned some of my hearts like icy. So I don't know if that's like an isologer thing or yeah, I have no idea. But I don't know. I'm not really feeling this spot. I'm just going to go into my camera view mode here. Yeah, you can see it's not too flat. It's going to take a while to get landscaping done on it. But I mean, it is such a it is a really awesome spot up here, actually. This is a tough decision. Oh, what do we do, gamers? Do we settle with this and just bother and just do the landscaping? No, I think what I'm going to do is continue on and try and find a better spot because I don't want to waste time just freaking flattening a landscape for like 10 days, especially when I don't even have an enchanted shovel yet. It's just going to take forever. So let's keep adventuring and hopefully we find a good spot. Okay, we have found another structure. Actually, it looks like another mine entrance. All right, I just cannot resist. I cannot help myself going down into these, okay? Never know, there might be a big sparkly chest. Okay, we got mobs. Oh, that's not good. What is this? Like an advanced dungeon or something? Oh, God, okay. Oh, there's a lot of zombies. Okay, oh my God. Is there something in here? Yes, there is a spawner. Let's just destroy that. This keeps going down. Ah! Okay, there's got to be some juicy stuff in here. I'm telling you, there are so many zombies. Oh, there's a chest. There is a chest. What's in it? Oh my God, we got stuff. Okay, guys, settle down. I'm just gonna have to kill all these guys real quick. Oh, there's a baby. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. This is not good. This is not good. Oh my God. Holy shit, I'm on half a heart. Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. That was so close. Dude, my entire body is covered in goosebumps. That was way too close, dude. Okay, we got... What is this? This is garbage, man. Sweeping edge projectile. That is just dog crap. That is dog shit. All right, we're going further down. Dude, there's got to be some good stuff down here, but... No, dude, this is garbage. I want that iron freaking... I want those iron legs, though. Shit, man. I need to get out of here. Give me that. Put that on. Keep this guy at bay. Get my lectins back. Run. This is really bad. This is really bad. Really, really, really bad. Alright, we're out. Holy shit. I don't know how I did not die then. But I think we definitely need to get some better armor and stuff before we start tackling, you know, mob-related stuff. So I'm going to quickly dig back up to the surface, and I'm just going to continue trying to find an area for, you know, our base. So, yeah. I'll hopefully meet you guys there. Now, unfortunately, the footage of me finding this church corrupted, but basically it had some leather that I used to craft up the bigger backpack I wanted, which had a whole row of space. Reaching the end of this big spruce biome I was in, I spotted a ship in the distance that I definitely wanted to check out, so I crafted up a boat and sailed on over. On the way there, I saw a floating island, some wild rice, an absolutely massive jellyfish, and a message in a bottle. It's kinda crazy the amount of cool stuff this mod pack adds to the game. Upon arriving at the ship, I heard pillagers, which I guess were actually probably pirates. There was also a little raft off to the side which surprisingly had a Sharpness 3 book inside, which I gladly took. I then started planning my heist to get into the ship and steal all the loot without getting into any risky combat. The plan was simple, build a wooden pillar up and, well, it was that easy. The first chest had the final piece of armor I needed, a helmet along with some iron ingots. The pirates then watched me as I snuck over to the other chest, which contained a couple diamonds, some iron and some bones, all of which I stole for myself. I made my great escape, jumping off the ship and into my little boat, the pirates ferociously shooting at me, but I sailed off unscathed and victorious. I then arrived at a little island that had a sunken ship, and taking a look inside, we were rewarded with even more iron and a couple emeralds too. Emerging from the ship, I spotted the mainland and headed over to check it out. It looked like we were in a massive plains biome, which was going to be the perfect spot to build, well, what I originally had planned, until I had a look at the village nearby. We'll get to that soon. Because right in front of us was what appeared to be a log cabin I definitely wanted to check out. Heading inside and up to the second floor, we had a bunch of barrels with just various food, seeds, and even a couple of emeralds, which was nice. All this will help us establish our farms a little bit quicker later on. Getting a bit closer to the ruined village, I also found a tavern, and after heading inside and searching every room, unfortunately, nothing turned up useful. Heading outside, I spotted a big tower in the distance along with a big temple-looking building further back. Now, heading further into the ruined village definitely confirmed my suspicions. Yep, it's fucking ruined. But I definitely felt that this would be a way better of a project than building the big stupid castle I had planned, so I threw that out the window and set my new goal for the 100 days. Fully restore and rejuvenate what was once a beautiful, thriving town. While heading towards the distant tower, I received an advancement which told me I had just discovered a spider cave, which sounds horrifying. Backtracking slightly, I spotted the entrance, which, yeah, definitely looked like a spider cave. I, for some reason, headed into the cave. I also noticed that it went way deeper than I thought, so I just decided to leave it for another time, preferably when I was better equipped. After getting distracted by the cave while on my way to the original distraction, the tower, I continued over and found a barrel with some not so juicy loot. Finding the entrance to the tower revealed it was some sort of farm storage building or base of sorts by the looks of it. While heading up the ladder, we had these really cool shelves with random stuff, which I'd honestly never seen anything like that before and thought it was such an interesting idea. There was also several floors we stopped off at and grabbed various loot on the way. Upon reaching the top, we found this thing and a final chest with some pretty decent loot. I right-clicked the weird thing behind the chest to reveal it was a waystone named La Coxehue. Yeah. It also had a cost of 1 level to use, so my guess was that it's a thing you can probably teleport to. I picked it up and took it for myself. With the tower fully explored, I exited and made my way over to the temple-looking building in the forest. Getting closer, I started hearing some angry pillager noises, so out came the sword. Heading inside, I first spotted a giant pit in the middle of the room, and off to the left was a lever, and once flicked, opened a piston door. Upon turning the corner, I was instantly greeted by some pillagers, one of which charged at me that, upon repeated hits, I managed to Spartacus kick into the pit. I, again, decided to be smart and leave this structure for when I had some better gear. Upon trying to return to the ruined village, I spotted yet another structure, and after some perusing, found a ladder down. I took my chances and prayed I wouldn't die down here. Reaching the bottom, we had a hallway with a couple rooms on the sides, which I explored very carefully. I did find a couple of chests with some mediocre loot, although I'd literally take anything to help me get started. The dungeon went even deeper, which I of course continued exploring, first finding a chest with some iron. Heading into the next room, we had our first enemy of the dungeon, a simple skeleton. I slayed his ass and discovered he was guarding a chest full to the brim of paper and feathers. Wow, it literally couldn't be worse. The next rooms would all be blocked off, so I turned around and headed to the final room, which had a bunch of stuff. I was very wary for traps, almost certain one of these chests was a trapped one with some TNT somewhere, but after my investigations turned up empty-handed, I began perusing the loot. I sprinted away from the chest, still on edge for traps, making sure some TNT wasn't going to randomly go off. I literally even started digging the floor to make sure it wasn't lined with TNT. I know I'm being too cautious, I just don't want to die and have to restart, okay? And so after gathering all the loot, I stole a smithing table for myself and headed back outside. After reaching back to the village, I admired its ruins, just imagining how it'll look once it's fully restored. I then hit the hay and continued dreaming about the village. On the morning of day 8, I found this section of ruins that I decided on rebuilding into a mini castle for my base. I plonked down a chest and got started clearing away some of the ruins to make this into one big area. I then figured out where I wanted to place everything, eventually settling on crafting at the back middle and furnaces on the right side wall. I then went in search of a spot to place the waystone for the village, deciding on right here for now, and I also changed the name to Restore Sword Village. Once I think of a good name, I'll be sure to change it. Back at the base, I crafted up some more chests and used them to expand the storage wall. It also started raining, and without a roof we were getting rained on, which was a bit sad. Time to get this castle built. But before we could do that, I needed to sort my chest because it was annoying the hell out of me already. I then also crafted up a bunch of bookshelves for when we eventually get enchanting set up, which I wanted to get pretty quickly to make harvesting materials quicker and easier. Remembering I had a sharpness 3 book, I placed down my anvil and slapped that book onto my sword, getting our first substantial defensive upgrade. Now, to build our castle, I of course needed some stone, meaning it was time to get a mine set up. I found this building that actually wasn't ruined at all and decided on turning it into the entrance for the mine. And so for the next day or so, I mined a staircase down, gathering plenty of stone, diorite, a little bit of iron, and I even managed to hit diamonds too, of which I left for when we'd eventually get fortune. Back at the base, I crafted up a few more furnaces to fill up the rest of the wall. I then put those to good use and started cooking up all the cobblestone I'd mined. While those were cooking away, I figured it was time to finally start restoring the castle, first removing the rubble and replacing it with stone bricks for the pillars and stone for the main wall blocks. With it getting a bit late, I opted to hit the hay and then awoke on day 10. I got straight back into building, getting the windows of the castle built along with the front entrance. At this point, I felt the castle looked a little flat, and to remedy that, I decided on making the pillars stick out one extra block from the walls. I then jumped up top and added one extra layer of blocks to get the height I was happy with for the first floor, and to finish off the walls, I also added a stair block above every window section. With us now waiting on stone to be smelted again, I decided to continue mining up more cobblestone down over in the mine. While mining, I saw on the minimap that there was a massive water-filled cave nearby, and I mined into it to discover heaps of ore everywhere. With us pretty low on coal, I just spent the time mining up as much as I could from this cave. Back at home, I decided on putting a ceiling on and discovered that slabs can actually be placed vertically, which was really cool. I was definitely going to make good use of this in future builds. Although the placement feature did make it very annoying to place slabs normally, and I kind of wished you could toggle it off. With the ceiling all done, I slapped in some ladders and got straight to work adding in the pillars and walls for the second floor. Now onto the windows, I basically repeated the same design from the first floor with stairs on the tops and bottoms with fences for the window block. And so far, it was looking pretty good. I then decided to go looking for some lava for obsidian for the enchanting table and stumbled upon a village in the forest. First heading into the blacksmith and checking out the chest, we were greeted with 3 diamonds, which I was pretty happy with. Continuing my pillaging of the village, I found a villager's stash of emeralds and food, which I stole for myself, of course. There was also this watermill building I'd found, and heading inside I found a new block, the saw, which appeared to essentially be a stone cutter but for wood, which was going to be extremely useful in crafting up some of the modded blocks, so I of course stole it for myself, putting this villager out of a job. I then continued my desperate search for lava, only just now while editing realizing there was literally 3 out of 4 I needed back at this goddamn blacksmith building. Oh well. I did end up finding another one of these massive oak trees that I chopped for some easy oak wood. On the outskirts of the village I also found another waystone that I, of course, took for myself. Continuing on my quest for lava, I did eventually find a cave that had a whole heap of coal that I just spent some time mining out. It was also getting quite late, so I hit the sack and awoke on day 13. On that morning, I headed deeper into the depths of the cave and found a good bit of iron that I mined out until finding this little guy. He actually had a whole bunch of decent trades that I couldn't really take advantage of, unfortunately, especially this one with Fortune bloody 4. God, I wish I could have gotten that. One that I could do, however, was trade 1 raw iron for 2 smelted ingots, quite literally doubling my iron for free, which was insane. If I could, I would bring this little goblin back home in my dungeon to trade with forever. I ended up leaving that cave to find another, which looked promising. I was honestly surprised at how hard it was to find some goddamn lava at this point. I breached out into this massive cave with no signs of lava, but a lot of signs of mobs and ores. I had to fend off a couple rabid zombies, creepers, and skeletons to finally get a look further down to spot no freaking lava man. After jumping down, I finally found a single source of lava that I promptly turned into obsidian and harvested. Continuing further into the cave, I ended up finding 2 more single lava sources, meaning I only needed 1 more. I also ended up finding a couple diamonds, a whole bunch of these little pots that spawn in caves that drop random stuff, and also this big dungeon with a bunch of chests filled with various loot. I then finally found a little lava pool, of course, when I only needed 1 more. Also, you're gonna have to trust me, but I found this diamond helmet in one of those pots, which was actually pretty insane as it had some really good enchantments on it. I was also now trying to get out of this cave, but kept getting distracted by diamonds, pots, and various other things, which basically just led to me getting deeper and deeper into this goddamn cave. Thankfully, as I continued, it did eventually lead me to an exit so I could finally escape from this goddamn cave system. On my journey home, I spotted a pillager tower which had a trapped golem inside. I started feeling feeling bad due to the probable thousands of golems I've killed in previous worlds for their precious iron, so I sought to free this little guy. I slayed some of the defending pillagers until reaching their encampment and freeing some of the caged allays. I also made my way to the caged golem and set him free, gaining 1 positive karma for probably like negative 5,000. I also made my way up the pillager tower to find a chest with some decent loot. I snagged some iron and even a couple of armor trims. I then spotted the golem going to town on some pillagers and I jumped down to help him out. I decided on leaving him to do God's work and made my way for home. Upon my return home, I sorted out all the crap I got from my adventure and then crafted up the main thing I wanted, an enchanting table. With no space downstairs, I opted to build it on the 2nd floor and place down the table along with all the bookcases I had. I placed my pickaxe into the table to see we had efficiency 4 lined up, which was perfect. I did, however, forget to get some lapis, so I grabbed some, headed back up, and enchanted my pick to receive literally only efficiency, which was actually annoying as hell. All of my stone was now fully smelted as well, and I decided I'd put it to fixing the corner pillars of my castle as they looked quite weird. I simply filled in the corners to make them into bigger pillars, which made it look way better. I also began filling out the ceiling with some oak planks, as well as adding our ladder to get up to the roof. Heading to bed, I awoke on day 16 and spotted what looked like an orc in the distance, as well as a chest. I went over to the orc to see if it was friendly, but of course it wasn't. Silly me. I then checked out that chest I spotted to find some emeralds and gold. Bloody score, mate. I then just spent some time rummaging through the entire ruined town to find plenty of chests with heaps of random useful stuff that will definitely need to repair the town. Now heading back to my castle, it was finally time to get it fully finished, starting with the design for the very top. I'd also found these awesome stone pillar blocks in the stone cutter, which would definitely work well for the crenellations of the castle. There was also these stone column blocks that I'd end up playing around with to figure out a design. Firstly, I decided on raising all of the pillars and walls up 1 more block so we had some clearance from the oak ceiling below. I then played around with these stone column blocks, settling on those along with some stone brick walls on top of the corner pillars. I was pretty happy with the design, and to finalize it, I added some slabs here as a little step up onto the walls. And well, I just lied. I kind of felt it was very stone heavy, and I felt some fence gates would work well going between the stone columns, even though they weren't actually touching. On the morning of day 17, I sought to rebuild the walls that had surround the castle, and I decided on using those stone column blocks for it, which actually looked really cool. I'd also slapped some fences and fence gates on top to keep the mobs out. And now it was simply onto repeating that same design around the entirety of the castle. I did, however, run out of wood, so I ran off to the nearby forest to chop some, which was honestly just such a breeze. I'm quite literally in love with whatever mod it is that adds this quality of life feature. On my way back home, I'd spotted some chickens and a hamster that I decided on taking home with me. And as you can see, on the journey back, we picked up a few other little friends, and to keep them from running away, I locked them inside the castle for the night. Now, these little hamsters were actually extremely annoying because they ate every single item that fell on the ground, so it was time for them to fuck off. With the area fully fenced off, I let out the ducks and chickens and started breeding them too, and once we had a baby duck, yeah, it looked extremely weird, but moving on, I fended off a couple zombie invaders, and also added a fence so the animals couldn't get into the main walkway, and I also headed to bed. On the morning of day 18, I decided on finally fixing my floor and changing it to oak, as well as adding a nice pathway to the gate outside. I then went around the castle and added some finishing touches like some lanterns, more depth on the top area underneath the crenellations, and also some more dirt into the area for the animals. With the castle now fully completed, I took a break and did some sword fishing for bass, mainly because I wanted an upgrade from the apples I've been eating for the past like 10 days. I also decided on crafting a smoker and chucked our bass in to get it nice and cooked. We also had this little pond next to us, so I decided on getting some wheat planted alongside it, which we'd eventually branch out into a full wheat field. I also almost got absolutely smoked by a creeper, and this is just a reminder why I always sleep as soon as it's getting dark. Now on day 19, I decided on starting a second farm, one for oak trees, which I'd plant behind the castle. It was a bit of a run to get to the nearest forest, so this would definitely make getting oak a lot quicker and easier. Of course, those would take a while to grow, and I wanted some wood now, so I headed to that forest and chopped down a whole heap of trees for my next project. While heading back home, I spotted some structures atop the hill and found a little cart with some food along with some hay bales I took for myself. There was also a couple of these little structures around with some more hay bales that I, once again, took for myself. With it now getting dark, I headed home and slept into day 20. I ended up changing my mind on the type of wood I wanted to use for this next project, instead opting for what I thought was acacia wood, but actually ended up being maple. The planks look pretty similar to cherry, so I thought why the hell not, and we just went with it anyway. With it now getting dark again, I headed home, had a whole bass for dinner, and headed for bed. And in the morning, I got started on our next project, an animal barn that would replace this structure right outside the castle. I spent a lot of time getting the position of the barn right, as I wasn't sure how much of the front of the castle I wanted to block, but eventually settled on this spot. I used diorite for the trim of the roof, also using those vertical slabs to get a kind of barn roof you can't really get in vanilla, and I think it turned out awesome. At this point, I'd also harvested heaps of deep slate to use for the main roof block, as I felt it'd fit in perfectly, that being textured tiles and bricks. For the front wall, I used a combination of maple beams and stripped maple logs for the main block, along with maple palisades for the door area. For all the other walls, I went with those same blocks using the palisades to add some depth, along with some maple fences on top of those for that barn wall look. Also, don't worry about this weird purple and black thing, just the glitch with the replay mod, but I also added some planter boxes around with some maple saplings. Now on day 24, the barn exterior was mostly completed, so now it was time to head on inside and add some details, starting with this support beam across the middle. I then added a fence to hold our ducks and chickens, along with getting said ducks and chickens and moving them to their new home. I also crafted a feeding trough that, once seeds were added, would automatically breed our animals, which was a really awesome feature. I next got to work on a secondary paddock outside that'd hold some sheep, as I'd spotted some roaming around nearby. I added in another feeding trough and got to searching for those sheep, successfully locating them and bringing them back to their pen. I also added some wheat into their feeder and they began breeding away. On the morning of day 25, our area was looking awesome, and next it was time to restore the nearby tower. I headed inside to discover plenty of hose and wheat stored in a chest, and just decided it would be a farm storage tower of sorts. It was also entirely comprised of stone and not in too bad of a shape, so it shouldn't be too much work. Back at home, I started collecting the smelted stone from our furnaces and reached level 30, meaning it was time to try enchanting again. I crafted up a second diamond pickaxe in hopes of getting fortune or silk touch, but upon reaching the enchanting table, it only showed vein mining, so I used the reroll feature thanks to the easy magic mod, which after repeated attempts did not give me what I wanted, and we were back to level 29. I then just decided to get straight into repairing the tower, first replacing all the mossy blocks with regular ones, as I didn't quite like the overgrown look for this. I was mainly wanting a fully restored look. I'd also add a couple new features like some stone columns and a slightly different design above the stone bricks. I continued my repairs up along the tower, eventually reaching the top where it was definitely the worst. I'd also decided on adding some windows along the middle of the tower for a bit of an upgrade. I continued my repairs at the very top of the tower, also adding in some more stone column features and fully repairing the roof design. So there's the exterior all done on day 27, now it was time to get to the interior figured out. I'd made plenty of storage blocks and ended up just making this bottom floor entirely storage using cabinets, chests, and plenty of barrels. The other side was to be storage for grain of sorts, which I achieved using composters and animal feeders, along with a couple more barrels of course. I also made some item shelves, of which I placed some wheat into, which looked pretty cool. I added a second one next to the ladder. Heading up said ladder, I added a roof on out of oak slabs, hit the sack, and in the morning added a floor on and finished off the roof. Now as for the details up here, once again it was a farm storage tower, so I sprinkled in various storage appliances. And there we have it, the fully restored farm tower was all done. Moving straight on to the next project, I was sick of having to jump over this little pond, so it was time to make a small arched stone bridge. I started by prepping the area on both sides, along with getting the first blocks of the bridge situated. Now it was time to shape the bridge, of which I did entirely out of stone slabs, and upon repeating that on the other side, we had a pretty decent shape. Next it was time to add the walkway, of which I built using oak slabs. The sides of the bridge were looking a little bit thin, so I decided on adding an extra slab on top of each block to thicken it up slightly. I also thought a stone pillar would fit nicely right in the middle on each side with a lantern on top, and stepping back, it was looking awesome. At this point the pathways were starting to piss me off, so I spent a bunch of time fixing them up, getting them into a shape I was happy with, along with removing all the dirt and sand. And after a decent day's work, I headed to bed. In the morning I decided to try enchanting again, this time opting to add more bookshelves in hopes of getting better enchantments. Upon opening the table, I decided to re-roll, and every time was just greeted by this fucking vein mining bullshit, which was definitely annoying the hell out of me. I had now run out of levels, so I took some more stuff out of my furnace to get me back to level 30 and just decided on trying this vein mining 1, giving me vein mining and efficiency 3. Like, where are the good enchantments at, man? I considered disenchanting it, but just decided to see how good vein mining actually was. You know, maybe it was an absolutely amazing enchantment. Our pathways were also still quite shit, so I just continued fixing them up, getting them into a nice shape and removing all the dirt gaps. On the morning of day 30, we were greeted with a beautiful rainbow, and it was also now time to get the first house of the town fully restored. I chose this one up here, right in front of the farm storage tower, and just got straight to work removing all of the rubble. Getting started on the pillars, I decided on expanding the original size of the house slightly, and opted for a wood construction instead of what was once stone. I raised the pillars up to 4 blocks and added a shelf that'd hold up the pillars for the second floor, which I think would look awesome. I also thought these oak pillar trims would look nice to connect those pillars together. With all the pillars now added, I decided on adding that same trim above the existing ones just to thicken it up a bit. And so far, I was pretty happy with the shape. Starting on the first floor walls, I opted for using textured oak planks and stripped oak logs. In hindsight, I probably should have used this for the second floor for a bit more of a realistic look. I slapped in our front door along with getting that first window filled in with a glass pane. I then just repeated this same design across the entire bottom floor. On day 31, I got started on the second floor walls, of which I used diorite and polished diorite 4. The wood and diorite here should probably be switched around for that classic medieval look, which is my bad, but I still think it looks pretty good. With all the walls done, it was now time for the roof, and I again wanted to use those vertical slabs to get a really cool roof you just can't get in vanilla. It did take quite a few tries, but eventually I landed on this design, which honestly I think is the best roof I've ever made, just in front of the barn we made earlier. Very happy with the design. I repeated the trim over on the other side and got to work filling out the main roof with oak slabs and stairs. With everything filled in, here's the final roof looking awesome. It was now time to get some details added, first of which I ended up changing these blocks and replaced them with some oak trapdoors and a lantern in the middle, which looks way better. I also discovered that these modded variants of lanterns can be bumped into and even have physics, which is honestly the coolest thing ever. These side walls were definitely very flat at the moment, but it was nothing that a couple planter boxes couldn't solve. And there we have it, there's the first house of the town fully restored. Directly in front of that house was what appeared to be a ruined statue that I had a plan for, just after taking a nap. I wanted to turn it into a big pot essentially, with a maple tree inside, so I first got to work completely removing all of the ruins. I thought these stone column blocks would work well again, so I used those in the corners and connected them together with some slabs. Then above all this, I added some dirt and covered the exposed faces with some vertical slabs. I planted in and bone mealed the maple sapling to get this awesome tree. I felt I could use some grass, so I grabbed some and planted it around the tree, and there we have it, way better than a boring old statue in my opinion. For my next project, I again needed some more wood, but this time my tree farm was fully grown, so I took to harvesting that, which was just so satisfyingly easy. And so that next project was to upgrade this rinky-dink old windmill here. It was honestly fine the way it was, but I just wanted to give it a bit of a makeover. The first step was to basically just demolish the entire thing and start over. I then began replacing all of those oak fences with some more sturdy looking oak logs for the pillars. I felt some oak supports would look nice here, and that gave me the idea to add a fence in the middle area that would connect down to a composter to look like the grinding action from the windmill. I then added some more supports in these areas that had housed the top of the windmill, which was to stick out one more block on each side. I then removed the original windmill sail and started building up the top portion that had housed the new sail that was the same design. Speaking of, I simply used fences to build out the shaft of the sail and then slapped that same design back on with an oak trapdoor in the center and 2 birch trapdoors coming away from it in each direction. And stepping back, it was coming along pretty nicely, and I just continued by adding some details and some lanterns, along with heading to the top to get started on the roof. I decided on using the same palette as the house beside, with a stone trim and oak for the main roof block. I also went with my signature curved style roof, and I think it fit in well. Although stepping back, it looks like there's just too much oak logs, so I tried stripping all of the top logs, which makes it look slightly better. It still does look kind of weird though. Moving on, I was pretty sick of living off apples at this point, so I figured it was time to harvest some wheat and chuck it into the feeder for the sheep and eventually get some better food. But before that, I headed off to bed. Bright and early in the morning, I decided to get the farmhouse just beside the farm fully restored. It didn't need too much work, overall just a roof repair and clearing off some mossy blocks. After getting everything fully restored for the farmhouse, I moved on to expanding the crop farms that had run behind. I first extended the wheat farm all the way along the tree farm, so we'd always have heaps to harvest. I then continued beside that with some beetroots, potatoes, and finally carrots at the end. I then remembered I had a bunch of new crops as well, so I just continued expanding the farm, getting some onions and tomato planted in this strip, followed by a final strip with cucumber and asparagus. Alright, and there is our crop fields planted, just waiting on the crops to grow, and for my next project, I figured I'd just start restoring this little watchtower building here. Majority of the work was done simply to remove all of the mossy stone bricks and mossy cobblestone, as I wanted to get rid of that overgrown look. While I was doing that, I also introduced some texture to the cobblestone with some of the stone tile blocks, which I think fit in really nicely. The roof also had a giant chunk taken out of it, and it was missing a few polished granite blocks that I sourced from one of the broken statues I removed. Next up, I slapped a door in at the bottom to keep mobs out, and I also decided on replacing the cobblestone walls with some oak fences and fence gates, just as a little wood accent to this previously only stone building. I placed the lanterns back on top of the fences and stepped back, pretty happy with the final result. Checking back in on the sheep, yeah, it was pretty much overrun at this point, and I was almost out of apples, so it was time to begin the shearing and subsequent slaughter. After washing my hands clean of sheep blood and having a sleep, it was now day 39, and I wanted to start my next build, which would need some diorite. I'd also remembered that my pickaxe had an enchantment called vein mining, and after repeated attempts, I just couldn't get it to work, but eventually I would actually get this figured out, so stay tuned. Now, I of course did end up getting distracted with a nearby cave, and just decided on slaying enough mobs to get back to level 30. I also of course did a little bit of pot smashing and ore mining, along with getting to level 30 and eventually returning home to get some enchanting done, just after having a sleep. I also opted to try maxing out the enchanting table with as many books as possible, so I went rummaging through the ruined village again to take as many books as I could. I ended up getting 6 more bookshelves crafted, which was actually the perfect amount, and upon a few rerolls on the enchanting table, I got this pickaxe, which was definitely a bit better, but still didn't have Fortune or Silk Touch, the only enchantments I actually wanted at this point. Seeing as my old pick was almost broken and now made redundant, I disenchanted it to get some levels back. And, well, pretty frustrated with enchanting in general, I just moved straight onto my next build, another house for the town. This one was to be a similar block palette to the first one on the hill, but definitely a more interesting shape with 2 tiers of roofs. I did try using the vertical slabs for these roofs, but they ended up not having enough room between the pillars, so I just went with my signature design using slabs and transitioning to stairs halfway up. As for the walls, again, on the bottom floor I used a combination of oak planks and stripped oak wood, transitioning to diorite and polished diorite on the top floor. I added some planter boxes in front of the main door for some decoration and started on this extra section off to the side that I decided on changing into a wooden roofed area. For extra detail, I placed some more planter boxes along with some hay bales under here. Alright, just before we get started on the next house, I really want to upgrade my bag because this single row is just, it's pissing me off, dude. And I saw back when we were making those backpacks that there is upgraded variants. So yeah, it goes from the baby backpack to the frayed, then we have plated, gilded, bejeweled, Jesus Christ, okay, endless backpack. That sounds insane and I really want it. But it looks like the next upgrade we have is the plated backpack surrounded by iron. So let's quickly get that built because we have a crap load of iron. Now, I'm kind of hoping this doesn't actually just delete all of the stuff that I have in here. Wait, what? I just accidentally pressed V and got this enchantment. Open a nearby crafting table remote control. So if you press V near a crafting table, you can just open it. Wait, do I not even have to be near a crafting table? You're kidding me. Look at how far away I am from this crafting. Bro! 43 days. I don't know how many hours that is, but I could have just been pressing V this whole time instead of going to the crafting table like a dickhead. You are actually kidding me. I don't even have one in my inventory. This whole time. Okay, now I can't press V. Okay, it must definitely be a range, but that's a pretty big range. Okay, well, well, dude. I wish I figured that out sooner, but yeah. Like I was saying, I hope it doesn't delete all of the crap in my backpack. Just in case, I'm going to, I don't know, let's throw all this on the floor and see if it deletes this cobblestone stairs. Okay, let's get this surrounded. Yes, plated backpack. Let's put that on and see. Okay, it is still in there. Sweet. And yeah, look at all that space. We have an extra whole row there. That is insane. Let's see the next one, gilded, which is just gold. I think, yeah, we definitely have enough gold, so let's just freaking do that, man. And there we have it, gilded backpack. I'm guessing this one adds a whole nother row. Hell yeah. Bejeweled. Well, we could actually do that. I don't know if I really want to use my diamonds though right now because I don't have many. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that amount of space for now. Jesus Christ, dude, these next ones, what the hell? That's not happening. I'm sorry, gamers. But yeah, now with that extra space, that gives me a lot of room to put in our building resources, and mainly because I'm sick of freaking having a full inventory while building, dude. So that's gonna make life a lot easier. So yeah, let's go get started on this next house. I was actually gonna make this house similar to the last, but instead decided on making the first floor entirely out of stone for something different. So I used stone bricks for the bottom floor pillars and textured cobblestone and stone tiles for the walls. For the second floor, I used some oak supports with oak wood pillars on top to get it one block out from the stone below, which I think turned out pretty nice. As for the roof, I was able to use vertical slabs again as this house was a bit wider, and I was actually really happy with this roof design once I got it finished. After finalizing the house with some details, I got straight into the next one, which I'd make in a similar style, having stone on the bottom floor and wood for the second floor. After adding in all the windows, I placed on the supports, this time extending in each direction, not just the front and back, again for something different. Once that was all placed in, I added the oak pillars in, along with moving onto the roof design. I was again able to use vertical slabs to get a really awesome looking looking roof that I just wish was possible in vanilla, but I'll just enjoy it while I can in this mod pack at least. And to finalize the build, I simply added planter boxes everywhere. Alright, so we are just about to cross the halfway mark in terms of the 100-day challenge. And so far, we have pretty much almost halfway completed this village. As you can see, this back half here behind where my actual person is pretty much all done. We do still need to expand these farms. We do need to fix up this house. This house is already pretty good. I might just clear out some of those mossy blocks because I don't really like that. But yeah, we just need to fix up this house, extend the farms. I don't think I'm going to actually build whatever this is just because it's so kind of far away and I don't really know what it is. I'll probably just... What the fuck? Jesus Christ, that scared me. It looks like some kind of like ritual wither rose thing. So I don't know. Maybe I'll add like a little garden in here or something. But yeah, that is pretty much almost the back half of this entire village done. Now we do have, of course, the entire other side of this village along the hillside over there, as well as all of the details. You know, I want to scatter a bunch of details around here, like especially some grass in here, maybe some cart designs, some barrels, some chests, you know, the standard decorations and details. So yeah, we definitely still have a lot of work to do up here. But first, I do want to finish off this half of the village. What I'm going to do next is continue expanding these farms and hopefully get them filled out. I'll also fix up all of these pathways and all of these little details around as well. So yeah, let's get started on that right now. So first off, the farms were all completely grown and were in need of some harvesting and replanting, so I got that done for each crop. I then moved on to restoring the final house for this area of the town, which I built in a similar style to the existing mine entrance and farmhouse with a full stone construction and deep slate roof. I then moved on to getting all of the pathways fixed up, and I did this by replacing all of the dirt gaps with cobblestone, along with getting the shape of the paths looking a bit more refined. I also decided on keeping the mossy cobble here as I felt it looked nice for the path. We did have a couple big gaps in this area of the town, of which I opted to fill with some more farms, with the first one here being carrots. The second one was a bit larger and I decided on filling it with wheat, as well as making another tree pot thing beside it. So now we do have a couple of gaps everywhere, like over here, we've got a big gap there. With the first gap I want to fill being right here, and I think a little cart design is going to fit in bloody perfectly, mate. So I'll just show you a little cart design. It's a very simple one, but you know, it goes a long way, okay? And so yeah, that's basically it, all right? Just a couple of slabs with some oak trapdoors for wheels. You know, it's not too shabby, okay? Just let me go to sleep first. I don't want to get frickin' exploded by a creeper. Good morning! And so where this cart shines is by basically slapping a bunch of shit on top of it. And so I have crafted up a bunch of random stuff like these bowls and plates and stuff, and I think they're going to look pretty great on there. We of course also have the classic barrels, and I do kind of want to make a couple of chests as well. There we go, and we'll of course slap a lantern on there too. And there we go, we have a little cart design with some shit strewn on top of it. I also do want to add some grass back into this area, not too much though, so I'm going to kind of chip away at that and remove some of the tall grass and a bit of the regular grass that I don't like. There we go. Now, as we transition over to this big old stinking gap over here, can maybe get a couple of barrels established, some chests. And I think because we do have a couple of hay bales over there, I think it's going to look nice having a big old hay bale pile out here as well. And of course, some feeding troughs and some composters are going to look great. I do kind of want to add some in here as well. I just didn't really have them at the time. And yeah, that looks really cool. What we can actually do to make these look better is put some seeds in there, and it's going to add in that little texture, I guess, in the bottom. Now on top of these, we can add some more of those detailed blocks, maybe a lantern on this one. We'll get some grass sprinkled in there too. Why the bloody hell not? All right, and that's looking pretty good. The next detail I have is a couple of more modded blocks, some tables and some chairs and some benches as well. I particularly want to see how these benches look, so let's maybe... Oh, that is cool. That is exactly what I wanted. Yes. I think over here could definitely maybe benefit from a table and some chairs. I think that might look kind of nice, I guess. Just something like that. I think over here as well might be a pretty cool place for some table and chairs. I don't know. That just looks really nice. I like that. And yeah, so the last thing we have to do basically for this half of the town is just clear all of this rubble. I don't know what I'm going to put in its place because I don't know what this was meant to be exactly. There we have it. That is now cleared out. We just have a big old pathway there, I guess. Yeah, we do actually have this whole quadrant over here as well. We've got all of these like kind of smaller, weirder looking houses. We've got another one of these big areas, like the same as my base as well, that we have to fill out. I might do something different to the castle that I've built and I don't know, just try something else out. We also have this spider cave as well. I literally just got goosebumps seeing this because I kind of forgot about it. You know, screw it. Let's just go in there right bloody now and see what's down here. Oh, okay. And there's the spiders. Oh my God. They're poison ones too. That's not good. And I'm already poisoned. That's great. So What do we got down here? It's literally, what is it? This is meant to be like a spider sack or something. I don't really know what that's meant to be. Let's grab out the shears and see if there's anything in there. Oh, there's a spawner. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get me out, get me out. Oh, okay, I'm still way too scared. Ah! I got stuck for a second there. Holy crap. You know, I hate spiders just because they're so hard to kill without getting hit. They're just freaky little bastards, you know? God damn it, I really want to check this out. There's gonna be loot down here, I guarantee it. See, look at that. He hit me before I could even get in range of him, the little prick. All right, let's destroy the spawner. There we go. Let's get rid of these little bastards. Get out of it, mongrel. Okay, they've all carked it now. I'm about to cark it. I also have I have no food left. Oh, God. Okay, I probably shouldn't be doing this right now. Is there anything actually in here? No, this just goes to like a water cave. Where's the loot, man? There's got to be loot in here. I'm telling you, I'm going to be fuming if there's no bloody loot. Mate, where's the fucking loot at? Oh, okay, so the spider cave actually does go deeper because there's a little pocket down here with another spawner like that. So I think this is like accidentally generated in a water thing because, yeah, we got spider things like everywhere, which, yeah, I don't really know where the loot is actually going to be. Oh, God. Okay, I think it's just time to get out of here because I'm half health and I have 0 food left. But yeah, that's that kind of sucks. I was kind of hoping for at least like a loot chest or something. All right, so yeah, what I'm probably going to get done now is just harvest a couple of my sheepies over here because I'm a hungry boy. And then I will get started on that right side of the village over there. All right, so it was now time to tackle this portion of the town, and I decided on making every building here the stone and deep slate style for a sort of slums looking area. We also had another one of these ruins, the same one that I used to build up my castle, and I was a bit stumped on what to build here, eventually opting for 2 joined houses with a wall surrounding. For that wall, I used a design consisting of several stone brick pillars with cobblestone stairs and fences between with deep slate slabs on top. And well, I just simply continued rebuilding these houses to what I felt they once were, along with adding a few extra upgrades and details to some of them. Alright, so there is a lot of building done. It is now day 62. Honestly, I don't remember what day I started on, but this has definitely taken a while. So if we just take a look with the ortho camera mod, yeah, you can see pretty much every house here with a black roof I've added, and it's definitely coming along very nicely. I really like the different house style compared to the, you know, wood and stone roof ones, and I think it's going to look really nice in the end. So I guess this is more of like a kind of a lower, I don't know, income area, I guess, because these are like cheaper houses. Yeah, I think it's turned out really nice. We do still have this tower to repair over here, and I actually think I want to turn it into a bigger version of this windmill over here, basically. And then we do still have a couple of houses back here as well. But honestly, I think it is time to take a break from building because I've been doing it for too long now, and I think we're going to be able to get the rest of this done before the 100 days anyway. And so I actually want to show you guys something that I just figured out. If you remember, I enchanted my pickaxe and we got this vein mining enchantment, but it just doesn't work. I tried it so many times on like every kind of ore and it just doesn't do anything. So I finally just decided on trying to figure out how to get it to work, and apparently you need to go into controls, keybinds, and then we just search vein. And you can see you have activate vein mining here, and I've just bound it to the tilde key. And so you actually have to hold that button down while you mine, and then you can actually get the entire vein of ores like so. But something else that you can actually do with this is mine out a whole bunch of stone and deep slate at once. So literally for these first 62 days, I have been manually mining stone like this when I could have just been doing this. So yeah, I'm definitely pretty annoyed, but I'm glad I figured that out now and not at day, you know, like 100 or something. So that is definitely going to make life a whole lot easier in terms of gathering resources, which I am very happy about. And as you might have noticed, I'm also now back to level 3, so I think it's time to go and enchant another item. All right, and well, I'm still wanting a pickaxe either with Silk Touch or frickin' Fortune, man, and it's, oh, dude, it is pissing me off, man. I'm sick of getting these crap enchantments, even with this fully stacked out bookshelves, like, oh, and there's efficiency 4. So either we take the chance and hope that has Fortune on it, or what, we re-roll. I think we just re-roll here. Vein mining again. I think if we re-roll again, I'm gonna go back down to level 29. No? Okay, we got Unbreaking 3. Dude, I don't know why. I just can't get Fortune or frickin' Silk Touch on this, and it's pissing me off. All right, we're gonna YOLO send it. Bang. And it's literally only Dude, I'm actually starting to get pretty fucking pissed off with this shit. Dude, it's day 63 and I still don't have the enchantments I want. I haven't even enchanted my shovel or an axe yet. All right, well, that can go in there and we'll enchant it again when I get back up to level 30, I guess. All right, and actually, there's something that I found out about and I want to actually try and see if it works. I'm pretty sure it's going to, but yeah, basically I need to grab a diamond and a couple of flowers and also 2 buckets of water. Okay, and so I think I'm going to build this right here. All right, now let's grab out the flowers and I'm just going to start adding these in like this. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot nicer. Now, the last step is to throw a diamond and this should work. Okay, it didn't work. Okay. I'm trying to get into the Twilight Forest, man. All right, I'm gonna have to look this up because I thought this was all you had to do. Okay, well, never mind. It looks like the Twilight Forest mod is not in this mod pack anymore, I guess. Okay, that's very interesting. Maybe it just hasn't been updated. It's not updated for fabric, I think. Well, that sucks. I think I'm just gonna leave this here as kind of like a sad little portal that didn't work. It's a nice little decoration at least as well. Okay, well, never mind. We're not going into the freaking Twilight Forest. That's kind of depressing. Okay, I have a new plan. What I'm gonna do instead is actually explore some of these structures I have been putting off because I have, you know, crap gear. So I found a couple of diamonds down here that I've just been not mining because I've been wanting to get goddamn fortune, but it's just not happening. So I'm just gonna mine these out so I can make some diamond goddamn armor, okay? So there's 14 of the bastards. Let's head back up to base. I'm gonna craft those up and we'll get on our merry way. All right, so let's craft up those legs and the boots, and there we have it. We are now finally diamond up out of our goddamn mind. Yes, dude, hell yeah. Now, I would like to get these enchanted, and I might actually just get some lower level enchantments on these, just because I really want that extra protection, I guess. So, we got protection 2, that's goated, I'm happy with that. I just enchanted my iron legs. You are actually kidding me. Oh my god. Well, that's actually kind of annoying. Let's put those away so that doesn't happen again. And let's try again. Okay, protection 2, thank you for that. What do we got? Unbreaking? No, let's see. Protection 1, whatever, honestly. Protection 1. Yeah, okay. It's better than nothing, honestly. We're just going to go with that for now. Now, what I'm going to do is just empty out my bag and my inventory and just sort all this out. I'm also going to kill a bunch of my sheep because I have 0 food left and just get fully prepared. And yeah, we'll get going. All right, it is a brand new day. I have a stack of food and I've also made a bow that I'm just going to quickly enchant. We got, what, power 2? Okay, yep. And I'm just going to use that, you know, just in case if I need it, basically. So yeah, I'm going to now head all the way over to that temple all the way off in the distance. So I'll meet you guys there. All right, and here we are back at this temple thing. I don't really know what it is still, but this is where we left off last time. So we got a giant freaking pit. The guys are still down there. That's pretty sad, actually. Before we go up there, I actually want to see what's in here. Okay, so it looks like it's actually maybe, what is this? A little underground section of tunnels. Okay, it looks like it's the way back up from that giant hole. So yeah, let's just go check out down here first. Doesn't look like this was the way that it was intended to go. Okay, and all these guys are actually, oh, okay, that does damage. That does a lot of damage. Okay, that's, I'm still not ready to do this. Holy crap. They just reduced me to half health within 2 hits. Like, what the hell? That is ridiculous. I literally almost just died then. Maybe I can snipe these guys from here. Let's see. Oh, there's 1 dead. There's 2. Okay, these guys are just falling like freaking flies, man. See you later. See if we can get this guy. Okay, and they've all carked it. All right, I think we should now just be safe to jump down here instead of going all the way back down the stairs again. I'm kind of scared though. Oh, okay, all right, we're good. There's the staircase, but I'm just gonna cover this up just in case if I need to frickin' run back here, man, because I am quite scared. Like, what even is this? Okay, we got a lot more dudes as well. I'm just gonna snipe the crap out of these pricks because they do a lot of damage with those axes. Man, is there anything even down here? Like, what is this? Oh, I just heard another angry boy. There he is. There's nothing down here, man. What is this? What's the point? I think it's just like a labyrinth to get lost in, basically. Like, yeah, okay. Well, let's just have a quick look on this side. Yeah, dude, it's all just the same crap. Oh, okay, we actually have rooms. Oh, so I think this is kind of like a woodland mansion, actually, because these look similar. Obviously, it's not a woodland mansion, but it's kind of like a variant of it, I guess. All right, we got fucking nothing in those goddamn chests. Oh, okay, that guy looks freaking scary as hell. You're gonna die. See you later. Thanks for the emeralds, buddy. See what's in here? Bunch of frickin' paper, man. What am I gonna do with that? I really do not want to get overrun and lost down here. Especially once I run out of arrows, these guys are gonna be a lot scarier. I've only got 13 left. Dude, it's all garbage. This is all pure garbage down here, man. Nah, I'm already starting to get lost. I'm not gonna risk it anymore. We're just gonna go back up and see what's in that top area. So I'll meet you up there. All right, we are back up at the top, and let's just sneak our way up here. Okay, we're looking good so far. What is this, like a map table? That's pretty cool, actually. Please don't be like 8 guys. Okay, we're golden. We got 2 chests as well. Oh, what is that? Amplifies damage when striking a target from behind. Holy crap. Okay, we got some trim. We got music. Okay, I'm just going to take all of that. What's in here? Another freaking disc. And heaps of bones. That's going to be good for bone milling stuff. Let's go up to what looks like the final layer, and we just have, well, nothing. Okay. Yep, that just goes to the roof. Well, we got a pretty cool enchantment from that, but I don't really know when you would ever be able to hit a mob from behind, because they're pretty much just, they're always programmed to face you, basically. So, I don't know what that is really useful for. That's kind of disappointing. That's basically the best thing that we got out of this. Well, I'm definitely in the mood to adventure right now. So what I'm going to actually do is maybe save my coordinates so I don't get too lost. And I'm just going to wander around until I find another interesting structure. Ooh, it looks like we're coming up on a little campsite here. That is really cool. That is, oh, that would be so awesome to find as you're just starting out, like, and just resting like at this little campsite. Dude, I love it. Oh, we got some decent stuff actually as well. Well, I mean, it's not amazing, but better than bloody nothing. I'm telling ya. Some wheat as well, some good early game food. Well, I mean, this will just be basically going to decorative purposes back in the old village. But yeah, that's a pretty cool find. Let's keep going. What the hell? Look at that. There's a deer. Look at that. A deer, a reindeer or something? That's actually so cool. I've not seen one of these yet in this mod pack. That looks awesome. Oh, okay, here we go. We found a bit of a village. And there's another waystone as well. Oh, I can actually use that to just teleport back home as well. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. I don't know what cost 1 is. I'm guessing that's 1. Oh yeah, there we go. 1 level. So that's cool. Well, yeah, I'm gonna steal that so we can just easily teleport back home whenever we want to. That's awesome. Well, time to see if there's anything good in this village, I guess. Okay, big surprise. That village had absolutely nothing useful, but I have just spotted over in the distance what looks like a big old cabin. I think it's similar to the one that we found before. And also over there, a big old bamboo biome. And I mean, I'm freaking sick of using dirt as scaffolding, so I'm going to get my ass over there and get as much bamboo as I can. But first, let's go check out this little base real quick and just see what we have in the store. Oh, look at that. They even got this little farm outside as well. It's a little bit messed up, but it's the thought that counts, you know? Okay, and here's the base. We've even got a couple of attackers coming after us. Settle down, guys. Oh, God. Oh, he dropped his bow. Hopefully that's a good one. Unbreaking 2. Okay, well, I can combine that with my other one at least. Got a big old cave in here. I'm not really too fast about exploring caves at the moment. Let's head back in here. Oh, it is actually a different house. I like the layout. There's a lot of oak wood, definitely. What do we got in here? We got some emeralds and food. I'm not even going to bother taking that food. I will definitely steal your emeralds, though. Let's go up to the 2nd floor. Heaps of food and emeralds. More food, 1 more emerald. Okay, cool. Couple of emeralds, can't complain. Let's go, let's keep going. Dude, what is this biome? This looks so nice. Look at that. It almost looks like a cherry blossom biome, but it's like got some weird looking trees. There's also another little house over there too. So let's freaking get our asses into gear and check it out. What is this over here? We've got a little water structure. It looks like it goes down. So I think, oh my God, that goes down quite a ways. I think we definitely need to check this out. This is the kind of thing I'm wanting to explore right now. Oh, it's a dungeon. Okay. Oh, that is not very good at all. Oh, okay. We do not have an easy escape right now. I need to get rid of some of this water. Yeah, that does not look very good at all. I do not feel too comfortable about being in here right now. I'm gonna block that off entirely and just have a quick look at this side. This looks pretty interesting in here. What is this? I'm going to kill this absolute little bastard and block this off entirely. Oh, there's pressure plates. Oh! Holy crap. Dude, I knew that. I knew that was coming. I knew it. The zombies are coming as well. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. Oh, there's so many. Okay, they can all burn in the lava. Okay, I need to be very careful here. There's the pressure plates. I feel like that is going to be a trap chest as well. Level ruins 3 loot. Broken bones, bone chunks, gold. Okay, what is that? A jukebox. Why does it look so weird? I'm just going to take that for myself. I've got a couple of bloody music discs to listen to, so might as well. Now, I really want to see what's in here, but I am very scared right now. Hoping that is not a trap chest. What do we got? I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm just going to yoink all that stuff. What I do want to do actually is gather some obsidian and check out the nether, because I feel like there's going to be some interesting stuff in there. All right, there's our obsidian obtained. I did see... Okay, there's a lot of zombies in there. I did see a chest in here as well that I want to check out. But we got silverfish too. Okay. These things piss me off, man. We've got a lot of mobs. Oh, there's some good looking stuff. Okay, we just need to get rid of that spawner. See you later, dickhead. Oh, we got skellies. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I'm scared. I'm actually off. Let's just block that off. I do not want to deal with them at the moment. What do we got? More loot. I'm just really scared that this is like going to explode something, so I'm doing that. What do we got? Helmet. Oh, we got some golden apples. Holy mother of God, I will take those. Okay, we're good. We're Gucci. We got more loot as well. Let's have a look. Ooh, diamond. Yes. A bunch of iron stuff. No, that's not what we really want. I'm going to just do a sneaky like that. With some name tags. And just because I really don't want to risk it, I'm just going to cheese the hell out of this dungeon at the moment. Oh, okay. Okay, settle down. Let's look in there. What do we got? Iron. Okay, I think it's time to get out of here. The loot is not worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, as they say. Okay, so we've made it out of that crappy dungeon. Now we have just found another little house over here. Let's see, have we got anything? Oh, we got some of these pots, actually. I really love them for decoration. Okay, they just break on impact. Roger that. I see how it is. Okay, they literally just have food. What even is this, man? This is crap. We do have a ruined portal up here as well. See what kind of juicy lootations we can grab. Garbage. Wow, that's quite interesting. And what are we in? We're in a Blush Sakura Grove. That is, oh, this is so nice. I love this. Well, I'm mainly here for that sweet, sweet bamboo for some scaffolding, so I'm just going to grab a bunch of these. Well, once again, I'm just going to continue exploring until we find something interesting. Okay, here's another one of these freaky things. Actually, there's 2 of them. Can I right-click you? Hey, man, it's a rascal. Oh, he's gone. All right. I cannot... No, see you later, buddy. I cannot remember what those guys do, so, yeah, see you later. Oh, and they're back. All right. Well, yeah, we found another one of these things that we found back at the old ruined village, and we know that there is a chest right under here. What have we got? Comb cutter. Mines combs, hives, nests, and wax box. Wow, okay, that's pretty sad. I'm just gonna continue on. These little freaks are following me as well. Like, can I give you shit or what? Here, take some freaking iron. Okay, see you later. All right, I have just reached the top of this mountain to get a look at the surroundings and look at that beautiful... Oh, there's something over there. What? Oh my God. What is that? That is huge. I also see a lot of emerald blocks in there. Holy... Okay, we've definitely found some interesting structures. What is that over there? It's like an air balloon or something. What the hell? Dude, I was just happy with seeing this massive freaking jungle. There's another structure in there as well. Okay, well, we have 4 points of interest now that we need to go check out. I think I'm going to head down here. I'm going to check out this little tower-looking structure first. Then we'll head to that one, and then finally that massive pyramid. So let's get going. All right, here we are at this tower. It looks like some kind of like Asian like style structure thing. We got some random crap on the outside here. Some food. I'll take that. Let's have like a water elevator up. That's pretty cool. Ooh, feather falling in power 1. I will steal that as well as that lantern. Cheers for that. Sharpness 1, power 1. I mean, they're not freaking, you know, overly crazy enchanted books or anything, but we'll take it. What is this? The final level by the looks of it. What do we have? A couple of smithing tables, some books, and some gold. All right. Hopefully these next structures have some better stuff. Okay, well, next up we have what appears to be a beefed up version of the vanilla temple, I think. Oh God, we have a giant creeper face as the entrance as well. I'm already not liking that at all. We've got dispensers. I need to be on the lookout for tripwires. Oh God. I'm afraid that is going to be trapped. It doesn't look like it is. What do we got? Some iron? What's these? Is there anything even in... Oh, fucking hell, that scared me. Jesus Christ. Is there anything in these? I think these are just decoration. Oh, that scared me again, dude. God's sake. All right, it looks like it actually goes down here. Let's go have a look. I'm scared shitless because I definitely do not want to... Oh my God. Okay. What the We have what looks like a trapped room. Look at the amount of pressure plates. And there isn't even what looks like some kind of goal. I think I'm just going to kind of cheese this as much as I can. Oh, I do not want any of those to go off because they are probably going to have TNT under, meaning I'm definitely dead. All right, so we've just made it to the other side. Well, I'm just going to leave that. I don't know what the point of that is. Oh, God, this keeps going down as well. Oh, man. All right. Oh, I almost stood on that. You almost got me, you absolute prick. Is there anything even hooked up to that? Yes. What is that? Okay, just a couple of arrows. You're a little prick, you are. All right, I'm looking for tripwires. I don't see any. What is this, man? A little parkour jumping thing. All right. We have a button as well. I feel like that is just going to open up some pistons, so I'm going to... Nah, I'm way too scared. I'm way too scared to press that. So I guess what you're supposed to do, you go here, here, bang, open. Ah, shit. Although I feel like you can just do that. And then you press that one. Ooh, okay. We're good. What's over here? Like a little bridge. That's cool. I like it. Oh, I'm so scared of these things, even though that's just a dropper. All right, we got more parkour. Let's go. Let's get through it. I'm an absolute parkour menace, so there we go. Nothing too freaking hard for me. And looks like we just go straight down to the next level. All right, off we go. Watching for traps. Yep, there it is, you little bastard. Okay, and what have we got in here? Another big open room. Dude, I'm so scared that like a million mobs are just gonna spawn in or something. Once again, I'm not taking any chances with that. What do we got? Freaking bones, man. God's sake, give me something good. All right, well, we do have some blocks of gold. I'm going to snag. Thank you. What's in here? Oh, I did not check if that was trapped. It is not. We're good. Okay. Got iron, bones, bamboo. Okay, and well, that looks like the end of the line there. That's it. Kind of shit. I'm not gonna fucking lie. That is a little bit disappointing. I was kind of hoping for some more loot, but all right. We do still have that massive pyramid to check out, so yeah, we're definitely gonna get our asses over there. I just need to now get out of this freaking hellhole. All right, we have made it to the absolutely massive pyramid here, and so the first thing I feel like is that these are going to have maybe some loot. So I kind of want to check these out first because there's a lot of gravel. Oop, there it is. Okay. Oh, and it's trash. Rightio. Well, judging by that, I feel like the rest of this is going to have crappy loot. Man, where's the good stuff at? Let's go down the main pyramid and okay, I'm seeing a lot of levers and not a lot of other ways to go. I'm going to take a risk here. I'm just going to... Oots! Okay, nothing's exploded. Bang. Bang, bang. Oh, okay. Dude, nothing's happening. What's going on? Okay, I'm just gonna keep mining down, I guess. What do we got down here? Oh, God. Oh, there's a skelly. Okay, I've just dug through the wall and found the way down. All right. God, this is just a full-on maze. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, there's our first chest. Please. Oh, look at that. I knew it was a trap chest. Look at it. Okay, that might actually be powering something. So as long as we get rid of that, we should be all right. Dude, and it is trash. It's trash. That's what it was powering. Okay, a bunch of water buckets, I guess. So that would have just flooded the room. Okay. Okay, here's the next way down. Let's keep going. Where's the good loot? I'm just going straight down at this point. I don't give a shit anymore. Is that actually it? That's actually it. Oh, brother, I'm fuming. All right, well, here is yet another little temple that looks different from the other ones. So let's hope that this one has some loot. Okay, looks like I'm just gonna have to dig down myself. Oh, okay. We almost fell straight onto that. Oh, actually, we have a chest. Oh, actual good loot. Some diamonds, dude. Hell yes. Finally, something good. Well, I think it's definitely worthwhile to continue in this dungeon. I should have just sniped him with the bow. Oh, okay, another chest. Oh, more diamonds. Yes. Okay, okay. What else do we have? A spawner. Get the hell out of here. Another chest. Oh, dude, more diamonds. Yes. This is actual good loot. Look at that. We're at 9 diamonds now. And well, is that it? I guess that's it. It was short, but it was sweet, I guess, and had some loot. I'm happy with that. All right, well, my recording accidentally stopped working, and so we've missed a few days, but basically I teleported back here after we explored that temple, and I built a nether portal in this little ring here. And so, yeah, it is time to head in and have a look at the nether. All right, and here we are. Holy crap. There's a glowing piglin baby. Why are you glowing, brother? Okay, I think that's just a glitch with shaders or something. All right, well, we got a big open area up here. Let's just have a quick little peruse up here if there's any, like, structures or anything. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it, but dude, the terrain looks so awesome in here. I love all of these little plants and stuff that are added. What is this? The Better Nether mod. That's so cool. Over there, what is that? It's like a lush area, dude. That looks awesome. Holy crap, that is bright. Oh my god, my eyes, dude. Jesus. Oh my god. That looks so cool, though. That is insane. Oh, what is that? Find a long abandoned nether city. What? Oh, okay, there it is. What? That looks like an interesting structure we can definitely check out. What the hell? That looks so cool down there. Okay, this is the easiest spot that I could find to get to, so let's just jump on over. All right, dude, this is looking pretty cool. But dude, these pots, oh my goodness. I'm taking them for myself. They look so cool. This respawner statue, holy crap, I'm taking that. That is so cool. All right, let's keep exploring. So, what is this? We got like a big nether wart tree thing. Another one of these freaking glowing little guys. Oh, look at that. A full enchanting setup, dude. All right, I've just found a little chest hiding away in here. And what do we got? Syncinasite ingot. What the what the hell? Blue obsidian. Okay, we have a syncinasite forge. That looks interesting. I wonder if that's going to smelt stuff faster. I'm just going to yoink that. Thanks, buddy. All right, and this looks like it is the final building here. This is, dude, this structure is freaking crazy, dude. Look at this. Fireball. Yoink. 2? Don't mind if I do. Okay, there's a bunch more of these forges. I'm just going to take all of them. I don't know if they do anything better than regular furnaces, but I mean, they look cool at least. Okay, and that looks like it is about it for this structure. Yeah, I think I'm just going to get the hell out of the nether now because I just simply do not like it here. So yeah, I will meet you guys back in the overworld and I'll continue upgrading the ruined village. The first order of business was cleaning up this main square, and I decided on getting rid of my failed Twilight Forest portal as it was making me sad. I also fixed up all the pathways here along with getting the main square situated. I then moved the waystone up here and placed in those cool statues and other decorations I'd found in that nether structure. I then moved on to fixing up pretty much all of the pathways throughout the entire town, removing all the dirt splotches and getting them filled in with cobblestone, along with shaping the paths to my liking. And now it was onto the arduous task of fully repairing the rest of all of the houses throughout the entire town. I decided on making these all similar to the previous ones as I was just really enjoying the aesthetic they gave off, and I was honestly starting to get worried I wasn't going to be able to get the town completed in time, as even with getting the houses done, I still had a lot more work I needed to do. There was a lot of missing things still throughout the town, like various details and decorations, some pathways, and the biggest thing, almost every single house has no interior, and it was going to take a lot of work getting all those completed. So there's almost every building completed, and like mentioned previously, almost all of them are bare on the inside, so it was time to get to some interior decorating. So over the course of 5 in-game days, I built up each and every single interior using as many different blocks and items as I could, with majority of them being modded items, like chairs, tables, shelves, supports, plates, planter boxes, and so much more. I wanted every interior to feel super lively and different from each other, and I feel I achieved that goal pretty well in the end. As I was almost finished with the interiors, I'd noticed it turned to winter, and having experience with winter already from my 100 days on a farmland, I knew that every water source was slowly turning to ice, meaning all of my farms were about to get destroyed, and to fix that, all I did was place a cobblestone slab in every water source, which prevents them from turning to ice, and we were all good. As I was finishing up with the final interior on day 86, I stepped outside to discover it was snowing, which just looked so beautiful. Our town was turning into a winter wonderland, and I loved it. After having a sleep, I realized we only have one major build left, this final tower that I was going to turn into a massive windmill. I did need some resources for this, like stone, which we made light work of thanks to our vein mining enchantment that I still had wished I used sooner. We were also completely out of wood, and with our saplings not growing in the winter, I headed to the nearby forest to collect the logs I needed. And then I discovered this interesting looking structure that of course had a gigantic ladder leading down that I just couldn't resist. A lot of the ladders were also broken, which I had to repair on the way down, which was quite the pain. Once we reached the bottom, I realized it was another one of these mine shafts, with this one being covered in leaves and vines. And after a short bit of exploring, I ended up finding a minecart with a chest that had some goodies for us. After this, I continued exploring, eventually exhausting every single tunnel and finding no more loot, unfortunately. I eventually made my way back out and continued chopping wood, the main thing I was actually here to do. Returning home, I honestly just stopped for a moment and was actually really proud of the town so far. It was probably one of my most nicest builds yet, and I was super happy with it, and we still weren't even done yet. So on the morning of day 89, I got to work on the final large project, fully restoring this massive stone tower and converting it into a windmill. This tower was actually exactly the the same as the one that we'd restored earlier, so I made sure to change up the design a bit to make sure it was different from that previous one. One of the main differences was to be the roof, with this one actually having an arched roof design like some of the houses in the town instead of just a flat old boring roof. I also, of course, needed to build a sail for the windmill, which I added on the front and used a curved design to keep it interesting. I added that design on all 4 sides, and with those done, the windmill was all completed. Well, except the interior actually, with the first thing I added being the shaft driven by the sail that runs all the way down to the bottom and into a crushing thing that you put grain into to turn into flour. There wasn't much room on the bottom floor here, so the only other thing I added was some barrels and some shelves and a couple lanterns. Up at the top floor, I didn't really know what to add up here, and when in doubt, barrels and chests. And there we have it, the windmill was now actually fully completed. Now, even though the village buildings are complete, there was a lot of gaps between houses and just overall not much detail, so it's time to add all of that detail in. So I crafted up a gigantic amount of various detailing blocks and got straight to work scattering as much random stuff as I could, literally everywhere. I added hay bales, chests and barrel piles, a metric shit ton of planter boxes, tables and chairs, cart designs holding random items, benches, walls and heaps more. Alright, and there is our wintry city, pretty much almost completed. I've added an absolute metric shit ton of details, absolutely everywhere, man. Every square inch, every corner, every nook has a detail. Every interior is fully laid out. Like, every single house has some kind of interior, which I'm very happy I managed to get done. But there's one thing that every single house is missing and that I completely forgot about. You might be able to notice if we take a look from up here. Yeah, no house has a chimney at all. And with only 5 days left, that is actually going to be a lot of work to do. So the first step is going to be getting some of the materials for those chimneys, and I want to use bricks and granite specifically. So let's quickly go find some granite somewhere. Oh yeah, right here. Now if we just hold this vein mining thing, dude, that's so good. I kind of wish I had that on a shovel so that we could get heaps of bricks easily, but at least we got, yeah, that's pretty much all the granite we should need. Now let's go find some clay. I'm going to go dig that up. Well, yeah, I kind of forgot that all of the lakes are going to be frozen, making this kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, there's like a little campsite raft thing out in the middle of the ocean there, actually. I want to go check that out. All right, looks like we do actually have a little bit of a chest here too. This is a kind of a weird looking raft. Like, what happened to this like front and back area of it? Okay. What do we got? Oh, that's a pretty decent fishing rod. What the hell? I'll snag that. And some fish and stuff. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like this. It's a very cute little setup. But yeah, we are definitely running out of time. So I'm going to quickly get as much clay as I can. I'm going to smelt it up. What the hell? That freaking jellyfish just poisoned me. Jesus Christ. Okay, settle down. We'll smelt it up into bricks, and I'll pretty much just get started on the time lapse of adding in every single chimney. All right, so I'm back smelting the clay, and it actually turns out that these Cincinnati forges, I don't know what the hell they're called. It turns out they actually do smelt pretty much everything at double the speed. Look at that. That is so good. That's a regular furnace right there. Look at that thing. That is turbocharged, man. That's so good. All right, we have ended up with a lot of bricks. So yeah, like I said before, I'm going to craft these into actual bricks, and we'll actually get started building all of the chimneys right now. Sorry, one last thing, okay? I just realized I crafted these campfires, but then I just thought maybe there's like a chimney block or something, and it turns out there actually is. And thank Christ it uses a campfire to actually craft and just a block. So that is going to make our chimneys look so much better, man. Holy crap. So I'm going to get half of those done as granite and the other half as bricks, which, yeah, actually, we only have 8 bricks left. I might have to go get some more clay. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm going to get all that done, and then we will actually start the time lapse right now. Alright, and with our chimneys all done, I decided on spending the last 2 days adding in another farmland next to the farm storage tower, as I felt it made sense. This farm consists of carrots, wheat, and beetroot that I laid out in a pretty cool and interesting way. Alright, and with day 99 coming to a close, it is time to have a sleep, our final sleep into day 100. And there it is, we're now on day 100, meaning that the 100-day challenge is finally complete. And so, of course, I'm going to take you guys through a very quick tour of the entire village now that it is fully completed. So we started off with our little castle base here, which honestly I think is probably the worst looking build in this entire village now. Honestly, I think I spent a lot of time on everything else and I didn't really come back and revisit my base, which still kind of looks a little bit bland in comparison. But overall, I think it's still a pretty decent build. And the next one we got created was the barn here, which is honestly, I think this might be my most favorite build in this entire village. This thing turned out so nice, even though it's so like small. We also have this massive farm storage tower and the farms that we just got completed. Unfortunately, they're not going to grow in anytime soon because I'm pretty sure it is still winter at the moment. But yeah, then we move on to this house, and honestly, I was thinking I was gonna do this kind of style of house for every single house in this village, but I don't know, I was just really feeling this other type of house, this like kind of interesting looking stone and deep slate one. I don't know, I really like the aesthetic of this one, and I was just kind of enjoying that. Plus, it is a lot easier and quicker to build. Honestly, I think if I did these houses for every single house, we probably wouldn't have gotten the town done in time, but I'm pretty happy with the mixture of the different houses. But yeah, as we transition over to this side of the village, we kind of enter the slums kind of area with these like smaller, more like stone houses that I was definitely enjoying building. And yeah, dude, just all of these details just makes this whole village kind of come to life. I love these little planter boxes, just all the interiors and everything. Yeah, it's such a vibe walking through all of this, man. I love it. We've got the massive windmill here. And yeah, I think I definitely could have done a couple different variants of more houses. Like, the hell, look at the back of that barrel. That looks so weird. What the hell? But yeah, I think I definitely could have done more like kind of work site buildings, like maybe a blacksmith or something like that. I just kind of got a bit tunnel visioned on really just getting this challenge done and just building a bunch of these houses and restoring all of them. Honestly, that didn't really cross my mind until just now. But overall, I am very happy with how this village turned out, man. It looks awesome. Let's just get one final aerial view from afar here, and dude, this thing is looking absolutely insane. Holy crap, dude. I can't believe I got all of this done in 100 days. That is crazy. In this video, I spent 100 days building the coziest farm I possibly can in hardcore Minecraft. I'll be using my very own Farmtopia mod pack, complete with plenty of mods that add hundreds of new crops, building blocks, and an insane amount of detail and quality of life mods. My previous 100 days building a farm video ended up looking a lot more commercial than I wanted, so this time around I'm focusing on making it as cozy and beautiful as possible. So let's get started on day 1. Spawning in, I found myself in quite literally the complete opposite biome I wanted, but at least we had a nearby village we could ransack. I spotted some nearby sugarcane, of which I harvested and got like 30 achievements, pinging every single dopamine receptor in my brain. I then commenced my pillaging, stealing food and armor, some comfy beds, and even a couple spuds and some coal. I then spotted this thing that I tried destroying to no avail. I decided to step into it for some reason, and it shot me up into the sky. I thought it'd come in handy, so I spent like 20 seconds trying to break it until giving up. I then ate some bread and got 3 more achievements, once again making me feel really good about myself, and then continued to harvest my first pieces of wood. I then made a crafting table, a wooden pickaxe, and then began digging a hole to gather some cobblestone. Once I had enough, I returned to the surface and crafted up my set of stone tools. I surveyed the surrounding area with the ortho camera mod. I swear if I see one comment asking what this mod is, I'm gonna lose it. And discovered that I was completely surrounded by snowy terrain. So I, well, tried destroying this fucking geyser again. Just give it up, man. And then continued on my journey for better lands. Shortly into my expedition, I discovered a ruined portal that had some goodies for me, including some armor of which I hastily equipped. Holy hell, I'm looking dripped out of my mind, brother. A little while later, I stumbled upon another snowy village, and to spare you the boring details, I stole a stone cutter, furnace, and a lantern. I killed all of their livestock and cooked the meat in their own smoker as a sign of disrespect. I slept next to a bloke uninvited in his own igloo, and then started day 2 strong by collecting my cooked pork and stealing the smoker entirely. Halfway through day 2, I'd finally found a new biome, a swamp, which was still not the place I wanted to be. At the end of the swamp, I discovered a sunken ship which had basically a whole bunch of garbage. I decided to put my fire charge to good use by live smoking some pork and then crafted some shears to collect wool, the first item I'd need to create a backpack. The beautiful night of day 2 was upon us, so I slept out in the bush to avoid the skeletons and creepers. On day 3, I had an epiphany that boats exist, so I crafted one up and set sail into the massive lake ahead in search of my perfect land. Halfway into my sailing, I found a sunken portal and to no one's surprise had a bunch of garbage in it. Upon finally reaching the other side of the lake, I decided on collecting some dark oak for future builds. And with day 4 coming to a close, I once again slept out in the bush. I set sail once again on the morning of day 4 and quickly found another shipwreck back, which actually had some good stuff inside, including a diamond and some actual good crops. Once I'd hit land, I continued on foot to find the perfect area, a plains biome. However, this one was quite lumpy, which was going to be a pain to work on, so I'd continue searching around. And so after a bit more walking, I found this absolutely phenomenal spot. It's almost perfectly flat and would be a breeze to work on, so I set this as home. On day 5, I set up a temporary workstation / storage area and crafted up an iron pickaxe and axe. I chopped down a couple trees that were in the way and got to planning out my farmhouse, which was going to be quite large. Now, I of course needed a lot more wood, so I spent an entire in-game day chopping as much wood as I could from the nearby forest. I then continued planning out my house along with even expanding it out further. I then started building out the walls and the rest of the pillars, deciding on using stripped birch for the wall block. I introduced some birch planks to the wall for texture, along with changing the windows out from glass trapdoors to glass panes. After finishing out the bulk of the first floor, I moved up a story and built up the framework. I then decided to start playing around with some details, deciding on using birch trapdoors beside the window along with an open fence gate and campfire on the window. I also added some modded spruce arch blocks under the pillars that stick out, along with finishing up the second story walls. I added some planter boxes for color along with a covered area above the front door and then moved on to the roof. I wanted to try a pretty different block palette from my usual ones, and I ended up going with polished granite for the trim and regular granite for the body of the roof. I added this cute little arched area over the window at the front of the house and finished up by adding the fences for this balcony area above the side door. And there's the completed farmhouse, and well, it's day 18. That took 13 days to build. And well, we actually still aren't done because the interior is looking quite empty. So to help us with decorating, I downloaded a mod called Sawmill, which essentially adds a stone cutter block except for wood, and it's fantastic. So I crafted one up. So you can see, once I add some logs in, it shows us everything we can make from it, which just makes life so much easier. We also had a surprise visitor, and I said to myself, if he offers me absolute garbage, I'm gonna murder his ass, and, well, you know the rest. After my cold-blooded murder, I went to bed and slept easy with absolutely no remorse, and in the morning decided to start doing some mining because I was sick of having stone tools. I had the idea to make the entrance into one of those like outdoor basement entrances, you know, like this thing. So I crafted up some of these awesome looking trapdoors to use as the cover and then continued mining down. Shortly into my mining, I stumbled into a cave and found some coal, of which I mined up. Not too far into the cave, I'd also found a dungeon, which was honestly such a lucky find, and I'd eventually be able to set up an XP farm not too far from home, which was perfect. Now, the loot was honestly mediocre. The best thing was probably the bones that we could use to jumpstart our farms that we'd eventually start, okay? Just trust me. I then found a section of cave that went much deeper into a dripstone cave. I carefully made my way down and began mining some iron until getting rudely shot at. I plotted my revenge while eating a steak and charged directly at him, smoking his bony ass. He dropped a bone that I'd use later to grow my crops. I then decided on setting up a cute little workstation to smelt up some of the iron I'd found, along with doing some scouting and finding a shitload more iron further down. Once my iron was done smelting, I put it to good use by creating a sword along with a chest plate and legs to give me a bit better defense. And some absolutely ice cold drip. I packed up all my shit and made my way further down to continue my mining spree. I ended up finding a boatload more iron, which was perfect, and after some continued exploration, I broke out into this huge dripstone cave with ore absolutely everywhere. Now, it turns out this cave went even deeper, and before I headed down in search of diamonds, I thought the smart thing to do would be to set up another smelting station and complete my iron armor set. Once the smelt was complete, I crafted up the remaining armor pieces along with a second pickaxe, an axe, and a bloody shovel because why the hell not? I then found a nice entry point to getting deeper down, but was met with heavy resistance from the local undead inhabitants. I did some thorough exterminating until finding what I was here for, bloody diamonds, mate. I took a leap of faith down into the water and mined up my first 2 diamonds. Seconds later, I spotted another patch of diamonds, but was getting steadily approached by a zombie that I had to deal with. I made my way up to the diamonds and started mining, gaining 3 more. Soon after, I'd found 2 more diamonds until encountering this. I had no idea what the hell this was. I also quickly mined up the nearby diamond. Thinking this was a stronghold with tough bricks or something, I decided on mining inside until realizing it was a bloody trials chamber. A whole bunch of spiders started spawning that I was definitely not equipped to deal with, so I ended up running away like a little bitch boy. Now, at this point I wanted to go back up because I was scared of dying, but this skeleton had other plans. I was reduced to tears at this moment, thinking it was all about to be over and I should probably just start using a goddamn shield, but I ended up surviving. After the zombies finished off the skeleton, I thanked them by putting them out of their misery and continued up and out of this hellhole. Making it out of the gaping hole, I decided to leave the mine entirely, so I steadily made my way back to the mine entrance. entrance. After making it out, I was greeted by another trader, which had some questionable trades, and surprisingly I spared his life. I also sealed up the mine entrance and thought surrounding it with some cobble would look cool, and well, I think it does. Getting inside, I admired my haul, which was honestly not amazing. It was now time to start working on the interior of the farmhouse, starting with the smelting area. I decided on placing it under the stairs, which I thought was a good spot as it was tucked out of the way. I also put it straight to good use by smelting all of the iron I'd found. Now onto the storage, with the first item I crafted being the backpack I'd wanted way earlier, but with it crafted, you can see how much space this thing holds, which is amazing. I then started crafting up some compact chests, which hold the same amount as double chests, but in a single chest footprint, which was going to help in making a nice and compact storage area. I then worked on replacing the grass on the ground with some oak instead, and remember when I said I'd spared that trader's life? Well, he was being a noisy bastard and not pissing off, so it was time for him to go. Back to the storage area, I decided on trying out this layout, but ended up tearing it down in favor of some storage drums which hold a crap load of a single item, which I felt was going to be super useful. Now with the storage area mostly set up, I decided on finally starting my first farm, a cow farm, mainly because I was running very low on steak. I got the temporary pen all set up and then went out and searched for some cows that I brought back home with leads that may or may not have alpaca blood smeared on them. I bred our 2 cows together and started scouting out a location for their permanent residence. Now, for their permanent residence, that will now be referred to as an animal barn, needs some acacia wood, and thankfully I spotted some way off in the distance up a mountain. Halfway into my journey, I had to take a quick nap into day 24 and started the morning strong by slaughtering all of the nearby wildlife. Now, getting back to my original plan, the acacia wood. I scaled the mountain and began chopping away, gathering as much as I could along with all of the dropped saplings. Partway into my chopping, I found a new crop and then was suddenly approached by 3 flaming zombies. I greeted them politely with my sword, along with discovering a cave that I couldn't resist exploring. After a big day's adventure, I wanted to head to bed, but I just couldn't because of some nearby blokes. I went out and had a bit of a chat with old mate and then hastily went to bed. In the morning, I started planting all of the acacia saplings I'd gathered, as we were definitely going to need a lot more acacia wood for this animal barn. Using the wood I'd already gathered, I started planning out the positioning and size of the barn. After stripping all of the logs and actually making sure this wood looks nice, I was pleased and continued planning until realizing I needed a lot more different blocks for this build, so I made my way down the mine. I eventually discovered a big deposit of the first block I'd need, diorite, and mined up a crap load of it. I also wanted some deep slate, so I mined some of that too. And well, one thing led to another and I found myself deep in the depths of another cave mining some diamonds. And so with this next patch, I'd only found 3 diamonds, and this just showcases why you should always dig around diamonds, because I ended up finding 8 more a little deeper down, which is insane. A little later on, I found more diamonds and finally decided on upgrading my pickaxe. I then found more diamonds, more diamonds, oh my god, okay, that's the last one, frickin' hell. And so finally leaving the mine and returning home, I'd found 26 diamonds, 29 if you include the pickaxe I crafted earlier, and just decided on balling out and upgrading all my tools. Okay, and back to the animal barn, first of which I just harvested all of the grown acacia trees. Moving over to the barn, I first started off with clearing some of the grass and rocks out front. I then actually started on the barn, first working on the rest of the layout and getting it to a size I was happy with. With the layout done, I then began adding in the details, first with some birch bark trapdoors on the front wall and some diorite vertical slabs with acacia horse fences on top for the side walls. I also used some diorite hedge fence things to add some depth along the side walls. And after repeating that on the other side, I came back to the front and added in the doorway. Next up was the roof. I did want to use vertical slabs to get this thing looking amazing, but I actually ended up only using 2 for the shape, which definitely helped make it look great. After filling out all of the diorite frame, I went straight into filling the body of the roof with some textured deep slate tiles and bricks. I then moved on to the rest of the front wall, simply adding in another window and keeping it quite low detail, which I felt worked really well. I repeated the exact same design on the back because I actually planned on having a path pass through here eventually. And well, at this point I was completely out of acacia wood and still had the animal pens to build, so I chopped down a bunch more. Now with some more wood, I began adding in the fences, deciding on having 2 separated paddocks along with adding in a roofed section over the back half of both of them. I'd fill this in with a diorite trim and acacia planks, along with moving over our cows into their new home and lighting the place up with plenty of lanterns. With the barn done, I began breeding our cows, gave them absolutely no privacy, and admired the completed barn. Except, well, it actually wasn't complete because the interior was stock bare and, well, the best I could do at the moment was a couple drums with some wheat and leads. At this point it had started raining, so I decided to do some exploring to gather leather and sugarcane for enchanting, along with checking out this village in the distance. Arriving at the village, I just got straight to work stealing as much as I could, taking their crops, all of their hay bales, their spuds, emeralds and books, and finally some more crops. Tired from a day's stealing, I slept out in the bush and continued my expedition into day 31 by killing an absolute shitload of cows and even some of my favorite, horses. I checked out a local ruined portal and attempted to take the gold block, but yeah, it burned in lava. I hadn't found much sugarcane on my adventures, so I just decided to finally start the first actual plant farm of the goddamn video by establishing a bit of a sugarcane farm just beside my house. With my remaining sugarcane and leather I'd gathered, I decided to craft some bookshelves, managing to get 11 in total. Now, I'd also completely forgotten I'd actually needed an enchanting table, but was one obsidian short, so I just made my way to the ruined portal and snagged one from there. Returning home, I crafted the enchanting table and headed upstairs, placed it down along with all of the bookshelves I had, getting it to level 20. While waiting for my sugarcane to grow, I decided on getting some of the pathways established around my farmland, first connecting both entrances of my house to the main path and branching that path over towards the barn. With that path connected up, I then actually just got started on some crop farms just in front of my house, first planting in some wheat. I then worked on expanding that farm all the way over to the barn, planting some carrots beside the wheat, and then finally potatoes right at the end closest to the barn. Back to the pathway, next I branched it over towards the left side of my base, just running past the sugarcane farm I had built earlier. And well, finally I now wanted to connect that path up to the back of the barn with a nice circular shape similar to the front of the base, and after that I connected the mine in the back of my base to the path. Now on day 35, our sugarcanes had grown in a bit, and I actually wanted to extend this up closer towards the new path, so I did exactly that. First carving a path for the water, extending that water down, and planting in the rest of the sugarcane, and it ended up looking really good. Now, while waiting for the sugarcane to grow again, I figured I'd just get started on my next project, which was gonna need a crap load of new blocks, starting with some bricks. So I gathered a bunch of clay at a nearby river and returned home to smelt it up. Two of the other block types I'd need would be found down in the mine, so I headed down and first started gathering some granite, the perfect block to use for texturing with bricks. The second block was diorite, one of my favorites for when you need a white block that still has some texture to it. And so with all the blocks gathered, it was now time to start building our farm silos, 3 in total. I first worked on the positioning of each one, and then got to building the first one up to a height I was happy with, using a combination of bricks, granite, and polished granite for the perfect texture. For the cap of the silos, I'd used polished diorite along with a modded block from McCaw's Paths, diorite running bond, which basically looks like diorite bricks and are really nice. After finishing up the second silo, I of course got to work on the third and final one, raising it up to a height I was happy with, along with finalizing the caps of each one using polished diorite and diorite running bond slabs. I then jumped back down to the ground to finish up the details around the silos using barrels, chests, hay bales, and extinguished campfires. Alright, and there's the finished silos on day 41, and I think they turned out perfectly, and literally turned our area into something straight out of Stardew Valley. Checking in on our sugarcane farm, everything was all grown in, so I just harvested all of it and actually only ended up crafting 4 bookshelves as we were now out of leather. And so while waiting for our cows to continue growing, I just decided to start on the next project, which would once again need more bricks and granite. So I began gathering clay, mining some granite, and of course found myself doing some caving, along with getting extremely lucky. Yeah, that was the definition of a close call. After breaking my pickaxe, I returned home and crafted another one along with getting started on the windmill. This was to be situated to the left of our silos, and I did have to do a slight bit of terraforming to get the area looking good. I also decided on doing a very different style of windmill from what I'd usually make, being heavily inspired by Swedish style windmills. This would be pretty hard to make at this scale if it weren't for the vertical slabs in this mod pack, which help make that gradual inward slope a lot smoother. With the main body of the windmill completed, I next had to get a roof slapped on, of which I again utilized those vertical slabs to get a really uniquely shaped roof that I was pretty proud of. Now it was time for the main attraction, the windmill sail, and I decided on once again going with a pretty unique design for this, utilizing vertical slabs. Dude, I think it turned out awesome. And now the body was looking a bit bare and under-detailed, so I felt some birch bark trapdoors would fit in quite nicely all along the sides. It was definitely quite a pain in the ass to add these in, but I think it was worth it. And now for the finishing touches, I simply sprinkled some hay bales, chests, and barrels around the entrance. And so there's our completed windmill, again completely uplifting the entire area and making it look even better, and I'm super happy with how everything's coming along at almost the halfway point. And now while it's raining, I decided to go out in search of some wild cows so we could finally finish our enchanting area. And well, did I definitely find heaps of cows, even some horses too. After a busy day of killing, I took in the sunset of day 48 and had a sleep under the stars. In the morning, I took a break from killing cows to mine up all of this coal in this mountain area, along with a couple of emeralds too. And, well, break time was over, so you know what that means. And now that all of the cows in basically a 2-kilometer radius have been exterminated, we should finally be able to get to enchanting, and yes, finally level 30. I set up a couple storage drums to hold lapis along with some books and got to enchanting starting with my pickaxe. I ended up with Silk Touch, Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3, pretty goddamn good for once. Next up was the sword, which had Smite lined up, and I just went with it. At least it makes skeletons a lot easier to kill. I got Smite 4, Knockback 2 and Looting 3, honestly really good. And well, I had enough to enchant one more, my shovel, only getting Unbreaking 3, pretty shit. I did want to get my axe enchanted, so I headed down the mine to slay some mobs to get back to level 30. I did also end up finding a moderate amount of diamonds on my journey, which was pretty good. And it was at this point, like right here, that I remembered I have a goddamn spawner I could use to get XP. So I headed back to the spawner, cleared the chests, and started working on setting it up. I first cleared a direct path from the mine entrance over to the spawner, and next began clearing out the area around the spawner to increase the rate at which zombies can spawn. With the main area dug out, I then got to work on the area that the zombies would funnel down into where I could, well, kill them. I next started adding in all of the water that had pushed the zombies toward the area that I dug, first with a big wall of water that then pushes them to a smaller channel that finally leads into the chamber that they'd be held in. I did a little bit of tweaking as well as adding some crafting and storage into the room, as well as removing the lantern in the spawner to test if it worked. With the spawner working perfectly, I decided to AFK here for a little while, and coming back there were heaps of zombies that I killed to get all the way to level 32. I did want to enchant another pickaxe and my axe, so I AFK'd a little longer to get to level 33. Returning home, I crafted another pickaxe and a new axe and headed up to enchanting, first getting an axe with Silk Touch, Efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3, pretty good. Next was the pickaxe, and thankfully I got Fortune 3, pretty much the only thing I actually wanted, so I was very happy. I placed down my diamond ores and used my new pick to mine them up, getting 21 in total. I combined that with my existing diamonds to get 38 in total, and I thought now was definitely the time to finally get some full diamond armor, so that's exactly what I did. Alright, so getting started on our next project, the brewery. We needed to find a single crop that would allow us to actually make beer, which is hops. So I began my great exploration, picking up every crop I could find in hopes of it being some hops. I did stumble upon another ruined portal which had some okay loot for once. A little ways into my journey, I found this biome that had heaps of bamboo, and me being sick of using dirt for scaffolding, grabbed a bunch of it. I was certain this crop would be hops, but upon checking, was severely disappointed. It was at this point I'd check the wiki and discover hops actually only spawn in savanna biomes. What an idiot. And well, with absolutely no signs of a savanna biome nearby, it was time to go on a big old bloody adventure. I ended up finding a dark oak forest with a river leading through, and upon reaching the other side, it was beautiful, a savanna biome. And, well, I ended up finding some kiwi fruit, olives, leek, ginger, rutaboga, more ginger, and I definitely thought this was it, but no, goddamn squash. I ended up spotting this crop and thought for sure this would be it, and it was. Hops were now found, thank God. I ended up also finding some armadillos. I'd completely forgotten they'd been added to the game, and this was my first time actually ever seeing them. Starting my journey home, I did get distracted with a nearby ruined portal I just had to check, which of course had some useless garbage. It did, however, have a gold block I was determined not to lose, which thankfully I did not. Okay, now it's time to actually start going home. And well, after returning to the big lake, I did of course find a sunken ship. And well, it actually had some really good stuff, except for this chest. But the last one actually had some armor trims too, which was a super cool find. I then found a second sunken ship, again with some decent loot in the first chest, but the other two were quite crap if I'm being honest. And wow, a third sunken ship. First chest, pretty good. Second chest, pretty shit. Third chest, oh my god. It's more trash. And well, I did end up finally getting back home, along with starting a little mini hop farm to get it growing in. Excuse my dank tunes in this first clip, but now it was time to start gathering blocks for our brewery, and I had big plans for this thing, so we needed some sandstone, a whole frickin' heap of deep slate, a good bit of tuff, plenty of different wood types like spruce, some dark oak wood, as well as some oak too, and finally I smelted the sandstone down to smooth sandstone. And well, with all of our resources gathered, it was finally time to start building the brewery. My idea for it was to be situated on top of a big platform type structure that I built using oak logs and spruce slabs. I filled in the sides with diorite walls and started on the layout of the actual brewery building using dark oak logs. Realizing I wasn't done with the actual platform part, I continued there with a staircase as well as adding these little support things and some stone brick vertical slabs at the base of the pillars. Back up to the brewery building, I extended our pillars up to create the second floor, and once they were all filled out, I added this big, like, chimney thing using the tough blocks that we'd gathered. With that done, I headed up to the roof to add in the roof. I decided on using textured deep slate bricks and tiles for the trim, and granite, polished granite, and bricks for the main body of the roof. I added the secondary lower roof above the entrance and then got started on the walls and the details. So for the top walls, I used a combination of various modded blocks to get a pretty unique looking window design, and as for the first floor, I wanted to keep it pretty open, and I got it looking really nice using vertical slabs here. I then continued filling out all of the walls, and with that done, it was now time to start on the outside with the path and the farms, my favorite bit. So for the path, I simply linked it to the existing main path and then continued with some landscaping. I then got straight to work on this farm on the inside of the path, which was to house the hops. I decided on laying these out in a semi-realistic way using these cover things on top of the crops. It also makes for a super interesting and unique looking farm, and in the end, I was really happy with it. Now onto the other crop we need to make beer, barley. I decided on putting this on the other side of the path and in pretty much just a giant field because I thought it'd look nice. I ended up having to get a bit of landscaping done to have it fully wrap around to the end of the main path, and once I got it there, I was pretty happy with it. Now back to the actual brewery building, I felt some details outside and around the main platform would look nice, like this giant keg for instance, with a couple of other little kegs around it. On the other side of the staircase, I added some more barrels and a couple more kegs of beer. And there we have it, there's our new area with the completed brewery looking awesome. Now on day funny number, I decided it was time to get all of my armor enchanted so we could finally tackle that trials chamber, so I headed down to the spawner. I ended up spending 3 days down here to get to level 39 so I could enchant every piece of my armor. And once I had enough, I got to enchanting, and dude, I got such good enchantments on all of these. I was just so surprised at my luck. Like, why can't I get any of these kind of good enchantments on my frickin' tools, man? Alright, and well, at this point, I decided I wanted another sword with sharpness and an enchanted bow too, so I headed back down to the spawner. And so, after about a day of slaying, I'd reached level 33, and heading back home, I emerged to a winter wonderland, which was beautiful. Thankfully, I'd preemptively put slabs in all of my water sources so they didn't turn to ice, but I did forget about the sugar canes, so I had to spend some time fixing those up. I also spent some time tending to my barley field to eventually get it completely filled out, along with harvesting my wheat to continue breeding my cows. I then crafted up my new sword as well as a bow and got to enchanting, getting power 3 on my bow and looting 3 on my sword. Like, what the hell is this crap? I instantly disenchanted both of them and headed back to the goddamn XP farm. I ended up quickly getting back to level 33, but also decided on fully maxing out the bookshelves to get the best enchantments possible, and after harvesting plenty of sugarcane and leather, I crafted up 10 more and added them in. I was so excited to enchant my stuff to see what I got, and punch. That's it. Like, seriously, dude. I disenchanted it and re-enchanted to get something somewhat decent at least. And well, it was back to the XP farm to get to level 30 again, and coming back and enchanting my sword, I got sharpness 3 and looting 2. Honestly, pretty crap, but I'm just over it at this point. So now it was time to gear up and head down to the trial chambers. I crafted up as many golden apples as I could, as well as stocking up on plenty of steak, and once I was ready, I made my way down the mine. And so, returning back to the trial chambers, I was honestly pretty nervous. So I'm not gonna lie, I did do a quick test in a separate world, just because I've never actually done one of these before. Alright gamers, I did a quick like 5-minute test in another world. It's just time to bloody send it, okay? I need to stop being a little baby. Come on, you mongrels, bring it on! I'm ready! Oh, these are poison bastards, you shitheads. Anything in this? No. Okay, what the hell? Alright, we've got 2 blokes hanging out over here. Oh, alright, there's one done. We got a key! Yes, bro! We got a fucking key! Okay, this one must have another spider somewhere because it's not finishing. Oh, there he is. Hiding from me, you little bastard. There we have it. Oh, we got another key from that one too. Hell yeah. Alright, and we actually have some vaults right here, so let's open these bad boys up. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's not amazing, but that's okay. Oh, we got these pots too. I actually want to start grabbing these because these are going to be some awesome freaking detailing blocks. Alright, might as well open up this other vault here. See what we get? Some of whatever that is and a shield. Oh, okay. I think the game's telling me I should probably start using a shield. All right, let's get bloody deeper. What do we got? Oh my god, that is the biggest load of garbage I've ever seen. I hate spiders because they're just so hard to hit without getting hit. It's so frustrating. Yeah, honestly, this challenge is, this trials chamber is not as hard as I thought it would be. I'm gonna be real. I thought this was like an end game thing, but it's actually like kind of easy. I do want to get as many of these like decorated pots as I can because they look really cool. Okay, we got a door door here. Let's see where this bloody goes to. Oh, and a chest. Oh, channeling for a trident that I'm never gonna get. Oh, I just realized this place would be an awesome freaking source of copper blocks. Like, these things are usually such a pain to get, but dude, you can literally just come here and harvest the crap out of these. They're waxed too, brother. What the hell? That's so good. Seem to get some decent crap from these pots too, so I'm gonna keep freaking breaking all of them. What's up here? What's up bloody yonder?
What do we got up here, boys? Hey!
What was that? Music disc creator. Okay, that's cool. Torches, bloody torches. What's up here, mate? Fucking nothing, you fucking mongrels. Okay. All right, we got another door here. Oh, we got a chest. Oh, dude, diamond. Iron chest plate with protection. That's honestly bloody useless to me. Okay, let's grab all that and bloody go. All right, settle down, fellas. What do we got? Some bread. That's as good as you're gonna get. Okay, buddy. Well, we got another spawner. Oh my god, how many spider spawners are in this freaking place? Oh, there's a breeze one.
Get out of here, buddy.
Okay. All right, it's getting a little bit hectic. All right, come on, boys. Settle down, settle down. Oh, okay, there's a lot of them. Thankfully, I'm taking basically no damage, though, which is kind of crazy. Protection 3 and 4 kind of goes hard. These things are actually just the most annoying things to fight I've ever seen. Oh, what do we get? Bread. Why do they keep giving me bread, man? I'm not hungry. I'm good. Give me freaking keys. Okay, so all the vaults are down here. Yeah, I wish I could freaking open them up, eh? Okay, guys. Okay, settle down. I'm getting kind of scared now. Oh! Okay, I need to eat a golden apple. I'm shitting myself right now. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. Get. Holy crap. Okay, that was kind of intense. Oh, we got a key, though. We got a key for our bloody troubles. See you later. What do we get? Oh, something different. Look at these cute little guys. Holy crap. He had little mushrooms growing on his head. That's so cute. I love it. All right, next one. Come on. Bring him on.
Bring him on.
Oh, there he is. See you later, dickhead. Yes, look at that. We got another key. Okay, that was a lot. Oh, one cooked chicken. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this place has been a massive waste of time thus far. Man, I just said thus, like what the hell am I doing? Honestly, I think it's time to skedaddle because I'm literally, the days are wasting right now. I could be building some awesome looking structures, but right now I'm just fending off these stupid ass mobs, okay? So I think it's time to head back home. And yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do next, but I'll meet you guys there, okay? All right, we are back up at the surface, and I just wanna quickly tell you guys what my next plan is. So here is the most recent build we've made, the massive brewery here with these awesome farms kind of spanning along the pathway here. I'm so happy with how this has turned out. So we've gotten a bit of decorating done, like kind of around here with some barrels and some of these like a brewery keg things, I guess. But inside here is stark bloody bare, okay? There's nothing in here. So I want to add like a bunch of like awesome modded blocks, like maybe some tables and chairs and stuff like that. And also when it comes to my house over here, it's pretty bare as well, especially upstairs. We literally just have our freaking enchanting area. And well, you're maybe going to notice a bit of a recurring theme here because, the same deal here for our freaking barn, okay? So everything is kind of empty on the inside. Kind of like me. That's kind of cringe. So what I'm going to go ahead and get done now is just do a little bit of perusing through the old JEI menus here and just have a look at all of the different furniture that we can get. So yeah, there's stuff like fancy beds. We've got like tables and there's chairs as well. All from this handcrafted mod that is really cool. So I'm gonna spend a bunch of time just going, probably harvesting heaps of wood as well. I'm gonna craft up a bunch of these different like furniture blocks and stuff. And then we're just gonna quickly go through every single interior and just fully furnish everything and make it look beautiful. So yeah, let's get to it. All right, so first things first, we gotta craft all of the furniture, of course, which we made light work of thanks to the saw block. Next up, I needed some wool for cushions, so it was time to harvest some from the nearby sheep population. I crafted up some red cushions, and along with some sheets, we were then able to craft up a nice fancy bed. I decided on moving my bedroom upstairs, so I placed in my fancy bed, some bedside tables, along with some of the pots from the trials chamber with some leaves above. I also added a cute little lantern for some light. Now it was onto the interior for the brewery, first of which I added a guardrail here. Now it was onto the bar area, of which I added some kegs of beer, a big table in front to serve the beer onto, and I also added some cups and stuff on that too. Now it was onto adding in plenty of tables and chairs for our theoretical customers to use. I placed in as many as I could, inside and outside of course. And for some final decorations, I added in a couple more of these pot plant designs. Now it was time to decorate the barn's interior, first of which I got the pathway added through the building, along with replacing the sides with a nice oak wood floor. I then added a bunch of these spruce wood trims along the interior to get a bit of structural integrity going, and then moved on to the various decorations. Well, this was supposed to be an animal barn, but with all the animals actually outside, I opted to turn this into a storage barn, so I just added various details to kind of support that, I guess. Alright, and there's the completed barn interior, and this one definitely turned out my favorite. Now, coming back to my crops chest, we have a lot of different ones we haven't planted yet, and we have a massive empty section at the front right of the farmland, so I think you know what time it is. That's right, it's time to make a diamond hoe and fully enchant that bitch. Alright, so I first worked on simultaneously creating the path and removing all of the shrubbery in the way. This path would also lead down to another build we'll create soon. I then got straight to work placing in all of the water sources and tilling all of the land. I opted to keep a 1-block gap between the path and the farmland because I felt it'd look a bit neater. On a brand new sunny day, it was time to start planting all of the different crops, and I just simply planted each one in rows of 3 blocks wide, alternating to new ones every strip, which I think will turn out quite nice and lush once they're all fully grown in. Now straight on to the next project, which was where that new path we built would lead to. Well, it's gonna need a crap load of oak wood, so that's all I harvested for about a day. Alright, and with enough wood, I got started, first extending the pathway all the way down to the water. You might be able to tell what we're building at this point. Yep, it's a fishing dock. My plan was to have it in a sort of L shape with one end leading to the water and the other having a cute little building situated on. And so working on that building, I opted to use plenty of the modded blocks at my disposal, like vertical slabs, to make it look quite a bit nicer than I could in just plain old vanilla. Now with the building done, I then moved on to making the dock a little bit fancier with some guardrails out of fences and fence gates, and added those throughout the whole thing. Back over this way, I added a staircase down to the water along with finishing up the guardrails over here. I then added some stone slabs on top of all the pillars, and then finished up with a bunch of various detailing blocks like some chests, barrels, and some lanterns. Alright, and now on day 87, here is the completed dock, looking awesome. I then just decided to spend a bunch of time harvesting all of my crops, starting with the hops and barley. We were pretty quickly running out of time, and I wanted everything to be nicely grown in. I moved over to our newest farm now that mostly everything was grown in, and again harvested and filled out the entire thing. Just behind the brewery building, I also decided on starting a bit of a bamboo farm, so I got everything I had planted. We've also had this big gap between my house and the barn for ages, so it was finally time to fill it in with a new pathway with some more wheat farms on either side of that. Now, I did constantly find myself running through this area quite a bit, so I decided on connecting the path here up to my base so I wasn't constantly trampling on crops. On day 90, I decided to finally get this half of the animal pen stocked up, so I grabbed some leads and rounded up the local sheeps and brought them back to their new home. I then decided to finally take a trip to the Nether to upgrade my tools, so I figured I'd just repair the nearby ruined portal. After having a nap and grabbing some supplies, I came back on day 91 to start my journey in the Nether. I found a local warped forest and pretty much just started digging down. Once I reached level 15, I just started mining for ancient debris and pretty much instantly found a whole glob of 3, which was so lucky. It would of course then take about 20 minutes to find a 4th piece, and with my pickaxe basically running on fumes, I decided to head back to upgrade my first tool to netherite. I crafted up the netherite ingot, chucked it and my pickaxe into the smithing table, and I'd completely forgotten about the new template crap that I needed and was extremely disappointed. I just decided to repair my pickaxe anyway and head back to the Nether in hopes of finding a bastion with a netherite template thing. And so, returning to the Nether and taking a look around, I did find a nether fortress, so I decided on heading over to check it out. Arriving at the fortress, I began exploring the entire thing, and it turns out it was essentially completely empty without even a single chest. Greatly disappointed, I continued my search for a bastion and ended up finding none, and not wanting to tempt fate any further, just opted to cut my losses and return home. So yeah, I apologize, I couldn't get any netherite tools this time around. And returning home, it was time to take the edge off and make some goddamn beer. I first crafted up the all-purpose food press and then brewed up 6 beers in total, drinking 1 straight away. I then felt all of these ingredients should probably live at the brewery, so I set up a little shelf that'd hold all of them nice and neatly. With it now being day 94, it was time to start tying some loose ends, like getting this bamboo farm planted in as much as possible. For the next loose end, the windmill had nothing inside, so it was time to fix that. I first got to replacing all of the floor with some spruce slabs, and then began adding the big shaft that connects to the windmill, along with branching it all the way down to the floor and adding the big bowl thing that holds all of the grain. And for the finishing touches, it was of course time to add plenty of decorations like composters, chests, barrels, and lanterns. Starting off day 95, I decided on bone mealing grass in all of the places I felt it was necessary. We had quite a few bare patches around the place, and I honestly just hate that, so this was definitely a necessary step. I then decided on replacing all of the existing dirt path blocks with some textured stone and stone bricks, mainly because I just much prefer that look. This was quite a big undertaking, especially all the way at day 95, as we only had 5 bloody days left, and I was starting to get a little bit worried. It actually ended up not taking too long at all, and I still had some time to extend this farm a bit further, up alongside the barn. It felt a bit empty around there, so I felt extending the farm here was definitely needed. As for the crops, I decided on getting some more wheat and carrots planted here. Alright, now on the morning of day 99, it was definitely crunch time, so I decided to have a beer for breakfast and get straight to work. The first big job of the day was getting the bamboo farm finally fully planted in, so I spent a bunch of time chopping the bamboo and replanting it until I was happy with the size and placement. I then ended up spending most of the day running around for final things to do, eventually realizing my balcony was completely bare, so I slapped down a couple tables and chairs for some final detail. And well, there we have it, the final sunset of the 100-day challenge. Time to hit the hay. Alright, so there we have it. We have now completed the 100-day hardcore challenge, building the coziest possible farm I can. And dude, I think this thing turned out super nice. I mean, the crops on the right there haven't really grown in properly yet, but that's okay. But yeah, I'm super happy with everything we got done. I think my favorite build has to be this whole like left quarter of the base with like this brewery and these massive spanning farms. I really love these hop farms as well. And the interior here is just super cozy and like, yeah, I really love like the vibe of in here. Following this path over, we have the bamboo farm, which is still growing in nicely, and that leads us over to this really awesome, unique windmill. I'm super happy with this. I just love that it's like so different. I keep building the same frickin' windmills over and over again, so I'm glad I tried something different for once. And then these silos as well, really happy with how they turned out. And then that leads us over to the animal barn with the pens outside. I also am really happy with this barn. I kind of wish I made it a little bit larger, honestly, because it is pretty small compared to everything else here. But in the end, I think it's a pretty cute build, and I'm really happy with this interior. I don't know, just like these details of like chairs and storage and like tables and stuff and all these pots. Oh, okay, thank God I can place that back. Yeah, I just really like that look. That's, I don't know, it just looks really cool. And then of course we just have, well, all of our farms as well. I planted every single crop that I could. And down here we have our little dock as well, which well, never ended up using, but I'm glad it's there, you know? And then finally, I mean, if you can count it as a build, the fixed ruined portal, yeah, I mean, it's not that crazy. I'm also super glad that we managed to get fully enchanted tools and armor. I kind of wish I could have gotten the netherite, but I just could not find a bastion, but oh well. In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days on this deserted island. With no animals and only a couple trees, it's definitely going to be a challenge to survive this world, but my end goal is to completely transform this island into a giant self-sustaining base. Let's get started. Alright, and here we are on the deserted island, looking beautiful. I've just had a sudden realization that with no animals, we're not going to be able to make a bed until I kill enough spiders to craft 3 pieces of goddamn wool. Yeah, the early game here is definitely going to be challenging, so yeah. But it looks like we do actually have a shipwreck on our island here, so I'm going to do a little bit of some digging around with me old fists here and hope that we can find a chest with some useful crap. Okay, well, that has kind of turned up empty at the moment. I might have to come back when I get a shovel and a pickaxe because, yeah. Alright, let's head over to this small little patch of forest here and, well, just start gathering our first pieces of wood. Alright, so after obtaining those pieces of wood, I created a crafting table and placed it down along with crafting up a wooden pickaxe. I then moved on to digging a little bit of a stinking hole to grab some cobblestone. The next course of action was to conjure up the stone tools I was desperately needing. Alright, now that I've got a set of stone tools, let's head back over to this little shipwreck and hope that we can find the chest in here. I mean, if there even is one. Like, hello? Can there just not be a chest in shipwrecks or what? Like, where's my chest, bro? That's actually bullshit. All right, my apologies. I've just turned on the day counter mod. So my first goal is going to be, of course, finding some spiders because right now we cannot sleep. And yeah, this is probably the most dangerous time that we could be not sleeping because, well, obviously I have absolutely no armor. I don't even have a shield. I mean, I'm not going to use a shield because I ain't no goddamn pussy, okay? So yeah, I'm going to continue digging down and, well, hope that we find a cave and a bunch of spiders. All right, I've just quickly gone back up and chopped down a piece of wood so that I can make some charcoal for some goddamn torches so that we can actually see. God, that's so much better. All right, let's continue digging down and pray that we find a cave sometime soon, man. Oh, yes. Okay, the first important piece of, you know, ore that we need is some goddamn coal so we can actually smelt shit. That is going to be so good. Oh, okay, I think we've just found a cave. I've just started mining another big stinking patch of coal that I've found here. And it looks like we have found a, well, looks like a water cave, which kind of stinks, actually. But I think, well, I'm just kind of sick of mining this coal now because there's just so much of it. So let's go have a look. All right, I definitely need to, like, mark out where this entrance is because I'm going to get lost so quick. Oh, no, and I might actually drown. Oh, shit. Please, 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 please. Oh, no.
Quick!
Oh my god, that was close. Dude, I have no food. Oh my god, I completely forgot I have no freaking food, man. Dude, there's goosebumps covering my whole body. I'm an idiot. We cannot, oh dude, we cannot die right now. Oh my god, okay. I really hope that it's not nighttime when I take a peek out of this freaking hole, man. Oh my god, it's nighttime, boys. Fuck. I don't know what to do. I have no means of getting any I'm screwed. I'm just gonna sit here and AFK until it becomes day 2, and then I'm just gonna chop down a bunch of trees and hope we get some frickin' apples. And at the same time, I'm gonna, well, hope that I can get some seeds from some grass and start a little wheat farm. So, yeah, I'll see you guys on day bloody 2. You hear that beautiful sound? I can hear it. It sounds like skeletons dying. All right, let's pray that everything is dead, because if not, I'm lit. Oh my god, he's under a freaking tree. I can hear him burning though. Oh man, I'm on 2 hearts. Well, either literally I'm stuck down here forever, or he's hopefully dead. Let's go back out. Oh, that is scary. Okay. I see his freaking remains right before me. Oh my god, there's a spider too. I really want to kill him, but I'm 100% dead if I try and kill that sucker. All right, I'm going to keep chopping these trees and just kind of hope that we get an apple. He should not attack me. If he does, I'm going to cry. Okay, he doesn't. Yeah, I'm going to keep chopping these trees and pray that I get an apple so I can heal back up and kill this guy and hopefully get our first piece of string. Also, another smart thing to do would probably be to look around for more remains for anything useful. Well, that's not what I was wanting. Oh my god, yes. Look at that. We've got food, brother. We have got some goddamn food. Oh, it is beautiful. Please heal me up. All right, it looks like we have not been lucky enough to be blessed with another apple here. So I think the next course of action is going to be heading up to those grassy hills up there and trying to get as many seeds as I can to start a little... Oh my god, look at that. You're joking. There's actually some sugarcane on this island. Dude, you have no idea? If you haven't seen my last freaking 100 Days Island video, without sugarcane, you cannot enchant jack diddly squat, okay? Without freaking fishing like an idiot for like 20 days straight to get the books you need. Oh, dude, that is going to make life so much easier when it comes to enchanting. Yes. All right, well, on top of getting our seeds, I'm definitely going to start farming those sugarcane so that by the time we can... Oh my god, I don't have leather. Oh, dude, I'm such an idiot. The one time I have sugarcane, I don't have... there's no way. I don't have leather here. All right, well, maybe there's some other way without animals to get leather. I don't exactly know. But for now, let's just focus on, well, what's more important, which is gathering some goddamn seeds and starting a little farm. All right, well, we're going to have to pretty much start our first farm here because I don't really have any buckets of water to start it where I want, which is actually on top of that mountain. We'll get there eventually, all right? Let's get all of our seeds planted in. I want as many growing at the same time as possible. Wow, that was actually the perfect amount. What the hell? And I might as well just use my 2 bones that I have here to try and grow at least 3. Yes. Actually, that one's not fully grown, is it? God damn it. I've only got 2. What an absolute mongrel. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to resort back to chopping down the rest of these trees and praying that I get some more apples here, because it is about to go nighttime once again, and I really don't want to spend any more time just sitting in a hole underground wasting time. I want to start freaking slaying spiders ASAP, okay? So I'll report back to you guys when, well, these have finished decaying. All right, well, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is we got 1 apple. The bad news is, well... We got only 1 apple. I'm not gonna fucking be able to heal much, man. And yeah, I guess the other bad news is the sun is rapidly descending. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to quickly plant the rest of these saplings and hope that they grow soon so we can get them goddamn apples. And I might just head back down our little mine. Oh, look at that. Okay. I might be able to chop this before the mobs start spawning, hopefully. I'm just gonna place a couple of torches around here. Nah, we didn't get a single apple and we got bogeys coming after us. All right, we're gonna have to retreat down into the hole again. Oh man, we got some spiders. I really wanna just... Oh, they are exactly what we need right now. I just got goosebumps. If I can get 2, I can get a fishing rod and start fishing for food instead. But there's the problem. Spiders are like the hardest things to kill for me. I don't know why. Come on, there's 1 piece of string. Die, man! Die, man! Yes, okay, we got a fishing rod. Let's retreat back to our hole, and we're just gonna wait for the sun to come up, okay? I'm way too scared to do anything else. So, once again, I'm gonna sit in here like an idiot, and I'll see you guys on day bloody 3. All right, gamers, day 3 is upon us. I'm going to very carefully vacate my hole here and pray that all the mobs have done. Oh, yes, look at that. We've got a bone right off the bat in a spot. Oh, look at that. We got a cow. Oh my God, we have a cow on our island, boys and girls. Dude, and we got bones every... Oh, today is going to be a glorious day. Look at that. I didn't actually think animals would still spawn here. I didn't really mean to. I didn't think that would happen, but I mean, I'm just going to go along with it. And yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, the next step is going to be trying to... Oh, should I? No, that's stupid. I really don't want these spiders to despawn, but I really don't want them to kill me either. Let's just see. Oh, yes, we do have more bones everywhere. That is perfect. I'm going to head straight down to the farm here. I don't want to kill this guy because if we get another one spawning in, we're going to be able to breed them, and that is going to be bloody well perfect. Oh, yes, look at that. We got some wheat growing in for free. Sweet. Let's bone meal the absolute crap out of all of these. Oh, dude, we're going to have bread for bloody days. It's beautiful. All right, let's get 4 pieces of bread crafted. Oh my God, it's not great, but I mean, it's better than nothing. Holy crap. We're going to be able to kill some spiders and get so much closer to getting some wool for our bed. I can make a fishing rod now too, which I might as well do. Bang. Look at that. We now have a like infinite source of food. Well, infinite as long as it doesn't break. Let's kill some more spiders to get some more string. Okay, that was not string. All right, well, there goes our last piece of bread already, but at least I'm full hunger and I'm full hearts. Oh, look at that. I just found some more bones too. Yes. Okay, perfect. Honestly, what I might do for majority of this day is just do some fishing because I would really like to get a little bit of a stockpile of food going. I mean, if we get some enchanted books on the sides, I'm not going to be goddamn complaining whatsoever. But right now, I actually want some fish. So I'm going to do a little bit of fishing. All right, first bloody catch of the day. Yes, we got a cod. Okay, perfect. All right, it's been a long, hard day of fishing. I've been fishing for maybe like probably 4 minutes. And dude, don't shed tears on me, brother, but we're moving up in life. Look at this. We have got...
We've actually got a stockpile of food, boys and ladies.
You can see all my bycatch out there. I've let them back out into the ocean to continue swimming. But, okay, I'm going to sit back down, settle down, all right? We've got some food. Oh, dude, I'm actually so happy right now. What I want to do now is get my furnace out. I'm going to use some of my coal here and start smelting these up. And then I think the next plan of action is we're going to head back down into this goddamn mine and we're going to try and get some freaking stuff, okay? I want some iron. I want some better tools. I really want to kill a bunch of spiders and get some beds so I don't have to sit down underground like an idiot and wait out the nighttime. You know what? While that's smelting away, I'm going to continue chopping trees to try and get more apples. That's how freaking proactive I am out here, okay? You guys you don't understand. You're not on my level. Shut up, okay? You know what? At the same time we're doing this, we're gathering wood to start creating our base. Dude, that's 3 things in one that I'm doing at the same time right now. It's just... It's unheard of, my level of skill. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop now. All right, there's all of our trees steadily decaying away. I'm hoping we get at least 10, 20, 30, 40 apples down here or something. That'd be pretty good. We've got our cod. We've got our 1 salmon as well. Let's grab that. You know what? I do want to... Oh, look at that. There's our first apple, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful sight to see. I'm going to grab that. Yeah, it might be smart to set up a quick little temporary base of operations up here. Oh, there we go. There's another apple. Okay, dude, our food stockpiles. Oh, God.
3. We've got 3, gamers.
All right, things are looking up for us right now. I can't let my guard down though, you know? If I let my guard down, it's all over. We need to stay on our bloody tippy toes. So what I'm going to do while I'm out here is actually see if any spiders spawn in that I can easily take out. Bogey spotted, gamers. All right, come here, buddy. Let's get you freaking dealt with. All right, there's 2 more pieces of string. We can almost make 1 piece of wool. Oh, what the... Dude, we just got a care package deployed of freaking mobs up here. Oh, and a creeper. Okay. We've got a sheep, and we've got pigs, and another... I just got goosebumps coating my entire fucking body right now. Okay, we need to get back underground before we cark it. So, well, new objective obtained is to try and find freaking 2 pieces of iron and get back out there and shear that sheep before, you know, well, it despawns. I just really hope that doesn't happen. Oh, look at that. There's some iron. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to craft up some doors. Bang. There is our breathing device obtained. Let's get this bad boy plonked down. Oh, this goes deeper. That's an actual normal cave too. All right. Guys, dude, we've got some freaking iron. It is a thing of beauty. Oh my God, this goes so much deeper. Okay, that's kind of scary, but... Oh, we got more iron up here as well. I'm not kidding when I say there's actual, like... a little bit of tears coming out of my eyes right now. All right, you know what? I'm playing it safe. We're back in the mine entrance here. We've got a decent bit of iron here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start smelting this crap up, and we're gonna upgrade our tools. We're gonna get some shears and see if we can go get that sheep. All right, so just give me a moment. All right, and there is our iron done. Let's craft up some tools. First of all, some bloody shears. Bang. Next up is gonna be the pick and then the sword, of course. And I honestly just might save this iron for later, okay? I'm a bit scared we're not gonna be able to find much more. I think that's the smart thing to do. Speaking of smart things, well, the next thing we're going to be doing is not very smart. I'm going to attempt to frickin' sprint out of this hole and go shear that sheep. Yeah, this is going to be extremely risky. Here we go. I'm opening up the hole. Off we go, gamers. Sprint. We do have a zombie at our 12. We're just going to ignore him, all right? Here's our sheep. Come here, big dog. Come on. Oh, we've got a skelly. Okay, we've got one. Any more sheep anywhere? Oh my god, we got 2 down there. Okay, let's go. Oh, we got skellies on our tail. Skellies on our 6. I'm scared shitless. Run, 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 run. We haven't been striked yet, which I'm very surprised about. Oh, there's this freaking spider. Okay, we got 2 bogeys down here. Shear him, shear him. Oh my god, we just got 3 from that one guy. Thank you so much, brother. All right, it's time to evasculate back to our hole. Run. Oh my god, there is so many mobs up here. What the hell? If I take no hits by the time I get back into this hole, you guys owe me, I don't know, something. Bro, get in, get in, get in. Plug it up, plug it up, plug it up, plug it up, plug it up. Oh my god, that was scary. Dude. Okay, everything is covered in goosebumps. My nipples, can you hear that? Fully erect. I'm sorry. Dude, the best part, we got 5 bits of wool. We can make oh my god, we can make a bed. You cannot wipe the smile off my dial right now. I'm serious. That is so good. Dude, keep eating. Just eat whatever you need to eat. I've got a stockpile, okay? It's ridiculous how good we're going right now. Make that freaking bed. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, idiot. Go to sleep. Oh, dude, that's a thing of bloody beauty. You know what? I'm not even playing it. Oh, I forgot about this guy. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. You know what I said before about letting my guard down? That's exactly what I've done, and I've almost cucked it. Okay, we need to take care of this guy in a smart way. The smartest way is like this. Bang, he's gone. Get on my level, idiot. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did completely forget that guy was locked up in here. Oh my god, okay. Why is there so many creepers here? Okay, I think the next logical, smartest thing to do is to round up these animals and start breeding them so we can actually get like a good source of food going. All right, and there is the last of the sheep rounded up. I've already started breeding our cows. Let's start breeding the sheep. Give them some goddamn privacy, guys. Come on. All right, there we go. Oh, no, brother, you gotta go back in. I'm sorry. You're gonna be food later. And you know what? I think I'm just going to slaughter the rest of... Oh, we got another sheep too. I'm just going to slaughter the rest of these because I can't exactly round them up. So, bang, bang, see you later. I want some freaking food and I want it right now. All right, there we go. We got some pork, we got some mutton. Yes, okay, things are looking up, guys. I think, honestly, what I'm gonna do next is, like, pretty much just get straight into building our starter base, like, probably down over here where I've placed my other stuff. So this might take a couple of days. I'm gonna be continuously chopping trees, harvesting our animals and stuff, and just building our base up. So, yeah, let's just get bloody right into it. All right, first course of action was, of course, to get some more trees planted. I then headed up the hill and chopped the existing suckers down. Well, of course, they weren't enough, but I did get started building the framework of our base, and when I ran out of wood, I headed back into the newly grown forest to chop them down. And well, over the course of a couple days and repeating that same process of chopping down the forest and continuing building, we did eventually get the entire framework of the base completed. It was now time to begin building up the walls, starting with the first floor out of textured stone and stone bricks. Once they were filled out, I moved on to the first set of roofs, again using stone and stone bricks for the trim and filling out the main roof with oak. Moving on to the second set of roofs, pretty much the same deal as the first, except just in a bit of a different shape to keep the base looking interesting. I then finished up the final roof and the rest of the walls, and we were all done. Well, for the exterior at least. Well, as you can see on the inside, it is quite, well, not very spacious. I thought this base would be a little bit bigger, but I have filled out the floor and I filled out the second floor's like ceiling. But before we get to the interior, I did a little bit more digging over at our shipwreck over here, and I did actually find a goddamn chest. I haven't opened it yet, so we're experiencing this together. Please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. Oh, actually, that is pretty goddamn good. 6 books. Oh, dude, you have no idea how much time that saves us when it comes to getting our enchanting set up. Dude, that's going to be so good. Let's get back to the important task at hand, which is going to be filling out our interior. All right, so I'm thinking first thing, as soon as you walk through the front door, I want to have the stairs here, and I also want to have the bed. Next up, I'm thinking probably over on maybe this side over here, we can have our storage. Now, the annoying thing is we have windows we got to work around here, which is going to make it a little bit difficult. So we could maybe just do something like that. I'll put another chest there. Then over on this side, I'm thinking probably smelting. We'll fill this up a little bit more eventually, but well, that's gonna be good enough for now, I guess. And then crafting, we could probably make it back over here. Well, you might be wondering why I've actually made this base so small, and it's pretty much because I do actually plan on, you know, expanding around this island and adding in like, I don't know, like I like the idea of having a base kind of, instead of all in one spot, I like it being spread out, I guess. I mean, I did kind of struggle with the last 100 days on an island video because, well, I was just building a bunch of random crap, and I think it'll be more interesting if I'm actually building useful stuff. So we'll build like a blacksmith, we'll build a storage house, we'll build heaps of stuff like that. And I think that should probably turn out pretty cool. All right, so there's our furnace area. Well, for now, it's looking a bit weird. Storage as well. We don't have too much storage, but yeah, once again, I do want to make a storage house pretty soon as well. Let's finish up this last little step here, and that gives us, you know, the whole second floor. I don't really know what I'm going to do with it yet, but we'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, so that's pretty much our interior done for now. Bro, you're kidding me. I'm literally just getting ready to go down in the mine, and there's a freaking goddamn creeper guarding it, of course. Get out of here, dickhead. Okay, so it's time to head back down to the mines. I've got a little care package of crap. I've got well, not that much food. Oh my god, you scared me, brother. Yeah, I did slaughter a couple of my cows because they are going pretty good. But, I mean, it's still only 5 goddamn steak. But yeah, I'm steadily running out of iron, so it's time to get back down here. And, well, actually, yeah, I do want some of this coal as well. So I'm going to continue mining this up, and I'll report back to you guys if, well, something interesting happens. So, after gathering all of that coal, I made my way over to the entrance further down into the caves. There just ended up being way too many mobs, so I decided on exploring a different direction, which ended up having a bunch of iron I could mine. I then decided on setting up a smelting workstation to smelt up all of the iron, and while that was going, I continued my exploring. I'd found another area that had plenty of iron, so I just continued mining it all up. Returning back to the smelting station, most of the iron was done, so I ended up crafting an entire set of iron armor and a new pickaxe, ready to continue my exploration deeper into the caves. Alright gamers, it is frickin' go time. It looks like all of the skellies have despawned from down here, so I'm just gonna goddamn send it. You know how it is. Let's get rid of this ugly ass bastard. Oh no, there is a skelly still. Oh, we're not in a good spot here, but I do need this iron. Give it to me. Honestly, I have no idea how we're going to get back up with all those mobs there, but we'll deal with that when the time comes, I guess. Get out of here, mongrel! Get out! But my next goal down here is to try and get a couple of diamonds. That would be freaking perfect. I mean, I'm not expecting to find any, but man, getting a diamond pickaxe would be pretty amazing right now. Looks like this cave does go deeper. Ooh, okay. This does look like diamond territory, diamond country. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Look at that. Dude, I still don't know how this shit works properly. Oh, I'm way too scared to go check that out, man. That's fucked. I can't do that. Oh, I'm gonna have to, aren't I? God damn it. I'm so scared of that. Well, we're definitely not ready to check out the deep dark right now. I mean, I'm still in freaking iron gear. I don't have any diamonds, so I'm just gonna continue looking around for some diamonds and, well, hopefully I find some. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, and there's freaking skulk sensors, but dude, look at all of the fucking diamonds. Dude, he's pissing it off. It's gonna summon a warden. Brother, stop it. Oh, dude. Okay, we need to get down there. We need to get down there now before any mobs spawn. Oh my god, dude, you're kidding me. That's gonna summon a warden, isn't it? I don't know. It doesn't look like it's summoning the warden. I don't know why it's not doing that. I mean, again, I don't know how any of that shit works. I literally have not learnt it. All I'm here for right now is these freaking diamonds, man. This would be an absolute blessing if I can get... Don't make that sound. Don't do it. How did I miss that? Dude, it is beautiful. Look at that. We've got our diamond pickaxe sorted. Diamond shovel, bang, right there in the bag. We've got diamonds up there. Oh my god, there's so many everywhere in here. What the hell? All right, well, yeah, I'm just going to continue mining all of these diamonds in this area, and I'll probably meet you guys back up in the safety of my freaking house, because this shit's scaring me. All right, and after making it back home, here's the haul, and it's safe to say we are rich now with 30 diamonds in total, making me a very happy boy. I then just got straight into upgrading all of my tools because why the bloody hell not? And there it is. Our lives just got so much easier. It was then definitely time to tend to our crops, and after harvesting and replanting, I used the gathered wheat to breed all of our animals together. I also took the time to harvest and expand my temporary sugarcane farm to get our yield increasing. And with a busy day 17 coming to a close, I headed off to bed. For the next couple of days, we had a lot of work to do, starting with clearing every single tree on the island, including all of the ones up here on top of the hill. After that, I started harvesting heaps of dirt to begin replacing all of the sand at the back of the island here with dirt, as I planned on making this entire area into crop and tree farms. I ended up taking heaps of dirt from this area at the front of the island and even some from underground so that we can continue replacing the sand here with dirt. Alright, and well, after 3 days of basically placing and harvesting dirt, this is what we have so far here. I don't think it's even half of the stretch of what I wanted to get done. Yeah, my shovel is basically already almost gone as well. We have done that much much freaking digging. But I've gotten the front of the island nice and flat so far as well, which is good. Honestly, I don't know what I want to build over there, but you know. But yeah, I think I'm going to stop it there for now, just because, well, it's going to be a lot easier once I have an enchanted shovel. And plus, I've also just completely run out of areas where I can actually grab dirt from, you know. I want to keep this all largely how it is. I mean, eventually I might even want to cover this up. So yeah, I need to figure out where I'm going to get some more dirt from, probably underground or off in the actual ocean over here. But I'm going to save that for, well, hopefully when I get an enchanted shovel. So now my plan is to get, well, most of this area here populated with some crops. Well, pretty much only wheat. We don't have any carrots yet, unfortunately. So yeah, what I think I'm going to go get done now is just craft up a couple of buckets and then just start, well, planting in a bunch of wheat over onto this area of the land here. So yeah, let's get to it. All right, well, after a bit of land prepping, I got straight into tilling the dirt and planting in the wheat. My plan is to have, well, preferably carrot running alongside this once we actually get some, so that's why there's a big blank spot. I then got to planting in the new forest, along with adding in some pathways that section off the forest from the crop farms. Alright, so there is our area so far, coming along very nicely. We still have a lot more dirt we need to plant up at the top left there. Yeah, that's gonna suck bumholes. Okay, so my next plan is to now start getting enchanting set it up. And well, we're gonna need some obsidian for that, of course, to, you know, actually just craft the enchanting table. So it is time to, well, try and frickin' find the mine entrance. Ah! Holy shit. You literally cannot make this shit up, man. It's actually ridiculous. It's starting to piss me off, okay? How unlucky I get with these goddamn creepers. It's just, God, the whole freaking video would have been over just then. That is stupid. I'm sorry, brother. I mean, like, how do you even prepare for that? What was I supposed to do differently there? Fuck me, that's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so like I was saying, it's time to head back down into the mine, try and find some lava and convert it into bloody obsidian, and then we just bloody fucking mine it, you know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm telling you, I've done so much exploring and I cannot find any goddamn freaking lava in this place, but I can find a couple of bloody diamonds, I'm telling you that much. Look at this. Man, diamonds, it's beautiful, but I just don't need it at the moment. God, I mean, actually, it wasn't really that many diamonds. Oh. That's why you always bloody dig around, fellas, because, well, there's an extra one. We've got 5 diamonds, but no freaking lava. I cannot find lava anywhere. God's sake, man. All right, I'm going to continue my exploration. Oh, this is looking... Oh, yes, dude, finally, some freaking lava. Oh my God, it is beautiful. Look at it. We've even got some bloody diamonds to reward us too. Freaking God, man. You have no idea how long I've spent trying to find this. It's ridiculous. There we go. Let's get 4 bloody pieces mined up. I'm not even gonna get some for the nether because I'm not going to the freaking nether, man. It's cheating, okay? We're stranded on an island. We're not allowed to go to the nether. And no, that isn't an excuse because I hate the nether, okay? Shut up. All right, we have made it back home alive. It is time to craft up our freaking enchanting table. Bang, there it is. I also just want to try and make as many bloody books as I can. Oh, okay, we're getting 5 bookshelves already. That is pretty good. So we've got 5 bookshelves. We've got our enchanting table. The next step is going to be, well, building our enchanting area. And, well, before we can do that, I want to get the rest of my pathways laid out. I want to have one running from the front of the base all the way down to this way. Excuse me. I want to have one running down that way and running over, well, around kind of this way as well. And, well, that's going to need a lot more stone. So I'm probably going to have to go back down into the mine, do a lot of stone mining, come back up here, smelt that shit, and then we can start, well, building. So, yeah, let's get to it. Alright, so first and bloody foremost, I got started on adding in those pathways I'd mentioned, starting with the one running to the front of the island, then followed by the one to the left, and finally the one to the right. These will all eventually have a nice little pier connected to each of them too, which I plan on getting built pretty soon. Now it was time for the enchanting area, first of which I got the shape figured out by starting with the framework. Onto the roof, I decided on going with textured deep slate tiles and bricks for the trim and oak for the body. I then finalized all of the walls and details to complete the exterior. Now for the interior, the first step was to get the entire sand floor replaced with a sparkling stone one, along with placing down the enchanting table and the 5 bookshelves I had. I decided to try and get some more bookshelves crafted up, first of which I had to harvest some wheat, which I then used to breed all of our cows. I then mercilessly slaughtered a bunch of them, cooked them up, and used their leather to craft 6 more bookshelves that I placed down. Still not at level 30, I disappointingly headed for bed. On the morning of day 31, I decided on getting this area prepped for the next big build I had planned, my storage warehouse. Right now my base is way too small to hold a lot of items, and I felt a storage warehouse would be the perfect addition to the island. With the land prepped, I moved on to harvesting a bunch of the items I needed, plenty of diorite, and a crapload more stone. I then just got straight into building the warehouse, first figuring out the shape and size by building the framework with polished diorite. Moving on to the roof, I opted for a diorite trim and stone for the body, along with adding plenty of dormers to keep it looking interesting. Once that was all finished, I headed down to the walls using 2 layers of stone bricks followed by stone above with a window. I used some details like an oak cover for the window and stone brick walls on the sides. I added those same designs to the back wall, except adding in a door in the middle. After finishing the right side wall, I moved on to the front, going with a different design with like kind of an open garage door look, which definitely makes it feel more warehouse-like. I then fixed up the outside by flattening off the sand a bit. Now, to fill out the interior, I was going to need an absolute crap ton of wood, and thankfully I'd planted in my forest and they had grown in nicely, so I just worked on chopping them down. I then began working on the floor of the warehouse, first clearing out all of the sand and replacing it with some oak slabs, which I felt would contrast nicely to the walls. Once it was finished, I then got started on creating the shelf design that would hold all of the chests in an aesthetically pleasing way. It might not be as efficient, but I mean, if you came to this channel for efficiency, then I hate to break it to you, but you won't find it here. I managed to cram in 4 shelves in total, which will definitely hold more than enough chests for my needs. I mean, at least we had some room to expand. Oh, and I also finished off by adding in some lanterns hanging by some chains. Alright, and there is the completed storage warehouse. Well, not fully completed. Obviously, I am missing a lot of chests throughout here, but this will do me for now. That's plenty of storage so far. The next thing I want to do is actually get some mining done. I want to accomplish a few things while I'm down there. The first thing being to try and find a freaking carrot to start growing those on the other side of our farm there. So I'm going to be killing pretty much every zombie that I can goddamn find down there. The next thing I want to do down there is get some iron because, yeah, I have, well, 1 left. And then the final thing I'll be trying to accomplish is getting level 30. You can see I'm pretty close there. I was holding off making another pickaxe, but I think I will just go ahead and do it, seeing as I'm going to be doing a bunch of mining right now. So there's our new pickaxe, probably the one we're going to be enchanting. So yeah, I've got a lot of work to do down in the mines, and well, I'll update you guys once, well, I find something interesting or, you know, I achieve one of my goals. Okay, you're actually kidding. You cannot make this up. This is like the 4th zombie I think I've killed down here, and he dropped a spud. Look at that. We've already got a freaking potato. I mean, it's not the exact crop that I wanted, but it's a different one, which is perfect. I knew that was going to happen too. I just saw these zombies down here and I'm just like, dude, one of these has got to drop something. Can we get lucky again? Come on, one of you drop a freaking carrot. Okay, we're not that lucky, but dude, that's actually crazy. Well, that's pretty much 1 goal checked off there. We're also almost level, like, well, there we go. We're level 29 now. And yeah, so I'm just going to keep exploring, mining as much iron and probably diamonds as I can, and killing as many more zombies as I can. So yeah, let's get back to it. Dude, look at this place. This is nuts. Like, this looks so, I hate it, dude. It's so creepy, man. And what? There's no mobs as well. There's nothing other than bats. Oh, there's some diamonds. There's some more bloody diamonds. It's such a pain in the ass to navigate this stuff though, because you got to sneak through it. Well, as far as I know. And you can destroy these little doodads to stop the man from spawning. But man, I'm too scared to get close to it. But I really want to get over there. Oh, okay, I'm gonna figure something out. Okay, I've managed to make it over to this diamond. I've just been destroying these little skulk sensor things. Thankfully, they do drop a little bit of XP too, which is quite nice. Let's mine out this diamond. Yes, it is more than 1. Thank Christ for that. We also just reached level 30, so that's another one of my goals checked off there. I do still really want a carrot. And what was the other thing I was down here for? I already freaking forgot. Oh, an iron. Okay, we are lacking in iron. We've only got 12. Dude, this bat is pissing off this thing. I don't know if that's like, I think they're like immune to making the wooden spawn or some shit. Again, I still don't know how it works. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no, that's not good. The amount of goosebumps covering my body is just ridiculous right now. I don't know why that didn't, I don't think it summoned the warden, but fuck me, that was scary, dude. I need to be a little bit more careful in here. Oh mate, that is a thing of beauty. Look at all of that freaking diamond. Oh, it's Alright, well, a little bit of an update. For some reason, I have found more diamonds than iron at this point, which is kind of crazy. I think I'm honestly just gonna try. Oh, why does it do that? I didn't even trigger one of these things near me. Hate it, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this biome because mobs don't seem to spawn in here except for freaking bats. My main quest right now is to try and get some more, well, try and get a carrot. Brother, why are they getting skulked? They're skulking all over the place. I don't like it. So yeah, I'm gonna get the absolute heck and hoot out of here and try and get back to where the mobs spawn. Alright, it has been a long and perilous journey. I've slain countless zombies and I still have not gotten another freaking carrot or anything yet. Unless if this guy drops one, no. So yeah, this is what I've managed to end up with here. 27 diamonds. We found a little bit more iron as well. But yeah, I think it's time to head back up to the top and, well, figure out what we're going to do next. All right, well, seeing as we now have enough levels to get some enchanting done, I might as well just continue working on getting as many bookshelves as I can because this is still only level 22. All right, that should be pretty good. Oh my god, I did kill quite a few of them. Whoopsie daisy. All right, we managed to get 16 books out of that, which will get us 5 more bookshelves. I still don't think that's going to be, well, it might be enough, but not enough to, you know, get like, you know, the full, you know, even though this is level 30, it can still kind of go further than that, I guess. But man, I'm seeing Fortune 3 there. That's looking pretty good to me. But honestly, we don't even need diamonds. I'd rather that just say freaking straight up efficiency 5. We're definitely, well, we've completely run out of sugarcane and cows at this point. So I think we probably just send it and enchant. I mean, we're almost halfway through now and I still don't have any enchantments. So let's just get that done. Bang. Okay, sweet. We got efficiency, no unbreaking. That does kind of stink. Let's see what we have lined up on the diamond sword. Freaking sweeping edge. God damn it. Unbreaking 3 on the axe. Oh, man, why doesn't it just say efficiency? Oh, all right, well, that's a bit of a letdown in terms of enchanting there, but, well, I think it's time to just move on to, well, whatever the next project may be. I've got a couple of ideas in mind, the first of which being to continue expanding our dirt. I do have a little bit more dirt, just a couple of stacks here, which is not really going to get us that far, but I mean, if we can manage to get filled up to this pathway at least, like all of this area, I can get started on the build I do have planned here, which is going to be a massive like stone tower, which I think is going to look pretty cool. I'm going to use that as storage for like my farm stuff. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to work on next. I'm going to have to do a lot of stone mining as well to well, get that built. So yeah, let's get bloody started. All right, so starting off, I got the rest of this area filled in with dirt and then got straight into building up the first tower. That's right, I actually ended up deciding on building 2, with this one being the smaller one. So I built this out of textured stone and stone bricks using stairs for the windows, and as for the top design, I went with a rather spiky look, which I felt looked great. I then worked on clearing out the rest of the trees I'd planted and got started building the bigger variant of the towers, with the first being 7x7 and this one being 9x9. So I continued building up the tower until I was happy with the height, and then began adding in the top design, making it slightly taller than the first tower to match the scale. Now with the towers fully built, I worked on adding a stone path connecting each one to the existing pathways, along with scattering around plenty of saplings. Alright, that definitely took a while, but holy crap, those are looking so good. I think this is going to look awesome once those trees have all grown in too. But this was definitely a really big milestone I wanted to get done for the island here. As you can see from this view here, it just, oh, dude, those 2 towers there just look awesome. I cannot wait for all those trees to grow in and bone meal some grass in there too. But yeah, off to the left here, you might have noticed that I have, well, continued expanding this dirt out here, and I want to kind of continue it like probably to the edge of the island, because I want to add even more goddamn crop farms, okay? I still want to go find a frickin' carrot. Our potatoes are definitely growing in quite nicely. I do need to replant these and keep growing them. But before we do that, I am actually level 33 and I want to enchant some shit, okay? So starting off, I want to make a new shovel, and I will probably enchant my sword as well. Bang, there's the shovel. Let's go see what we have lined up in the old enchants over here. Unbreaking 3 and sweeping edge. That's, yeah, that is kind of stinky. I need to get some freaking lapis. We might as well just go with the shovel. Oh yes, thank God we got efficiency on that bad boy. What do we got? Oh, knockback 2. You little freak. Alright. Sharpness 3, not, oh, I really wanted looting, but yeah, that kind of stinks actually. Well, also you might have noticed that my pickaxe is very low. It's getting kind of scary. So I think the next thing that I'm going to want to build is a bit of a blacksmith. Not exactly sure where I'd want to put it. I mean, probably somewhere in this vicinity, you know, directly where I'm looking at here. And I do definitely want to get some more farms kind of like interdispersed around all of these buildings. Like I want to get a little crop farm over here, another one over yonder. And so what I was actually doing to gather dirt for our little area up here, I was heading down into the mine and down into the water over here, and I've just been mining out all of the little patches of dirt. You can see one over there. I probably mined out like 5 or 6 patches of dirt just to get enough, so I'm definitely gonna have to do a little bit more of that if I want to build more of those farms. So yeah, I'm gonna spend a bunch more time down here. It's going to be a lot quicker and easier with this enchanted shovel though. And yeah, I'm just going to continue freaking, well, gathering dirt. And I mean, that is all just kind of, yeah, it's super boring crap. So we're pretty much just going to skip straight to the time lapse of me building some new farms. So yeah, I'll see you guys there. All bloody right. So the first order of business was to get our existing farm harvested and replanted to get it almost done. Next on my list was to get a bit of a field established beside the enchanting area. I'd planned on getting 2 individual crops planted here, that being wheat and potatoes. And once that was all complete, I moved a bit to the right of this field and started working on the blacksmith. My idea was to have this rectangular kind of longhouse on the right side here, of course using the existing island block palette, except with this one having 2 stories, I'd use stone on the bottom walls and oak on the top. Once the house details were finalized, I continued on the outside by adding a roofed area and extended the stone floor under there too. Okay, here is the blacksmith so far. Oh my god, dude. I don't know why, but shit keeps spawning over here. And it keeps freaking me out. As you can see, this area has been blown up, I think, 2 or 3 times now by creepers. Mainly because the stupid knockback on this sword makes it impossible. But yeah, so here is our blacksmith so far. Looking great. Obviously lacking in, you know, any kind of detail. So first of which, I do want to add in a couple of little, like, you know, barrels and chests, of course. The bog bloody standard stuff. Maybe even a couple of campfires in here too. Dude, here comes another mob strolling on over. I just don't get it. I need to, like, add a door onto that or something, man. It's... Dude, it's pissing me off. All right, so I've gotten some cobblestone and, well, mainly I want to use that to build my little smelter. So I've gotten some magma blocks as well to use in the smelter. So let's build this out like right bloody here. All right, before I continue, I seriously need to get this thing repaired. That is hanging, that's living on a prayer right there. Let's chuck those in. 2 bloody levels. Don't mind if I do. That's beautiful, mate. All right, I'm going to continue figuring out how to build this thing. Give me a second. All right, there is my final design. I think that turned out pretty nice. We've got a little chimney going up over there too. Of course, need to chuck in some magma blocks, and there we go. It's fully completed. Next up, I want to find a spot to place in my anvils and my dunking tanks. Oh my god, dude, again. It's just ridiculous. They come out fully armored, fully enchanted as well. It's just f***ed. Like, just go away, man. You know what? I'm just going to cover this shit up. It's pissing me off. All right, so I'm thinking pretty much straight in front of this thing. We'll add in our, maybe... We'll go anvil there. Anvil there. Right, and then I went and scrapped some spruce wood from this boat here. You can see I've just torn it up a little bit. And that was to get some of these spruce trapdoors because they just look amazing for this kind of thing. And oak trapdoors, you know, well, they have freaking holes in them, okay? Water is going to leak out, which just does not make sense. And there we have our little smelting and dunking tanks, you know, area sorted. I've just realized I've not made this right. God's sake. It's freaking off center. Hold on. Okay, there we go. That's better. Now it's centered to, well, that thing. All right, well, the last little detail I wanted to add out here was maybe just a couple of logs and a few more extinguished campfires just because they look so good. There we go. Look at that. And in here, we could maybe just get like a couple little bits of, you know, storage. And yeah, there we have our blacksmith all completed, looking awesome. Dude, look at how nice our island looks now with all of those builds. Oh my god, that looks so good. I definitely do want to get a couple more crop farms added throughout here, like beside the warehouse here. We do have a couple more builds as well that I definitely want to get done. We do have a lot more builds that I want to get done as well on top of that. So I'm going to spend some time thinking about what I want to build next. And, well, I'll be back in a second. All right, so what I actually did next was head off to bed, and in the morning I disenchanted my sword because the knockback was pissing me off. Next up, I uncovered the mine and headed down to begin slaying as many mobs as I could to get back to level 30 to re-enchant my sword. After slaying a pack of rabid zombies, I achieved level 30 once again and headed back up to slaughter some cows. I put their leather to good use by crafting only 3 more bookshelves and added those to the enchanting area. I headed to bed before I got blown up by a creeper or something, and in the morning got to enchanting my sword and only got Unbreaking 3. Like, what the hell is this shit? Extremely disappointed, I 360'd back into the mines to continue slaying as many mobs as possible to get back to level 30. Returning home once again, I disenchanted my sword and slapped it back into the table to see we had knockback lined up, which I really didn't want. I instead decided on crafting a new diamond axe and enchanting that to get efficiency 4. I then headed back down into the mines for the 3rd time now, and you wouldn't believe it, I finally got a carrot from a goddamn zombie. I once again reached level 30 and headed back up, this time with a plan of getting as many more bookshelves as I could, first gathering some wheat. I used that wheat to breed up my cows on top of slaughtering them, which got us an additional 3 bookshelves. I chucked those bookshelves in and enchanted my sword for the final time, this time getting a whole bunch of enchantments with none of them being what I want except for sharpness and unbreaking. Man, I just wanted looting. Well, with that disappointing experience over with, it was time to get stuck straight back into some new projects, with this first one being a little bit of a farmland with a cute house at the back. I built up the house using oak wood for the pillars and walls, along with deep slate for the roof trim and more oak for the body of the roof. I then got straight back into building up the farmland, opting for a sort of tiled pattern consisting of our new carrots, some wheat and potatoes. Once they were all completed and filled out, I then added a bunch of detailing blocks beside the house, along with getting some details actually onto the house itself. Next up on my list was to build an animal barn. Well, this actually wasn't on my list originally because I planned on not having any animals just, well, randomly spawn on the island, so maybe next time I'll get a mod or something to stop them spawning. But as for the barn, I ended up going with a pretty huge size, as you can see, which meant we needed a lot of resources for it. But now with the main barn done, I got straight onto working on a bit of an outside area that'd house all of the animals, and I just love adding these roofed areas for the animals to, well, theoretically take some shade under. I then went through the arduous process of moving over all the cows and sheep, and once that was done, I started on the interior. Alright, well, that definitely took a while, but there is our brand spanking new barn and our little farmhouse area over there looking quite nice. Yeah, this barn definitely turned out way bigger than I thought it would. Like, this thing is absolutely massive. It's kind of ridiculous, but I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. As you can see, I've also moved all of my animals over here and they're looking good. And here is our island so far, dude. This has turned out so far just awesome. I love how this looks, but we still do have a lot of blank spaces that we need to get filled, such as down here. We pretty much just have a shipwreck, and I've kind of been thinking on what I want to add down here, and I've come up with an idea that should be pretty cool, and that is to build like a little bit of a fishing village throughout this area. You know, eventually I'm going to build like a little pier here. I know I keep saying that. Eventually we will do that, and it could be cool kind of having a fishing village attached onto that and maybe have some little docks sprawling out from there. I think that'll be the perfect way to fill out this area. As you can see up here off to the left there, we still have that area we need to fill in with dirt and more farms. Yeah, I've still yet to get around to that. Another thing as well is a proper mine entrance. Right now we have a hole in the ground, and I want to make that a beautiful hole in the ground, and I'm planning on doing that right over here. I think that is going to be the perfect spot, and well, yeah, we only have 23 days left to get all of that done, so it's time to get a bit of a wriggle on, and I'm not exactly sure what I want to tackle first. All right, you know what? I'm going to finish off this stuff I've been trying to get done for a while now. I'm going to continue extending this grass to the edge of the island there, and I'm going to fill this up completely with some crop farms. So yeah, I'm probably going to head underground once again to that little water cave and just keep digging up patches of dirt. I'll get all of this area filled in and planted with crops. So yeah, let's get bloody to it. All right, so after spending a long time underground digging dirt, it was finally time to get the rest of this area filled in, which honestly turned out so good. After getting all the sides filled in, it was time for the placing of water and tilling all of the land, getting it ready for our crops. I ended up going with a sort of tiered layout, first starting with wheat, then onto potatoes, some carrots, and for the final layer, some more wheat. Alright, so there is the farm all completed, and that top left corner of our island is looking so good now. I love that. The next what I'm going to get started doing is chopping down a crap load of trees, because as you can see, I have absolutely no logs left. So I'm probably going to end up chopping down this forest and this forest up here as well, which is kind of annoying because I actually really like the way that these trees have formed around like the tower and stuff there. And what I'm going to do with all of those logs is basically start building up our fishing village. I might actually even reconstruct this boat, because this might be like a cool little like piece to have in the village, I think. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. That sounds awesome. So I'm gonna chop these trees, and before I start that village, I might actually build each one of these piers that are kind of going off in each direction of the island, just because, well, basically I want to get it freaking done, okay? It's really not gonna be that hard as well. I've just been too preoccupied with doing other things. So yeah, I'm gonna get all of these trees chopped, and I'll meet you guys down at the first pier. All right, so down at the first pier that I want to build here on the right side of the island, well, it's time to get this extended, you know, out, you know, to a respectable pier length, I guess. So I don't want this to be too big, but not too short, you know what I'm saying? And the ortho camera mod definitely comes in handy for things like this. So honestly, I think I might go 2 more blocks out here. And then at this point, I want to just pretty much start adding in our logs. And something with piers is you might notice, well, the ones in Australia at least, they have like very tall pillars. So I kind of want to just try something like that. Usually I'll make my pillars only go up to like about that height, but I feel like something like that might make it feel, I don't know, just a little bit different. I just want to try that because why the hell not? And I feel like these need to be a little bit more spaced apart, so I'm going to go with a block distance of 5 apart instead of 3. That way I'm also going to use less logs, less that I have to go freaking chop down, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm thinking that looks pretty good there, but something I want to do is actually just change the end of this to be like in a bit of a U shape. Yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. And yeah, so that is, well, essentially the pier design. I want to keep it nice and simple. I don't want to add too many details and like kind of muddy this up a little bit. Although, I don't know, is this, it might be a little bit too bare. Okay, I've convinced myself to add some goddamn details to this. All right, so the first thing I want to do is just add like a little spot for some fences to sit on. And I've chosen trapdoors for that just because it nicely kind of like, it's not like a slab where it's on the same level, but it kind of comes up a little bit. And I feel like a design like this will look quite nice. Just simply with a fence in the middle and some fence gates beside. And then we can slap a lantern on top of the middle one as well, which will look quite nice. So I'm going to simply repeat this this on all of the, like, you know, areas that we can kind of add a little fence on. And there we go. That's looking quite nice. A nice little upgrade. Another thing I want to do is just add some details to this, starting off with a nice little boat parked right in the parking spot. I've also got a couple of chests and barrels and an extinguished campfire as well. And that is just to simply add like just a couple of random scattered little details like this around. And yeah, just some super simple stuff like that. And you can see this has turned into something like, you know, an actual like nice looking build. One final thing we could do is just cap off these pillars with some oak slabs like so, just to make it feel, I don't know, just add a little bit extra detail, you know what I'm saying? And there we have it. There is our little pier, looking quite nice. I'm very happy with how this has turned out. And so what I'm gonna do now is just essentially repeat this exact same thing on every single side, but not before, you know, I harvest a lot more wood because I've essentially completely run out. So yeah, let's get started with the rest of the builds. So first order of business, chopping down the trees, of which I cleared basically this entire frickin' forest. I then moved down to the front of the island and added in the pier, with this one not extending out too far as I didn't want it to look weird. With that one done, I headed to the left of the island and repeated basically the exact same design, getting plenty of detailing blocks sprinkled throughout. It was now time to start working on the fishing village I'd planned earlier. The design of the houses was to pretty much mimic that small farmhouse we'd built earlier, as I wanted a consistent theme throughout the island's buildings. Moving on to the shipwreck, I first tried fixing it up until giving up and instead turning it into more of like a boat that actually crash landed onto the island and is lodged in the sand. I then felt we could use some more houses on the other side of the shipwreck, so I got another long one built and another smaller house built too. Alright, it may be day 93 and not really gonna make much of a difference, but you can see all of my armor is pretty much destroyed except for my iron chestplate hanging on by a bloody thread there. So what it is time to do is grab our giant stack of diamonds here and craft up a bunch of new armor. There's the chestplate, legs, feet, and helmet. There we go. We still have 20 diamonds to spare as well. That is beautiful. Now I am level 32, so I might as well just freaking go and enchant one of these. Let's see what we got. Protection 4. You know, you already know I'm taking that. That's beautiful. Yes, okay, perfect. That leaves us at level 29. I'm gonna go repair my axe here because that is also hanging on by a bloody thread. So let's slap those together. Bang. Brand new axe. Also, I didn't really talk about it, but here is our fishing village as well. Dude, this turned out so good. I love that little crashed ship as well on the island. Just adds like a little bit of a story to it as well. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Obviously, we do need to sprinkle in some details in there, which I, well, kind of forgot about. But I really want to get the main things done for this island before we go through all the details, because we are lacking a lot of details throughout the entire island, pretty much. And so that next build that I want to get done is going to be the mine entrance over here. You can see I've completely removed all of the animals before, and that leaves us with this nice little like cliff face here to pretty much add in a bit of a mining area. We've got a lot of room out here to add some details and stuff as well. So what I'm going to do is chop down a couple of trees because I'm lacking in wood a little bit, and then we'll get started building this, and well, I'll report back to you guys then. Okay, so first up, I prepped the land a little bit and then got straight into adding our mine entrance out of oak wood and some trapdoors for detail. I then went on to clearing out the inside and starting the stairway down the mine. Back on the outside, I next worked on replacing the ground with some cobblestone to make it feel more like a mine. I also felt a crane smack bang in the middle would look great, so I built my signature crane design. It was of course then onto the details, of which I got plenty of chests and barrels placed around. I then decided on finally getting this farmland up here fixed up, as it wasn't exactly an even split between the wheat and potatoes, and it also didn't extend all the way down to the path. I also extended our first little tree farm area here just so it had a little bit more space to breathe and fill up the area a bit more. Okay, and well, there it is. There is our completed mine, looking awesome. I love the crane and the entrance, and dude, it looks, yeah, that looks great. I'm also very happy that I've finally finished off this frickin' farm here, man. I've been meaning to get around to this for ages. And so we pretty much have bang on 4 days left to go until we reach day 100. And I think what I'm gonna spend those 4 days doing is just harvesting a crap ton of wood, because we don't even have a stack left. I'm gonna craft up a metric crap ton of chests, barrels, and log piles and stuff like that, and I'm just going to completely cover this entire island in decorations. All these little blank spots like around my house, just like kind of everywhere. We're gonna be, you know, just adding some kind of detail. Also, when it comes to things like, well, these extra little filler houses, right now, yeah, there's absolutely nothing in here. It's kind of sad. So we're gonna be filling out all of those interiors. Especially on this boat, we're going to be cramming heaps of details on this bad boy as well. So yeah, kind of just polishing off the island, getting all of the dirty work done. Also, I never got around to detailing my freaking main base here. We don't even have any stairs or like fences in between these or anything like that. So I will make sure to get that done as well. So it's time to start the mega time lapse. All right, so now with a good bit of the detailing done, it's time to tackle the interiors of all of these houses. Yeah, I'm gonna be keeping it very simple, very light in here, okay? Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Can I even... That's too little. Okay, I think we go shear some bloody sheep and we at least get some beds in there. I mean, it's just such a waste, you know, because we're not even... Like, I'm never gonna go in there. It's pretty much just the thought of it being in there that matters. Like, but it's just such a waste, you know what I'm saying? I feel so, like, lazy leaving it out, just leaving it empty because, like, you know, you guys will actually be able to download this world through Patreon. You know, you're paying fucking money for this shit and you're getting empty bloody interiors. I just can't do it. I'm just not that kind of person. Oh my god, look at the size of that tree. Do I want to keep that there? Does that look good? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I like that. All right. All right, so I think it's time to shear a crap load of sheep here, and we're just going to make a bunch of beds, okay? What the hell? How is this guy... Freaking Enderman put a sand block there. Get out of it. Oh, I just got an idea for something I could do with this wall as well. Oh my god, it's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna go do that idea first, and then I'll make some beds. Okay, give me a second. All right, my idea is to add some like little tattered sails onto this like crashed boat here. I think that's gonna be super cool. So we'll add some little like offshoots like that. Oh, it's kind of annoying that it's gonna be like diagonal. I don't know, does that look weird? No, it's all right. It's not the end of the world, but it's definitely strange. And then I do want to get a couple on this bottom one too. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool. I like that. Better than just two freaking sticks sticking up, you know what I'm saying? All right, I've also got a bunch of beds. Let's head back to what we were doing and, well, just slap one of those in there. And that's the interior bloody well done. And so that is pretty much what I'm going to be doing for the rest of all of these interiors. Hopefully it doesn't take too bloody long. So just give me a couple minutes and, well, I'll get all this done. All right, so I've just finished off all of the interiors for these little houses scattered around. And I've just been thinking, you know, what can I do with this area off to the right side of the island? You know, this big grass area that's over here. And man, I have literally 1.5 days left pretty much, and I'm just gonna crank this bad boy full of freaking saplings, okay? This area is gonna look so nice once it's just a big stinking forest. And we even have like this little like, well, actually it's pretty deep, like lake thing in the middle of it. So I think this will be a very nice addition to the island, and also be a really good spot to, you know, chop down trees as well. Well, we're probably not gonna be doing much more chopping, but I mean, if you guys wanna see a 200 days of this, then be sure to let me know in the comments. But yeah, once that's all grown in, that will look so nice. We've already got a couple trees growing. Yeah, I might just spend this afternoon just kind of thinking of what I can do on the last day here because, well, I've pretty much gotten mostly everything completed that I wanted to do. Oh, actually, I know exactly what I can do. Oh, but the problem is, yeah, so I want to bone meal a lot of this grass around here because we have no actual grass on it. But I don't think I have many bones left. In here, I've got 6 and 17 bones. That might actually be enough. 35 bloody bone meal. So I do want a bone meal in here as well. All right, let's head up here and just start bone mealing the crap out of this place. Oh yeah, dude, check that out. How much better does that look with like grass scattered all through there? Man, that looks awesome. I love it. All right, looks like day 98 is coming to a close. We're gonna have 1 day left to do, well, whatever I need to do, which I don't really know what I want to do. There's all of our bone meal gone, but that's looking really good. I'm gonna go hit the hay and yeah, I'll see you guys in the morning. All right, I know exactly what I want to get done for this last day, and that is actually get a proper sugarcane farm established because I've literally just been harvesting this crap on like the side of my island for the entire 100 days. So I think it's time to get a proper one established, and I'm thinking probably behind my base will be a nice spot because it is pretty empty at the moment. Yeah, so back here, it is quite barren. There's nothing here. Yeah, I'm thinking a nice little sugarcane farm will go quite a long way in making our area feel a lot nicer. So yeah, let's get this sucker built real quick. All right, there goes the sun of the final night. Oh my god, dude. It has been a long journey here, but it's finally time to say goodnight for the last time of this video. And there we have it, day bloody 100. I can't believe I've managed to survive 100 days on this island. It's been such an awesome experience. I love how our island has turned out so far, and I think it's time to do the traditional, a little bit of a tour. So this is where it all started in our little house here. Yeah, honestly, I can't believe I didn't really change anything of this interior during the whole kind of 100 days. I didn't even get anything up here on the second floor, which is kind of sad. Heading out from here, we've got our enchanting area. Still didn't really manage to get that finalized either. I mean, we did get it to level 30 at least. Blacksmith, super happy with how this turned out. I love this little outside area. Looks so good. The barn, definitely very huge. Did not get the interior filled out, dude. Why didn't I do all of this stuff on the last day? What am I doing? I completely forgot this interior is just like basically nothing. We've got all of our animals out here. We got our pier as well. And then we start in the little fishing village here. I'm glad I got all of these interiors done. This cool little crashed boat as well. Like I never would have thought to add this if that shipwreck wasn't here. So I'm pretty happy with that. The storage bloody warehouse. Okay. This was probably the biggest build of the whole island and I did not even use it once, which I'm very surprised about. Yeah, I mean, if we go for another 100 days on this island, we will definitely be using this. It leads us over to the mine back here. Super happy with how this has turned out. I love this area as well. Super nice. And that leaves us with the back of the island up here where we have our two big old stinking towers. We've got our farms and more farms over there as well. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the island. This thing turned out so nice. Like, just look at this. Yeah, dude, just super happy overall with how this has turned out. Love it. In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days in hardcore Minecraft while building the ultimate survival base. Now, in order to reach my goal, I'm gonna have to find the perfect area, gather a shit ton of resources, and build the ultimate self-sustaining base, so let's get straight into it. Alright, and here we are in my brand new world. First and bloody well foremost, of course, we're gonna have to punch a couple of trees. And so, after collecting a good bit of wood, I crafted up a wooden pick and began mining some cobblestone. I then crafted a bunch of stone tools ready to tackle the adventures ahead. Alright, so there is all of my stone tools. I also did notice down in this hole here, we have a little bit of coal down there that I want to go quickly grab. And well, I'm just thinking I might as well, oh, there we go. While I'm down here, I might frickin' try and find some goddamn iron, you know what I'm saying? And well, there we have it. I think that's the quickest I've ever gotten iron in a frickin' 100-day world, man. That's crazy. Also, if you're wondering what mods and stuff that I'm using, like how these ores are glowing, be sure to check out my Minecraft Refined mod pack. I've got a video on it on my channel, and you'll be able to play with basically all the same mods and everything that I'm using right here. All right, let's craft up a frickin' torch because it is getting very dark down here. There we go. That's beautiful. Oh my god, this goes down deep. Holy crap, it's still going. Look at it. Are we gonna find diamonds on our first day? Like, holy crap. Okay, there's a lot more iron down here. I definitely want to grab this. Oh no, our first boner. Come on, man. Give me a break. These guys do some serious damage when I don't have freaking armor or anything. I don't even have food, brother. I have no food and okay, this might be a big ass mistake that I'm doing right now. But I just want to grab some iron and I'm probably going to get the hell out of here. I have no way of healing right now. Oh, dude, but that does look enticing. Holy crap. All right, let's just grab this iron up here and then I'm skedaddling. I'm not going to cap on a stack right now. All right, I just lied. I'm getting this iron too. Oh, dude, there's so much. Yes, look at it. That is a thing of beauty. We've got 21. That is going to help us immensely. But it is now time to get the hell out of here. Alright, I have made it home free, but we're not out of the bloody woods yet. Well, I mean, technically we are. We're in like a plains biome now. But I do, yes, I want to get some frickin' food because, yeah, it is steadily dropping right now. I'm a hungry man, so let's grab some frickin' stuff here. We're also going to need wool for beds, of course. And down the line, we're definitely going to need leather. Alright, and there we go. We have enough wool for a bed now. So let's just go ahead and craft one of those up real quick. Bang, there we go. Very important piece of, you know, survival equipment there. Next, let's go ahead and, you know, make a frickin' furnace or two so we can cook up some food and not die. Also, a very important piece of survival equipment. Now what I want to do is just do a little bit of scouting, okay? So right now I'm in the ortho camera mod and I'm just taking a look at the surrounding area. I do apologize if you can hear my son. What? Oh, of course, he bloody threw all of his toast on the ground. Kids, man, what can you do with them, eh? Alright, there we go. Our food situation is now frickin' sorted. That is perfect. Dude, look at this biome. Look at how good that looks. This is a mangrove biome with the blooming biosphere mod, and man, that looks incredible. Dude, it looks, I want to freaking swim in there, okay? Okay, that is all of our food cooked up. Let's pick up this crap and get on our merry way here. Because I am liking the look of this biome here, but it just isn't big and flat enough as I kind of want it, you know? So I think we're going to continue our adventure in search of the bloody perfect biome, okay? And I'm definitely going to slaughter a couple of cows on the way. Sorry, boys. Dude, I think this is the best I've ever done in the first day, man. Well, I don't have diamonds, but I've got freaking crap loads of iron. Heaps of food. Okay, maybe not the best I've done in a day, but we're going pretty good at least. Better than on the frickin' island, I can say that at least. Oh, but dude, this area is shaping up to be something frickin' beautiful. Like, we got the jungle looming in the distance. This is looking incredible, but what I think it's time to do is hit the hay on our first day, because I am severely under-equipped to deal with mobs at the moment. There we go. Oh, that is beautiful. We're on our second day already, and I'm just gonna continue my search for the perfect area. Got a bunch of coal here. I'm gonna need a crap load of it, so might as well get it while I can. Oh man, this area is looking so good. Look at this. It's just like a big lake through here. I'm so excited to find more of these like altered biomes and the new biomes that this mod adds. It's just so much fun exploring through them, man. I do apologize if the shaders have just changed slightly. I was accidentally on my thumbnails version of my shaders, which has crazy high settings on it, because I was wondering why it was a little bit laggy, but now it's a lot better. So I apologize for that. Continuing on my adventure, I jumped over holes, slaughtered a lot of animals, and found some truly beautiful locations. Oh, you know what? Having scaffolding early on is going to be an absolute game changer when it comes to building. I freaking hate using dirt, man, as scaffolding. It's such a pain in the ass. So I'm super glad we found some bamboo right now, man. All right, now it looks like we have another plains biome right here, which is looking pretty good. Now, I want to do as little freaking terraforming as possible in this video because I'm just sick of wasting time doing it. Oh, look at that right there, just up ahead. Look at how flat that is. All right, we're getting our little butts over there right now. All right, so this area is looking pretty good. The only problem is that when we do inevitably have to expand, we're gonna have to do quite a bit of terraforming, which I didn't want to have to do, but I doubt we're gonna find a spot better than this, really. But, oh, what's that up there? We got a little house up there. Let's go have a look. But yeah, honestly, this area is looking pretty good. So I think we have found the location, boys and girls. But in the meantime, I do want to check out this house real quick. So let's get a wriggle on. Okay, we got one little villager guy out here. It looks like it's just a single house. Oh, we got some like log piles. Oh, okay, we got a couple of villagers too. We got a farmer guy here. All right, that's pretty cool. Oh, my favorite part. We've got a chest in here. Oh, we got 2 chests. Yes. We've got some starter freaking food here for growing at least. We got some saplings. Oh yeah, what have we got in here? Even more potatoes. Sweet. All right, that's a pretty good find. Now, these guys definitely don't need these chests. And yeah, I need them way more than they do. So thanks, guys. I'm going to steal this too. Yoink! Man, what a cute little homestead here. I love this. I then ate a mutton chop while enjoying the sunset and went to bed while staring at the cozy house I could have slept in instead. In the morning, I decided on smelting up all of the iron I'd gathered, and once it was all done, I put it to good use by upgrading most of my tools and by making a chest plate for a little extra protection. I then found an absolutely massive oak tree to chop down so I could start building my starter base. Now, obviously, I needed a lot more wood than just this one tree, so thankfully I found a little oak forest further up that I spent the rest of the day chopping down. Alright, now on day 4, we have a lot of resources, but I do want to definitely do a bit of mining because I do want to do a bit of planning for my base here before we actually start building. And well, to plan that out, I'm gonna have to dig out a lot of dirt, and it's just gonna be a lot easier with a diamond shovel, you know what I'm saying? So, well, if I can freaking find the area, man, where the hell is it? Ah, over here. There we go. Oh, we got some lava here too. That is gonna make going to the nether freaking beautifully easy. Sweet. Oh, and we've even got a little ravine kind of mine entrance right behind our area too. That is perfect. All right, so before I go mining, what I want to do is just put a bunch of my crap into this chest here, and I probably will cook up a little bit more food as well before we head down, just in case of emergencies, you know what I'm saying? All right, there we go. All of our food is now cooked up and ready to go. It is time to get some freaking mining done, okay? Now, I'm kind of praying we get like at least 128 diamonds. That would be freaking perfect, man. Oh, and look how like this goes straight down to deep slate. That is beautiful. We can skip all of the crap and just get straight freaking in there, man. Let's go. I will, of course, be getting a lot of iron on the way because we're going to need it. Oh, and well, we've already got enough iron to pretty much make our full suit of iron armor. Where is this bloke? Oh, he's down there. Okay. Yeah, so we might as well just freaking cook up some more goddamn shit and make the rest of the armor that we don't have because, well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't plan on freaking dying on day bloody 4 here, okay? So give me a second. We'll cook all of this up and I'll craft up the freaking, iron armor. All right, there is all of our iron cooked up. Let's craft the remaining pieces of armor here. We've got the legs. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. You dick knob. Fuck, god damn it. I was trying to be cool and craft it all in like one click. God's sake. All right, there we go. We've got our full set of iron armor. We're looking absolutely dripped out of our mines right now. We do have some spare iron legs. All right, we'll hold on to them for bloody later. And well, there is something I do want to show you guys because while I was just gathering some coal up here, I had a little peruse down this way, and you're not gonna bloody believe what I saw. It's some diamonds! Yes. Alright, let's just get our freaking butts down there. What I do want to actually make real quick is a bucket. Yeah, I thought I saw a little creeper freaking perusing around there. Look at him. Absolute bastard. What I might do before I head down there is actually grab some water so that we can easily come back up here. Oh, yep, there he is. Look at this dickhead. Alright, come here, mate. I don't feel like dealing with you in my peripheral vision, okay? Ah! All right, he's dealt with. Looks like it is actually nighttime too. So I'm gonna hit the freaking sack. Good night, fellas. There is our water obtained. Let's go get those goddamn diamonds. All right, and down we go. Oh my god, into the hellhole. There's so many mobs here. Jesus. Thank god we made that iron freaking set of armor, man. Holy crap. Get out of my face. Oh, I see something. Oh, it's just freaking glow licking. God damn it. Oh, look, we got more diamonds up there. Yes. That is freaking beautiful. All right, let's mine this up. Please be more than one. Please be more than one. You're joking me. All right, at least we got more up there. Hopefully there's more down that way. That is looking promising. Oh, we got a couple of boners after us. Get out of it. All right, give me that. You're kidding me. Look at this prick. 2. Yes, there's heaps here. No. Oh, this is looking not good. Okay, all right. We're okay. Just settle down. Yes. Come on. Keep going. Yes, look at that. It's beautiful. There's so many. You love to say, oh, it's still going. Brother, that's cracked. Look at that. Yes. How many we got 10. Holy crap. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Honestly, this mining trip is already a bloody success. I'm not going to kizzy cap, okay? But what I want to do is just push my luck a little bit more and head down this way in hopes of there just being a couple more diamonds around the corner. Oh my god, we're in luck. That's insane. All right, I hear a boner. Where is he? He's up above me. Come on, dickhead. Get out of here. You two. Piss off. God's sake. Have I told you guys I hate frickin' mobs, man? All right. It's only 2. You're kidding me. All right. 2's better than none at least. 5. There's 5 skeletons down there. We're going to leave that to a later date. I'm going to hope that there's some more easier to obtain ones over this way. Oh, all right. It looks like we are in luck. We got some more diamonds over here. I just need to get rid of this guy. See you later, dickhead. The only annoying thing is it is directly above a pool of freaking lava here. Oh, and well, unfortunately, it looked like it was just one freaking diamond. I mean, I was going to say it's not, like, it just makes it not worth it. But, I mean, that is a whole diamond shovel there, which is pretty useful. Now, I am definitely tempted. What the hell? That looks like someone straight just dug that out. That is creepy. That looks like a man-made tunnel right there. I don't like that at all. Oh, okay. That's just, okay, that's creeping me out a little bit. Let's get down. Okay, there's tears coming out of my eyes. I'm that creeped out right now. Freaking A. Let's have a look at this. Okay. Well, because there was that block in the way, you know a person can't really get through that. Still creepy nonetheless. Let's have a peruse down this way. I've got a good feeling. Come on. Oh, yes, look at that. I thought that was glow lichen at first. Oh, and there's some more over there. Okay. All right, honestly, I'm pretty happy with 19 diamonds. I mean, it's not going to get us full armor and tools. It will get us some tools, which is pretty much all I'm wanting right now. So I think what I might do is just start heading my way out because we are wasting precious time right now. I want to get started building my ultimate base because I've got so many cool ideas for it. So let's make our way out of this hellhole and I'll meet you guys back up at the top. Okay. The amount of goosebumps that just covered my whole body. It is not a joke at that point. Dude, okay, my right eye has a tear dripping out right now. I hate that cave noise. I've hated it since I was a kid. Man, I do not like it one bit. Oh, beautiful sunshine. I made it out. Yes. Where the hell are we? Okay, we are in a jungle somewhere. Oh, yep, there's the little house over there. Okay, I know exactly where I am. All right, now that we are back home, what I'm going to do is, well, get rid of all of this crap because we do not need any of it anymore. See you later, dickhead, and that too. We've got big boy diamonds now, so let's upgrade all of our tools. Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful sight to see. Okay, now what it is time to do is start planning out our area just a little bit. I do have somewhat of an idea of how I want to build this, and so I just want to get a little bit of planning done. Well, actually, it's going to be a lot of a bit of planning. So, yeah, let's just get straight into it. All right, so the first course of action was to clear the grass in the vicinity, and I then got straight into figuring out the size of each plot I'd have surrounding my base. I decided on a size of 17 by 9 along with a 3-block wide path surrounding each plot, along with my base plot being 4 of those rectangles. Alright, so a couple days later, here is all of the work so far. I've already gone through an entire diamond shovel, I just made a new one. This is all of the dirt that we've gotten so far, and, well, I think you know who that's from. And yeah, that's not even... actually, that might be halfway. Yeah, I think that's just about half of it done. And I don't think I really want to do much more without enchanting my shovel first. And, well, thankfully we have actually gotten, well, yeah, this is my base kind of plot here. And what I think it's time to do is basically just, well, start building that frickin' base, okay? Now, I do want to get enchanting done pretty soon here. So I'm going to start growing a bunch of these sugar canes. Might even go see if I can find some more in the vicinity. There we go. There's a couple more. I'll grab these and I'll plant them. And then once I've done that, I'm going to start building my base design. Now, I'm probably gonna have to go get a bunch of stone as well, so I will go ahead and do that. And yeah, let's pretty much just get straight into building right now. I decided on building a fence surrounding the plot just for a bit of added protection, getting heaps of lanterns placed along it too to keep the mobs at bay. After getting the frame started, I quickly ran out of wood, so I headed to the local forest to get some chopping done. Returning home, I continued working on the frame of the house along with getting the roof built using stone bricks for the trim and oak for the body of the roof. As for the walls, I went with a pretty standard texture design as well as plenty of details along the pillars. Alright, it is now day 16. There is the, well, first part of my base done. This is going to be the main house here. As you can tell, it is quite small because I do plan on adding a couple of little exterior, modules, I guess. So I want to have a secondary little base out here and another one off to this side too, just for a bit of an interesting look. Having like kind of 3 separated bases in this little like fenced off area, I think it's going to look really cool. Here's a quick look on the inside. Yeah, quite spacious on the bottom. Upstairs, bit of a different story. Not too crazy, you know. But yeah, I do like the idea of spreading things apart when it comes to my bases. I don't really want to have absolutely everything in here, and I don't really plan on doing that. So yeah, might have also seen I've already gotten started on a couple of my farms as well, like the bamboo. Well, this isn't its permanent spot. I do want to move that over to that kind of quadrant. The tree farm here is coming along quite nicely. Actually, I might get bamboo over in that corner as well. I might actually move this all over here just to get it permanently placed in. I think it's going to look quite nice. Alright, there we go. That's all planted in. Well, it's not finished, but that's going to grow in nicely. I think the next thing I want to do is just continue excavating my area, but I really want to get at least an enchanted shovel before that, just to make the process a lot quicker. So we do have a lot of cows around us that I can kill for leather, but I do want to start a little bit of a farm. I might get a temporary one, maybe just set up in here for now, actually. I'll just get something like this, just kind of sectioned off here. Now, I do need some wheat, of course, to lure these down, so I'm going to have to start a little crop farm as well. All right, so I'll just get a temporary little crop farm situated over in this area of my base for now. You never know, it might even be permanent, but for now, we'll just get it placed right here. Bloody beautiful. All right, that should grow in nicely. I will probably bone meal at least one of those because I do want some wheat to lure the cows over. Perfect. Let's harvest all of that up. And now what I'm going to do is just round up all of the local wildlife around here and just bring them into my little temporary animal farm. All right, there we have it. That is everyone rounded up in the local area. I'm just going to get started breeding. Why the bloody hell not? Turn around, give them some goddamn privacy. There we go. All right, now I think the next step is going to be trying to craft up as many bookshelves as we can. So we have 18 leather already, which is pretty good. Let's just craft up as many books as we can. We're actually limited by sugarcane at the moment, so we're going to be able to get 5 bookshelves right off the bat, which is pretty good. Whoa, holy crap. Okay, there we go. So there's our 5 bookshelves. Oh, and actually, I do need a freaking spot to place this, and I'm thinking a good idea might actually be one of my first little external bases here. I can make one for the enchanting area. I think that's actually going to be perfect because they usually take up a lot of space inside bases, so having a separated kind of external one would work out perfectly. All right, done bloody deal. So while we're waiting for these sugar canes to continue growing, what I'm going to do is just continue harvesting a bunch of wood and I'll start building our little base. So let's get started with another time lapse right now. All right, so this house ended up having to be a bit bigger than I wanted just so it could actually fit in the enchanting table and books, but it actually ended up fitting in quite nicely. I also decided on leaving 2 walls quite open as I felt it would better showcase the enchanting table inside. Now, I of course needed some obsidian to craft the enchanting table, so I headed over to the nearby lava lake to get 4 for the enchanting table and another 10 for the nether portal I would eventually build. Returning home, I crafted up the table and placed it in the new enchanting area, which was currently at level 10. Now, in order to get this up to level 30, I was going to need a lot more bookshelves, so I began harvesting my sugarcane and slaughtering a lot of my cows. Now, all of that work surprisingly got us 2 more bookshelves, which was quite disappointing. So what I ended up doing was going on a bit of an adventure, searching for and harvesting wild sugarcane. I also found this interesting structure that looked like an advanced witch hut of sorts, which had some decorations I stole. On my adventure, I also found a couple of cows to kill, which led to me getting desperate and slaughtering horses for leather too, something I am not proud of. Now, after all of that, I returned home and managed to craft 5 more bookshelves, getting our enchanting table up to a respectable level 24. And well, at this point, I just wanted to enchant my goddamn shovel to get more work done on the base, so I just headed down to the mines to slaughter some mobs for XP. I did also get a healthy amount of iron and diamond mining done while I was down there. I did also end up finding a zombie spawner in a mineshaft, of which I just camped at until I reached level 24. Returning home, I crafted up a new shovel and enchanted it, getting Fortune 2, Efficiency 3, and Unbreaking 3, honestly pretty good. So with our new shovel, I got straight back into planning out my ultimate base, which was now a lot quicker thanks to the enchantments. I continued marking out each rectangle around my base, eventually deciding on adding another row in front as I had plenty of ideas on ways to fill each one. I then spent a lot of time digging up cobblestone and smelting it to craft stone and stone brick slabs to use for the pathways. Now I know this all looks pretty easy, but all of this together ended up taking 17 days in total and was a tremendous amount of work, but I'm pretty glad it was now all done and we could focus on the fun part, filling them out. And so there it is. Every section is now done and ready to build on, but first I did want to get a slight bit of interior decorating done just to make it feel a little bit more homely. And so with all the easy decorations out of the way, I did have a cool idea for a stair decoration, which involved gathering some clay, smelting it up and turning it into pots. I placed those pots on each step as well as placing a flower inside for a really nice and colourful decoration. Next up, I placed some barrels for storage in the enchanting area, along with enchanting my pickaxe, getting efficiency and unbreaking, not the end of the world. And with that, I ended up deciding on adding another row of sections at the back of the base to even it out, as we had 2 rows at the front, but only 1 at the back, and it was pissing me off. And with those done, I worked on filling out some of the sections with planting some bamboo, oak saplings, and even getting a permanent animal pen set up, along with moving all my cows into it. It was now time for another adventure in search of a spruce tree. I did also get a healthy bit of slaughtering done on the way, of course. I then took to the river in search of a spruce biome, eventually finding a single lone tree in the mountains, of which I chopped down along with collecting every dropped sapling. On the way back home, I of course got another healthy dose of slaughtering done. I also found an acacia village, of which I pillaged, gathering plenty of hay bales, every planted crop from their farms, and even used one of their houses to sleep in for free. At last, I was finally almost home, and when I returned, I crafted up the final bookshelves I needed to reach a full level 30, finally. Straight after that, I planted the 5 spruce saplings I'd harvested, and then got straight into harvesting a crap load of oak wood from my tree farms. I used that wood to build the 3rd house in my little base compound area, of which I had no plans for at the time of building. I got the paths all hooked up to the building, as well as adding plenty of details to it too. Now, I just wanted to take a quick break from editing this video to show you my brand new house. Also, take a look at that beautiful weather outside. Oh my god, and my pool. Bro, check that out. So here's my brand spanking new office. We've got the freaking plaque up there, of course. We got the soundproofing shit. And look at this, I've even got my own little couch here, of course, with some crap on it. Here's the kids area. A little bit of a mess at the moment, but it is much better than it was in our last house. And well, that's all of the house I can really show at the moment. I can't go downstairs because my kids and wife are down there, but you know, straight back to frickin' work. All right, so there is our completed external little house thing here. I don't exactly know what I want to put in here. Oh, maybe I might actually make this like kind of smelting and crafting, maybe. Because in here right now, I do have like a little bit of a smelting and crafting area, but I want to get like a full-blown one out there, and I think that'll look pretty nice. All right, so I've just gone ahead and crafted up a bunch of crafting blocks and furnaces and stuff. So let's get started placing in some of the stuff for this little area here. So let's start off with the crafting side. And honestly, I'm thinking like a little shelf up here is going to look pretty good. So we can get something like that. And then I reckon we can probably get the stone cutter on that. And then we'll put the anvil here and then the grindstone there. I don't exactly know what to put beside the crafting table. So for now, we'll just have some chests. And there we go. That's looking pretty good. Over on this side for the furnaces, I've got a bunch of furnaces, a smoker and a blast furnace. So I'm thinking all along the bottom here, we'll just have regular furnaces. And then up the top here, we can have another one of these little shelves. We're going to have just another regular furnace, a smoker, and then our blast furnace there. And honestly, I think we need to cut back on those a little bit. And yeah, that's looking pretty good. We can chuck some decorations on there, maybe even some candles on this side. And there we go. We've got a cute little furnace room and a cute little crafting station. I would like to actually have a door here as well. I've got so many doors on my house already, but at least this will give us some easy access to and fro. Oh my god, these guys are pissing me off, man. I'm not kidding when I say, don't come here anymore, okay? Get out of my house. Get out of my ultimate base, you pricks. As for storage, I know we do have a lot of storage here, but I do want to get an extra little couple of storage houses built out here. I think that's going to look really good. I mean, I don't exactly know which square I'm going to figure that out. But yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do now, is just spend a bunch of time filling out all of these squares. Well, they're freaking rectangles, man. Like, I want to get sugarcane farms, heaps of crop farms, maybe even a dripstone lava farm to power my furnaces. If I can find a freaking dripstone cave, that'd be good. So yeah, I think I'm going to spend a bunch of time doing that now. So yeah, let's get to it. Actually, I just lied. Before I do any of that, I realized I had a saddle here, and I wanted freaking, man, Man, it's been ages since I've tamed a horse, and I think it's time, okay? That'll also allow us to build like a nice little horse stable. I think that's gonna be the perfect addition to our ultimate base here. So we've got to find a horse that looks cool. I mean, you are pretty cool looking. I'm just gonna have a little peruse at what's available in the nearby landscape. Now, you know what? I feel bad for that little guy. He's all by himself. We'll go tame him, okay? Well, as long as he doesn't take fucking forever, because it's always a pain in the ass taming these bastards. All right, come on. First try. No, oh, you're a mongrel, you are. Yep, you're definitely a mongrel. I'm only gonna try 5 more times. All right, that's 1, 2. Wow, that was instant. 3, come on. No, 4 and 5. Oh, okay. You're lucky, mate. Holy crap. All right, let's chuck the saddle on. Bang, we got our own horse. It has been a very long time since I've gotten a horse. I forgot how to even control. Okay, so they can jump. Is this as fast as he goes? Because this is pretty shit. I'm not gonna lie. Man, I thought horses went way faster than this. This is pretty crap. Oh well, he's our horse now. We'll get him locked up in here, nice and safe. And I definitely do need to hit the hay as well, because there's freaking mobs everywhere, man. Okay, like I said before, I'm gonna go get started building all of our farms right now. All right, so first up on the list of farms was to build a sugarcane farm. I opted for a simple design with some rows, and that's about it. Next up was the pumpkins and melons with another simple design. Now, in order to continue building the rest of the farms, I needed carrots and beetroots, so it was time for another big adventure. First up on the long list of structures I found was this little chest here with some various trash inside. Yeah, there was a lot of crap in here. I was then trying to get a nice cinematic shot jumping over this gap until I fell inside. But while I was down here, I actually found some dripstone, which I desperately wanted for a lava farm back home, and I was honestly thankful I had that embarrassing fall. While riding through the Badlands, I found a big hole with some more dripstone inside, of which I mined a bunch of. As I was heading back to my horse, I spotted a desert village in the distance, so I made my way over. While perusing through the village, I found one of their farms which had some beetroot, which was perfect. The first crop was checked off the list. A little ways down from the village, I'd spotted a jungle temple, and heading inside, I managed to, of course, get shot by one of the dispensers, and found the first chest, which had some frickin' diamonds inside, which was perfect. Checking the second chest, it unfortunately only had a couple of ingots, but better than nothing, I guess. I also stole all of the sticky pistons. The next structure I found was a ruined portal with, of course, a bunch of garbage in the chest, but I did steal that big stinking gold block at the top. Not too far in the distance, I came across this mini submerged temple by the looks of it, and inside was a bunch of random crap with even more garbage in the chests. Heading into the nearby forest, I found a mausoleum with a couple scattered pots that I broke, gathering some emeralds that I'd end up never using. I spotted another chest thing, of which I opened to reveal some actually useful stuff like some emeralds and some iron ingots. I returned home to empty my inventory as it was pretty full, and with only one of the 2 crops I'd wanted, I decided on heading straight back out. Soon into my second expedition, I found this firewatch tower, of which I headed straight to the top of, finding a couple of spuds in the chest, and I also took a little nap here. Not too much later on day 57, I spotted a plains village along with a crop farm, which thankfully finally had the carrots we needed, so I stole the shit out of them. Now with all the crops we need, it was time to begin setting up more of the plots, firstly with this one with 4 different farms inside. Just behind that one, I set up another one with some more melons and pumpkins. Over on this plot in front of the houses, I wanted to get a couple of storage buildings created with 3 in total. Each of these buildings held 10 double chests with 30 in total, plenty of storage for the future. Next up was an L-shaped horse stable to the left of the main houses, which I felt was the perfect spot. This stable could also hold up to 4 horses as well, so if I found some more in the future, we'd have plenty of space. As for the details, I roughened up the path and placed plenty of hay bales. As for the next plot, I wanted 3 strips with different crops, opting for beetroot, wheat, and carrots. I then moved on to building a fishing pond with plenty of decorations like a little island, heaps of sugar canes, and bamboo. As for the final detail of the pond, I definitely wanted a little dock, of which I built using campfires and a spruce trapdoor, and there we have it, the completed pond looking beautiful. The next plot I got straight to work on was the Nether portal. I wanted to recreate one of my designs from years ago, which needed a couple of difficult to obtain blocks, but I first built the frame with the obsidian and deep slate. Now, the next block we needed for the portal was in the nether, and that was quartz. I mined up a bunch of it, as well as some bone blocks for a decoration I had in mind. I then just randomly stumbled upon a nether fortress, of which I took a quick peek into until realizing that I absolutely cannot be bothered with it right now. I returned home to a gloomy, raining night and scurried off to bed. On the morning of day 72, I got straight back to work on the portal using the quartz blocks to build the front of the portal. Now, you may notice some missing blocks here, which were the final and most annoying blocks to obtain. So, it was now time for another adventure in search of an ocean containing an ocean monument. Later in the day, I found a big stinking ocean, and after a bit of searching in the boat, I found the monument we needed. And well, it was at this point here that I realized we'd need some milk buckets to get rid of the annoying ass mining fatigue the stupid guardians would give us, so I headed to the land. After taking a quick nap, I spotted a nearby slime of which I massacred for its precious slime balls. I then found some wild cows of which I milked to use for our mining fatigue antidote. Heading back to the monument, I was already almost freaking dead from these stupid guardians, but thankfully I was able to quickly build a little shelter. I then quickly jumped out to mine the first sea lantern I needed as quickly as possible, grabbed it, and then realized I need goddamn silk motherfucking touch. What a pain in my asshole. And so heading back home with enough levels to enchant 2 pickaxes, I enchanted the first one, getting Fortune 2. Pretty good, but not what I was after right now. I crafted up a second pickaxe, enchanted it, and was severely disappointed. So now needing more levels to re-enchant another pick, it was time to head back into the mines. I ended up entering into a blind rage, slaughtering mob after mob. Even after reaching level 30, I just continued my onslaught, and once I snapped out of it, I returned back to the surface. Heading over to the enchanting table, I basically prayed, and bang, thank God, Silk Touch had finally blessed this pickaxe. It was now time to head back to the ocean monument, and I managed to mine up the 3 I needed with relative ease, and I left immediately after. On the morning of day 77, I finally placed in the 3 sea lanterns and realized I was still missing the final decoration, blackstone buttons, so I headed back to the Nether. I quickly found a couple of blackstone blocks, mined them up, returned back home, and placed the buttons on, completing the Nether portal. Now, as for the extra decorations, I decided on removing a lot of the grass and replaced it with netherrack and soul sand to make it look like the area was slowly being taken over. I also used the bone blocks to add some protruding rib bones coming out of the ground. And there we finally have it, the completed Nether portal. Not long after, I spotted someone special. It was Frank. He came out of the portal shortly after finishing the design, so I quickly grabbed the one name tag I had and slapped it on him, making it official. He was now the supervisor of the ultimate base. I then continued filling out more of the sections, first with another crop farm containing some wheat, beetroot, carrots, and spuds. Just in front of that section, I started working on our dripstone lava farm to power our furnaces. I opted for a design with 4 separate rows for easy access into the cauldrons below. Now, getting all those cauldrons meant I did a lot of mining, and I got pretty lucky with the amount of diamonds I found, so it was finally time to make some diamond armor. I also had enough levels to enchant 2 items, first an axe that I was pretty happy with, and then my chestplate, which was also pretty good. With all the iron I'd mined now fully smelted, I crafted the remaining cauldrons and placed them in, along with the pointed dripstone to complete the farm. Well, except for the lava above, as I was still waiting for the farm to produce more, but I'd eventually get that all done, don't worry. I then moved straight on to filling out the next farms, first with another melon and pumpkin farm. I then felt a designated area to bone meal moss blocks was a good idea, so I spent some time figuring out a layout, eventually getting 6 rectangles built. Now, at this point, I decided the nether portal just simply wasn't good enough. I wanted to build the other side of it and add more bones, so I headed back in. I eventually found more bones inside that I mined up, as well as plenty of nether quartz. Back in the overworld, I worked on making the bones on this side look much nicer, and then got to work on building up the other side of the portal with quartz, and that was when I regretted my decision of improving the portal, because I realized I needed more frickin' sea lanterns. So, back at the ocean monument, I spent a bunch of time mining the sea lanterns, avoiding the guardians, which was just a massive pain in the ass, and that was when I realized I didn't even have my goddamn Silk Touch pickaxe on. And so I repeated the whole goddamn process again, eventually getting the 3 lanterns I needed, thank God. Time to head back home. Returning back home, I placed in the 3 sea lanterns and blackstone buttons, finally finishing the portal. Now, I unfortunately forgot to record this, but I enchanted my sword getting smite, looting, and unbreaking, which I was super happy with. So happy I decided on slaughtering my livestock. Now, at this point, I had like 7 iron ingots left to my name, so I decided on heading down the mine in order to get some more iron and get back to level 30. On my adventures, I found this massive patch of iron, which was pretty crazy, but that was literally nothing compared to this other one I found. Look at it, dude. I left the mine on the night of day 96 and had a sleep, and in the morning admired my massive haul that I was super happy with. I also tried my luck at enchanting a new shovel, but got, well, extremely lucky, only getting frickin' unbreaking. Like, how is that even possible? Now, on these last couple of days, I started tying off some loose ends, like firstly getting the dripstone lava farm fully filled in with lava above. I also spent a bunch of time getting some final details added in, firstly with some azaleas out front of my base, as well as adding plenty more lanterns around the place now that I had more iron to graft them. I really liked the azalea details, so I spent some time harvesting up a bunch more, as well as placing all of them surrounding my base. On the final day, day 99, I went around the entire area bone mealing any bare grass I could find to make sure the area felt much more lively. I then spotted the dripstone lava farm, feeling the flooring could definitely use an upgrade, so I ended up digging out all of the grass and replaced it with polished deep slate with stone and stone bricks for the path and underneath the cauldrons. I then spent a bunch of time bone milling around the tree farms, which admittedly you can't see very well in this time lapse. Now completely out of time, I enjoyed the final sunset and headed inside to bed. Alright, and well, that is just about going to do it for this video. We have now fully completed the ultimate base. I'm so happy with how this has turned out. Like, everything just looks absolutely perfect. I love all the farms we got built. Now, my only grievances are well, completely forgot to do anything with the second story of my base here. But other than that, I am super happy with how everything else has turned out. In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days in a world filled with water. That's right, not a single piece of land in sight, and this is definitely going to be the most challenging 100 days I've ever faced. Oh my god, are we going to make it up in time? My goal is to create a completely self-sustaining base with plentiful amounts of food, wood, and other resources, so let's get started. Alright, and so here we are on day number 1. The story, basically my ship sank, and I was the only one to make it out on this here escape ship with some simple supplies that I gathered on my way out, a single piece of grass, an oak sapling, and a bed. So now we're out here stuck in a world filled with ocean, and we've got to survive, so I think what I want to do first is find a nice, safe, shallow spot in the ocean to call home. So let's go on a bit of an adventure. Alright, so after about a minute of sailing, I've found this nice little safe kind of shallow spot in the ocean. It should be nice and easy to kind of build a pillar up and start our island from that spot. Oh my god, where did it go? I've already lost it. There it is, okay. Yes, this is looking good. We've got dirt here too that we can easily just kind of harvest and use for our island. That is bloody well freaking perfect, mate. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do now is just start digging some dirt. This is going to be a very painstaking process without any tools and while being underwater. This shit takes fucking forever, man. I'm not kizzy capping. Dude! I really need to try and not lose hunger or health because, well, right now I can go attack some fish. It's going to be a painstaking process without a freaking sword. So while I'm digging down, I might actually build a little bit of a starter island and place our sapling on there just so we can start getting some wood. I think that'll be perfect. Okay, we've already hit stone there. Oh, okay, we almost lost a freaking health bar then. Please. Oh, okay, we need like 2 or 3 more blocks, I think.
Time to keep fucking digging, mate.
Alright, that should definitely be enough blocks. Let's get this pillar built. And I might just add like a little bit of a platform out here too. If you can call that a platform. Let's park the boat up right here, and I'm going to grab our sapling out and plant this bad boy right there. And literally, this is our life support right now. I need this thing to grow in order to kind of continue, because I can't really get through stone with my bare bloody mitts, especially underwater, because I'm just going to drown straight away. So while I'm waiting for that to grow, I'm just going to simply just keep harvesting dirt, okay? I might even try and go get a fish or 2. So let's see how hard it's going to be to smack, well, this looks like a cod. Let's smack a cod to death and see how we go. Come here, dickhead. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty easy. Holy crap. Oh, dude, I got a bone meal too? That's so, like, that's such a rare thing to get. But we're probably going to need more than 1 in order to grow that sapling. Like, I don't know if bone mealing it with just 1 bone meal and not, like, growing it to full. I don't know if just using this one will actually speed up the process. I don't know. I guess we'll find out, but there we go. I do also now have 2 raw cod. I don't know if that is going to poison me if I eat it raw. I mean, you think not, because fish is like, you know, people eat it raw and shit in sushi. Oh god, I wasn't keeping track of my shit. That is not good. But I'll tell you what is good. I see some freaking iron right off the get-go. That is going to be extremely useful. Oh, there's some more there too. Yes. All right, I'm going to start eating some of this raw cod because I really don't want to have low hunger or health out here. I mean, if like a drowned or something comes across us, we're pretty much boned without any kind of armor or anything. So I'm gonna keep swimming around and punching some fish in the head, and hopefully we get a good stockpile. And yeah, so I'll be back once this tree has hopefully grown in. All right, well, yeah, the tree hasn't grown. I regret to inform you that this first day has been very uneventful, okay? I reached level 1, I have 2 raw cod, and I created a dirt pillar and placed the sapling on top. Very exciting stuff here. But we've gotten our first achievement as well, sweet bloody dreams. And there we have it, there is the beautiful day 2. Still waiting for this tree to grow. I'm gonna eat the 2 raw cod that I have left, and I'm also gonna go try and get some more. Ooh, I've just spotted this really nice underwater ravine here. We've got plenty of iron around to mine as well, that is beautiful. I'm definitely going to explore that once we get some actual tools. That's going to be really handy. Instead of freaking trying to dig this pillar down and hope we bust into a cave, like that is a godsend right there. But until then, I'm smacking fish around. All right, bit of a status report. Day 2 is like, I don't know, about halfway. I've punched a bunch of fish. But every time I lose like 1 health freaking heart, I literally have to eat like 4 fish, okay? But we also got another bone meal. So what I'm going to try and do is, oh, okay, that's, That is quite unfortunate. I was really hoping that was gonna grow it. But, dude, this tree, I don't know why. It seems like it's just taken forever. Like, usually it should have grown by now. And that kind of stinks. Oh, man, what a pain. Oh, my God. I've just freaking made punching fish more efficient. Okay, previously I was just, like, kind of holding control and, like, basically sprinting into the fish and it knocks them far away. But what you do, just before you get to him, you stop swimming quickly, and that way you can kind of just punch them instead of knocking them around, really. You know what I'm saying? Dude, this makes getting fish so much easier. Holy crap, look at this. Bang, he's already dead. And I'm already gonna... Ooh, oh my God, I almost lost a heart then. All right, I'm gonna turn around, and this tree's gonna be grown. Oh! Oh my God, please! Why is it taking so long, brother? Oh, yes! Dude, the tree's grown! Oh my God, it is... What is beautiful. Yes, get me back there real quick. I haven't even thought, like, I need to use these wood blocks as efficiently as possible. Dude, if I don't get a sapling back from this tree, I'm sorry, boys, but it is game over. I'm not kidding. I don't think there's any other way to get a sapling in this world. All right, we got 5 logs. I'm going to... Oh, okay, we already got a sapling back. We are in the green. Yes, we are quite literally in the green. That is beautiful. What I'm going to do now is just meticulously watch each one of these leaves break and make sure we get something back. Also, getting sticks from these leaves means we use less wood for freaking sticks, so that is beautiful. Give me a second. I'm going to break each one of these leaves, and then we'll figure out what to do with the logs next. Okay, thankfully, we have gotten 5 saplings back. I've already planted 1 back. We also have 2 sticks, so we can use that to make a tool, which is beautiful. Obviously, the first thing we're going to need is a crafting table.
Wow.
That is for sure. So let's place him down right here. I think the only wooden tool that we're going to be making is a pickaxe, and that is obviously to allow us to get some freaking stone, okay? There is our pickaxe. Now what we can do is head back down this hole and just start digging some stone. There we go, Stone Age, mate. It's beautiful. I'm also going to hit the sack before, I don't know what mobs can spawn, but I guess maybe the freaking ocean guys, whatever they're called. I already forgot the name. I really do not want those guys creeping up on me here, okay? I'm just going to continue grabbing stone until I have 3, and I'll meet you guys back at the crafting table. Okay, there is our 3 cobble. I'm going to make some sticks with some of this wood here, and we're going to make a stone pickaxe just to speed up the process because it is quite painstaking. Now I want to get enough stone to probably make a furnace, and then maybe some more... Or actually, no, we'll probably use this stone pickaxe to go mine some iron, actually. Oh, shit, we're going to lose some health here, boys. Oos! Let's go find some of that iron that I spotted before and start freaking mining it. Oh, and I need to figure out... We can use kelp to make freaking... as like fuel, can't we? I don't know how. It's like a block of dried kelp or some shit. I've never actually done it before. Oh, dude, this is gonna be painful. I don't even pick it up. Where did that raw iron go? Oh, it's over here. Give me that. Dude, I don't know how to make dried kelp. I literally need to Google it. Okay, after doing some research, it turns out that just simply the wood that I'm using to smelt the kelp is, I may as well just use that instead to make like charcoal or something, I guess. Well, until we just find some freaking coal at least. Okay, I'm gonna continue mining all of this iron. I'm also gonna get enough cobblestone to make a furnace. So I'll meet you guys back on the island once I have gotten those tasks done. All right, we are back and we are gaming. Look at this. We've got a furnace. I've ramped up our freaking tree production. Look at this. It is beautiful. We're gonna slap our furnace right here. I know this island is looking quite rank at the moment, but don't worry, it'll look beautiful soon enough. Okay, so now what I want to do is... Dude, do we use... I think we just... Well, first we'll use our wooden pick. I really just want to get... I want to get an iron shovel and an iron pickaxe. I'm just gonna... Dude, I'm just gonna chuck the rest in. We're gonna make a piece of charcoal with that. Maybe let's chuck some wood in there. Dude, I've never been this meticulous about using wood before. But dude, okay, at least we're easily gonna be able to smelt all of that iron now. That is gonna be perfect. Oh, yes, look at that. Yes, we just got another tree. Oh my God. I couldn't have come at a better time right there. Okay, it looks like our iron is done. I'm going to use some of this wood to make some more sticks. I'm gonna make an iron pickaxe, an iron shovel, and because I'm really scared of these zombies, I'm gonna make a sword, okay? Oh, jeez, okay, we just got another tree. That is, couldn't be better. I might actually use the rest of this cobble here to make an axe, just to speed up the process. Yes, dude, that's so good. Look how far we've come. On day 3, we've got 3/4 of our tools are iron. I think on the last 100 days, I had like full diamond tools on the first day or something ridiculous. I mean, we're doing pretty good here. All right, now let's sort out our food situation here because it's quite dire. Let's get some more freaking charcoal smelting here. While that's going, let's jump down into the water because over here where I was digging this iron, I made like a nice bit of a I don't know, an air pocket. So we can easily get some freaking stone down here. Oh, we got to make some doors too. That is going to make life so much easier. I'm going to use this piece of charcoal to start smelting our raw cod. I'm going to make a second furnace and get some more fuel production going. And while that's all going, I might as well just start digging some more freaking dirt here and expand our island because it is very small at the moment. Oh, dude, it's day 4. We just got another tree and we have some proper cooked food to eat. Got some more fuel. Dude, things are turning out bloody well Millhouse for us right now. This is perfect. I think now with our abundance of wood, we can probably just go ahead and make a couple of doors and we can probably just go start exploring this little ravine that we spotted over here. We've got plenty more iron to go ahead and grab. Ooh, this bad boy goes deep. This bad boy goes all the way down to deep slate, mate. Oh shit, I'm about to start drowning. Oh, that's not good. Ah, get in there. Okay. Might as well kind of... I'll just leave this door here as like kind of a checkpoint. Oh, some coal, yes. Because we're going to have to probably breathe between going here and then up. So I'll leave that there. I mean, we're probably never going to fucking use it, you dickhead. But dude, this coal is going to be beautiful. Actually, I really want to make a torch so we can actually see. Yes, look at that. Before we delve deeper into this cave, I do want to just quickly grab the rest of this iron out here. All right, I'm just heading back to base before we go deeper because I did get a substantial amount of iron here and I think we're definitely going to benefit from some freaking iron armor, okay? So let's get this crap smelting away. And I've got some dirt too, so we might as well just expand our island here. Oh, there's another tree. Yes, dude. Okay, we are freaking swimming in wood here, dude. We've got 12 of the bad boys. That is, oh, it's so good. Look at the charcoal. Dude, tears are coming out. I'm that happy. All right, there is a little bit more expanding done. All of our iron is also completed along with our charcoal. I'm going to use this to make as many armor pieces as I can. Let's just see. All we need now is a chest plate. That is, oh, dude, it couldn't be better right now. Well, it could be. We could have a chest plate, but I'm happy with this, okay? With a good stockpile of food, I think it is now time to head into the deeper parts of this ravine over here. I've got all of our saplings planted, and hopefully they'll all be done by the time we get back up. That would be perfect. We can start expanding our island a lot more. All right, so let's head down. We're going to stop off at my little checkpoint here. I'm kind of hoping that the rest of this cave just stops being a water cave. It doesn't look like it, but what it does look like is we got some freaking coal here. Okay, it's just one. That's quite that is quite shit. All right, see you later, dickhead. More iron, that is always a bloody bonus. Let's grab some of this. Ooh, it looks like we have just opened up a bit of a deeper part of the cave here as well. That couldn't be better, and it's not freaking water as well. Yes. Okay, once again, I'm gonna leave this door here as like a bit of a checkpoint. Oh, okay, we got mobs. Okay. That was almost certain death if I went down there. Ooh, you're a little prick. Actually, he would be pretty good to kill for some bones. But there is too many mobs down there and I do not want to risk it, man. Honestly, I do not know how we're going to deal with these guys. Just going to make this opening a bit bigger so we can kind of get a bit of better visual down here. We've got a baby zombie. We got 3 normal zombies and a boner. How do we deal with this? Oh, okay. You're literally... Ah, that did so much damage. The only guy to swim up is a creeper, of course. Like, you can't make that up. Oh, dude, I think we just play it safe. We get the rest of the iron that's in this underwater cave here and just make a chest plate. Seriously? That's how much of a little bitch I am right now. I do not want to ruin this good start we've had by just freaking jumping headfirst into some mobs and dying, okay? That would be quite sad. All right, and so after finding and mining a bunch of iron all around the ravine, along with a good bit of coal too, I headed back home to discover no trees had grown and started the great smelt of iron. With enough iron now smelted to make a chest plate, I went ahead and crafted one and made my way back down the ravine. Okay, we are back at the shit. There's a boner and we have an enderman. I'm really hoping all of those zombies have just despawned. I did see a spider that will actually be pretty useful. Oh, dude, we've got full armor. I think we just dive in and freaking YOLO send it. All right, in we get. There's so many creepers. That's not good at all. Oh my god. Okay, we've only got one skelly here. Let's get rid of him. See you later, idiot. No! I do not want those creepers blowing up my drops. Dude, okay. I'm just gonna circle back around. Let's grab those bones. Oh, maybe I already grabbed them? No. What the hell? Dude, I don't know what to do. I think this is the first time ever I should probably just make a shield. Okay, spider's dead. Let's get rid of these pricks. Yep, I don't care. See you later. Oh, he didn't die. Let's assess the drop situation. Dude, we literally got nothing from the spider and nothing from the boner.
You're joking.
It couldn't be shitter. Dude, I just risked life and limb to get those. Dude, what is going on there? We have got... Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? That's the deep dark. Oh, I really do not want to deal with that. How many baby zombies? Dude, there's 3 of them. Ah, I'm getting shot by a boner. Oh, my God. You see what I see over there? That is beautiful. Tell you what's not beautiful. These fucking mobs. Get out of here.
Oh, get out of here, idiot.
Yes, we got 2 bones. That is perfect. That is how we're going to get some freaking wheat and make some bread and stuff. Okay, there's our... You're kidding. The amount of... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 creepers in one spot. You can't make this up, dude. Why is there so many? Literally. Oh, dude. And there's 2 more over there. You cannot make it up. Oh, he just uncovered... Okay, I'm actually really thankful for those creepers. He just uncovered more diamonds for me. I'm also going to use them to blow up all of these mobs. What I want to do, kill these mobs and just as quickly as I can just get these diamonds and get the hell out. There's our first diamond. You need to piss off, my friend. Oh, dude, it's just an endless onslaught. We've got a villager. Oh, he would actually be really good to kind of save, but I just simply do not have the patience at the moment. Sorry, mate. Dude, they just won't stop. Okay, now that we have a moment of respite, let's get some diamonds. There's 2 there. Honestly, that's fine. We've got so much more around here to freaking mine. And I saw, yes, there's 1 more in here too. Give it to me. Give it. You're kidding me. It just dropped down. I do not want to touch any of that shit. Get the hell out of here. How are we looking so far? We got 4. Okay, that's all right. We do have more to mine up here. Bang. I'm guessing that's only going to be 1, of course. Come on, be some behind it. Come on, dude. That really sucks when you find diamonds, but there's no more behind. Okay. Dude, these creepers are... Okay, there's more diamonds. Dude, I've got full goosebumps covering every inch, every centimeter of my body right now. Take of that what you will. Give me some of this. Yes, there's more. Give me 2. Okay, come on. 1 more. 1 more. Fuck yeah, you fucking prick. Oh, there's 1 more over there. Dude, do I risk it? I think we do. There's not that many mobs around right now. We got some string too. That's going to be good for a fishing rod. We can get some enchanted books and stuff like that. I don't think there is any other way that we can kind of get them. Oh my god, the freaking zombie kindergarten's here. Come on! Oh my god. You cannot make this up. Oh my god. Oh my god, are we going to make it up in time? Oh my god! Dude! Holy shit. Almost just lost everything then. Oh, dude, it couldn't have been closer. Okay, I kind of need to relax after that. That was way too stressful. We made it out with 8 diamonds at least. I really do not want to deal with any mobs right now, so I'm hitting the sack straight up. That was so stressful, dude. Oh my god. We are now here on day 6. I am completely out of food, but we do have a good bit of supplies in every other kind of department. I might go sword fishing a little bit, so give me a minute. I'll be back. All right, we've got a bunch of cod. I'm cooking it up as well. Yes, dude, it is beautiful. So I think to de-stress, what I'm going to do now is just start making our island into, well, a bit more of an actual island, okay? I want to make just something a little bit bigger that we can at least start kind of building upon with our wood and stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and spend a bunch of time digging up dirt, harvesting trees, and just, you know, making our island into a bit more of a home, okay? So let's get bloody started. Actually, 1 second, just before we get started, I'm going to make some diamond tools, okay? I kind of forgot about it. So there's our pickaxe, and I'm going to make a shovel as well. I'm probably going to keep the rest, you know, in storage for now. I'm going to put the rest of all of my crap in here. Okay, now let's get started on the time lapse of upgrading our island. First up, I cleared the entire island of trees to make shaping it a bit easier, and then I simply went between harvesting dirt from the ocean below and placing it on the island to expand it. It was quite a painstaking process, taking 2 days in total, and I mean, it's still not even fully completed. I just kind of gave up. Okay, so here we are so far. Here's the island. Yeah, we really only have a little bit left to do, but I kind of just wanted to use this dirt to make some extra farms and start expanding, like, outwards from our island with some, like, wood and stuff. And on top of that, I did bone meal a little patch of the grass here because I just do want to, yes, there we go, start getting some seeds. So I think I'm going to use maybe 1 more bone meal here just to get, yes, 1 more seed. Beautiful. We got 3 in total. I will use the rest of the bone meal to kind of grow that as we plant it. And yeah, so let's just get started expanding this island into something, you know, livable, I guess. So let's start our first little expansion dock thing over this way, I reckon. And I think before I kind of start building like actual platforms and stuff, I need to figure out the dimensions of everything. Like, how far out do I want this to go? I want to add like a big outer ring with more buildings kind of connecting to it. So I think what I'll do is I'll get this dock started, and then I think I'll get maybe 1 more diagonal one kind of going that way. I think that's going to look pretty cool. Let's start that like right here. Whoopsie daisy. And the ortho camera mod is going to be very helpful for this, making sure everything is like kind of proportional and lined up. So I definitely think we need to go out a bit further on both of those docks. All right, honestly, I think that is going to be pretty good. So I don't want this outer ring to be perfectly circular. I want it to be more like kind of oval shaped. I think that might look good. I don't know, man. I'm just kind of winging all of this crap. I don't know how it's going to turn out, to be honest. But I mean, we do have 100, well, we've got 92 days left to make this as good as possible. So I think from here, we will start our outer ring. Oh, man, this is going to be freaking hard. I don't know. I just need to not worry about it being like perfectly symmetrical because there is no chance that is going to happen. And I also need to figure out like a width for this for it to look good. And yeah, well, this is going to be a very painstaking process of trying to get this, you know, looking right. It's going to cost a lot of wood as well, so I probably should just start planting some more trees on our island because I'm already like down to half a stack of logs here. Actually, what I might do, because we do have a good bit of like grass here, I might just expand out a little bit and make a separate little tree platform thing. There we go, just so we have some kind of growing in our downtime while we're building. And yeah, so what I'm going to do now is just spend a bunch of time building out our ring and our docks out to them. So let's just get started. All right, and well, many days later, there is our ring created around the entire island. I'm very proud of how quickly and easily I managed to get this built. Except for the fact that it is definitely quite wonky. I mean, if you look at the left side and then you go over to the right side, you can see it's definitely, yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but we're just not going to talk about it, okay? But yeah, so now the plan is to start adding on some platforms and various kind of structures onto this, and that's going to be basically our base. So it's just going to be spread out everywhere, and I think it is going to turn out freaking awesome. So the first thing that we are lacking in quite a bit is, well, actually, we're lacking in a lot of stuff, okay? I want to get a tree platform, I want to get a crop platform, and I want to get a storage platform as well. I think the first most important one is going to be getting some trees, because we can always just get some fish for food, and I can always just put chests wherever the hell I want. But trees, they need a dedicated space, and I was thinking, well, we can just go ahead and maybe add a platform in this little junction right here. So we can kind of make a rectangular platform. I don't really know how I'm going to explain it. I should probably just, you know, start building it instead of explaining it. So I want to get like... Okay, I'm explaining it again, but I want to get like a rectangle here. I want to get an extension off of that, and then another one off of that for trees kind of in this area. It'll make sense once I've actually built it, you know? But I'm definitely a bit low on wood at the moment. This is pretty much all I've got to my name. So I might have to do a little bit more tree chopping and probably some dirt gathering as well. And we'll probably get started on another time lapse of actually building the platform. So let's get to it. All right, so for the first platform, I went with this diagonal shape for something interesting and had it intersect all three parts because it looked cool. I then branched off and added a second platform, this one square, and for the third and final one, another rectangle. Getting all of this dirt was also a massive pain in the ass, and that is why it is now day 21. Yes, I ended up completely exhausting all of the dirt under here, which was, I mean, a decent supply. I've then had to resort going down into the mine to find dirt patches, and I have completely run out. All I have left is, well, this 54 stack here. But for now, we have gotten the most important areas done that need the dirt, and I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out. It is definitely very interesting looking, and I'm glad we finally now have some wheat planted and a proper little platform for our trees. Speaking of which, I will probably go ahead and remove this little platform here and harvest all of these trees. This is going to be a big job. But yeah, our platform is coming along quite nicely. We definitely, I think, do need to get a bit of a storage platform done next, and I'm thinking I want that to kind of intersect this pathway, and then we'll have that pathway branch out maybe that way and like over that way. I think that'll look really cool. But yeah, for now, I'm going to go ahead and harvest all of these trees, and then we'll get started on our storage platform. Alright, and I'm pretty happy with how this storage area has turned out. Obviously, it's lacking in a lot of chests, and I'm thinking I might actually do something different in this section, because I really don't need that many chests, you know? Like, I never really use more than, like, frickin' 8 chests at a time. Maybe we can think of something else interesting to put here, but in the meantime, I think the next most important thing that I want to get done is an animal spawning platform. Now, I have left this area for quite a while, but nothing has seemed to spawn in yet. I don't know if it's because there was no light there. I've just added some torches now. I don't know if it's, you know, maybe it's not big enough or something, but I think what might be cool is adding like a big kind of platform full of grass, just an open field, and then we have 3 separate kind of connections to it, and that's how we can lead the individual animals into their pens. I think it could look really cool and be a super useful kind of system as well on how we'd actually get animals. There's definitely some easier food, and if we get cows, then we can get leather. I mean, we can't even get sugarcane, so I don't know how useful that's actually going to be. But I was thinking right here, if we added another rectangle, kind of a little bit offset from that one up there, and yeah, honestly, I don't really know. I've literally no freaking dirt to build it as well. Actually, I do have a little bit, but I'm going to need like triple or quadruple that freaking amount. Alright, and before going to get more dirt, I decided to set up the area beside the storage into a bit of a crafting space, first with a crafting table and a couple of furnaces for now. I then just jumped headfirst into the ocean and headed back into the underwater ravine in search of dirt, of which I dug up. This next expansion of our island would also need a lot more wood, so I spent some time chopping down some trees and then hit the sack. On the morning of day 27, I decided to craft a fishing rod and try out fishing for food instead of chasing them down with my sword. And, surprisingly, it ended up being a lot slower, ending the day with 8 salmon and 11 cod. However, we did get an enchanted book with fire aspect, which was most of the reason why I wanted to fish anyway. Once I sorted out my fish, I hit the sack and awoke on day 28, ready to start expanding. So, this first big platform is to be the barn, and the 2 smaller ones off to the right, the animal pens. I got all 3 of them filled with a dirt floor and added some bridges so the grass could get there. With that done, I then got started on the construction of the actual barn building. It mostly consisted of oak wood, except for the roof, of which I filled in with some textured deep slate tiles and bricks, as well as some dormers. Once the roof was complete, I headed back down to fill in the walls with some pretty open designs to get that barn look I was going for, as well as adding plenty of other details to the building. Now, with all that done, I decided on adding another pretty big platform, which honestly, I can't remember why I added. I'm pretty sure it was just to be a place to hold some grass. We then had our first mob spawn in the barn, a spider. Not exactly what we're after, but we'll take the string. I then lit the place up nicely with some torches to hopefully increase the chances of some animals spawning here once the grass had spread. I would then go on to spend the next 13 days getting various things built around the base. I started with a new platform and some paths, and then moved on to some boat parking spaces on the inside of the outer ring, as well as a bridge so boats could pass through. I moved on to building a dedicated fishing pier, complete with a cute little shack made with the same materials as the barn, along with a bench. I felt another crop farm platform would be a great thing to add, with 4 squares for some different crops we'd hopefully get. Now, the main thing bugging me at the time was our storage and crafting platforms. I just felt they desperately needed some roofs so we could get out of the bloody sun, you know? And well, because these platforms were quite large, that meant we needed some pretty massive roofs, which took a lot of deep slate, which is a massive time waste mining without efficiency. So here's a bit of a closer look at our new storage and crafting platforms, as well as the base as a whole coming along quite nicely. However, I did feel that some supports for the platforms would look quite nice, so I crafted up a bunch of fences and started building my idea with a bit of a test on this crop farm platform. Once I'd gotten the first corner built, I had a look and decided it actually looks pretty good, so it was time to start adding it everywhere. I first finished up the supports on the crop platform we started on, and then moved over to the big grass platform, as well as the 2 animal pen platforms. All of this ended up taking 4 days in total, which seems pretty crazy, but all of these fences ended up needing a lot of wood, of course, on top of building underwater and also having to fend off a trident-wielding water zombie. Altogether, it was a pretty big pain in the ass. And well, it was at this point right here that I noticed animals were not spawning on my platforms whatsoever, and that led to a couple Google searches until finding out animals just flat out cannot spawn in ocean biomes. That actually sucks really fucking bad. And well, I just decided on transforming this animal spawning barn into something else. I'm not exactly sure what it'd be yet, but I figured we'd at least remove the grass and replace it with some oak slabs instead. Next up, I wanted to do some mining for some more iron and diamonds, and so I decided on creating a bit of a mine entrance of sorts, which was basically a raft with some storage directly above the ravine that I was using, that I could use as a sort of checkpoint. With the mine entrance raft complete, I jumped straight off and down into the ravine to start our next mining expedition. And once I reached the entrance to the cave, there was of course 300 skeletons and creepers. Like literally, why can't it just be zombies for a change, honestly? After fending those mongrels off, I started mining some iron and coal until this happened. Yeah, legit could not have been closer to death right there. It's honestly just ridiculous at this point. I then busted into a new cave with a couple of diamonds around, but of course it couldn't be easy. There just had to be a boner guarding them. So I headed straight into battle, defeating the skeleton and then mined a single diamond until getting ambushed by a creeper and zombie. My sword couldn't have broke at a worse time, so I scurried away using my axe as a weapon to buy me some time to be able to craft a new sword. With no mobs in sight, I quickly headed up to these diamonds, mining 2 in total. I then made a crafting table, plonked him down and crafted my sparkly new diamond sword and christened it by chopping off this creeper's head. There was also, of course, a big smelly boner around the corner, of which I knocked around and also mined up the iron it was guarding, as well as killing another ugly zombie bastard. I then returned to the surface completely out of food and with less than half health after a pretty big expedition. I was really hungry and this rotten flesh was looking pretty appetizing, so I nibbled on some until getting poisoned, regretting my decision immediately. Now, instead of being a lazy prick, I just jumped straight back into the water and started sword fishing for food instead. It was then that I decided on getting some more expansions added to our island, first with one big rectangular platform that'd be our new tree farm, as well as some other smaller ones for storage and for some more crop farms. I added a final diagonal platform to this expansion that'd be for more storage, on top of filling out each platform with their designated items like saplings, storage, and crops. I then just felt like crafting an anvil in order to get my relatively new sword enchanted with the fire aspect book we found earlier, but I just couldn't find a good spot for it until getting an idea to change one of the animal pens into a smithing area. So the first order of business was to, of course, remove all of the grass, and I decided on replacing it with some cobblestone instead. With the floor completed, I moved on to building a little roofed section made out of some fences for the supports, some oak slabs for the trim of the roof, and textured deep slate tiles and bricks for the body of the roof. I also felt the roof could use a chimney, of which I built using some granite with a campfire on top surrounded by some trapdoors. I then moved on to adding some detail to the actual platform, first using some polished andesite blocks to make a bit of a work table, as well as finding a good spot for our 2 anvils. We'd also of course need some quenching buckets that we'd theoretically use to cool off our tools once we'd finished smacking them with a hammer. It's just extra decoration, okay? Shut up. I filled our quenching buckets up with some water, and there we have it. Our smithing platform was all done. I then just decided on converting the platform behind it into a smelting platform, as I just couldn't really think of anything else for it. It took some time playing around with different designs until settling on this one, on top of adding some extra storage around the place. It was now time to finally enchant my sword with the fire aspect book we had, so I grabbed it out, headed to the smithing area, and combined them together, only costing 2 levels. I then decided to test it out on my least favorite mobs, some skeletons and creepers, as that seems to be the only things that spawn down here for some reason. I did also manage to skillfully get a skeleton to kill a creeper, which dropped a music disc that I wouldn't end up wasting a diamond to listen to. After some continued exploring, I ended up finding 1 diamond, until finding another patch that had 1 diamond. Seriously, why is it always just 1 frickin' diamond, man? I ended up busting into an underwater cave that had a patch of 4 frickin' diamonds for once. Honestly, a beautiful sight to behold. I continued my exploration of this flooded cave and quickly found some more diamonds, 2 in total. Continued exploration efforts turned up diamondless, unfortunately. I then returned to the surface and started sword fishing once again until making a discovery. The fire aspect on my sword actually cooks the fish even though we're underwater, which eliminates the need for me to cook them, which was frickin' perfect, mate. Now, taking a look at our central island, I felt it needed a bit of a visual upgrade, starting with some sand outlining it for a bit of a beach. With the sand all added, I then placed a couple saplings as well as bone mealing the area to get some grass, completing the visual upgrade for the island. Alright, it's live disruptive here because I'm in a bit of a crisis. I don't know, just this area, it's just not, it's feeling very empty. You can kind of tell from up here, I don't know, I need to do something to kind of fill it out, and my idea is basically to get maybe from like over here at the start of the bridge all the way up until like maybe up at this storage area. I just want to thicken up the entire circular ring here. I want to beef this out, maybe 2 blocks in each direction, and what I want to do is put some small houses kind of scattered all along here and have some trees kind of interdispersed between them as well, and I think that is going to really help make our kind of raft island base here look a lot better. I mean, if you're down here at ground level, it does feel like really, I don't know, nice and like lived in, but just from afar, I don't know, I've tried a lot of different things to get it more kind of densely packed, I guess, but I really think this is going to help kind of do that, and I don't know, I might think of some more ideas along the way, but I think that is the next kind of project we're going to tackle, so let's get bloody to it. Alright, so as mentioned previously, I started working on thickening up this area of the pathway, and then just got straight into adding some houses onto it. These houses would all be pretty small, mainly just 3x3 in size, with some diagonal ones and some that'd be a bit bigger in spots that had enough space. I also planted trees in between all of these houses to fill up the space and just to add some greenery around, as I felt we were lacking in that quite a bit. And so here's a closer look at our new houses at ground level, or sea level if you will, and I think they turned out awesome. Now my next plan was to do something with this big grass platform, and I mean we might as well just turn it into some more crop fields as it was already filled with grass anyway. Alright, so first order of business, I crafted up a new iron hoe and grabbed some seeds and carrots. Also, pretty sure I forgot to mention, but we did get some carrots from a zombie in the mine that I just didn't realize we'd gotten at the time. I then took all those items to the field and divided it up into 3 separate strips along with tilling all of the land. I then took a nap and spotted a wild boner that had infiltrated my base, so in the morning I made my way straight over to the invader and smacked him around a bit. Back at the farm, this middle field was turning back to dirt, so I ended up adding some extra spaces of water throughout the farm to ensure it was adequately moisturized. I then started planting all of the crops in, with wheat in the middle bigger field and carrots on the 2 sides. With that field all done and planted, I then decided on finishing up the rest of the fields now that we had enough crop to do so. I ended up splitting this field in 2 to hold carrots as well, and onto the final incomplete field I ended up just filling it entirely with carrots. Now on day 89, I felt it was time to do some relaxing and spend a few days fishing in hopes of getting some more enchanted books, along with a good stockpile of fish of course. And so after casting my first line out, the next 4 days were spent completely relaxed, catching fish after fish, a couple of enchanted bows and even some rods too. I even had this funny moment happen where as soon as my rod broke, I ended up catching a brand new enchanted rod to replace it, which worked out pretty well. Oh my god, okay. Pause the time lapse, pause everything. I finally just got a book. Oh, efficiency 3, that's actually pretty good. I think right now we're gonna go put that on this pickaxe, okay? I mean, dude, it has taken so long to get one single book, but that's pretty good. Efficiency 3, that is gonna speed up mining in this world so much more. Also, we did end up getting a pretty good rod that replaced my regular one. That gave us luck of the sea. We got some pretty, oh, actually that's pretty garbage. See you later. Oh, that one's got infinity. Okay, we're gonna make a freaking god bow right now. That is pretty good. It doesn't have punch either, so it doesn't like knock enemies away, which I really like. Dude, that is going to make mining so much easier. We got more speed and we can kill anything at far away without having to carry a 500 arrows on us. Oh, you can't have flame and infinity, can you? We'll try it, see how we go. I don't have any string left, so I'm just gonna use these other bows to get one to actually repair it to full. Oh, actually, I will go get this one so I can use its durability. Thanks, dickhead. Oh, you're kidding me. The curse of vanishing stays. Dude, that's quite crap. Alright, let's see what we can get. That gives us power 4 for 12 levels. Can we add flame and infinity? We can! That is perfect. Yes. How do you repair a bow? Can you use sticks? No. Okay. Probably just need to get a second full bow. But dude, that is pretty good. I'm excited to just go mining right now. So that's what we're gonna do. Cancel the fishing. We're going bloody mining. Also, I just thought I'd showcase the, the fishing haul. So this is all the food that we got. I'm just cooking it all up right now. A pretty decent amount, honestly. And then just the random crap. We got a couple of saddles, couple of name tags, a shell, water bottle, and a piece of leather we cannot do anything with. But honestly, that is a very successful fishing trip. I'm super happy with this. That is going to make killing creepers and skeletons and all of that crap so much easier. Oh, actually, we got string here. Okay, we can repair the bow. Let's do it. Hopefully it doesn't cost too many levels. I mean, not that we're using them anyway. Okay, it's only 3. Perfect. Look at that. That is the first time, like, ever, I think I've had a bow that good enough for me to actually want to use it. All right, I think it's time to head down to the mine and try it out. Alright, this is always the scariest bit because you never know what's kind of lurking right next to you. Yep, there it is. 300 skeletons. Get out of here, dickhead. See you later. You're an idiot. Piss off. Okay, we're still getting knocked around quite a bit. Oh, okay, this is not... Why is there so many skeletons? It's just ridiculous. Always. There's always 800 of them. Alright. Oh, dude. That's not good. Dude, why is there always so many? Oh, but that kills a creeper so fast though. That is amazing. I really need diamond armor, eh? Because it's just so unsafe down here. Dude, look at that. That just one-shot that creeper. And all these guys, see you later, dickheads. Oh my, look at that. One shot, one burn tick, and they're dead. That's insanely good. That guy's got a bit of armor, so he's gonna live a bit longer. But dude, I can just snipe every mob. Oh! Okay, settle down. I can just snipe every mob from a distance. That's so good. Look at that. They're all dead. I think it's time to go bloody diamond mining, I reckon. Try and get some diamond armor before we close out the 100 days. I think that's a good plan. Look at these dickheads. They don't know what frickin' hit them. Look at them. See you later, mongrel. All right, well, I'll probably meet you guys when I guess something interesting happens or we find some diamonds. So let's get to it. Oh, piss off, idiot. Piss off, idiot. Oh my god, I think I know what this is. Whenever there's a flat wall like that, I know exactly what that's gonna be. And the annoying thing is I just ran out of food, but let's just go confirm. Maybe not. Oh, okay, there it is. Bang. Wait, bang. Trials chamber. Well, at least we got some copper to build with, but I do not have the food required to deal with this right now. Don't know if it's something I really want to tackle as well before I really get diamond armor, and I definitely just don't have enough time to get that. So that might be something for, you know, maybe 200 days. If you guys like this playthrough and want to see more of it, I'll definitely do that. I'll add that onto my long list of things that I have not done yet. But I think for now, what I might do is head back up to the surface. I was definitely unlucky on the diamond front. I mean, I've pretty much explored all of this cave already, so it's not like I'm really going to find diamonds in already explored areas. Oh, actually, I don't think I've gone down there, but I really need to get out of here because I have no food left. Dude, there's just mobs everywhere I go. I'm going to try and get the hell out of here and back home, and I think I'm just going to continue building, so I'll meet you up there. All right, we have made it back, and we have 5 days left on the clock, and honestly, our area is looking amazing, and I don't really know what else I want to do, although I did show the area to my wife, and she had a couple of cool ideas, like mainly just making this bridge a little bit more, I don't know, bridge looking, and well, my idea for that was to add like a little bit of a handrail if I can. I mean, like this, just kind of elevating the sides of the bridge to make it feel more kind of, I don't know, bridge-like, I guess. And yeah, I think this should, oh, okay, Jesus Christ. This should work pretty well. Oh, I'm getting shot at by a frickin' trident guy. Okay, mate, settle down. See, it gets a little bit wonky over here, which is kind of a pain. So we might have to expand it out a little bit that way. Yeah, something like that. So let's just take a look from afar. Yeah, you can definitely tell it looks a little bit more like an actual bridge now. Should probably be able to put some torches up here too. Yeah, look at him. You're such an asshole. Look at ya. But another idea that my wife had for this area is to add a couple more like docks like this, but actually out this side and maybe a little over here too. I think it would just add a little bit more visual interest to this kind of plain looking area other than like we just have the kind of the bridge going for it at the moment. I think that would look really nice. And while I'm building those, I might just think of some other random ideas and oh, okay, we're screwed. We're dead. Okay, that was close. Yeah, I might think of some other ideas for, you know, this entire thing and how we can kind of elevate it. So yeah, let's get to it. Alright, so after getting those upgrades done, this area is looking, you know, it's looking a lot better, especially with those little docks off to the side. These little boats that I've scattered around in places look really nice too. And well, it is time to hit the hay and wake up on the final day of being able to build, I guess. Day 99, here we are. And well, honestly, I don't know what else to do to this island other than just get some general kind of things filled in. Like this massive barn, I have not, like for the past, like, I don't even know when I built this, like 60 days, I've been trying to freaking figure out what to do in here. And so my idea, it's kind of crap, you know, but I'm basically just gonna get like a whole bunch of like big barrels and stuff scattered around throughout this thing. Honestly, I really wish we could have gotten freaking animals. It would have been amazing. Like, I would have really loved to have this barn just filled like with animals spawning in and have these as our animal pens, but it just did not work out that way, unfortunately. So this, well, this is, yeah, not the most amazing kind of, you know, way to fill this barn, but maybe if you guys enjoy this video and want to see 200 days, I will figure out definitely what to put in here, as well as this platform over here. I kind of just built it and didn't really know what I was going to do with it, and I still don't. So right now it is just a giant freaking blackstone platform. But yeah, I was just thinking for this final day, I might do a little bit of peaceful fishing in hopes of maybe getting another enchanted book. So I'm going to get started fishing, and I will see you guys at, well, the start of day 100. All right, and that is going to do it for the final catch, a Nautilus shell. That's pretty much all I got. Nothing very crazy, but I'm going to take the final sleep of the video. Bang. And here we are on day 100. We have completed the 100-day challenge, and it is time for the classic tour of the area, okay? So where it all began, this little island here that I built up, and of course, never fully actually connected to the bottom of the ocean. That's all right. Our starting boat as well, with still some crap inside of it. Oh, there's cobble in here I could have used. Dickhead. From there, we sprawled out this way and over that way and created that platform and these couple of platforms and this massive ring around the area. We've got plenty of farms to go around. We got heaps over there. We've got a couple of squares here, some more there, some more over here, and heaps back over there too. We'll get over to that in a second. I really like our boat kind of parking area with this bridge as well to allow them in. I was originally just going to kind of cut off from here over to here and just have a big gap, but I felt a bridge was, I don't know, just a lot nicer. It still allows us to walk between the two sides instead of having to like swim or go all the way around. As we come up here, we have our storage area. Of course, I did not end up filling up all of these chests. I've only used like pretty much not even half of them, I think. Once again, if you do want to see 200 days, be sure to let me know in the comments, okay? In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 200 days in a world that's still filled with water. In the first 100 days, I managed to survive by a thread and create a fully self-sustaining base. My plans for these next 200 days is to upgrade my gear, tackle the trials chamber we found, and continue upgrading and expanding the base, so let's get started on day 101. The first thing I wanted to tackle was upgrading my gear to take on the trials chamber we found back on like day 90 or so, with the first step being to get some enchanted books, so I decided to spend these first couple of days fishing. Now, when I say that my luck on literally the first day and a half of fishing was insane, I truly mean it. As someone who gets maybe one enchanted book in 5 days, I was truly baffled. So here it is, legit in 1 day of fishing, I'd already obtained 5 enchanted books in total. I'm also not checking them until we finish fishing. On day 103, I'd also obtained a new enchanted rod that had Lure 2, which would dramatically speed up the items we'd obtained while fishing, so of course I combined it with my existing rod for the low price of 17 goddamn levels. Jesus Christ. I then resumed fishing for 2 more days, which unfortunately only netted us, or rather hooked us, 1 more enchanted book. Okay, it is literally like 3 real life days later because we're in the middle of a tropical cyclone at the moment, and we only just got power back. And I don't really have internet at the moment either, so that's why I kind of have this weird default skin. But yeah, this is our fishing haul. I have not looked at any of these books. Well, I accidentally looked at one of them, which is, yeah, it's going to be really hard to decide which enchantment we get from it. It was the first one that I got. But yeah, literally within, I think, 2.5 Minecraft days, we got 6 or 7 books, like literally ridiculous. It would take that long for me to not even get 1 book, I reckon, most of the time. All right, so here we are. I think it's time to take a look at all of these books. So first one, Smite. Oh, dude, that is actually pretty good. I got full goosebumps. I really don't want the knockback, but the Smite is really good. Okay, next book. Efficiency 3, Loyalty 3, oh my god, that is so good. I don't know what I'm going to put that on. It's annoying that I've already put Efficiency on this. We'll figure it out. Next book. Oh, Protection 3, okay, that's going on a helmet. Oh my god, Respiration, that is going to be so good. Holy shit. Bane of Arthropods, that can just go away. Okay, next book. Knockback 2, that's quite literally garbage. That's going straight in the bin. Next one. Oh, another Efficiency 3, Protection 3, Knockback 2. Oh my god. That's insane. And last book. Yeah, that's the first one that I looked at. Sharpness 3, Fortune 2. Like, that is such a hard decision. I got this just before the power went out, and I'm just thinking that night, like, which one should I do? Honestly, I think Fortune is going to be better in the long run, especially while we're trying to get diamond armor, because, yeah, the diamonds are pretty freaking scarce around here. I've only got 6. So I think Fortune is going to be the play there, and we'll end up probably just using Smite on our sword. Because literally the boners and the zombies are the biggest problem. Well, the creepers are pretty freaking annoying too, but, yeah, that's all right. Okay, what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to use these diamonds here to make a diamond helmet. Bang diddly. There it is. I'm going to head over to my smelting area. Over here, we're going to chuck Fortune 2 on our pickaxe. Bang. Then for my diamond helmet, we're going to get Respiration and Protection. That is so good. I've literally have 1 level left. That is not good. Well, hopefully I'm going to get some more from killing mobs and stuff. Oh, dude, I wish I had enough levels to put this Smite on. Let's actually just see how much it's going to cost. 7 levels. Okay. All right, we have got everything we need to tackle the mines. Let's go down. I want to see how good this Respiration is, dude. Oh my god, we have not lost a single bubble yet. Okay, there it goes. Dude, you have no idea how good that is for for a freaking ocean-only world. That is literally the best enchantment I could have gotten, I think. It is time to get into the shithole, of course. As per the usual, 600 skeletons, 800 creepers. I'm not even surprised. I'm not phased. Let's get straight in and get... Oh, okay. All right. Get the hell away from me. We just need to remember we still don't have good armor, so we need to be very careful. But what we do have... Oh, the freaking god bow. This thing is amazing. See you later, dickheads. Like, honestly, these guys just are not shit. Boner? Oh, you got armor. See you later. But there's no match for... I don't even have smite, actually. We're already level 5, so we're pretty close to just going back and literally getting smite. Sorry, my kid's having a tantrum right next to me, of course. Dude, there's just so many mobs. Okay, someone did say the reason why there's so many mobs is because they can't spawn anywhere else, really. They can't spawn on the surface. But I mean, if it's daytime like it is right now, they're not going to spawn on the surface anyway. That still doesn't explain why there's so many down here. Oh, now I'm on fire. Shit. Ah. Ooh. Oh. Oh, okay. Get out of here. You're a little mongrel, you are. All right, we've got some bogeys coming after us. That's okay. That's no match for the god bow. Oh! Oh, no, no, no. Quick, get in the water, get in the water, get in the water. Okay, I want to save this guy. A villager zombie would literally be... Oh, why is there so much shit? Yeah, I want to save... Oh my god, dude, this is shit. I really want to save that villager zombie because we can do so much with him. All right, it's time to crack out the bow. Look at it! Why is there so many? I seriously do not get it. That is just ridiculous, the amount of mobs here. All right, the only thing is I do not know how to get this guy to the surface without him drowning. All right, so the first thing we need to do is get a name tag on this guy, which I did thankfully bring down with me. So let's crack that out, and we're gonna chuck this. Oh, I need to name it, you dickhead. No! Oh, I forgot to put it in the anvil and name it. We're literally just gonna have to hope that he's still down here. Yeah, he's probably not gonna be here when I get back, which is quite unfortunate. But at least what we can do is we can chuck smite on our sword now. So I'm gonna sleep before mobs start freaking spawning up here. And I'm gonna try and be as quick as possible. All right, what are we gonna call him? Fred. Okay, his name is now Fred. Let's chuck that on. Oh, I need the freaking book, man. Okay, chuck that on. 7 levels. Oh, it's got knockback. I forgot about that. Oh, no. That actually stinks really bad. At least it's gonna make us safer in the mines. We're just gonna be able to push mobs away from us, which technically is good. I mean, I'm trying to make it sound better, but it is really crap. All right, let's pray that our guy is still down here. I still actually don't know how I'm gonna get him out of here. All right, please. Yes, that is so good. It one-shots zombies. Oh, you're kidding. We would have just gotten potatoes then, but because he died on fire, it baked it. Oh, he's still here. Okay, all right. Fred, bang, you're coming with me. Well, I don't know how, but we need you to get up. Does he swim? I don't know if they swim. They don't swim upwards, do they? I have no idea how we're gonna get Fred out of here. Damn it. And I don't have internet to be able to Google. So I need to figure it out all by myself. All right, idea number 1. I've got a lead. Let's see if we can put a lead on Fred. I don't think we can. Nah. Idea number 2, fishing rod. That's not gonna work because it just freaking floats. Oh, well, that's my 2 ideas gone. Let me do some thinking. All right, next idea. If we can somehow find one of those like magma blocks, I can get him into a boat and then just shoot us straight up out of the water. Oh, I think I just saw it. Yes, dude, finally. I've been swimming around for so long. Thank Christ. Now, oh, wait. No, this is the one that sucks you down. I need frickin' soul sand. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I couldn't be more brain dead. Why didn't anyone tell me? Well, I found some ruins. Let's have a look in here. What do we got? Some freaking crap? Just a bunch of crap. Cool. Next one?
Any juicy loot?
No. Oh, we got a sea lantern as well. Oh, actually, that is going to come in handy for a certain build idea that I have. That is perfect, mate. Give me that. Give it to me. Hurry up. Come on. There we go. Oh, you knoblet. No, I don't have... Oh, that is so annoying. I'm doing just the stupidest crap right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. Dude, everything is just screwed right now. Oh my god, where's my base? Okay. Max render distance to the rescue. Please. Show me the base. Please. Oh no, this is not good. Oh, okay, there it is. Dude, that was a bit scary. But actually, we've got a shipwreck right here. I just want to inspect a little bit. See what we got going on in Sjoid. Okay, there's a chest. I couldn't have asked for shitter stuff, honestly. Every potato is poisoned. You cannot make that up. Are you serious? So I can't even grow them. Every single spud is poisoned. Oh my god. So literally every plan that I have to get this zombie out has just failed. And I don't know what else to do. Unless if we literally somehow get to the nether and get a freaking soul sand block. Okay, I've just spent like a lot of time just thinking, and my new idea is like, honestly, why do we even need him up there? We can just have him permanently situated underground and we can just go down there to him whenever we need him. Like that is just going to be way easier. So what I'm going to do, grab some freaking wood. Oh my God, dude, I have none of it. Where's my wood gone? And literally, as long as he has a name tag, he should just stay alive down here like indefinitely. So where is he? Where's Fred? Oh my God, of course every other freaking mob in the universe is here, but I'm not seeing Fred. Where did he go? Where is Fred? No, that is not good. I just did all of this for this stupid freaking zombie, and he's not even alive. He's dead. Dude, this is munted. I can't even like hear myself think. Dude, no, Fred is gone. My guess is that he just freaking straight up walked into the water and drowned. Well, we've got plenty of name tags. At least if we find another one, we know exactly what to do. But I'm just gonna continue doing my task at hand, which is trying to find freaking diamonds, man. There's just so many mobs, it's ridiculous. I just got another baked potato from a zombie. Like that's so ridiculous. What was that sound? Did you hear that? What was that? I just killed that skeleton and it like squeaked. It sounded like a witch or something like that. I've got full goosebumps. I'm not kidding. What the hell? I'm honestly scared to continue. Oh, is that Fred? Tell me that's Fred. That's not Fred, that's a different one. Okay, we need to go back and get another name tag. Please do not despawn, brother. Like, that is literally ridiculous. I only saw one zombified villager in the first 100 days, and now I've just found 2 in the first 7 days, literally. I don't understand how my luck has just turned around so quickly with, like, all of the enchanted books, and now these freaking villager zombies. All right, this is Fred V2. Bang. Okay, please do not be dead. Please don't be 600 mobs spawned back down here. Oh my God, there is. They all have enchanted bows. Every single skeleton here has an enchanted bow. And it looks like Fred V2 is gone. Okay, maybe my luck is not turning around. I'm on the verge of tears right now. All right, now that we have a moment to freaking breathe here, well, at least we have a name tag. If we somehow find a third zombified villager, we have the name tag ready, so he doesn't despawn. Look at these guys. What are they getting up to in there? Okay, I don't think I've gone this way yet in my mind, so I might as well just start off. Oh my God, the whole freaking amount of oh, Fred and Fred V2 might have been those zombies, and they've turned into water zombies. That might be both of them down there getting killed by a skeleton. Yeah, okay. Like I was saying, I might go this way because I haven't actually gone this way yet. Let's just have a little bit of a look-see. Oh, okay. I mean, what else did I expect to be over here? I just lost a piece of armor. That is not good at all. Would love to just find a couple diamonds so I can remake that into diamond boots instead of wasting iron. Oh, there's a diamond right there. Yes. Okay, sweet. Let's pray that we get like at least 100 from this one. Okay, we got 2. That's not too bad. But of course, it's only 1 diamond in here. You just can't make it up, dude. I'm pretty sure we only have 1 diamond left at home, so that's not even going to get us our new boots. That is quite unfortunate. Okay, I just thought as well, something else I should probably get while I'm down here is some obsidian for a nether portal. One type of blocks that I'm going to need for a future build is going to be quartz. And well, I don't know if you guys would classify it as cheating, you know, in an ocean-only world going to the nether, but I'm literally just going to be going there for quartz, and that is quite literally it. So I'm going to, well, hopefully find a big lava lake. Okay, we are in luck in terms of the lava and getting obsidian. That is pretty freaking good. Yes. Okay, well, I literally did a full, complete circle of this cave and came back to the beginning without even realizing it, so I'm pretty sure we have exhausted every single possible avenue in that cave down there. So I think what it's time to do is to locate a new ravine with new caves to explore. So I've not found any more diamonds from the ones that we found earlier, so yes, my theory was right. We only have freaking 3. What I might do just in the meantime is make some boots. It's only 4 iron, that's fine. Our legs are about to go too, so let's just pray we can find some diamonds before those break. All right, and so I'm going to grab one of these various boats around the place and take it out into the ocean and try and find a brand new ravine to explore. Ooh, that looks pretty good. That looks like a cave that goes down right there. Let's get a bit fucking closer, I reckon. Gamers, we have located our new cave, I think. Yes, look at this bad boy. So many ores to mine. It's all just beautiful, and it goes down to deep slate too. Oh, yes. What the hell? Dude, that's regular. I have not seen that in so long, I'm pretty sure. Just regular ass diamonds. Like, not deep slate diamonds. All right, well, let's pray for once that it's actually more than 1 diamond. That would be amazing. Bang. Oh, we got 3 from that one at least. But yeah, it is, of course, 1 fucking diamond. We literally need 1 more diamond to replace our legs there. All right, I'm going to keep swimming around and pray that we find... Ooh, it looks like it keeps going over here. That's pretty good. Yeah, pray that we find some more diamonds. Ooh, look what I just found. Oh my God. That, oh, Bro, full goosebumps. Holy shit. We have busted into the mother lode. Okay, that's a skulk center. Yes, dude. That... Oh my god. That is so good. We have literally found the Jack Diddley pot. The best part as well is we don't have to deal with mobs. Okay, I'm going to spend some time. I'm going to mine up every single diamond here. It's probably going to take a while because the amount of diamonds here. I want you guys to guess in your head how much we're going to end up with. All right, we are just coming out of that cave now. I'm pretty sure I didn't even get all of the diamonds I could have, but yeah, we definitely... really don't need to. I'm definitely not prepared to see the amount of diamonds that I've gotten, and I can guarantee that no one guessed. Oh my god, almost 2 stacks of diamonds. That is insane. So if you guess that, you win. I don't know what you win, but you just win, okay? I don't know where my boat's gone, but I'm gonna get straight back to base. I'm gonna make that diamond armor, and yeah, I'll see you guys there. All right, we are back, and well, it's raining just like it is and has been for the last 3 days in real life. Honestly, I do not want more rain in my game. Oh, I can't even sleep to get through it. God damn it. Okay, well, we are back. We have a crap load of diamonds, so it is time to start upgrading our armor. Let's get rid of the old and in with the bloody new. There's our legs, chest plates, bang, bang. Oh my god, it could not be better. Look at that. Well, it could be better. We could have our actual skin on. That would be really cool, but unfortunately, my internet is just gone. Next up, I just decided on making a brand spanking new diamond axe and chucked our Efficiency 3 Unbreaking 3 book onto it to speed up the tree chopping process. We also had one Protection 3 book that I decided on putting onto my diamond chest plate. Okay, and well, honestly, that is everything ticked off my list for taking on the Trials Chamber. I think we are officially ready to go. I'm a little bit scared, but we'll see how we go. So I think what it's time to do is head back down into our original ravine here, find that Trials Chamber, and get freaking started. You know what? I don't even know why I didn't think about just lighting up all of this area. Like, that thought just simply did not ever enter my mind. Like, we could have just lit this area up and not have freaking mobs spawning down here every time we're trying to get down in the cave. I just completely forgot that's a feature of Minecraft. Literally, dude. All right, we are here. What I'm gonna do to stop freaking annoying us mobs from breaking through is place probably a door here. I think zombies are still gonna break that, but we'll see how we go. Oh, you're kidding me. You cannot make that up. Literally just uncovered diamonds, like, naturally. Like, we need more diamonds anyway. Like, these would have been good in the first 100 freaking days. Well, there's another 10. I think it's time to stop putting it off, and let's just get freaking in here. All right, first spawner. Of course, we got skellies. Okay, it's all right. We can literally one-shot these guys, and they're not doing much damage. Okay, we've already done the first one, and we have our first key. Yes! Let's open this one up. We might as freaking well. Bang. What do we get? Oh, emeralds. Oh my god, we got a shield too. Okay, I think it's time to actually probably start using a shield, especially in the trials chamber here. Oh, and you know what? I want to get these as well. These are actually going to be pretty good. Oh god. Oh no, not these things. Can't remember how to use a shield, so... Oops, you mongrel. I just hate how much of the screen it blocks as well. Like, god, these things are annoying. Get out of it. Yeah, I do want to grab a bunch of these because I do have a pretty good idea for them. It was the same idea that I had for the sea lanterns, but obviously, well, that didn't work out, did it? All right, deeper into the chamber. Oh, I am scared. Oh, stickhead. He didn't even know what hit him, that guy. Also, I'm pretty sure there's stuff in these pots if we break them. Yes. So if we get our Frank V2 back, all of these emeralds that we're getting means that we don't need to get a second guy to get emeralds. Like, we can just hopefully get enough from this trials chamber. Ooh, those are going to be pretty handy too. Holy crap. Honestly, I don't think I needed to gear up as hard as I did for this because it's not very difficult. I'm literally just spawn camping these idiots right now. Ooh, what do we get? Another key. That is pretty good. It's always skeletons, dude. It's just ridiculous. It is always skeletons. Blocked, idiot. Look at that. First use of the shield ever. Bang. Dickhead. See you later. All right, next vault. What do we get? Oh, we actually just got a trident. You're kidding me. Dude, that's so good. I'm so happy we actually just got a trident. Okay, here's another vault. Let's open him up, see what we get. What is that? An enchanted axe? It looks like diamond too. This better not be better than the one that I just made. I swear to God. You're kidding me. It's 1 efficiency lower. Are you serious? I could have used that efficiency and unbreaking on something else. More pots? All right, it's time to get breaking, boys. Oh, we got another spawner. Let me guess. Yep, skeletons. Oh, we got a trim and some poo-coated arrows. Look at that. We got stink arrows. Look at that. We can actually trim our armor. That is pretty cool. Well, I literally did not think in like a million years we would be able to get trimmed armor in this ocean-only world. Got another vault. Open him up. What do we get? Another trim. It's the same one too. Oh, I didn't grab these fart arrows. Actually, if we use infinity with fart arrows, do we get infinite fart arrows? No, it uses them. Wow. That's crap. We do not get infinite fart arrows. That kind of stinks, actually. Like, literally, it stinks. Oh my god, look at that. That is cactus. You know what we can do with that? Not much, I don't think, but we can grow that and we can get green dye and we can make green wool. How cool is that? That is, it's not very cool, but I'm gonna take that nonetheless because that's an item we would not have been able to get regardless. Okay, well, I think that is literally everything. I've checked every nook and cranny that I've been able to locate at least, and I believe that is it for the Trials Chamber. Well, yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make my way back out of here, and yeah, I'll see you guys back on the surface. Oh, look at that. I forgot we can actually duplicate these templates. We need a block of copper, a bunch of diamonds, and then the template, and we can duplicate it. So oh my god. Hello, brother. What have you got? Cactus? Dyes? Nah. You are of no use to us, man. So, yeah, you know what that means. See you later, dickheads. Alright, well, that's actually kind of annoying. I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the Trials Chamber and get a couple of copper blocks, because I don't have any. Okay, we made it back. I've got our copper blocks. I've got our diamonds. Bang, bang. We only need to duplicate this twice to get our 4 pieces. There we go. Now, we can make a smithing table. Bang. May as well go chuck this over in our smithing area, just right frickin' here. Okay, I've tried a lot of different materials, a lot of, like, thinking, and I think the diamond is just going to suit the best. So let's chuck that onto everything we have. Bang. There we go. We are fully trimmed up out of our minds. Literally, I've never had full trimmed armor before. And I can't believe we've got it done in an ocean only world. That is the insane part. Like, we have full trimmed up armor. I just can't believe it. How far we've come in only 113 days. Ocean only. Like, we have all of this crap. It's, yeah, honestly insane. And so honestly, what I think I want to do now is maybe a little bit more fishing to get our final pieces of armor enchanted here. Hopefully we get as lucky as we did before. So yeah, I'll meet you guys at the time lapse over at the fishing area. Okay, we have been fishing for about 4 days now. Here is everything I have caught. I have not looked at any of this yet, so let's take a squiz. So first book, we got, ooh, fire protection and power 4. Not amazing. Okay, we got a couple of rods, unbreaking, luck of the sea. Next book, power 4, okay, that is useless. Next rod. Oh, we got mending on there. That's going to be good because we've almost run out of durability there, so mending is going to be pretty good. And last book, wow. That could not be worse. That literally could not be shitter. The only thing we really got out of that is, well, a fishing rod that's essentially never gonna break. 33! Oh my god. That is ridiculous. All right, well, yeah, we do not have enough levels for that at the moment, so that is a bit unfortunate. All right, well, I think what I'm going to do now is start actually getting some expansions done on our island, and with the first one being a bit of an upgrade to our central island. So I did go through all the comments on the 100 days video of this little series, I guess, and this person left a pretty good comment with a bunch of awesome ideas. Honestly, I'm gonna get a lot of those done. And well, the first thing they said is build a main starter house in the center, essentially. So yeah, instead of having this like little island, I guess, right in the center, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a big old stinking tower on this. So right now I do not have a lot of wood at all, so I'm gonna get to chopping a bunch of trees and then we'll start building that. So let's get to it. All right, so first off, well, like I said, I chopped down a bunch of trees, pretty much half of the entire platform, and then I got straight into figuring out the shape and size of the tower along with raising up the pillars. I also added a couple docks sprawling out the front, of which I'd later continue around the island, but back to the tower, I started off the first roof section along with continuing to raise the pillars. Once I'd reached a certain height, I started the second roof, alternating the direction, along with getting the third and final roof created. I then began adding in all the walls consisting of textured stone, andesite and stone bricks, along with plenty of windows with oak fences. To finalize the build, I added the rest of the docks and built a pathway running through the tower. Okay, and there is our tower completed, looking awesome. Here it is from afar. Oh my god, I just realized I didn't put the frickin' slabs on those bits, man. Damn it. Okay, there we go. That is much better. All right, and well, now it is time to get the interior sorted. So first of all, on this layer, this is just going to be like a pass-through, okay? This is just going to allow us to get to all the other areas of the island. And then this first floor is going to be our bedroom. So let's crack out the old bed. We're going to slap that bad boy right there. Then I did go make a couple of composters and get a bunch of leaves. And that is because I want to add in some nice houseplant kind of designs in here. So first of all, we'll get some barrels just like this. Then I think on another layer here, we'll get maybe some chests and maybe a pot or two. And then I think for the rest of the details, just some scattered kind of pots and barrels is going to look quite nice. Yeah, just something pretty simple like that. I think what I'll do next is actually go make a bunch of lanterns. Okay, and as for those lanterns, I think the perfect spot is just going to be right there in the ceiling in the middle on every single floor. And yeah, we now actually have a proper kind of base location. Previously, everything was just kind of spread out. I mean, it's still going to be, but at least we have a kind of main central base, I guess, and we have room to kind of add in other stuff that we want up there, I guess. Now for the next build I wanted to start, we were going to need to head to the Nether, so I began gathering wood to then start building a new platform, of which I built a standard old Nether portal on. I then went ahead and crafted a flint and steel and made my way over to the new portal and ignited it. I jumped straight into the portal, and once we'd reached the Nether, I noticed we were on an elevated area, and I also started clearing some fire away to make it a bit safer. I then spotted some quartz, of which I hastily mined up along with another patch. Soon after, I discovered a Nether tower, which was part of the Hearths mod I had, and I decided to do some exploring. Honestly, the loot wasn't too crazy, a couple diamonds, and in the last chest, another armor trim, which was pretty cool. At this point, I resumed my main mission of gathering plenty of quartz, and I also finally had internet back now, so we were back to the classic weird-ass skin. I also sniped the absolute hell out of a ghast. Now with plenty of quartz, I made my way back to the Nether portal and back to the safety of the overworld. I then pretty much got straight into creating the build I was needing the quartz for, a lighthouse. I also realized I was going to need a red block for this too, and thankfully netherrack works pretty well here, and I don't really have many alternatives. So once the main part of the lighthouse was finished, I worked on the top portion that'd hold the light, and again, another block from the Nether glowstone came in pretty handy. I did have the bulbs from the trials chamber, but I felt these looked way better. Once I'd finished, I noticed we had some island invaders, of which I made light work with using our patented god bow, sniping the dickheads from afar. It was at this point I felt like building some goddamn boats, starting with a pretty big one. Dude, boats are honestly surprisingly hard to build. I did end up making this one kind of wonky. I felt I probably should have made it a bit wider on the sides, but in the end it turned out okay. I filled in the main deck along with the back portion, added some extra details to the sides, and then began on the sails, which was honestly kind of difficult. Okay, and well, here is our area now with those boats. So we've got the boat at the top, the one on the right, and then the one on the left as well with our new piers. It's definitely looking awesome. I mean, you can't really see it that well because, of course, there is more frickin' rain. But as you can see, my pickaxe is running dangerously low here. So what I might do is make a new pickaxe and combine that one with the new one. Also, you may have noticed I am now level frickin' 42. Thanks to mining all of that nether quartz, it's just gone crazy. Oh, it's only 5 levels too? That's pretty freaking good. Okay, so now with that done, the next thing that I want to do is build a super smelter inside of this barn. All right, and so the first thing we need for a super smelter is, of course, well, smelters. I only have 1 cobblestone, so I'm gonna have to get a lot of cobblestone. We also need a bunch of various redstone stuff, so we're gonna have to go down back to the mines and just gather an absolute crap load of redstone because I haven't really been getting any of it. I'm also kind of praying that we find another zombified villager to become our Fred V2, and that way we can start trading stuff. That would be pretty nice. One shot. Bang, you're dead. Okay, so we got some redstone up here. Let's just start excavating this stuff. We're gonna need a pretty decent amount of it, I'm pretty sure. Oh god, we got 49 just from that one patch already. Okay, I may as well get this iron too because we're gonna need a couple of minecarts. I mean, it's only gonna be, what, 20 iron or something for all the minecarts I'm wanting. But we may as well just freaking get it anyway. Oos! Bang, you suck. Yeah, you suck. All right, how much have we got? We got a stack and a half. That should honestly be enough. Oh, we got another freaking thing over here. We may as well just get this one. Take out these freaking boners while we're at it. No zombified villagers, unfortunately. Let's head back up to the surface and start crafting up some of the stuff we need for our super smelter. Oh my god, I forgot the cobblestone, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go back and get a bunch of cobblestone and then I'll come up and start crafting stuff. Oh my god, you know what I just realized? We're going to need so much iron for all of the hoppers. I don't know why that thought didn't even come into my mind. We've only probably got like 2 stacks max at home. All right, we'll add a couple more to that. There we go. My prayers have been answered. I might have to do a very big mining trip. Yeah, I'm gonna head back over to that new ravine and I'll just start mining a bunch of iron. All right, there is the boat marking the entrance down into our new ravine. I actually didn't really take stock of how much iron was actually in here, but okay, we got a little bit up here at least. I'm just gonna take a quick peek down down here. Okay, yeah, it looks like we do have a pretty decent amount. We do have a lot more caves to explore over that way too, and I haven't even gone this way yet. But yeah, we are looking pretty good for iron. Okay, I'm gonna spend a crap load of time mining all of this out, and yeah, I'll meet you guys back at base. Okay, what the hell is this? Literally, I can't escape them even underwater. I'm gonna take great pleasure in him drowning. See you later, dickhead. A bit of a status report. We've been mining for about a day. We have got almost exactly 3 stacks of iron. I've got a bunch of diamonds and heaps of coal as well. So yeah, once again, I'm just going to continue getting all of this iron and yeah. See you later. Okay, we have made it back after our arduous journey underground. And here we have all of the stuff that we got. Oh my god. We got almost 7 stacks of iron. That is a pretty good haul. I literally need a super smelter just to smelt all of this crap. There we go. We've got all of our iron smelting. Literally, there is like a stack in every single one of these furnaces, which is crazy. We're also going to need a lot of wood because the hoppers need chests, of course, to be able to craft them. And well, we don't really have that much wood actually. So I'm gonna have to go chop a bunch of trees now as well. Yeah, literally, look at those diamonds, dude. That's nuts. Whoa. All right, so I'm gonna get chopping, and I'll meet you guys back here once again. Okay, the great smelt is about to be finished. There it goes. The last of all the irons are pretty much done. I have gotten a crap load of wood. Like, literally, look at all of this. Jesus. It is now time to make a crap load of chests. So I really don't think we needed to get this much wood, eh? Because, dude, I don't even know... I don't even know how many freaking hoppers we're actually going to need. Same with the iron, eh? We did get quite a bit. There we go. There's 33 hoppers already. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a couple more furnaces. James, can you please be quiet? Say hello.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello.
Okay, now you say goodbye. You don't want to go. You say goodbye. Say bye-bye. No, he doesn't want to go. I'm sorry, James. Alright, so first order of business, we're getting rid of these stupid ugly barrels that I frickin' put in here. Like, seriously, what was I thinking? I was like, I was in desperation mode putting these in here, dude. Jesus. Alright, so I'm thinking maybe if we have the super smelter at the back kind of portion here, we'll obviously have it run that way. I've literally completely forgotten how a super smelter looks and works. Okay, I think I have everything. Oh my god, I don't. We need freaking, we need like redstone torches and crap. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go get everything ready and we're gonna start building this as a time lapse because it's gonna be a pain in the butt. So yeah, let's get bloody started. First and foremost, I got the positioning of all the furnaces figured out, added a couple of hoppers under them, and also figured out the chests at the front that'd transport the items to the furnaces. Once it was all figured out, I continued adding the rest of the furnaces and hoppers to them, along with placing the rails on top that'd transport the hopper minecarts. Okay, and there it is. There is the super smelter all completed and working. Well, actually I haven't tested yet, but it should be working perfectly. I don't see why it bloody wouldn't. And yeah, it turns out we really overestimated how much iron we were gonna need. I think I ended up using maybe 1 or 2 stacks, literally. Same with the wood. Dude, what the hell? I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, we now have a fully functional super smelter on our island ocean-only base, which is pretty insane to think about. Like how far we've come from like just this little island in the middle here. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. If we end up getting any more freaking massive mining halls, then it's going to be super easy to smelt it all nice and quick and easily. All right, well now I think I feel like going down into the mine and just trying to find a freaking another villager zombie, you know what I'm saying? I've got my name tag with me, so if we do find one, we should be golden. I think I'm just going to spend a bunch of time down here just freaking slaying mobs and just praying that we find another villager zombie, because I really want to do some trading and stuff. That would be pretty cool. So I'll meet you guys back when something interesting happens. Oh my god, like that. And of course, there's 4 creepers, 5 of them, 2 skellies. It's just freaking ridiculous, man. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's a villager zombie. That's a villager zombie right there. Dude, there's so much crap going on here. There is literally a villager zombie right there, and I really do not want him to turn into a freaking water zombie. So I need to get rid of these stupid skeleton. Dude, oh, it's Fred! Dude, it's Fred! The original, the OG Fred. No way. I can't believe it. Dude, I can't believe OG Fred is still actually alive. Oh, that is so good. Fred, brother, how are you doing? All right, we need to figure out how to get him. Like, I want him to go back to the entrance at least. How did he get all the way over here? I don't get it. Fred, please don't hurt me. Ah, over here. Yep. Come up this way. Okay, we're gonna have to clear a path as Fred is like literally smacking me in the ass. Fucking spider, you dumb dog. Come on, Frederick. Let's keep it going.
Let's keep it bloody going.
We're literally all the way at the end of the mine as well, which is annoying. We have to go through all the crap. Oh my god. I really don't want to creep up. Dude. Oh my god, we just lost Fred. I knew that creeper was gonna blow him up. As soon as I saw that creeper, I knew exactly what was gonna happen. That is so annoying, dude. Of course it would happen. Like, of course. You just, that's actually so frustrating. Oh, that's so annoying. I should have just kept him there or something, dude. Oh, well, that's definitely quite unfortunate. I mean, let's just hope that we find another frickin' zombified villager, I guess. Oh my god, dude. We just found one. We just found one. Holy shit. No, you piss off. I do not want any creepers near me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Okay, I need to clear all of these pricks. See you later. See you later. You're an idiot. I hate you. Ah. Dude, I've spent like 20 minutes just circling these caves. That is so good. We got another one, dude. I really do just want to get a name tag on him real quick. And let's chuck that on. Fred V2 has been acquired. Okay, we're good. We've only got Fred now. What I need to do is excavate a little hole for him. All right, you come around this way. Yep. Bang and bang. Okay, Fred is now trapped. Oh my god, yes. Dude, you have no idea how long, how annoying this has been. But we finally got one, dude. And now what I need to do, now that I have like internet back, finally, it's literally been 3 days without internet. I'm gonna Google how we change him to a freaking villager. So, yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I've done a bit of Googling. We do need to head back to the Nether to get one blaze rod at least, to make a brewing stand, of course. Then we just need a fermented spider eye and then gunpowder, and we're golden, literally. So I'm almost certain we have everything we need to make it. Yeah, look at all the freaking armor that I got from all the zombies that I killed, dude. It's just ridiculous. So what, a fermented spider eye, I'm pretty sure. How do you make it? It's like sugar and something else. I can't remember. There it is. A mushroom, a brown mushroom. Did we get one of them? No, it was a red one. Okay, so in the Nether, we're going to be looking for a brown mushroom and the tower that we found. That tower has a blaze spawner at the bottom. Hurry up, get me in there. All right, we're back in the stink hole. Oh, no. Come on, brother. I don't have to deal with you. Piss off. All right, so I'm pretty sure I could hear blazes on the floor below this one. So let's have a look. Yep, there they are. Okay, of course, all these blazes are just sitting down here. Dude, I'm literally gonna have to go back for my goddamn arrows. What a pain in the ass, brother. All right, I'll be back. Okay, we are back with arrows. Come on, man. See you later, idiot. Yeah, blaze rod, man. Okay, there is one. There's one down the window there. Okay, I want to kill all these guys. Oh, damn it, dude. These guys are so annoying. All right, you know what? Give me a block. Okay, we got it. Go back up, go back up. Oh, that's not good. We got 3 blaze rods. Get me the hell out of there, dude. Oh, okay, I really need some gold armor, eh? No, I really can't be bothered going back and getting that. Okay, what we're doing now is praying that we find a frickin' brown mushroom somewhere, because this is the only place we're gonna be able to get one, literally. Oh my god, we just found it. Yes, dude, there is a frickin' massive patch of brown goddamn mushrooms. Oh, it couldn't be better. Yes, give me all of them. All right, let's get the heckin' hoot out of here. I never want to come back to this godforsaken hellhole. All right, we are back. First order of business, bang and bang. There is our brewing stand. Yes. We can finally add something else to this freaking crafting area. Holy crap. Chuck him in there. Oh, we need the blaze powder, of course, to actually power it. I forgot about that. Lucky we freaking got some extra. All right, so there's our weakness. Bang, chuck the gunpowder in. All right, and there it is. There's our splash potions of weakness. Okay, now the last thing we're gonna need is, of course, an enchanted golden apple. There we go. All right, we've got the 2 things we need to turn our freaking villager zombie into a regular old villager. All right, I've also brought with me a bunch of torches just to make this place nice and safe. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, that's just ridiculous at this point, dude, honestly. Okay, that should be pretty good for now. All right, there he is. He's still golden. Weakness. Get it in there. Get it up here. And then we give him the golden apple. Holy shit, that's loud. What the hell? All right, and then we have it. He should turn back to a villager pretty soon. And so you might be asking, you know, like, what are we going to do with him as a villager? Well, there was another comment someone left, essentially saying that if we were to get a librarian villager that can sell us bookshelves, we can literally just get regular old enchanting set up. That would be quite literally insane if we managed to pull that off. So the way that we can make a lectern is by sacrificing 3 of our books here. So I think these ones are pretty crap. We might end up putting that on our boots, and we don't really want fire protection, like it's just kind of crap. So we can get these 3. We need to get a grindstone. How the hell do you make one of them? Let's chuck him right. Oh, okay, I didn't want him like that. There we go. We can disenchant these 3 books. We've got 3 books now. We can actually make 1 bookshelf. Oh, there he is. He just turned back. Yes. Oh, dude, that's so good. Okay, there's our bookshelf. Let's get our lectern created. Bang. There it is. Holy crap. I cannot believe that. Literally. All right, what I want to do actually before we go down there, I want to grab all of the emeralds that I have. I feel like that is definitely not going to be enough to get a full enchanting setup. So what we're probably going to have to do is end up finding another zombified villager, turn him back as well, and have him be a Fletcher and sell sticks to him for emeralds. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but I mean, if it's what we got to freaking do, it's what we got to do, you know? All right, mate. Out you come. Come get your job. Yes. All right, so we want him to give us bookshelves. So we're going to keep freaking destroying this and replacing it till he gives us the... Oh, there it is. Yes. Oh, and he gives us freaking cheaper shit too because we changed him back. How good is that? Oh my God, we've got 12 already. My whole body is coated in goosebumps right now, dude. Holy crap. That is so good. Okay, so for the enchanting table, we're going to have to get one extra book. Honestly, feather falling, that can just piss off, literally. We're just going to sacrifice that and use that for our enchanting table. I'm going to have to go get 4 more blocks of obsidian. So I'm going to go try and find that lava lake that I originally found when we got our 10 obsidian for the nether portal. And I'll meet you guys back up at the surface. All right, disenchant that. Chuck him in there. Obsidian, 2 diamonds. Oh yeah, there it is. Enchanting table. We've got 12 bookshelves already. I can't believe that. And yeah, I think that warrants a brand new platform's construction. I don't know where we're going to build it, but I'm going to figure that out and we're going to get started on it right now. All right, so I first branched a curved pathway off from this one to the left of the tree farm and began creating a platform as well as starting building a bit of a gazebo design. I wanted to use leaves in the roof to make it feel a bit lush, as well as getting plenty of oak accents to make it feel contained, but I don't know about you, but that old design looked like crap, so I started fresh. For the second design, I opted to use wood as the base of the roof instead of predominantly leaves, which ended up looking way better. I did want a bit more of an overgrown look, and I achieved that by having the occasional leaf drape down. Okay, gamers, I have some extremely good news. It turns out you actually only need 15 bookshelves, and that is pretty much the max for the enchanting table, you know, that you can get. And I did the math, and with our remaining emeralds, we are literally going to be able to get 16 bookshelves, which is actually freaking perfect. So, there we go. There it is, 16 bookshelves. One more than we need for, like, you know, the max amount of the Oh, dude, I suck at explaining shit, honestly. Why can't I just explain stuff normally? 15 bookshelves is the max. We've got 16, so we are freaking golden, man. We can literally start enchanting anything we want. We also got 46 levels there, which is kind of nuts. Oh my God, dude, I'm so excited. Like, I never thought that this would be possible in an ocean-only world. It's just, I mean, I couldn't have gotten it done without your guys' comments on the last video, but here we go. There's the enchanting table. We're going to make sure to place every single bookshelf in a way that it can actually reach the enchanting table because I don't have silk touch. Oh, how do I want to place these last 5? God damn it. I don't know how to do this in an aesthetic way. I might just put them all at the back here like that. Oh yeah, there we go. We have officially got a maxed out enchanting table. I cannot believe it. You cannot wipe the freaking smile off my face right now, dude. Right, well, before we can actually start using it, we need to get some lapis. I have not been digging it because I just have not expected this day to ever come, basically. So I'm pretty sure we only have like 7 lapis in here. No, we've got 9. Okay, I'm gonna have to do a quick trip down to the mines. What did I come down here for, dude? I've already forgotten. Lapis, that's it.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm gonna go on the prowl for a couple of lapis blocks, and well, I'll meet you guys back up at the surface. You're a mongrel. Yeah, just explode, dickhead. Oh, there's some lapis. Oh, Jesus! Dude, the creepers are thick down here. Oh my goodness. Okay, we are back. I'm gonna add some storage barrels on rightio here. I think that would be like a cool little spot. Yeah, I like that. So in here we can chuck in our lapis and all that crap. And dude, it's time to start enchanting. Like, literally what I'm gonna do is just, I don't know, create a bunch of tools. I'm gonna create some new armor as well and just combine them all together. Literally. Okay, we're back. I have a full new set of diamond armor. I've got a shovel and 2 pickaxes. We're just gonna see what we can get, basically. Silk touch, I definitely want one of them. Oh yes, baby. Okay, and another one with fortune 3, efficiency 4. Oh my God, that's a direct upgrade to that piece of crap. See you later, dickhead. No unbreaking, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's okay. Shovel with efficiency 4, silk touch. Oh, don't mind if I freaking do. Let's see what the armor's got. Protection 4, we are taking that. Depth strider. Oh, that is going to make walking around in water so much better. Protection 3 on the chest plate. We've already got that. But I guess if we get unbreaking. Oh, and thorns. Oh my God, that's so good. Protection 3 on the legs. Bang. Oh, and we've run out of levels for the helmet. Okay, that's a bit unfortunate. But oh my God, look at that, brother. Holy shit. All right, it is now time to combine all of these things together. Okay, honestly, I'm pretty happy with the helmet. The only thing I'd like is maybe unbreaking and maybe thorns, I guess, but that's pretty good for now. There is the god chest plate. I don't really need to do this, but I'm just doing it to get the trim. That's fine. Actually, maybe we should wait until we get level 30 and we'll see if we can get something extra on those legs. Maybe same with the boots. Okay, we'll hold off for now on those. Oh, where'd my trim go? No. I lost the trim, dude. Well, at least I did end up finding another trim. There it is, the rib armor trim. All right, let's duplicate that. There we go, we got rib armor. Ooh. Oh, that honestly, I think that looks cooler. I really like that actually. Next up, I just decided on going around the entire island and getting various upgrades done, starting with adding this lamp design around the place. Along with that, I also replaced all of the single fences holding a torch and instead used a stone brick wall with a lantern in its place for a bit of an upgrade. I also finally added a sail to this raft and replaced the torches with lanterns instead. At this point, I had an idea that would involve heaps of dirt, and I don't have much, so it's time to head to the new cave and get some more. So I just jumped in one of the various boats around my island and sailed over to the new mine. Quite literally, as soon as I got there, I realized I didn't have any doors for breathing underwater, so I headed back frickin' home. Now, back at the mine with some goddamn doors, I started my search for dirt. After I found my first patch, I remembered I had an enchanted shovel, which should speed up the process massively. Once I'd returned home with, well, actually not enough dirt, I had to do several trips back. I started filling in these gaps between the platforms and the pathways in with some dirt and converted them over to some farmlands instead. I felt this would make the area feel more sort of solid with less gaps of water everywhere and instead just more lushness with heaps of farms. And well, here's our look from afar at our new area with all of those farms. Well, as much as you can bloody see of it, because of course it's raining. And also at this point, my mouse was, it was spasming pretty bad. It had been doing this for quite a while in the past, but today was definitely the worst. So I bought a new mouse and Ubered it to me, which was, yeah, pretty cool.
Oh yeah, baby. New mouse.
Alright, and at this point I decided on trying to find another zombified villager, this time bringing a frickin' pre-named tag with me. So I ended up searching around for a little while, but ended up just getting tired and logged off for the night. And well, I logged in the next morning and yeah, you wouldn't believe it. Dude, I literally just joined in. There's one right there. You're kidding. So I whacked a name tag on him. Yes, I couldn't think of a name, so I just used my own and brought him up to the trading area and got him secured. I headed back to base, grabbed a weakness potion and crafted another golden apple, headed back down and started the conversion process. I also decided on trying my best to get them out of the mine as I really wanted them on the surface with me, so I headed to the nether in search of soul sand to make a water elevator. I did end up discovering some that was going to be a massive pain in the ass to get to, but thankfully I did find another patch that was closer, so I grabbed a bunch of it and headed back home. Now it was time to build the new villager area containing a brothel for breeding and some external trading stalls. Firstly, for the brothel, I got the pillars situated and worked on the roof using the same blocks as all the other buildings, but as for the walls, I decided on using some textured stone and stone bricks with plenty of windows. I then built up the external trading stalls, which would hold 6 villagers in total. I then grabbed all of the string I had and crafted up as many beds as I could, which ended up being 3. And now it was time to work on my master plan, which first involved some freaking kelp, mate. Back down in the mine, there's this small little patch here of water that basically goes all the way to the surface. So I used the kelp to basically extend those water source blocks up as far as I could get them into the ocean. I then began building a little bit of a pathway over to that elevator that we'd use to transport those villagers that we were going to get into some boats, basically. Alright, and for the first attempt, we had Fred V2 with us, and I essentially just took him down the pathway and went up the elevator. Halfway up the elevator, we both got ejected out of the boat, and this happened. Go. Brother! Why'd you get out of the boat? Come on. Go that way. No! Dude. After having a hissy fit and hosting a funeral for Fred V2, I named another tag for his 3rd replacement. I then began the arduous search for another zombified frickin' villager man. Surprisingly, it ended up only taking about 5 minutes to find another one, so I went ahead and named him and repeated the entire process and got him back into the hidey hole. I then began working on making the elevator a little bit safer, instead adding some walls around all the way up to the top. With the elevator completed, it was time for attempt number 2. So Fred V3 willingly jumped into the boat and I took him down the path towards the elevator. It was off to a bit of a bumpy start. We both bumped our heads a couple of times and then I noticed half of the elevator was just simply not working and Fred was drowning. I had to act freaking quick. I rushed down to Fred to discover he was drowning, but he was so close to the top. No! Oh my god. Yeah, if it sounded like I literally just got punched in the gut, it's because I felt like that, dude. It was such a demoralizing moment. Like, I'm literally reliving the pain right now, and I just can't believe it. All right, and so after some arduous freaking fixing of this stupid bloody elevator, I managed to get it fully fixed, and now it was time to go find Fred V4. Oh my god, literally after multiple days of searching, we have finally found another one. Fred V4, there you go, dickhead. Come up with me, get your little booty up into the frickin' hidey hole. Alright, block you off, block. Okay, he's good. You stay there, I'm gonna go get some more stuff to convert your ass. Alright, dickhead, here's your fucking weakness. Here's your bloody golden apple. Gee, that's so loud every time, it scares me, man. I'm gonna sit here patiently and wait for him to frickin', you know, convert. All right, Fred Eric V frickin', I don't even know at this point, 4. He's ready to go. I have double, triple, quadruple, quad nipple checked this frickin' goddamn elevator. Everything should go smoothly, and if it doesn't, I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly. Probably break down and cry. So Fred, oh my god, these lanterns, brother. Jump in the goddamn boat. Come on, you know you want to. Don't worry about what happened to your previous friends. Yep, there we go. Let's get your ass over into the elevator and pray that you survive. I've also done some upgrades to the elevator. As you can see, we now have a nice smooth entrance in. So, let's go. Come on. Oos. Okay, he took a bit of damage, but we should be... What the... Where am I? Please tell me he's going up. Where is he? Oh, yes, he made it. Did he? He's here. He fucking made it. Yes. Oh my god, you have no idea how happy I am right now. All right, I want this to shoot us up, and I want to freaking go. There we go. You fucking beauty. Yes, dog. Thank God. Honestly, praise Jesus Lord himself. That was so annoying. Oh, and we just got stuck in the fucking farm, you dumb mongrel bastard. Oh, I'm an idiot. Dude, I'm so glad we finally got him up here. Yes. We should be able to just lure him in with the old lectin thingamajig. No. Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? Get in the boat. Okay. You're going off to the bloody brothel. You're gonna breed with old Josh down there. I don't know how that's gonna happen, seeing as you're both bloody blokes, and another thing I want to do real quick before I release him is just add a little bit of a safety gate here. Kind of like a baby gate, so he doesn't wander off and get freaking, you know, killed by something. Bang, there you go. You're home. You're in the brothel. Let's go get your mate. Dude, this guy's literally been sealed in here for like a week straight in game. Like there would be so many villager farts in here. Like we just let out like so much gases. If I had a flint and steel right now, this whole place would freaking explode, man. I swear. Just watch your head. You're gonna get a bumped noggin here. Oh, okay. You're all right. I'm just gonna preemptively jump out here and make sure everything's going smoothly. Okay, he's still in the boat. Perfect. Oh my god. I was gonna say that couldn't have gone better, but yeah, I mean, it really couldn't have gone worse, I don't think. Holy crap. What a freaking arduous task it was getting these pricks up here, but honestly, I think it's worth it. It's gonna make breeding a whole lot easier and just all of that crap, dude. Oh, Jesus. Do not get in. Oh, dude, if he died, I was gonna lose my shit, brother. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get you guys some food. There we go. A couple of stacks of bread. Grubs up, fellas. Grab your bread. Come on, please, just start breeding. Yes, okay, give him some privacy. Thank God. And bang. Oh, no, they're still going. Don't look, guys. Shit. My God. Okay, they finally did it, dude. They were taking a while, but there's our first little guy. Oh my God, it is a beautiful sight to behold. Yes, we're gonna be able to start our trading empire out here, okay? We've only got 6 stalls, but you know, it's a bit of a startup, okay? We might expand it out this way, or I don't honestly have no idea, maybe out this way. We'll figure it out. But I'm gonna let these guys breed for a while. Also, yeah, they're heading off to bed. I'm probably gonna do the same. Yeah, so I'm just gonna give them some time to breed and kind of pump their numbers up, and then we'll get started back on the old freaking, you know, what's it called? Dude, can I speak English today? These things that I'm looking at. Trading stalls, that's it. All right, I'm gonna see you guys in a couple of days. Yeah, Good night. Many moons later, I emerged from my cryostasis to discover this guy and heaps new villagers. They just grow up so fast. I also found this cat and managed to tame him, and I also named him after my real life cat, Big Kitty. After a little bit of contemplating, I realized that I can just use a minecart to move one villager out, and that was when I remembered that our converted villagers have way better prices, so I brought Fred out next to become our bookshelf trader. Next up in line was Josh, and he was to become our stick trader, so I went off and crafted his fletching table and chucked it in front of him, but he just wasn't taking the job, the prick. I ended up taking a nap and discovered he'd taken the job, but of course he didn't have the stick trade, so I had to redo it and wait for his ass again to take the frickin' job. Okay, he finally ended up taking the job back, and he also had a very cheap stick trade, so I decided on chopping down every single tree on the platform to get as much wood as we frickin' possibly could, brother. I crafted up a bunch of sticks and sold them all to Josh, gaining 13 emeralds in profit. I then handed those emeralds over to Fred to get 4 bookshelves. I used those bookshelves to make a couple of lectins that we'd use for the rest of our villager trading halls. I also discovered a wandering trader that actually had a trade we could kind of use for once, some frickin' melon seeds, so I snagged them up. And this was honestly, I think the first ever time I've spared a wandering trader's life. On day 191, I decided to finally fully upgrade all of my armor into fully enchanted armor. After a little bit of hassle, we finally got every single villager into their trading hall spots, and now it was time for the grind of trying to get a good frickin' book at least. And well, a whole frickin' 6 days later, we still have no good books. This was a very arduous and boring process. On the final day, we finally got a book, Protection 4. We really don't even need it. Oh my god, dude. I'm that like tired and exhausted. I just didn't believe what I just saw. Every single one of these has the exact same trade. Bookshelf. An emerald. You can't make it up, dude. Holy crap. This has been the most painstaking experience I've ever endured in my whole freaking life, dude. I don't know, I've not gotten a single good book except for the Protection 4 that I just don't need, of course. The only good enchantment that I don't need. Oh my god, literally, the next cycle, we got looting 2. I can't believe it. We need 8 emeralds and a book. Oh my god, we're about to run out of time. I need to get this done now. Okay, we get one of these. We'll break it to get the books. How many emeralds did we need? 8. Bang. We got looting 2. Dude, yes. We just got looting 2. We're gonna go chuck that on. I mean, at least all of this wasn't for nothing. We ended up, you know, profiting with looting 2. Please tell me we have enough. You're kidding. You're kidding. I need 2 more levels. All right, there's no mobs spawning up here because we have too much light, I think. So I'm going into the mine to get some frickin' to get 2 levels, dude. All right, come on. 1 more kill, I think, and we'll be there. Bang. No. Bang. There we go. Level 11. 1 more boner for good luck. Let's get back up, enchant this book. Right, and bang. Looting 2. Yes. Actually, one of my, like, the most goated enchantments, I swear to God, dude. Okay, and that's gonna be it. It's time for the final sleep, and we have just successfully finished 200 days in an ocean-only world. I do apologize if I sound tired. I am like, yeah, I don't know, I've not been sleeping very good recently. But there we have it, dude. Oh my god, our area is looking so good. I love it. In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days in hardcore Minecraft while building the ultimate underground base. Now, I've made my fair share of underground bases with plenty of tutorials on my channel, but they quite literally pale in comparison to the bad boy I've got planned for the 100-day challenge. So honestly, let's just get straight into day number 1. Holy shit, we are in the game, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. What the fuck am I going on about, dude? Oh my god, I got to put my day counter on. There we go. We're officially on day bloody 1. Now, something actually beautiful about this is we're going to be able to get scaffolding right off the bat, which is going to make, well, actually, I don't think we're going to need it that much for what we're doing. I'll take it regardless. All right, and so the first step in our overarching goal of creating a ultimate underground base is going to be, of course, finding a suitable location. It needs to be somewhere specifically with a lower area that has like a steep cliff or mountain that leads to a much higher area. Something kind of like this, literally right in front of me here. But of course, before we can start even that, we need to, of course, get some of the essentials done. So first things bloody well first, I smacked around a couple logs off this tree and converted them into a wooden pickaxe that I took straight underground. After discovering and getting confused by packed mud, what is that? Where's the stone, brother? I broke my way through it and arrived at the stone, of which I hastily mined up. Returning to the surface, I began creating all the tools we'd need: a pickaxe, axe, shovel, and sword. Alright, we are locked and loaded, ready to go for a bit of it. No. Holy shit, dude, please don't start today. We're ready to go on a bit of an adventure, so I'm gonna cover this hole up. It's gonna make me upset leaving this tree floating here, but you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? I'm on a bit of a... Ooh, actually, holy crap, some food. Early game food. Give it to me, thank you. This is gonna be... this is an actual godsend. Some frickin' pork. Give me that. All right, I just wiped out a whole generation of this family of pigs. I cannot find my decrepit tree that I've half chopped down, so I might have to just start chopping down another one. And I'm gonna start a bit of a barbecue. I might get some charcoal going first. Makes the meat taste better. And also I can craft some torches. That'll be very useful. All right, the barbie is about to conclude. Bang, perfect. I'm gonna eat some of this up right frickin' now, actually. All right, we are fully satiated. It's time to go on an adventure, okay? Oh, actually, yes, we do need some of that sugar cane. I want to get a crap load of enchanting setup. Ooh, yeah, dog. Oh, I just saw a piece of iron. We're getting that. That's actually going to be freaking beautiful. There's coal there too. Oh my god, yes. Okay, at least we don't have to make any more freaking charcoal, because that would have been a pain in the ass, man. Okay, it's not much, but it'll do for now. Oh, actually, there's more. Okay, we're just going to get all this crap, man. Oh, okay. There's our first bogey. My kid has just walked in. Come on, mate. Out you get. Monster Hunter. Okay. I need to be very careful. These are the most dangerous Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's a creeper, James. Yep. We run away from those. You'll know all about them soon enough. He's already scared of him. You can hear him running. I simply just do not feel safe enough going... But I'm still going. Look at me. I'm going. Okay, no. We're leaving. I really do want the iron, but I also do not want to die. So we're gonna leave it to another time. The best thing that we can do starting out is just simply get a freaking bed, okay? I do not want to be out in the nighttime, especially when I don't have any armor or anything, and the sun is rapidly setting, so we need to find ourselves some sheep. Unfortunately, they are going to have to be executed for their wool, because I do not have shears. Well, I could make shears. I do have 2 iron, but I've got more important things I need to make with that. Oh, yes, right over there. Oh my god, I just got full goosebumps. Come here, boys. I'm so sorry, but your sacrifice is greatly appreciated. Frickin' beauty. It is time to get that bed crafted up quick, frickin' smart. Bang, there we go. And we're hitting the sack right straight off the bat. I do not want to deal with any mobs right now. Okay, we have now awoken on day frickin' 2. It is time to actually get started adventuring, okay? We're leaving this continent in search of some absolutely beautiful, tranquil lands, okay? I would really like a forest. I mean, it doesn't really matter what biome we build in, actually, because we're going straight underground, okay? I'm also going to be killing every single cow that I find, okay? I need to start stockpiling freaking leather for this enchanting table that I want to get set up. And the more cows we find on the way, the easier that's going to be. Bro, look at these fallen logs. This is so good. This actually isn't on the new update, you know? This is on 1.21. Thanks to the Blooming Biosphere mod. It's just so good, okay? I was contemplating playing this playthrough on 1.21.5, but all of my mods have not updated to that yet. So, yeah, I'm not doing that. Oh, look at that. We just found a village. Or not a village, but just a structure. I can't remember what mod it is, but it's one of them. And we got a librarian. Imagine. No, okay. See if we can find anything useful. Oh, some freaking starting food. I really do like red beds as well. I'm stealing all this guy's crap. Sorry, brother. Ooh, and look at that. We've got bookshelves and a lectern. Yep, that's mine. I'm sorry, mate, but I need these, eh? You don't. I do. Thanks, dickhead. Yep, you just lost. I just took this poor villager's job away from him. Sorry, mate. Let us continue on our frickin' journey out here, okay? I am definitely on the search for some iron at the moment. That would be absolutely beautiful not having to get, you know, down in the caves. Oh, we got a bit of an aquifer here. I'm gonna have to dive in. Okay, we've got good iron reserves down here. I'm gonna go ahead and make a bit of a door. We're going straight down. Oh, this is literally, I couldn't have asked for a better way to get some iron right here. I'm just glad we don't have to deal with the mobs, okay? That's freaking, oh, that's so good. All right, I'm gonna get all of the iron mined up that's in this cave down here, and I'll meet you guys back up at the surface. All right, we made it back out. We have, 17 iron. Dude, I'm literally, I swear I just heard a creeper footprint. I'm like shitting myself right now. I'm making as much freaking iron armor and tools as I can. Looks like our iron is just completed. I want to get, of course, a bit of a chest plate going. We're going to get a pickaxe and a sword as well, of course. Dude, look at us. We've already come so far on day 2. Look at us, dude. Holy crap. All right, let's pick up our little temporary workstation, and it is actually time to get started exploring, okay? At the end of day 2, basically. We need to find the absolute perfect location for this base. Something like that, but I don't know. I just want it in like a forest or something. I don't like a savanna biome. That's just me. I'm just a freak. Oh, look at all those cows to slaughter as well over there. Yes. You know, it'd be a cool feature if you start smacking one animal, then all of them starts running away. Actually, no, that wouldn't be cool. Please forget that I said that. Oh, okay, looks like it's actually going nighttime. Where's the bed? Where's the bed? Where's the bed? Day 3, here we are. Time is going by very quickly, and I really need to actually get started on this base because I have no idea how long it's going to take. We have a massive area we need to dig out for this thing, on top of getting all of the resources for it. Oh, there's like a bit of a watchtower over there. Let's go check that out. All right, do just need to do a bit of a drive-by on some cows over here real quick. All right, so here we are at this watchtower. I wonder what is going to be at the top. Oh, okay. So we got like a little base design up here. Please be juicy loot. Okay, we got more spuds at least, so we can plant some stuff. But that is about it. I'm gonna take this chest and this furnace, and I will take the bed too. Thanks, mate. Oh, we got a village over there. All right, that's actually pretty good. I wonder if... Ooh, we might have a bit of a spot as well. Okay, may have just found our location. That is definitely looking promising. Especially having some villages, we can probably set up some trades if I'm not too lazy or have enough time to actually do it. That would be pretty freaking sweet. Let's get over there and have a bit of a squiz. All right, honestly, this is looking absolutely perfect. I could choose to build either over there if I wanted to, or over there. It really does not matter, although I'm probably going to choose over here just because it's a little bit tidier of like a cliffside. But dude, we've got a full-on village literally right outside of where we can make a base. That, I couldn't have asked for a better freaking spot, man. Like, that's actually nuts. So I might just do a little bit of exploring in these villages. Oh, yes, look at that. We've got freaking bookshelves right off the bat, dude. And a lectern, so we can get some librarian villages going. Yes, dude, that is perfect. Fletcher villages for getting emeralds. Yes. We've even got cows in the vicinity as well, so we can start a bit of an animal farm. All right, well, yeah, honestly, I could not have asked for a freaking better spot. Like, this is actually just perfect. Like, look at how beautiful this spot is, dude. Ortho camera mod, I don't want to see one comment about it in the comments, okay? Look at this area. We're like in like this valley. Oh, that's so good. Look at it. It's beautiful. And this whole village is like on an island. Oh, dude. If you want the seed for this world, it's going to be in the description, okay? But yeah, quite literally, I think we just straight up start our underground base like right here. I want the opening to be just like facing this village. So like anywhere here is just going to be freaking perfect. There we have it. We have just quite literally started the entrance for our ultimate underground base. Here it is. Now I am going to say I do have some plans for this base. Like I did a little bit of pre-planning beforehand, just so I have a general idea of how I want it to be laid out. And yeah, we still have quite a long ways to go before we can actually get started on this, because we're going to have to dig out so much stone. Like it's probably going to cost 100 freaking iron pickaxes. So honestly, I don't even know if I want to get like enchanting set up before I actually start doing this. But yeah, so that's step 1 completed. The location has been found. Step 2 on my little list here is to basically make a base before the base, a bit of a starter base, of course. So I'm thinking I might as well just make this starter base where our actual base is going to go. I'll just start clearing out a little bit more of an area and we can use this temporarily, I guess. So let's get a bit of a door going here. We'll get some cobblestone around this, and I do want to beautify it a little bit. So I'm just going to use some stairs and slabs to make this look a little bit prettier. Maybe make it feel a bit more like a mine entrance type of deal. Yeah, something like that. A little bit of a cute entrance there. Slap a torch on. Perfect. Here is our starter base coming along very nicely. Maybe get some furnaces set up along here. Now the next thing I want to get started doing is some enchanting, and well, of course we do need to find some diamonds before we do that to actually enchant those tools. So I guess what we do next is get ready to get started on a bit of a mining expedition. So I've got some food cooking away. I think I might just go ahead and scour the cliff sides here for any iron that I can get my hands on, just so we're a little bit safer while we're down in the mines. Oh yes, look at that. That is beautiful. Okay, well, it looks like we've literally found a freaking place to start mining. I even see some dripstone down there. So I guess mining location has been found, although before we get down there, I do really want to get some iron armor going, just because I can feel it in my bones that I'm going to die like almost instantly. And I really don't want to have to restart because we've found like the absolute most perfect area I could have asked for, literally. I might go over to that side. Yeah, I can already see a couple little pieces of iron, and it looks like it's pretty safe to get over there too. Well, actually, it has just started going at nighttime once again. Let's head back to base and take a little bit of a snooze. Day freaking 4 already. Okay, I'm gonna take a bed with me. I might grab some of this food too. Let's scurry on over to the other side of this little canyon
and get freaking mining.
Yes, look at this stuff. Give it to me, please. 5? Oh, dude, it just couldn't be better. Look at all of this iron everywhere. We've got a creeper guarding some iron up here. We're gonna have to deal with this guy. Get away from me. You're gross. You stink. First creeper dealt with. Honestly, too freaking easy, mate. I probably shouldn't say that. I'm literally gonna get blown up any second. I can just feel it. All right, what do we got? 16 iron. That is pretty freaking good. I think it's time to get back to the base and we'll get started on our proper mining expedition after making some more iron armor. Okay, so I managed to get our full iron armor set, and I also just ended up making a spare iron pickaxe because, I don't know, I just feel like we're gonna need it. Okay, we've already got a boner and a freaking zombie. Okay, you know what? I'm super afraid that something's gonna come up behind us, so that's our ward right there. Get rid of those bastards. Okay, get rid of these last couple of zombies, and then we can jump in here. Oh, of course there's a creeper. Just yuck, bro. There's two. You're just feral. Bro, look at how deep this goes. Straight into a freaking water thing. I really want to get down to deep slate layer because we're pretty much just here for diamonds at this point now. Oh my god. Okay, we finally just hit deep slate. Of course, when the cave has pretty much ended. Oh, okay. We may have just hit the jackpot here. It looks like it does keep going down and into deep slate at that. I see a bit of an ominous glow. It's just glow lichen, of course. God damn it. Oh yes, look at that. We have just struck diamonds, gamers. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yes, look at this. Okay, we've got proper caveage to explore here. Oh, look at that. We've got another patch right there. Okay, please be more than one. Please be more than one. Yes, it's more than one for once in my life. Oh, that's so good. Whoa, we got freaking 3. Goosebumps just shot all the way up and down my legs and possibly up to my butt cheeks right now. We're upgrading straight to a diamond pickaxe. I'm not even bothering, okay? Oh, I thought that was a freaking skeleton's leg then, dude. That scared the crap out of me. Okay, please be more than one again. Oh, that's not a good sign. Come on, mongrel. Come on, mongrel. Nah, we're out of luck. Oh my god, look at this cave. Oh, I hear something. Oh my god. I was just talking about you little mongrel. Get out of it. No diamonds, which is a little bit worrying. Don't fucking skimp out on me, you little prick. Dude, why is there 4? There's 4 of them. Brother. Oh, he just uncovered diamonds for me, though. Okay, I'm happy. Honestly, the one time that I'm happy for a creeper to be in my life is when they uncover diamonds for me. And we got even more over here. Oh, it is so good. Let's get some more. There's more right here. 4. Goosebumps fully covering my whole body. Nipples. They've never been harder. 9 diamonds we have, and we have a diamond pickaxe already. All right, come on. Surely there's another patch of diamonds around here somewhere. I can smell them. Ooh, there it is. Literally, I called it. I can actually smell them. Okay, it was only another 2, but, you know, that's 2 diamond shovels right there. Not that we're going to probably need that many shovels. We're going to need more pickaxes, actually. Okay, it's literally that hot here that I've just had to turn my fan on, so I apologize if you can hear it. But literally, I'm sweating out of my ass cheeks right now. Like, look at this right now. I'm pretty sure you can... Yeah, look, that's out of my ass crack. You can see it. I'm sorry if you didn't want to see that, but it's just how it is. Like, I'm naked. I'm, like, in my underwear right now, and I've got the fan on. The aircon's going. Check that out. And I'm still sweating my ass off here. Oh, it's just ridiculous, brother. But on the bright side, we have just discovered another patch of diamonds up here. Oh, it's so good, man. 2, 3. Make that 3. 4. That is so good. We're at 16 diamonds. Honestly, I think we can scram. I think we can actually skedaddle the hell out of here. The only problem is I have no clue where I am or how to get back home. So I think what we may have to do is just simply dig back up to the surface and hopefully we can find our base. So I'm going to try and find the highest spot that we can start digging back at. And well, I'll probably I wish I could just speak English. I'll probably meet you back at the surface. I'm still on my way up, but dude, I just had to stop and admire how beautiful this place is. Like, just with the water up here, like, flowing down into this little lower portion. I just had to admire this location. All right, I'm gonna continue finding my way out of this freaking hellhole, okay? Oh my god, it is a beautiful sight to behold. The sunlight, yes. Although we are definitely going to be becoming underground gremlins and probably not seeing a lot of sunlight. So, we're gonna have to get used to it, all right? But it looks like we are back out. I was about to say I don't know where we are, but I think that's the watchtower we found earlier. Oh, there it is. Okay, so let's scurry along back home. Actually, I'm gonna have a snooze right now before mobs start spawning. Day 6, here we are. So I think the next course of action is going to be setting up our enchanting, because if I don't get enchanting, we're gonna be going through so many diamonds just to clear out the area for our base. And so a bit of an idea I have is maybe to just try and get lucky with the villagers and hope that we just get like the the enchanted books that we're wanting, you know? So I may just find a villager and kind of just corner him and force him to become a librarian until he gives me the books that we're after. So I need to find someone that doesn't have a job, some low life. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's kind of horrible. I mean, I don't even technically have a job, actually. I just do this, just make YouTube videos. Yeah. It's kind of it's kind of sad. Come on, where is a villager? I need some unemployed bum. Bro, this guy's spectacled out of his mind. I need someone, like, opposite of you. You couldn't be more employed with that spectacle hanging off your eye there. Look at all these blacksmiths just chilling. Holy crap. Cartographer, come inside. Yep. We're getting rid of your job and your monocle. You're now becoming... Yes. I know that these trades don't stay if I don't actually accept the trade fast enough. So, I'm actually going to make sure that I have enough emeralds to... trade with him first. So I'm gonna seal you back up in here. I'm gonna find a Fletcher. What I might do is I'm gonna chop down a bunch of these trees. I'm gonna find a Fletcher and start trading sticks to get some emeralds, okay? So God damn it. It's going to be worth making a diamond axe, isn't it? All right, there it is. Just bit the bullet diamond axe. Let's get started chopping. We're going to need a lot of wood in order to secure this book that we're wanting. I don't even know what I actually want. Probably like, ideally unbreaking and efficiency would be pretty good. And at that point, I don't know if we're just better off freaking getting a full enchanting setup ready. God's sake, dude. I don't know what to do, okay? I'm not a pro Minecraft gamer. I feel like this is going to be more efficient. So yeah, I'm going to continue chopping for a little while, maybe get a couple of stacks of wood, and I'll meet you guys on the other side. Alright, status report. I have just about 4 stacks and 23 logs. That does seem like quite a good amount, so I'm going to go ahead and try and find this Fletcher villager and do some trades with him. Okay, I have located the Fletcher's job site block, but I cannot find the man himself. So, I think what I might go ahead and do is try and get a little bit of like a trading hall kind of situated. So all of these blacksmith guys, sorry fellas, but you're not freaking needed, okay? But you are needed in terms of the fletching department. So, oh no! That would have been so good if I could have just got him right there. Okay, well, we got 2 in here. Let's seal these guys up. You know what? I probably should have made some freaking fence gates. Let me get some of those crafted. That way we can easily kind of come in and out of here. There it is. Okay, 32 sticks for 1 emerald. All right, let's craft up a bunch of sticks. And yes, sir. I'm going to go try and get a couple of pieces of flint to make another fletching table. So we can at least have 2 going. All right, so we've ended up with 39 emeralds here. I still feel like that may not be enough. Some of these trades do get pretty expensive. Yep, this is going to take a while. Yeah, we're probably going to be at it for a while. I was trying to get a second guy to come in here, but I think it is not the time of day for them to be accepting jobs, I guess. I was trying to lure like this guy over. Come on, mate. Oh, there we go. Okay, he's coming. Yes, we got him. Look at him. He wants to be employed so bad. Get in there. No. Get in there, please. Get out of the fucking way. Please just get in there. Please let me place a block. No.
Move out of the way, brother.
What is happening? Just piss off. No. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. Please, just get in the hole. Oh, I can't believe it. Just seal it all off, seal it off, seal it off. Everyone has to get in the way at the perfect time. You are joking me. I'm actually getting steamed right now. You need to get your scrawny ass in here, dickhead. I just cannot deal with it right now. Thank you. Now it is time for you to get in here. Yes. Wow, that was actually quite a pain in the ass. But I'm glad it's all over. Okay, now it is time to start the process of trying to get efficiency and unbreaking. That is the two enchantments we're wanting, you know, in an ideal world here. Hopefully they're not both dead by the time, you know, you guys see me again. But I will be back. Okay, I've just discovered something pretty interesting. Look at that. We just got mending. The only thing is I don't know how useful this is to us, you know, in at least these first 100 days. So I can just repair our tools with diamonds and stuff, man. I mean, it's going to be a pain in the ass getting another villager in here, but we may as well just take mending while we have it. So he is now stuck with mending. So we can get him locked in there like that, and then we'll just continue. Oh, you're joking me. Fortune 3. We're getting the enchantments that are really good, but ones that I don't need right now. That is so good. I think by the time I get the emeralds, this is probably going to be gone. Give me a second. I'm going to get some more emeralds, and we'll see what happens. Okay, we actually managed to make it back in time before this re-rolled. So we now have a Fortune 3 trader. Oh my god, we've got some good books, but just not the ones we need right now, which is actually kind of frustrating. So we're now going to wedge you in here. No, you heard what I said. Get your fucking ass in there, dickhead. Come on, mate. Yep, thank you. Well, I may as well just leave these guys here, and I will go and try and get 2 more villagers to actually get the books that we need. Okay, we got 1 bloke in here, actually. That's pretty good. Okay, 2nd villager. Secured. Yes. Perfect. Oh my god, we just got another Fortune 3 guy. We're getting so lucky for the enchantments we just don't actually freaking need, dude. We are locked and loaded, ready to get started, trying to get efficiency and unbreaking, okay? Alright, there's a little bit of a problem. So I've rounded up pretty much, I'm pretty sure, the last 2 villagers in this entire village. The only problem is they both already have jobs. See, we have a cartographer and a farmer. They both came from over here, and I've removed both the cartography table and all of the composters, and they still have their jobs. I have not traded with them at all. There's no reason why they should still both have their jobs. Oh god, dude, it's just ridiculous at this point. Like, anything that could be annoying is being annoying. On the upside, we have managed to score Unbreaking 3 along with Looting 3, which is, you know, the whole reason why I needed to get another 2 frickin' traders. And it's taken quite a while to get to this point. Bro, get back in the water. What are you doing? Oh. Sorry, dickhead. So yeah, I'm in a little bit of a pickle at the moment. I do not know how to get rid of these guys' jobs. Oh my god, I was literally just looking it up, and they both just reverted back to regular-ass fucking men. Okay, we are in the goddamn green, gamers. Look at this. Oh, I couldn't be happier. I could not be happier in this moment. The only thing that would make me happier is if this guy just came in here and sorted his shit out, honestly. Get your little butt in here, mate. Come on. Okay, we are absolutely golden. It's time to get our freak on. Let's... Okay, and you're not taking the job. Of course you wouldn't be. We're now on the last desperate stretch to get frickin' efficiency 5, okay? Well, once again, I will be back once we have our frickin', our beautiful efficiency 5, man. Oh, dude, I'm just losing it. I've not even seen, like, efficiency 1. Like, I would be happy if I could just see it. Bless my screen with just efficiency 1 at least. Not that I'm gonna take it. Like, I'm only gonna get efficiency 5, but man... This has been the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. You know, watching my wife give birth, like not being able to help. Like, this is worse than that. Like, and I hope one day I'll be able to see efficiency 5. Bro, literally like 10 trades later. Oh my god. It is, you have no idea how tempting that is. Oh, what do I do? Literally already wasted, like, I don't know how long I've been doing this for, like 10 days. Like, I don't know how much of a difference it's gonna make between 4 and 5, but nah. I'm determined. I really hope I'm not going to regret that decision, dude. Oh, man. Dude, the game is literally teasing me at this point. Look at this. Efficiency 4 and efficiency... Bro, come on, dude. I'm so determined to get efficiency 5. Like, I don't care how long it takes. Oh, my fucking god. Look at it. Oh, we finally... That took way too long, literally. The next efficiency 4 I was going to see, I was literally going to get it because we're at day 20 freaking 2 out here. We're at day 22. And I've finally just got every single book that we need. My kid's hanging off my chair right now. So, dude, I'm free. I can finally leave. Oh, it's so good. Okay, now I need to get enough levels to chuck all of this crap onto my stuff. Hopefully 29 levels is going to be enough. But I actually did spot this weird little chest up here. Where is it? Over here. Let's take a look. Bang. So we got a bunch of food, a bunch of torches, and a bunch of iron as well, which is going to be pretty good. Now, I'm kind of like praying at this point that I have enough iron to make an anvil. I think I do. We should be good. So I'm going to start the great smelt of iron, and I will see you guys once this is all done. Okay, anvil is created. I don't know where I'm gonna put this, because if I put it in there, I'm literally just gonna remove it straight away, because I'm gonna start just digging out the base. But here we go. Bang. Let's chuck that in. Efficiency 5. Perfect. Next, we want unbreaking. You absolute beauty. Then we'll chuck mending on. That's so good. And then fortune 3, because why not? That is all of my levels gone now. But now what we can do is start digging out our base with haste, okay? This is going to be so much quicker and easier. And literally, I feel like we probably still wouldn't be done by now. If I'd started just on like day 8 or whatever before I did all this, actually, we probably would be done. But I don't think we'd have any diamonds left. So now, you know, we got diamonds. I'm trying to justify all this time I just spent doing that. Yeah. All right, what I'm going to have to do is start moving all of this crap out of here, because this is going to be cleared out to become the entryway into the base. I'm just going to literally just make this random house my little temporary base now. I honestly actually have no idea how long this is going to take to dig. So I'm probably gonna, I don't know, I'll just get started. We'll get a time lapse going and we'll just see what happens. So yeah, it ended up taking a very long time to get all this done, even with a maxed out pickaxe. While digging this, I did think like, what if instead I'd made an iron farm and made a beacon with haste instead? But honestly, I think this was the best option. Having Fortune 3 as well would make getting diamonds way easier in the future too. And so as you can see, as I was digging out the area for the base, I was placing where I wanted each pillar for the interior to be, which helped out greatly in figuring out how much to actually excavate. All right, that took an ungodly amount of time, but here it is. Our base is fully excavated and ready to be built. Yeah, this took a lot of back and forth, especially with repairing this pickaxe. Like, I'm really glad we got mending because I would not have been able to, you know, get this done otherwise in this amount of time, literally. But yeah, this is the full size and layout that I went with for the base as well. So you can see we have like a bit of a ring around the entirety of our excavated area here. All of these pillars are going to be extended up to the ceiling and we're going to have 2 floors in total in like this big donut shape around the entire thing. And well, this is going to definitely cost a lot of logs. I've got 2 stacks on me right now, but even that is probably not going to be anywhere near enough. And then I have a lot of ideas for like kind of designs and little details that I want to get scattered throughout this as well as all of the actual little interior like stuff that we're going to put in here is definitely going to take a very long time to get done. So what I think I might do is just get started with another very quick time lapse of me filling out all of these pillars and then we'll get, you know, we'll jump back in. So yeah, let's get to it. Now, if I told you this ended up taking over 100 stacks of oak logs, would you believe me? Well, you shouldn't, because it actually took only 11 stacks, which is still pretty insane. Like, I thought I could get maybe 4 stacks and be freaking done with it. Okay, and here it is. Here is the layout of the base, the foundations, if you will. I, of course, do need to fill out every single one of these sections with some freaking oak slabs here, so we can actually walk along the 2nd floor, which, once again, is going to take a lot of wood, and I probably should have just included this in the time lapse that I was already doing. Now, we have hit a bit of a problem. I'm about to run out of food. I mean, I do have apples and stuff, but man, I don't want to live off that. It's just sad, okay? But I think what I actually want to just do real quick is get a little bit of a cow farm situated, just temporarily. I do actually want to get one set up in here, but for now, at least, just so we can get some food going, I think I will set up a bit of a temporary farm. I also do need to get a bit of a crop farm going too, so we can actually breed them. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe just dig out a little section here and convert this into a bit of a paddock for some cows. It's a little bit of a cruel sized paddock. Like, we definitely could have made this thing a bit bigger. That's gonna do for now. Again, it is only temporary. Now I need to go find where all these freaking cows are, and I hope, okay, they have not migrated out of the lands yet. So I'm gonna grab all these guys and I'll meet you guys back up at the farm. Okay, all of our gremlins have just arrived. Come on, mate, get in there. Doing freaking parkour along the goddamn fence. Let's start the breeding process. Unfortunately, only 2 of you guys are going to be able to breed. Give them some freaking privacy. There we go. Yes, we got a little baby. I think I will also get started on a little bit of a crop farm just because, actually, no, I've got an even better idea. Let's just go steal from the local frickin' village here. I'm sure they've got plenty of hay bales for us to yoink. Yep, there's a couple over there. Oh yeah, check that out. We're going to be able to breed even more of you guys. There we go. Ready for love. Okay, so I'm going to maintain this farm while I continue building this base. I just need to fill out all of these with some frickin', you know, slabs. Also, if you're wondering why I've left a gap here, it's because I plan on adding a little bit of a ladder there, okay? All right, now also, when it comes to the detailing, we definitely need to figure out a way to, you know, just kind of accentuate all of these pillars, because right now it's just very blocky and plain. So I am thinking we could definitely probably get some of this kind of stuff going with, you know, some stairs under here just kind of accentuates the, you know, I don't know what I'm fucking saying right now, dude. Maybe under this to get that arch even smoother, we could get a little bit of a couple of trapdoors as well. Dude, I've just forgotten the names of everything. It's just kind of sad. We can get a bit of an arch going here as well. I might even chuck a lantern. Dude, it's just, today is just not my day, okay? I don't know what's going on with me. Chuck a lantern there in that arch, and I think to continue that, we will get arches just added in every single section, pretty much exactly like this, and these will give us a nice little spot here to add a lantern too. I also do want to add lanterns back there, so we're gonna have a lot of this. Yeah, this base is gonna be very lantern heavy, but it's definitely needed because of how dark it is, especially once I remove all of these freaking torches everywhere. So that's kind of the detail idea for this bottom half, but when it comes to the top half, I feel like we need something like in between the these pillars. So maybe let's get something like this going. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna look nice. And up there we could add some of our fences. I just knew we were gonna use these, so I made sure to craft some. Maybe let's get fences on kind of these points and fence gates on those points. Something a little bit like that. We need to get this corner built actually. Yeah, it'll end up looking like that around the entire kind of base. I think that is gonna look freaking super sweet. We also will repeat this exact same thing up at the very top as well. Man, this is gonna take a lot more wood. Oh my god. I think the most, like the thing I've been doing the most in this world so far is just chopping freaking trees, man. As much as I love oak wood, it is a massive pain in the ass chopping it down because every tree has like at most like 4 pieces of freaking wood in it. That's what I really miss about spruce. You know, I'm a recovering spruce addict. The thing I miss most about it is the trees. You know, you can make those 2x2 sapling trees. You get like 2 stacks out of one of those and it takes like 2 minutes to chop. God, I wish you could do that for oak trees, eh? Because this... Holy crap, this sucks. Oh, what the hell? Okay, that sounded so... It sounded like it was in front of me, behind me, and then it was actually, like, to my right. There's another one. Get out of it, you mongrel bastard. Actually, I need that XP. No, I hit the B. God, I'm sorry, brother. I need to get that XP into my freaking pickaxe, dude. It's about to break. God damn it, these bees. Okay, now I'm out of food. I'm actually about to perish. Oh my god! Dude, because I'm pretty sure on hardcore, like, poison actually kills you or something, doesn't it? That was close. I don't know if that's actually true. Don't quote me there. But actually, no, I think it's hunger that can kill you. If you run out of hunger, you can actually die from it. Okay, yeah, just forget what I said. So yeah, I'm going to have to go between chopping, crafting, and placing all of these details around the entirety of the base, as well as, of course, getting the floor built in, like, pretty much everywhere as well. I mean, this is the price you got to pay to make the ultimate underground base, okay? It's not an easy feat, man. There's sacrifices that need to be made, okay? Like, I'm already out of trapdoors and slabs. Like, oh man, it's not gonna be good. Okay, I'm gonna get started once again on another bit of a time lapse. We're gonna hopefully get all of this completed. So, yeah, let's get to it. So first and foremost, I worked on filling out the ceiling of every single section on top of getting the slabs and trapdoors placed where the fences would be situated, and then placed those fences and fence gates on. After that, I continued adding every arch and lantern under all the pillars to complete the details for the base. Okay, I've just been doing a little bit of mining after finishing the base because I've been wanting to, you know, kind of get my pickaxe a little bit revived here. And also I do need more iron. So I've just been exploring and, well, I just came across something up here. Yeah, look at that. We have got a little bit of a dungeon here. Oh my god, okay, we've got skellies. My least favorite mob of all. Actually, no, creepers are my least favorite. Let's chuck a freaking lantern in there so they stop spawning for a minute. But this is very interesting because I'm pretty sure this is pretty close to my base. Okay, what is this bloke doing? Okay, you just had to, didn't you? So if I can somehow link this up to, like, with a pathway to my base, we can get some really easy levels here. Really, you want more? I can get that for you. Sorry guys, James wants more. So yeah, I'm going to save the coordinates of this place, save the coordinates of my base, and try and link them up with a bit of a pathway, which would be, like, super sweet, dude. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Why did I remove that? Oh, shit. Block that. Ah! Dude, I've got full goosebumps. Give me the salmon. Give me the salmon. Give me the salmon. Holy shit, dude. Why did I remove that lantern? That was literally, I'm pretty sure one arrow there would have killed me. One more arrow. I would have carked it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Dada's on the brink of death right now. Oh my god. Get out of it. I need to put this in my offhand because I need the freaking levels. Oh, your enchanted bow hurts, brother. Oh, okay. That was also very close. Okay, I'm going to go refill James's water bottle here. He's tangled up in my curtain. And do the other things I mentioned. So, I'll be back. Okay. Like, the worst thing about the cave sounds and them being creepy is, like, they come from a specific place. Like, it's not just audio all around your ears. Like, that one was to the right. That would literally, it came from down there. Okay. That just, like, it just gives me full shivers, full goosebumps everywhere. But literally, you just have to see, my base should be quite literally right on the other side of this somewhere. Okay, it should be, yeah, here it is. It's just up here. Literally, like, that's how close my spawner is to the base. Like, that is actually, like, crazy good. So what I want to do is maybe have it come from this. Yeah, essentially, I just want to make a path from here that pretty much goes all the way down to the spawner. And yeah, so there we have it. The spawner is right here, and all I'm going to do is just literally run just up here, and, like, that is actually nuts how close that is to the base. Like, it's just right there. But yeah, that quite literally just instantly solves my freaking XP problem with trying to get this leveled up. But yeah, so back up at the base, here is how we are looking. We've got every single detail added in. I'm starting to feel like it's too much detail. Like, we have a lot of trapdoors in this bad boy, but that's okay. This thing's meant to be extravagant, okay? And well, it's pretty much time to just start adding in all of our various little things that we want to add throughout our base, basically. With the first thing I really want to get done being some storage. Oh my god, is the storage pissing me off in this freaking little house, dude. Like, look at this thing, okay? We've got a full chest here. 3 basically full chests just full of crap from the stupid mining. Like, I'm ready to get that crap upgraded right now. And well, once again, I do not have any wood, so I'm gonna have to go I'm gonna have to go chop down even more trees. Also, here's how our cows are coming along. They're going pretty good. I'm just gonna let them grow until I run out of my cooked salmon stockpile that I got from that chest. I'm gonna get started chopping a bunch more trees once again, and I'll be back once that's done. Okay, I am back. It is officially day 50. We have hit the halfway point, which is kind of crazy, and this is where we're at with our base. Yeah, it's honestly, it's kind of sad, but it is finally time to start getting this bad boy filled out with crap. First of all, frickin' storage, man, I need it. And so actually, I've just realized this top row of chests is going to get a little bit messed up because of this log here and these stone blocks. And so in order to fix that, what I'm going to do is actually grab some stairs. I'm going to replace this log, and instead I'm going to put some stairs exactly like that. I'm going to put some frickin' slabs here too. And that way, when we add our chests along the top, it's going to look like it's a full block from outside, but you can actually still open the chest as well, which is just perfect. And so essentially, I'm just going to fill this entire frickin' wall up here with chests, and bang, look at that. That is beautiful. And now, honestly, just so this area is nice and symmetrical, I kind of want to repeat that exact same thing in all of these sections. I mean, I don't think I'm going to even use all of the storage in this wall. Actually, what I might do, just for a little bit more aesthetic, maybe we could do a wall kind of like this, like a checkered pattern with barrels. We could do the same over on this side, and then just repeat the chests over here. And that way I can put like a bunch of random decorations in here, like log piles, lanterns, and all random stuff like that. I also do need to add all lanterns in the ceilings. The only problem is I have run completely out of iron. I've only got, yeah, 12 left here. But I definitely do want to just freaking cram these bad boys full to the brim of crap because, yeah, my inventory is basically completely full. Now over here, oh, okay, yeah, see, this is why I need to get lighting situated, because I'm getting boners spawning in my frickin' house, man. It's not good. So next up in line, I want to get some smelting situated, and I feel like an interesting layout could be something like this, and then maybe we could even replace the back here with some more barrels just because we can. Yeah, that is looking pretty cool. And maybe what we could even do, grab some slabs and some trapdoors. We can add a little shelf kind of like this, holding up those top furnaces, and then of course we can get some details on top of here once I, you know, go and collect some of them. That is a really cool looking furnace area. I'm going to do the same thing over on this side. But yeah, so that's the furnace wall done, and then I do definitely want to get maybe some blast furnaces and then some smokers. Now, once again, I don't have enough iron to make any blast furnaces, of which I probably want to go there, but I did make some smokers. Once again, I will get the same layout going just to get that consistency. Or I don't know, should we make this one different from the furnaces? Maybe we should just actually make these different, just for something a little bit more unique feeling. All right, well, my idea for the smoker room is maybe to make it a little bit more loose kind of feeling and have, yeah, see, the problem is we still need to incorporate all of the smokers, which is going to be a little bit difficult. Like, I want to have 8 at least. Not that I'm ever going to use all of them at the same time, but I feel like having like a log pile on the side with some extinguished campfires would be like just a really cool little detail of, like, you know, the fuel that's used in the smokers. But now the problem is, where do we put the rest of the smokers? I know I could add 3 up there, but I kind of want it to feel like a, I don't know, just a roughly put together kind of thing. So maybe what we could do is take a chunk out of the wall back here. I don't know, it's kind of weird, but I don't know. maybe it can look cool. Let's get a lantern there. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that looks pretty cool. We just got like a nice area, like kind of just chucked together. And that gives us a kind of nice framework to use as well for our blast furnaces. Like maybe we can do a similar thing, but have like ore pile on the side. Once again, we will get to the blast furnaces once I get more iron. I need to do another big mining trip. But also back here, I felt was a really good spot for a bit of a crafting area. I was originally going to put this somewhere else, but having it between the furnaces and the storage, I think is just going to be perfect. So I'm going to chuck our anvil here too. And once I get like a grindstone and like a stone cutter, I can chuck them in here as well. Okay, I've now officially moved out of my crappy little shack above the ground, and we are now officially underground goblins. Everything has been moved and sorted into all of these chests. It's beautiful. The next thing that I need to get sorted is my bedroom, okay? So I want that to be right up here. The only problem is I have only 2 red beds. And, well, actually, yeah, I was thinking that I'm gonna have to go find some red dye and make some red beds, but actually there's probably gonna be some maybe in this village, because I'm pretty sure that's where I got the first 2 from. Okay, well, I've searched 3 houses in total and I haven't found one, so I'm just gonna go do it the way that I wanted to anyway. Oh, dude, look at that. I'm already optimizing my, like, base. Like how I come into my base, I can just go through here. That's so good, brother. All right, first things first, we're definitely going to need some shears to shear these goddamn sheep, okay? Bang. Next, I need to go, well, locate some sheep and also some kind of red flower. Maybe a bit of a red tulip, maybe even like a poppy or something like that would be pretty good. Oh, no, I think that's orange or yellow. Never mind that. I really had thought that we had just located it straight off the bat. Oh, never mind. There we go. That's red. That's some red freaking flowers if I've ever seen them. Bang. Red tulip. That's the highest quality red shit that you can get right there. The last thing that we're going to need is some sheep, of course. And there's one over there. Oh, actually, I know how to make this even more efficient. We didn't even need to find all these because you can, of course, just dye the sheep and then shear it that way. And that's going to be way more efficient because for some reason those sheep regrow their wool as red. So it's like dyeing their actual hair follicles, you know? I don't know what I'm talking about right now, dude. Bang. Shear ya. Yep. So that makes 1 dye basically make 2 wool. How good's that? Now, the only annoying thing is it seems like that sheep is a freaking lone wanderer. Now, this is going to take way too long. I'm going to have to go find a big freaking stinking herd of these bastards. Give me a minute and I'll be back in a second. Okay, small update. I have not made it far. That's our area right there. I haven't found any sheep or anything, but there's literally another village right there. Oh, there's a sheep too. Yes. Okay, that actually gives me a reason to go over and explore that. Yes, come here, dickhead. Bang. There's another, well, 2 red wool, okay. This is turning out to be actually a really big pain in the butt. Okay, we got another sheep. Dude, why do these zombies have such a freaking massive, like, view distance? It's just ridiculous. Like, I just ran past this entrance, and there's, like, 8 of them coming out at me, dude. Oh, no! That's not good at all. Oh, if he hits me, I'm fucked. Oh, my fucking God. That was way too... Ooh, there's another one coming. Get me out of here. Use the red wool. I don't give a shit. Jesus Christ. Get me out of here. I do not want to be anywhere near this cave anymore. Okay, legit, after hearing how noisy these frickin' bastards are out here, I'm having second thoughts about putting them in my base. So that might not happen anymore, but here is our red bed added in. I've also just gone and grabbed a couple of other things, like some barrels, of course, of which I think might look cool stretched all the way up to the top here. As for our red carpet, let's surround these bad boys like so. I also went ahead and grabbed some leaves. I grabbed a whole stack just to place those 3. I also want these to be maybe held up like that. That looks pretty good. Now the only question is, where the hell do we put a lantern other than up there? Oh, actually another idea that I had is I want to put a crafting table in here just for when I come in and I just want to quickly craft something. Bang, there it is. That's also why I've put the bed right here, just so I can quickly go to sleep and then go back out if I want to, if I'm not using the bed on me for some reason as well. And well, as for that lantern I wanted to add, maybe we could actually just have a little bit of an island kind of thing over here to take up the floor space. We could chuck a lantern right on there as well. Perfect. And I think I will also just cover this in signs just so it looks more like a, I don't know, one contained thing instead of 3 separate things. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool. Sweet as. Okay, before I continue with the base building, I think the next thing we really need to take care of is just getting some more iron. Right now we have 10 ingots to our name. I have an ungodly amount of coal because I've just been mining all of it to level up my freaking diamond pickaxe. Also, some more diamonds would be pretty freaking sweet. You know, some full diamond armor would go a long way, eh? So I'm gonna do some mining. I've just noticed I actually don't really have enough food to do that. So I'm gonna go breed my cows and slaughter some of them. G'day, fellas. Let's get you all bred up. Okay, now I'm just gonna, yep, just gonna slice a couple of yous up. Sorry, guys. It is getting a little bit crowded in here as it is. Oh, I should put looting on this, man. Why don't I put looting on this sword? We would have just gotten like probably 30 beef then. We're stocked up and ready to go for a little bit of a mining adventure, okay? I want to just find somewhere that has a crap load of freaking iron in it, dude. I just want to stumble across like a big, basically that, but in the ground, just full of freaking iron, dude. That would be perfect. So I'm going to go for a bit of a wander, and I'll report back to you guys, hopefully when I've found something interesting. All right, I found a little bit of an interesting formation here. So we've got like a kind of weird entrance into a cave, and it gets really thin here. Looks like we can still just kind of squeeze our way through. We've got some dripstone and stuff around the place. I'm not seeing any goddamn iron, and I'm getting shot at by a boner. Oh, there he is, that freaking hurt. Now, please just open up into like a massive, just a huge cave. Nah, that's it. That's all there is. Not even a single piece of iron in sight either. Well, that's a bit disappointing. Oh, finally, I've found something. I've literally done a full circle all the way up around here and back down. And I've finally discovered, of course there's 2 creepers in there and no iron that I can see. That's perfect. Okay, there's 2 bits of iron. Holy snapping dog shit. Ooh! What the silverfish? What the hell? What the hell are these guys doing here? Does that mean the stronghold's close or what? I've never seen just random infested stone. That is the weirdest thing ever, actually. Okay, I've made my way down to the bottom of this stinky cave down here. Looks like we got a little bit of iron to kind of spelunk and grab here. We've also got a couple of spiders and creepers, of course. Big surprise there. I really should be doing this with my freaking pickaxe in the offhand, eh? We do have that skeleton spawner back at home, but in the meantime, it does not hurt to at least get a couple of levels in this bad boy. Dude, it's so scary, like, committing to fighting a creeper because, you know, if for some reason that thing doesn't die in 2 whacks, you're basically screwed. Oh, and of course, there's just always... See, like that! Sometimes they just take more than 2 hits. It's just ridiculous. Like, literally, you just can't commit to a creeper fight. So you have to do it like a pussy. Gobble up all of the freaking iron that we can absolutely find here. I've already got 43, which is kind of nuts.
Ooh, that's not good.
That's not good. Holy shit. Literally, if there was a... Okay, there is skeletons over there. Hopefully, I've broken those guys off. Yes, okay. That was way too close for comfort. Literally... Oh my god. I really need to get diamond armor, dude. Okay, it looks like this might be the end of the cave. We are doing pretty well in terms of iron. We've got a stack and a half. I would still like more. There's actually one up here. Let me get this. Thanks, mate. But yeah, we've hit the end of the line there, but we have found a bit of a deeper section. Well, I'm kind of hoping this just goes all the way down to deep slate and we find like 100 diamonds. Oh, that is a very good sign. That's actually deep slate 2. We may have just hit the jackpot. I can't see any diamonds yet, but man, I am praying that there's going to be some... I am praying that there's going to be diamonds down there, dude, because... There's one. Yes, okay, that's good. Yeah, we're doing pretty good for iron now. I've got 3 stacks plus 8 of it. So this cave did turn out to be pretty good for the old iron. And hopefully this is where all the diamonds are, you know, hiding. I mean, it's not looking amazing. I'm only seeing this patch so far. Oh my god, I need some doors. Give me a second. Bro, what is going on down here? There's just a regular ass zombie just swimming around in here, dude. What is he doing? Why are you down here? Just get out of it. Ooh, okay. Diamonds, please. Yes, more than 1. If we actually... What is that? Dude, from here to me, that looks like tin or something. Like, that doesn't even look like diamonds. That's so weird. But, wait. Oh, it's iron. What? That is... You're telling me that is iron. That literally looks... That looks... I don't know. That's just so weird to me. I literally thought that was diamonds then, but... Yeah, okay. That's very weird. Oh, my... I just can't catch a break, no matter what I'm doing. Skeletons are always there waiting for you. But yeah, I've just finished scouring this place to find no more diamonds, which is definitely quite unfortunate. What is also quite crap is that I am steadily running out of food. I probably should have brought more with me. So I may have to leave this cave, go restock, and start again, probably in a different cave in hopes of finding more diamonds, basically. We're doing pretty good for iron, although I'm still definitely going to just... God, if I can move! What is happening? Like, dude, what is going on? What is that? What the... I'm so, like, confused right now. Like, there's just so many different things happening. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. My kid's going crazy. Like, he's screaming. Like, I just don't know what's happening. There's just Skeletons. I may have hit the point where I need to take a break from playing this game. Yeah. Dude, no matter what... What is going on? I seriously... There's just so much crap happening right now. I'm like sensory overload. Okay, just take me out, please. Take me out of here. These little bastards, dude. They're always in packs as well. Look at them. There's always minimum 4 of these in a pack, and they're just so hard to hit. And they do so much damage. Oh, and there's just skeletons. Okay, I've surpassed, like, confused. Now I'm just pissed off. And I don't know how to get out of here. Oh, okay. I've managed to get out. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is head home. I'm going to restock on food. I'm going to depot all of these items. And then I'm going to start, you know, a new adventure, I guess, in search of some diamonds. So I'm going to meet you guys, hopefully, at a brand spanking new massive open cave that goes all the way down to Deep Slate with 100 diamonds visible. After quite a bit of exploring, I stumbled across this little inconspicuous cave entrance that wasn't looking promising until, yeah, this bad boy opened up to quite literally exactly what I was searching for. Now, getting down was looking like quite a challenge, so I instead opted to head home and grab a simple water bucket instead. Returning to the cave, I placed down the water and hopped on down, realizing the water would turn the lava to obsidian, reminding me that I actually needed to grab a whole heap of it. I then went on to admire the formations of the cave, but little did I realize this was the calm before the storm. A war was about to break loose, and I was greatly outnumbered. The first assailant, a simple boner of which I took down with ease. A second sniper began taking fire while a bomber attempted to flank my 6, which absolutely did not work for them. Next in line was a melee warrior accompanied by a sniper, which was quite late to fire, which I took great advantage of. I made a short retreat while taking fire in an attempt to eat some pork, and then returned to battle, taking down a skelly, zombie, and another skelly. There was no time to rest as another sniper and zombie was storming my position, and I took a few hits because I don't know what I was doing, some weird mouse movement stuff. After eating another pork chop, I then defeated one more zombie to finally get a rest and mine some frickin' iron. I could, however, hear some rickety bones close by, and after waiting, got ambushed by a skelly taking advantage of me dropping my guard. It was no match though, as I hastily chopped his bony head off. Okay, and it seemed like that was it for now. World War I was over and it was time to begin the great mining of iron. After exhausting the local iron deposits, I decided to take a peek and head down deeper into the mine, of which I'd spotted the exact thing I was after, frickin' diamonds, mate. I jumped off, of course completing a full 360 and landed safely in the 10cm high water puddle. I then scurried around like a little loot goblin, mining up every single sparkly diamond I could get my grubby mitts on. But that was just when World War II was commencing. Sniper fire rang out from the high ground. I couldn't get close because of the alternating fire. Making a quick retreat to heal up, I did some scouting of the troops, deciding to first take out the melee and sniper platoon to the right, and after taking them down, the sniper on the left began taking fire, and I began taking him down. The final sniper did now appear to have reinforcements along with some sick boots that didn't save him at all. The final sniper did, however, have a full suit of gold armor, of which he, of course, took a few more hits to kill. I then began finishing off the stragglers of the war, first taking out an enemy bomber, followed by a sniper. I was now left to collect my spoils of the war, a whole crapload more of diamonds, of which I desperately needed. Now on day 62, I emerged from the cave victorious and made my way back home. Returning home, I sorted out my haul, admiring the 59 diamonds we now had, as well as all the iron too, which was just perfect, mate. I then just got straight into building the blast furnace area of our base, opting for a similar random style placement like the smokers, as if a chunk of some random mine interior was taken out and placed right here in my base. And well, I think it turned out pretty frickin' cool. Next up, it was time to tackle the spawner we'd found earlier and transform it into a bit of an XP farm. So firstly, I began expanding the size of the room to allow for more skellies to spawn, as well as doing the same for the roof and floor. Once the floor was fully excavated, I placed down some water to push the skellies to the front, with another water channel taking them down into the torture chamber, where they'd be crammed together to then be slowly stabbed to death by my sword for their precious sweet XP. Sorry, I just got a bit carried away there. I then retreated down to the torture chamber to make sure everything was working as intended, of which it was. Except I was taking a couple of hits here and there, so I decided to add a couple extra slabs here. And now it was time to begin the process of going AFK for 10 minutes, coming back and slapping the skellies around until I get enough XP. After achieving level 33 and fully repairing my pickaxe, I emerged from the spawner, now determined to create the enchanting area. I took all the leather and paper I had to my name and managed to craft up 8 bookshelves in total. I then headed outside to the sugarcane I'd planted a very long time ago and began harvesting. Returning home, I combined the paper with all the leather I had, which got us 22 books, of which then got us 7 bookshelves, which got us 15 bookshelves in total, which was going to be enough enough to get to level 30. I then crafted up the enchanting table and made my way up to the section right beside my bed and began placing everything down. With everything placed, I did confirm, yes, we're at the max level, hell yeah. And now I just took my diamonds and began crafting a bunch of random stuff like a new sword, new axe, and an entire set of diamond armor. At level 33, I could enchant 2 of these items, first of which was the sword, which was honestly pretty good. Next up was the axe, yeah, no unbreaking, but everything else was looking pretty good. Remembering I'd had that looting book, I raced down and grabbed it, along with combining it with my sword. Now it was time to get back to building, with this next section needing some spruce wood, so it was time to go on a bit of an adventure. And after a whole bunch of wandering around, I'd finally found some freaking spruce trees, of which I chopped down, along with making sure to collect a whole bunch of saplings. Returning back home, it was now time to start building the first interior crop farm just next to the stairs. I'd needed the spruce wood to make trapdoors, which were a lot better of a cover than oak ones on account of all the holes in them. I then moved down to the bottom of the base and added 3 more crop farms in here, mainly just for a bit of life and vibrance. My next project was gonna need some gold, so I made my way back to the giant cave and jumped down in search of some. After a bit of perusing around, I found 1 vein of gold and mined it up and went home. And so this gold was actually used to make some powered rails, of which would be used as a way to get to and fro the spawner even quicker. I did want to pretty up the entrance down to the spawner, so I added a nice little arch and decided to widen the entrance along with adding some upside down stone stairs here for a bit of a nicer look. Finishing off the other end of the track, I then decided to AFK at the spawner again for a little while in order to get back up to level 33. With those levels, I enchanted my chestplate, getting some decent enchants along with my legs, again, not too bad. I then decided it was time to move all our villagers down into the base, which was going to be quite a time-consuming process on account of how much of a pain in the ass they are to frickin' move. So I ended up setting up a massive railway system that started directly at my base and would lead all the way to the villages themselves. This was honestly pretty easy to set up and execute, mainly just taking a while because I only had 3 minecarts and I couldn't be bothered to make more, so I had to do several trips back and forth. At this point, I'd also realized I still hadn't added all of the ladders into these sections around my base, so I just spent some time finally adding them all in. Onto the next section for my base, a bit of a toggleable nether portal using dispensers. I love these designs because it allows you to turn the portal off and on because they are such noisy bastards. Now, because I was mainly running out of ideas for how to fill up the base, I ended up adding another section of indoor crop farms to the opposite corner of the base that already had some. At this point, I still had 2 pieces of unenchanted armor, so I decided to make my way down to the XP farm and do a little AFKing. Returning home, I enchanted both pieces, but was pretty unhappy with the helmet, so I ended up crafting a grindstone and disenchanted the crap out of it. I then headed back down to the spawner, and returning back home, I enchanted my shovel, pretty good, and my helmet. Hell yeah, that's bussin', no kizzity cap, mate. Okay, so here is our base so far. Like, literally almost everything is completely filled in, but we do still have a couple of spots left. Like, we got this one right here, and then upstairs we do still have quite a few spots that we have to fill out that, honestly, I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I do have one idea, but before we get to that, I do want to actually fill out the rest of this little crafting area here because, it's been quite a while and I haven't done that yet. We've got a cartography table. Bang, there we go. And then I feel like upstairs, we could definitely benefit from maybe like a bit of a composter kind of station near these farms here. So, speaking of, I've got a bunch of composters. Maybe even add like a little bit of an arch at the top here just for some decoration with a lantern too. There we go. We just got a bunch of composters to put, you know, our overstock of vegetables into. I feel like maybe another crafting area somewhere else in the base. So maybe like up here somewhere we could definitely benefit from too. And then why not a second crafting table? Can never hurt, you know? Now, I don't know what to do with these last 2 spots. Maybe we could get like a little bit more storage up here, just maybe set up in like a more of an aesthetic kind of way. So let me craft a bunch of chests and a bunch more barrels and I'll be back. Dude, I tell you what, this is like the first time I've ever not had to worry about how a build looks like on the outside. And it's nice, man. Not having to just like stress about, you know, does this look good? Does that look bad? I only have to worry about the interior. It feels pretty good, man. And it's fun to just like, you know, just tackle a base that's pretty much only interior. And I think we've done a really good job so far. Like this, there's a lot of lanterns in this image though. Holy shit. Yeah, I feel like this base has turned out really nice. And well, as for these storage areas, I'm liking how this has turned out. This is pretty cool looking. Let's maybe get the same arch up here just for a bit of consistency. Maybe chuck our lantern in that one too. There we go. There's a cool little bit of an aesthetic storage area. Another crafting and then some composters. And that's pretty much the entire top, actually. I just lied. There's another spot over there. Also, I do really want to get the rest of these bookshelves filled out as well. So let's actually go... Oh, that's just giving me full goosebumps. That's just giving me the perfect idea for what to add there. A bit of a freaking sugarcane farm. Maybe even a bit of an automatic one at that. That might be something cool to set up. Let me harvest all of these bad boys out here, and then we'll get started figuring out how we're going to do that. Oh, actually, we're going to have to go to the nether, aren't we? We're going to need nether quartz for observers. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's time for a bit of a late game risky business in the nether. I mean, I don't know why I'm still so scared of the nether. Like, I don't think I've died in the nether in like years. It's been years, man. So maybe it's time to stop being a pussy, you know? Let's get in there, okay? I'm not even gonna prepare, all right? We're good. Let's just turn this bad boy on and we're walking straight in. All right, here we are. And looks like our objective is right in front of us. Sweet. Perfect, man. Holy crap. I don't think we're going to need this much, but, you know, just in case, we never have to come back here. And, yeah, well, that's the nether, guys. Oh, what's that? That's a bastion. The hell? It's like a yeah, okay. I'm not even risking that. I'm sorry if you want to see some nether content, but I'm too scared. Right, I'm going to craft all of the crap that we're going to need for this automatic sugarcane farm. And I'll be back once that's ready. Okay, now I do recall seeing comments in the past where you don't actually need to set up a like minecart system underneath to collect all of the harvested sugarcane. What we can do is actually use mud instead. And I do remember seeing mud on my way over to this village here. So it's time to go on another little bit of an adventure. Not exactly sure which biome it is or where it was. I think it had jungle trees. So I'm gonna have a bit of a peruse and see if I can find this biome again. Ooh, okay, on my way over, I've just discovered what appears to be a mausoleum. Mausoleum. I don't know how you say that word, but I like mausoleum. It sounds funny. And I'm already full. I'm full of shit. I can't even carry anything. Iron hoe with 8 durability, gone. 9 sticks, gone. Actually, I kind of want those sticks back. Oh, yeah, dude, these pots are actually like, I want to use these for detail on my base. So we're taking these. Same with these pots too. Yoink. And the interesting thing about these is there's actually a spawner inside of this. Okay, I'm just going to destroy this thing because I can't be bothered. What have we got in here? Golden apple. Oh, okay. But yeah, now we're back on the quest to try and find some freaking mud, okay? I'm really hoping... it's not this biome, is it? Because this is just like a regular-ass jungle. We need like a rainforest. That's what it is. It's a rainforest. Pretty sure that's the biome we like started in or something, right? I'm going to continue my search. Report back to you. Ooh, look at this. How nice does that look down there? Dude, that is such a nice looking cave. I love that. I don't know. But yeah, once again, I'll be back once we found something, dude. Just anything. Disruptive then continued his search deeper into the rainforest and he found a bunch of mud. I'm just kidding. This is actually present me talking, not post me. I just thought I'd get you guys there for a second. So this is the stuff we're after. Mud. Give me some of that. I think we only need like really 5 of it, but... some extra won't hurt. But this is basically going to allow us to plant... Actually, I really want to make sure this works. Sugarcane... Okay, no, it needs to be next to water. That's right. So we can plant sugarcane on that. And then once the sugarcane is dropped on top... because it sinks down, that's going to allow hoppers to collect it. I mean, if it doesn't work, it's whatever. So we're just going to take it and see what happens. All right, we are back home and it is time to figure out this crap, okay? So I'm going to first remove this entire layer of the wall here, just to give us some more room. I'm probably actually going to have to remove maybe 2 more layers after this. Okay, so there is our room to work with. First, I just really want the output chest to be like right here. That would be beautiful. I don't know if it's going to end up working out that way, but we'll see. So if we put the mud all along here, we should be able to plant our sugar canes like so. So up here we'll be putting our observers, which we need to place facing the other way, and then pistons like so diddly. Okay, then I think we place these like this, and then we get our redstone. Bang, and I think that is it. I think the entire thing is completed. We do need to put the glass on front. I just want to make sure this works first. So let's get some sugarcane. He grows up. Bang, harvested. But yes, look at that. It actually got sucked up under the mud. That is perfect. Now to ensure this all does grow nicely, we're going to chuck a lantern up here. This glass is going to cover up this area right here. Bang. And then we need to figure out some nice design to kind of hold up the glass. So that's our output chest there, and that's fully done. That's our sugarcane farm. Bloody beauty. I do think a secondary arch up yonder would look quite nice as well. So let's get that. Yes, that just ties it all together. Chuck a lantern. Bang, dude. Fully automatic sugarcane farm. Freaking done and beautiful, mate. Now, because I do have quite a lot of leather and spare sugarcane, let's just see how many bookshelves we can actually get going. Does not look like that many. I'm also out of wood. So I'm gonna go kill a lot of cows, and I'm going to go get a bunch more sugarcane because, I mean, as cool as this is, it's gonna take a while to get what we need. So I'll be back once I've gotten all of that stuff harvested and hopefully have enough bookshelves. Let's get to it. Okay, I've just done a metric crap ton of exploring, and yeah, I don't really have much to show for it. We've got a lot of food now from all the cows I've killed, but in terms of the sugarcane, not much. Although that is quite a hefty amount of bookshelves we're going to be getting right there. I feel like that is the number that I originally said, and I feel like that is going to be... Look at that! We actually have one extra. We did it! I thought we were literally nowhere near getting that done. Something I want to check and see is if we put this in the middle... Nah, that's going to get absolutely nothing because it's 2 blocks away, you dickhead. Okay, that's fine. That can stay there. But there it is. Enchanting area, fully done. Holy crap. This base is coming along so freaking good, man. But I do have another idea of something that I want to get done, okay? The floor down here, it's a little bit plain, okay? And so I have a bit of an idea on how to spruce this up, and it involves a certain block that we're going to have to go back to the mine to find. God, dude, I always come out here and I hear footsteps, but it's just the bees, dude. I always think a creeper's literally like crawling up my ass, like literally right behind me, but it's just a bee. So we're going to head back to the massive mine in hopes of being able to find that block super quick and easily. So I'll meet you guys over there. God damn it, I just realized I'm going the wrong way. You absolute idiot. All right, we are back. Of course, there's 800,000 mobs down here, but I am prepared. I'm ready. Bring it on, dickheads. Bang, bang. Get out of it. Of course, we got snipers. Snipers in the back. Freaking 3 endermen. You can't make it up, dude. I'm literally just here for like a couple of blocks, dude. Seriously. Okay, we seem to be in the clear. Now it is time to find the block that we are after. A very specific block. I don't think I've ever used before in survival mode. Maybe I have. I don't know. Let me have a little bit of a peruse. My God, you're kidding me. I should have just saw cobblestone. Another spawner over here. Spider one at that. Bang. Let's see what we got. Oh, infinity. All right, we'll take that. Everything else is quite garbage, but cool. Oh, look what I just found. Bang, there it is. Tough. That's what we're after. That's what we came here for. Of course, it's in the most like annoying to reach location possible, but we will persevere, and it's time to begin the great harvest of tough. Okay, we have made it back home, and I have got the tough. So what I want to do is make this into some polished frickin' tough. There we go. And now what I want to do is make a little bit of a checkered floor pattern. I think that's going to turn out really nice. So I'm going to have to spend some time and go around the entire bottom floor of the base and do all this crap. But yeah, I think this, yeah, that's going to look so good once that's all filled in. So I'll fill it in around the entire ring. I won't do it in the middle, just, I don't know, just to make it look cooler. So I'm going to get started doing this crap. Let's get to it. Okay, there is our floor all done. This bad boy is looking freaking sweet, if I might say. Now that does turn my attention to this area that I still have not decorated yet. So I think it's time to just slap some random freaking details throughout this bad boy, okay? Perfect, dude. There we go. Also, on top of our furnace area over here, we do need to get a couple of details added, okay? So we're gonna get some of those, another couple of these, chuck some of them in there, a couple of these too, bang. Very descriptive, very informative kind of commentary on my behalf here. Now, when I think it comes to these 2 sides, I reckon we can probably just put another kind of storage module there. Maybe just like books and other random emeralds and stuff for the what's it called? Villages? That's the one. So now, you know, whenever we need to craft sticks, we can just right click anywhere around here. We're guaranteed to be in a crafting table, okay? Over on this side, when it comes to the librarians, I don't really know what we need, so that's cool. I like it. Dude, this is coming along so nicely, man. The only thing we have left is this little section. Oh, I actually just got a pretty cool idea for it. Give me a second. Okay, I've just made the big trek all the way back out here to get the item that I'm after. Some freaking vines, mate. All right, we're back at base. We got the leaves, we got the fences, and we got the vines, okay? This is my idea. Basically, I just want to place a bunch of leaves everywhere. Just a bunch of scattered leaves, okay? We're going to put fences in some spots under these leaves as well. And then in all the gaps, I want to put some vines. I don't know what this is meant to be. Oh my God. That's a wang right there. Oh well, it stays in. That's fine. Okay, now when it comes to the entrance here, we do have a little bit of fixing up to do. First of all, I want to remove all of the freaking dirt, and then I want to get some stone stairs kind of upside down like this, just to enhance the entrance a little bit more, make it feel a bit more premium. Yes. Next up, I did forget to put some logs here, so yes, that's looking good. And then what I think could look good as well is maybe get a little bit of this going, a little bit of that. Now it is a little bit dark throughout here, so let's chuck a lantern maybe right there. We'll also get one here because I forgot to add it. Our base is coming along so freaking nicely, man. Jesus Christ, look at this place. So lush. Yeah, okay. That's quite abysmal. That's gonna take this is more like meant to be aesthetic than actually functional, okay? Just don't worry about it. Now for the last couple days, I decided on prettying up the outside of my base, first redoing the entire entrance design along with getting a pathway built. I also added plenty of custom trees, bushes, and even a cute little water channel to the left of my entrance. Alright, and that is just about going to do it for the 100-day challenge. It's time to take the final sleep. Bang, there we are. Day 100, man. We did it. Now, in those last 5 days, I, of course, did pretty up all of the outside around here. I added like a nice little water stream, a bunch of custom trees. I added a bunch of these tough blocks to kind of the backgrounds of a bunch of areas that I felt needed it, like the farms and then some of these areas over here. And yeah, dude, our base is fully done at day 100 and looking freaking... Oh, okay. Maybe not fully done. We definitely could have gotten some more villagers in these spots, but we're not going to talk about that, all right? In this video, I'm going to attempt to survive 100 days while creating my first ever mega base. It's going to take a tremendous amount of materials and work on top of finding the perfect location, of course, and we've got to get it all done in 100 days, and yeah, safe to say, this is definitely going to be the most challenging one yet. This is literally... Holy fuck! What is happening right now? So let's get started with day 1. All right, and here we are. I'm gonna put my day counter on. There we go. And it looks like we have spawned in quite literally the opposite biomes that I want to be near, which is just great. Don't know if you can hear that sarcasm in my voice there. We got a little bit of a cave to explore. Oh, okay, never mind. That is that's quite sad. We do have a bit of coal though. I actually really do want to get that before we, make our way further. All right, let's punch some dirty old freaking mangrove wood here and get our basic tools set up. All right, you absolute beauty. Got our pickaxe. Let's go down. Let's grab a bunch of stone and make up just a bunch of stone tools now. Literally, if you don't lay your tools out like this, in this exact manner, I'm sorry, but you're a freak. You're an absolute freak of nature. Like, it goes, like mine, attack, chop, dig. I don't know, that's just how it is, okay? And honestly, if I see anyone crafting stairs like this, oh my god, you are a menace to society, I'm sorry. Same with slabs, if you do them along, like, that's normal. If you do it like that, or like that, get out of my freaking channel, I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding, that's all right. But still, you're definitely a bit of a weirdo if you craft it like that, okay? I'm just putting it out there. Okay, we've got all of the basic starter stuff, except for a bed, of course. The furnace... Oh my god, dude, full goosebumps. I thought that was a creeper coming straight at me. I'm not going to cap on a stack, dude. Yeah, arguably more important than all of this crap is going to be a freaking bed, because these times are the most, sketchiest to be basically existing, We get 3 hit by like a zombie and like basically 1 hit by anything else. So we're definitely going to be on the prowl for a couple of sheep. That I'm of course going to have to execute because I don't have any shears. But that's just how it is, Unless if we find a village, that would be pretty good too. Also... just because this mega base I have planned is going to be so big, I think it is time that we might actually make our return back to using spruce wood. I used to only use spruce wood like a year ago, and now all I use is oak, so I think it's time to maybe dabble back into spruce a little bit, just for the simple fact that it is so much easier to harvest. Making those big trees. Oh, dude, it's so much better than oak. Literally, like half of the time is just spent freaking chopping trees, literally, and I've got a lot of wood that I want to add to this build. Another cool thing as well is I don't exactly have a 100% plan for what I want to do, but basically if we get like the build mainly done before the 100 days, we can literally just keep expanding onto it. That's my idea at least. And so we can literally just go up until the 100 days and just make this puppy as big as we freaking can. So I'm super excited to get that sorted. I've never built a mega base before, so I'm kind of scared as well, but yeah, we'll see how we go. All right, I've got me 5 saplings. That's good enough for me. The next priority is definitely going to be getting our bed and our food situation sorted because we are rapidly decreasing. Oh, what is that over there? That might be our saving grace right there. This is a part of, I can't remember what frickin' mod it's called, but it's in my Minecraft Refined mod pack, okay? That's what we're playing on right now. Bunch of different mods, so, we've got wool, we've got food. Oh my god, we've even got some crappy starting armor and some torches. You cannot make out how good that is. Holy crap. You absolute beauty. Look at that. Also, I do apologize if I sound different compared to the last couple of clips because my allergies are going bloody haywire, I tell you what. All right, let's craft ourselves a freaking bed real quick. Bang! Dude, look at that. We've got all the essentials sorted already. We're what, like 10 minutes into day freaking 1. Not even that. We're looking pretty good. But now what I think it is definitely time to do is get started on a bit of a grand adventure and try and locate the perfect biome that I'm looking for. So we can take a little look from afar with the old ortho camera mod and just have a look at the surrounding landscape. So I don't know if I've already mentioned, but the biome that I'm wanting is actually an ocean. I don't really want an icebergy frozen ocean, so I think I might head over this way. What the fuck? Oh my god! Are they aggro? Oh dude, I've never heard that sound before. Screw that, I'm out of here. Holy crap. We're going this way. I will just occasionally check some caves because we're gonna get some freaking iron, which we definitely need. That will make collecting resources a whole lot quicker. Well, until we get diamond, you know. Because we're gonna need a crap load of freaking resources for this base, man. I'm telling you, this thing is going to be ridiculously big. And just the sheer amount of resources we're gonna need for it are just gonna be ridiculous. Oh, dude, look at this. I've just discovered another freaking set of caves here. But I just don't... I think it's gonna be too risky going in there, dude. There's gonna be a lot of mobs down there. Okay, we got another little window to look through here. Oh, the iron, brother. Look at it. There's one. There's two. Oh, is it gonna be worth going down there? Can't see or hear any mobs just yet, so it might actually be worth having a little bit of a squiz. Just to get that starter iron, it's going to be so good. It makes so much of a difference starting out. So yeah, I reckon we pop down there and have a little bit of a squiz. I'm just going to ensure that we have a nice little bit of an escape route planned. Oh, there's more iron there too, bro. It is also going nighttime, so I think it is time to have our first sleep as well before crap starts spawning above ground here. Slap him down, bang. Day 2, here we are. Oh, and of course, oh my god, the zombie brigade has spawned. At least it isn't, like, I was expecting at least probably 8 skeletons and like maybe 30 creepers. So that's honestly the best kind of thing we could have hoped for there. Just a bunch of zombies, because they're generally pretty easy to take out. All right, the only problem now is how the hell do we get down here? We could have had a water bucket.
But I don't, do I?
All right, looks like we can make a nice bit of a staircase here. Okay, and we have officially made it down into this cave. Let's start excavating as much freaking iron as we possibly can. Oh, where'd those zombies go? They just despawned. Oh, there's a creeper, 2 creepers to replace them, of course. That is freaking perfect, dude. Now we don't have to deal with any zombies. I just know that these... Oh, okay. Okay, there's a couple zombies still up here. Oos, ya dog! Get out of it! Oh, no! Not the skelly. Not the skelly. Those are not good. We are not equipped to deal with them. They do so much damage, I'm not even kizzy capping. Dude, that complicates things greatly. Okay, it looks like it is only one. We may be able to deal with him if we might have to just YOLO send it here, I think. Clearing out a bit of a path. Bang, let's go. Come here, dickhead. Dodge that arrow. Oos, ya mongrel. Oos, ya dog. Get it up, yeah. We got a freaking bow from him too. We got 2 arrows, so we can snipe a couple of dickheads from afar if the time comes, you know, if we need that. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh, can't believe I didn't get hit from that guy. Oh, dude! I just turn around and I turn back and everything is spawned back in again. Get out of it, you ugly dog. Strategic plan here. Kill off the spiders. What we can do is just let the creepers explode. Come on, dickhead. Just go. It's just the easiest way to deal with them. You don't want to go? You're a little bit shy? All right, we'll just execute your ass instead, idiot. Dude, look at all this iron. It's so good. This is probably the best thing we could have found starting out. Well, it would be even better if there wasn't any, you know, thousands of mobs down here. But I mean, what can you bloody expect, okay? Dude, look at this cave. It goes down again. We got big mushrooms down there. Oh my god. We literally... Yeah, why are you coughing so much? Are you okay? You want your bar. Do you want to say hello to the people? Come here, come say hello. Say hello.
Hello.
Say hello.
Hello.
James has learnt a few things since last time we talked. You say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
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 Good boy. Now off you go. Run along, little toadlet. All right, I'm thinking the game plan. How much iron? Oh, we got 17. What we could do is set up a little bit of a smelting empire down here and start smelting this up. Make some iron tools and armor. We will need a little bit more iron before we can do that though. So let's go grab some more. And then I reckon we just head straight down there and pray that we can just get some really easy starter diamonds. Like that would be so like insanely good. All right, who have we got up here now? Just one creeper. Everything's despawned. You beauty. See you later. All right, I'm just gonna, oh, they literally spawned in my eyes, dude. What is that? Bullshit, I tell ya. I think, unfortunately, that is all of the iron in this place. And also, our food is rapidly decreasing. So this is slowly becoming a bit more of a risky kind of venture here. I don't know if it is actually worth doing this. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't... As much as I want to go down now, I feel like it is definitely going to be way too risky. I think we take the win with getting all of this iron so quick and easily. And I reckon we just skedaddle. Wait till we've got a bit of a better food supply and we'll reattempt at a new location. Yep, I think that's the smartest thing to do. So let's get the frickin' hell and hoot out of here. We've got bogeys hot on our tail. How do I get out? Ah! No! Get me out of here. Okay, we are home free. Oh, beauty. Okay, so we ended up with 28 iron. That's enough for a whole set and like a pickaxe and a shovel or something like that. That's actually insanely good. All right, I think, yes, we were heading this way in hopes of discovering a normal ocean. That would be freaking beautiful. What is this biome? This looks cool. Windswept. Oh! That could have been fatal. That was not very smart on my behalf. Windswept hills is what it was though. Let's just have a, ooh. Emeralds? I think we need iron for that, but that may be worth getting. Oh. All right, let's just do a little quick smelt here just to get some iron tools and maybe a couple pieces of armor. All right, we may as well just craft up a couple extra furnaces. Ouch! We do also have 6 ingots. I forgot about that. Oh, we could have just freaking crafted our pickaxe there. You're a dickhead, man. What? All right, well, right off the bat, we will definitely get a sword and a pickaxe situated. Those are probably the most important tools that we could have being iron. Let's grab these emeralds because why not? I'm just going to wait for this crap to smelt and I'll meet you guys back out wherever, you know? But what we can do is actually get our full set of iron armor already. Let's craft all this crap up. Bang. I do also definitely want a bucket. And so that leaves us with 2 iron left over. Dude, how good is that? Day 2. We've already got full iron armor and almost iron tools. That's insanely good. We're on like world record pace right here in terms of myself progression. You know what I'm saying? Looks like day 2 is coming to a rapid close here. Oh, look at this. Even more iron, you beautiful prick. Looks like the night of day 2 is upon us. Let's have a sleep. Here we are, day 3 already. Jesus Christ, it's going quick. All right, let's have a look over the top of this mountain and pray that we can find a nice little bit of an area. Jesus. Okay, we've still got a lot of... Wow, that's a cool looking area though. Look at all that. Looks like we've definitely got a little bit of trekking behind us until we can find just a normal ocean. Now that I'm thinking about it, it may have been worth just going into that frozen ocean and sailing through and potentially just finding a normal ocean from that. But, oh well, we're on this path now. We may as well just keep going. I haven't seen any animals yet. Where are all the animals, dude? Do they just not spawn in cold biomes or something? Like, what is this? No cows, no chickens, no nothing, dude. It is so lucky that we found that chest with all that wool or else we'd probably be screwed. We'd have to freaking traverse through the night and stuff and probably die. Yeah, that is just weird. There's not a single mob in sight, which is not looking good. On my adventures, I did finally find a warmer biome along with a chest full of freaking goodies. Look at all this stuff, man. God. Look at all that. I also finally found some animals, sheep to be specific, that I slaughtered for their precious mutton. Shortly after, I discovered a bit of a bushfire starting, as well as a couple cows I also slaughtered, until I discovered this mum cow with a baby I just couldn't bring myself to kill.
Or could I?
Yeah, I killed the kid too, just because. I then discovered a big stinking field filled with so many sheep, so I began mercilessly slaughtering as many as I possibly could. Holy crap, that was a lot of killing. There's more. There's more. Holy shit, we've got a good stockpile of food. Ooh, what is that? We've discovered a bit of a watchtower here. I'm guessing also a part of the that same mod that spawns like new little structures everywhere, which I really love. Oh, what's that down there? It's like a little like tavern or something down there. We got to check that out too. What do you want, James? All right, let's head up here and have a little bit of a look at what we've got going on. Ooh, some more emeralds, some more bread. Can't go... Oh, that candle sound freaked me out, dude. What the hell? Potatoes will actually be quite nice, so I'm going to take them. I'm also going to take this. Take your chest. I like red beds more than white beds, so yoink. Let's go. Oh, we can also get a bit of a lookout up here as well. May as well, you know, the whole purpose of it. What have we got? Big lake down there. Man, we're not seeing any freaking oceans, which is not looking good. But I think next what we'll do, we'll head down there and have a little bit of a look. So I will meet you guys down there right now. Okay, I have lied to you once again. We have not made it down to that house, but I have also just spotted this absolutely gargantuan freaking cave here. Like, holy crap. And honestly, my diamond senses are tingling. I can sense them down there. I feel like we are definitely equipped enough to head down there. Maybe we might set up a little bit of a barbecue up here, just so we have a bit better kind of food to work with down there. So let's get a little bit of a barbie set up, and we'll start cooking up this mutton and this beef as well. We may as well also just smelt up the rest of our iron. James, can you not do that? That's quite rude. And we'll upgrade the rest of our tools too. So once the cookout is done, I'll be back. Okay, the cookout is done. We're fully upgraded to iron now, and I've got a good stockpile of food. Also, I am a little bit impaired right now because James has decided to sit up on my lap. So if I die, I'm blaming him. Okay, I want to find the easiest like water stream here to just kind of dive down into, but it's not looking good. That doesn't go all the way down. I may go up there to grab that water source because I do have a bucket, which will probably make life a lot easier. So, oos ya dog, in we get. We're gonna swim our asses up. Give me this, you little mongrel. While we're up here, we may as well grab all of this freaking iron that's just laying around. Look at all of it. It's beautiful. Beauty.
Please.
Alright, I think honestly we're pretty good in the iron department. I think it is time to just head down and hope that we can start finding some diamonds. That is going to be freaking amazing here on day 4. I mean, we're as equipped as we're gonna get for something like this, so we may as well just freaking send it, I reckon. In we get, brother. Oos ya dog. All right, we're up in the mountains, so I was surprised this wasn't deep slate already, but it's because we're so high up in the mountains. Oh no, we got deep darkest down here, but the diamonds are most likely going to be down here, so I think it's time to just send it, I reckon. Oh no, that is not. Holy crap. Full goosebumps. Okay, James, you're gonna have to get off. I'm sorry. It's time for Dad to get serious. What the hell? I have never explored one of these before. Oh, there's a chest there. I'm not kizzy capping, okay? I have no idea what to expect. I never usually do this kind of crap. Oh my God. But I know that the more we walk around, the more chance of the warden spawning in. But dude, that chest is so close. I have no idea what could be in there. Fucking boner. Get out of it. I want to get as far away as I can from those skulk sensors. So I reckon what we do, we swim from stream to stream. Ready? Oos, your dog. Get me over. No, the boner! This could be bad. This could be quite crap. Oh my God, what am I doing right now? Okay, no, I think we just go down. The fucking skeleton. No way. Of course there's a boner down here, dude. All right, it's time to sneak. I hope that skeleton just leaves us alone. If we place blocks, does it... Oh, okay. No, that skeleton's still here. He's there. No, this is so bad. I don't know how to do this. All right, we're just using the spruce wood. No, dude, you're so annoying. You just have to be here. All right, we need to draw him up this way. Oh my God. If the warden spawns, I'm gone. I am out of here lickety split. I'm not lying. There's another chest up there. Oh my God. This could potentially be the best start we've ever had in the fucking game. If we can get whatever is in those chests, which I'm imagining is going to be some good stuff. Ooh. Yeah, okay. So placing blocks does trigger that stupid thing. No, the skeleton. Oh my God. We've got a bow. We've got 2 arrows. It's not going to kill him, but... Oh, I did kill him. You beauty. Okay, but we should be in the clear now to head over here. Dude, I don't know if jumping triggers that thing. I'm so scared right now, dude. Okay, no, jumping while crouching is fine. Opening that chest is going to trigger it, though. I guarantee it. Ready? Oh my God, we're good, though.
Look at that. Enchanted. Why does it have to be a fucking diamond hoe?
It could be any other diamond tool and I'd be happy with that. Bottles of enchanting? The bones. Oh my god, regeneration? I don't know what the hell an echo shard is. Disc fragment? Dude, I've never seen this stuff before. What the hell? That's probably going to be worth taking, but I don't even know what it's for, so. Alright, I want to get over to that other chest that I found too. Oh my god, this is fucked. I mean, there's probably going to be more chests around here as well, so it might be worth having a quick little look around here. Oh my god, I'm shitting bricks right now, dude. Alright, well, I'm just going to continue sneaking around like this, like an idiot, and I'll meet you guys hopefully at the next chest. Alright, I've just located a bit of an easy one to get to, just up here, kind of off on the periphery. Let's hope it's still got some good loot. Curse of another. Why is it hose? I don't need that. Dude. Why couldn't it be any other diamond frickin' tool, man? Okay, well, that was quite garbage. We're gonna take the L on that one and continue our search. I'll meet you guys once again back at the next frickin' chest. Dude, holy fuck. I'm literally shitting bricks right now, but I'm pretty sure we're in, like, the heart of it. Oh my god. This is the sketchiest crap I've ever done. I don't usually do this stuff because, you know, I just want to build. I don't care about getting all this epic gear and stuff, but it's literally gifted to us on a silver platter right here, so we may as well. Look at this. This is like the central chest. Get me up there. All right, what have we got? Let's have a look. A golden apple. What the fuck? Bro, I'm sorry, but that's straight garbage. I was expecting maybe a Giga Chad pickaxe or something, but that's alright. There should still be chests around here somewhere. I'm gonna continue my prowl, and once again, I'll meet you guys back at another chest. Oh my god, we've got 2 chests. Dude, it is so unnaturally silent in here. It's just it's actually freaking me out to the point I've got tears coming out of my eyes. But, we're gonna open this. Whoa. Iron. Why is it iron? Oh, alright. It's still better than the ones we have because they're enchanted. But I really wish that would have been frickin' diamond, dude. God damn it. We've got skulk juice. Another frickin' hoe. Another. If that has a chance to be any diamond tool, like spawning in here, I would actually be so pissed off right now. We do have another chest right here, so let's have a look. Please. Oh my god. Swift sneak. Oh, fuck off. Dude, I'm risking life and limb. There's my favorite disc that we're probably never going to listen to. I'll just take it for the sake of it. But dude, we're literally down here, risking it all for pure garbage. I thought there's supposed to be good stuff down here. Okay, I've just discovered another chesticus. Let's have a look. We've got a lot of skulkies here that are going to hear this, so. Oh my god. What do we got? More garbage. Oh my... No. This is not good. I'm getting like continuous waves of goosebumps, dude. Oh my god, that was horrible. I'm pretty sure that like maybe was a chance for the warden to spawn then. Do we risk opening? Yes, we do. Oh my god. Give me this. Give me it. Bro! I don't care. Whatever that is, get rid of it. Oh, regeneration. I am fucked. That's so bad. That is so bad. I don't know if that has spawned the warden in. I don't know how to fight the warden or anything. Oh, my... Dude, my nipples have never been more rock hard right now. I would show you that on camera, but that's definitely a bit too far, I think. Oh, dude, I don't know if we continue risking it. Like, honestly, so far, this has just been quite crap. All right, YOLO. Oh, infinity. Dude, where's the good stuff? You kidding me? Got a freaking little nutsack here. That's it. Some bones. And what am I going to do with this? I really want... I want this to be worth it. I want some good stuff. Okay, I have just relocated where I'm pretty sure we came in at because there's all this water here. Oh yeah, that's my like weird ass water bucket thing there that I was doing. But I have also just discovered this whole extra like wing over here by the looks of it. Oh my god, this place is massive, dude. The crazy thing is like how big this is and how much it keeps going. But where's the good loot? Come on, juice. Okay, books. Honestly, that is pretty good. That's gonna get us started with enchanting a lot quicker and easier. Of course, the one enchanted thing we get is replacing the one that we already got. Like, it could have been a chest plate or something. All right, well, I'm gonna see if there's any more like quick and easy chests that we can get to. All right, chest number 60, that's guaranteed to have garbage. Oh! This is literally... Oh, what do I do? Holy fuck. What is happening right now? Dude, does he know where I am? I don't think he does. Ah!
Get me out!
Oh! I can't believe it. I'm actually, like, I think a tear is dripping out of my eye right. Dude, I think it was this way. Yeah, that's that tower. I don't give a shit. I'm out of here. He's sniffing for me, bro. Get me out. I'm done with this place. I'm never coming back. I'm going straight up this water hole and I'm never coming back down. Dude, the craziest thing too. Oh, actually, yeah, I was just about to say there's been no diamonds, but there's some up there. Are we greedy enough to go get these? Abso-frickin-lutely, you better believe it. Holy crap. Just as long as there's no skulk frickin' stupid things around here, I think, yeah, we're in the clear. Oh my god, that was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in any game. I think in anything in my life. Holy mother of God. All right, diamonds, come here. We need ya. Oh no, I forgot I didn't have a freaking inventory space. All right, we don't need that many bones, seriously. Okay, 3, that's pretty good. Let's grab these ones. Please be like heaps. Oh wait, there's more. There's one more. Yes. Those diamonds make, I don't know if that actually makes this whole trek worth it, to be honest. Is it gonna be worth looking around for more diamonds down here? Oh man, probably not. Honestly, more there. Nah, screw that. We can definitely find a way easier place to find more diamonds. Like, screw this place, dude. I'm out of here. Oh my god, the sensors are going.
Get me out!
Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Remind me never to go, I'm never touching any deep, dark stuff again. If I do, smack me in the head, low-key, like, oh man. Dude, now I'm just in the normal cave and it's playing noises and shit at me. No. Now I'm all freaked out. This is supposed to be a relaxing, like, building video. And now I'm literally, like, full freaking out. I don't think I'm coming back to a cave anytime soon. I want to get some... I want to get some nice, peaceful, relaxing building done. Get me out of this frickin' shithole, man. Okay, we have managed to frickin' get out and survive. Oh my god. That was the craziest, probably the craziest experience I've ever had in this game. Like, yeah, screw that. Okay, where were we? We were gonna go check out this nice little peaceful house down here. Oh my god, these cows. My inventory is just full, man. We need to find a goddamn area and start getting settled. Oh. Okay, that was unnecessarily risky. Holy crap, I thought the water was a bit closer than that. Dude, we got 4 water... Okay, one with a truck. All right. Okay, we have arrived at this little humble abode here. I'm pretty sure it is a tavern. So let's have a little poke around and see what we can find. A couple of spuds, not too shabby. All right, what about upstairs? Come on, give me something. Give me some juice, man. Where's the juicy lutations? Nah, it's all garbage. Rightio. Get me the hell out of here. Screw your balcony. See you later. Okay, it is finally time to get back on track and continue our adventure for a bit of an ocean biome. We really have not made it very far. I'm pretty sure that's the biome we started in just behind us there. I might get to the peak of maybe this mountain. Oh my, why? He's just sitting there. You're kidding me. Everything is just out to get me now, and I'm just... Well, actually, we can save a couple of inventory spaces if we just use this stupid crap. Didn't even get me a level. Wow. Okay, I'm going to summit probably this mountain and just get a little bit of an overview of our area. Okay, we have just summited the aforementioned mountain, and I have spotted a couple of little interesting structures. We've got like a smokehouse or something over there, another tower, and we've got a bit of a village down here. So I might tackle these structures in that order. And yeah, let's just see what happens. All right, well, all of those 3 structures, the village included, had nothing. They were all garbage. So we're going to hit the frickin' sack and continue our adventure in the morning. The best thing we probably got out of that is some bamboo from that little bamboo cherry grove biome over there. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with me right now. I'm just kind of all over the place. Because we're definitely going to use scaffolding when it comes to building our mega base, dude. That's probably the best thing we could have found for it. And so, once again, I'm going to continue my adventure in hopes of finding just an ocean biome. I didn't think it'd be this hard. I thought we would have found, like... I literally, by day 7, maybe we'd started building the freaking mega base by now, but we're still trying to find just an ocean, man. Like, what's happening? Anyway, I'll see you guys again when something interesting happens. Oh my god, do you see what I see? It looks like we have just stumbled across a bit of a beautiful ocean. Oh, okay, let me get a bit closer and we're gonna pray. Like, because I really want it to be shallow. I want a nice shallow point in the ocean so that we don't have to build, like, a bunch of crap underwater to actually start the base, you know? Because that's gonna be a pain in the ass. So I'm gonna get my little booty over there and I'll meet you guys down there. Oh my god, and look at that. That is huge. Is that 2 villages? I'm pretty sure we have just found a place with 2 villages right on the shore. You're kidding me. Because my plan, I was originally going to build like a little house on the shore just to use like, you know, while we're kind of building to store like stuff. But we've literally just found 2 villages. I just don't understand how I get so lucky with finding these villages. Like in my hardcore series and everything, in my 100 days videos, like I seriously, like legit, it couldn't get any better. Like that is just ridiculous. Well, now we have a nice little place to store our resources. I'm just going to choose one of these buildings to call home basically. And you know, if we want to get trading done, right here we've got the perfect spot. All right, well, yeah, I've had a quick little look around and honestly, this place is looking perfect. We've of course got our ocean right there that we can build in. And I think what we might do is just take over one of these houses. Maybe just this one right here. I'll definitely get some expansions added onto it as well. So we got a little bit more space. It's a little bit cramped in here. But yeah, starter base is found. It's time to basically just start setting up our stuff here and eventually get some resources harvested, and you know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think, yeah, we really are lacking in space quite a bit. So I think it's time to first get some expansions done to this house. Okay, a little bit of an update. I've gotten started on a bit of a tree farm up here. So I've got some oak and I've planted our spruce as well. And so it is time to get started expanding our little starter base here. And so I'm thinking maybe just something like that is going to be good. Extend this into like a bit of a rectangular shaped building. I think I've already run out of oak. Yep, I'm 1 short. You absolute prick. God damn it. This is also quite thin of a house, so I might even actually make this a little bit bigger still, just so we have like a good bit of room, you know? Because I don't know how long it's going to be until we can actually use like a room of the mega base. You know what I'm trying to say? Oh, it shouldn't be that bad, honestly. Nah, we'll stick with this. I don't want to waste too much time on something that's not really even going to matter, you know, like this starter base. So at the end of the day, it's not really that important. I want to get as much work basically done on our mega base instead of this crap little base that we don't really care about, you know what I'm saying? So we're just going to get this up and running, and that's about it. Okay, well, I'm going to need a little bit more oak wood, so I'm going to continue bone mealing and chopping these down. I'll get the roof done and the walls built, and I'll meet you guys back here. Okay, so there is our exterior. There we go, pretty much done. I know it's not really a looker, but it gets the bloody job done, okay? Inside, we've got a lot more space than we did, so we'll be able to stack up a bunch of chests and stuff like that. And I've also got a bit of a back door here because I do definitely want a little bit of a dock out here because we are going to be doing a lot of sailing to and fro the mega base. And so I want to get a bit of a dock situated out here. Something simple like that is going to be perfect. I will probably also maybe get some lights on the end of this just so we can kind of easily see where it is at nighttime as well. All right, now it is time to get started redecorating this interior here. So first thing I want to do is make a bunch more chests. And smelting as well. We do need smelting. I might even get that like, I don't know. We've got this big gap kind of running along here, so we might actually be able to just sneak some furnaces up in there. Okay, I'm gonna get some sorting going, and I don't know what we're gonna do after that, so give me a second. Okay, there we go. I've gotten a little bit of sorting done, and my iron pickaxe is basically on the brink of death, so see you later, mate. We're going to be upgrading anyway to our diamonds. Here they are. Oh, crafting. We don't have crafting down somewhere. Ooh, okay, maybe up here on the opposite side of the furnaces. That should be pretty good. And I don't know if I want to save these last 3 diamonds for another pickaxe. Nah, screw that. We're going to be chopping a lot of trees, so an axe is really going to be worth it. Perfect. Okay, we're going to get rid of this too. See you later, dickhead. All right, well, I think it is now time to start gathering resources for this base. So yeah, we're going to need a lot of resources, okay? Especially stone. We're gonna need a lot of stone. It might even be worth trying to get Silk Touch enchanted on this because, oh man, it's gonna take so long smelting because I don't want to use cobble, you know? I want to smelt that over to stone and use stone and stone bricks because it just looks way nicer in my opinion. So before we even gather stone, it might be worth trying to get this enchanted. We do have a librarian, Fortune 3 right off the bat. You're joking me. Oh, 39 emeralds. So I really want to dive into doing all this crap God's sake. It does seem like overall, it's gonna be less getting enchanting done. I mean, it feels like we're gonna have less time spent on the base, but that's gonna overall be more time spent on the base because we're not gonna have to smelt stone and all that stuff. I feel like that's gonna save us time overall. So it might be wise investing in getting some enchanted stuff set up. It's just such a pain in the ass, and I hate setting it up, but it's gonna be worth it, definitely. And these guys keep sleeping in my bed, dude. Look at them. They're literally piling up ready to sleep in here, dude. Get out of it, you mongrel bastards. We are already, surprisingly as well, up to day 10. That is nuts. I can't believe it's gone that quick already, and we haven't even started on our freaking mega base, man. What is happening? But we need to get this Fletcher guy. We need to sort out his trades because he's got freaking... Okay, we're locking you in here. You're staying in here forever. We want you to have sticks on offer. Come on, dickhead. This is going to be the main way that we're going to be getting our emeralds. There we go. So we got 32 sticks. That is going to be so much better with getting spruce wood as well. It's going to be so much quicker and easier to get those sticks with spruce compared to oak. Like, oh man, last time I did that, fuck that shit. That sucked ass, man. That was in the 100 Days Underground base. Man, that was a pain. We've got one confirmed Fletcher. We need to find this librarian. Yeah, this guy's got Fortune 3, which is going to actually... It would be nice to have 2 pickaxes, one with Fortune, one with Silk Touch. So we might end up luring another villager into... Oh, actually, I want that. Thank you. Into wherever his house is and locking them in there. Try and get Fortune and Silk Touch. But again, are we gonna be better off just getting regular enchanting set up, and that way we can get like efficiency and unbreaking and all that too? I don't know what the best way to go is. Yeah, it's a bit of a challenging one. It's got enough for 2 bookshelves. That's really not much. And we don't really even have any leather either. Yeah, we've actually got none because I threw it out like an idiot. Oh, okay. At least we got 2 cows over there already. That's pretty good. We don't actually have any wheat though. So I might get a bit of a wheat farm situated just so we can start breeding those. We'll get this set up like, I don't know. Yeah, just out here for now. This is a good spot. Okay, there is our farmland set up. We're gonna get started planting in some seeds. We can start breeding our cows straight away as well with that wheat. Well, I say our cows like it's ours, but it is the villagers' cows. But it's ours now. Screw them. Oh, there's freaking hay bales right there. Could have used them, you dick knob. Here we go. One little baby. You beauty. Ooh, we've actually got a blast furnace in here. I'm gonna steal this. Thank you. Oh, and a smoker too. I'm taking that. I'm trying to find where this librarian is. I don't know where his little shack is. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Okay. Oh, and he's got bookshelves too. You definitely do not need them. I'm taking those. Thanks, mate. Oh, you freaking beauty. Okay, so we know where this guy is now. I'm going to seal him in. I do not want him wandering around and potentially getting killed by a zombie. You're under house arrest, mate. All right, there we go. Sweet as. Now, what I actually want to do is get a second one of these situated. God, I don't know. We might do this after we get our enchanting table set up, because one of the pickaxes we enchant may end up getting Fortune or Silk Touch. That might be the smartest way to go about it. All right, I might go on a bit of an adventure looking for... I might even explore this as well, see if we can get some more bookshelves. But I'm going to go get some more wild sugarcane and cows and pray that we can get enough to just get enchanting set up, dude. All right, unfortunately, that entire village did not have a single library building. We have killed a couple of cows. I've got a couple of things from that village, though, which is all right. Not exactly what we're looking for at the moment. Of course, every animal in sight is everything but a cow. Oh, we got a bit of a shipwreck down here. Let's take a look. Come on. Juicy loot. Oh my god, look at that. And we got trims too. Holy shit. I didn't actually expect there to be good stuff in here. Anything else? What have we got? Paper? I mean, I'll take it. That's less freaking, what's it called that we have to get? All right, I'm going to continue perusing the landscape in search of cows and sugarcane, and I'll report back in soon. All right, bit of a status report. I killed like 5 cows up that way, which is all right, but there is not any, like a single piece of sugarcane in sight up that way, which is quite strange. And I've just come back to base with a bit of an idea, because I do somewhere have a saddle. Yes. So if we end up spotting a horse or something, we'll be able to use that to traverse around a little bit quicker and easier. And now, instead of going that way, I'm going to head over this way instead and scour these kind of beach lines. I can see some sugarcane actually in the distance, which is pretty good. Yeah, there's a bunch of it over there, so that should be quite nice. So I'm going to start scouring in this direction for our cows, sugarcane, and hopefully we can find a horsey friend as well, which would be quite nice for, you know, running around and stuff. Oh, what's this up ahead? This looks potentially like a cave. Oh yes. That is looking good. Oh, it goes deep. It goes deep. Yes. We should be able to get in there and get all of the diamonds we would need. I mean, there's no better bloody time than now, I reckon. Or do we hold off until we get that fortune? And that way we get like 3 diamonds per 1 mined. Yeah, that might be better. Oh, as much as I want to go in there, yep, I think the smarter choice is to wait until we get fortune. So I'm going to stay on track, okay? Let's continue slaughtering these bad boys. See you later, dickhead. And getting sugarcane. Once again, I will report back to you shortly. Ooh, we found some horsies. Yes, we got him. Yes, okay. Chuck that on. We've got our own horsey friend. Yes, you beauty. That is going to make traversing so much quicker and easier. Sweet as. Let's go grab all of this sugarcane. Give me this juicy stuff. All right, once again, continuing our expedition for cows, sugarcane, you know the drill. I'll be back soon. Okay, we have come a pretty far way. I've slaughtered every... Oh, never mind. Cow that I've been able to find. There's more over here, actually. But the main limiting factor here is the sugarcane. It is not very plentiful at the moment. We've only, yeah, we've not even got a stack yet, but we do have quite a bit of leather. I'm pretty sure we have enough leather. So I may even end up just planting all of the sugarcane we have, just so we can start growing it at least. Because yeah, adventuring just doesn't really seem to be worth it right now for the sugarcane department. Oh, now I'm starting to think we might have been better off just trading with the villagers, man. Just trying to get like efficiency, unbreaking, silk touch. Oh no, I think that might have been the better option. I completely forgot about the frickin' levels, dude. I mean, regardless, we're definitely still gonna want an enchanting room eventually anyway, in our mega base, of course. So it's not the end of the world. But I think I may turn our focus, at least while our sugarcanes are growing anyway, I may turn our focus over to the librarian villages. Oh, I just realized as well, we do not have a lead for our horsey here. So we're going to have to make a little stable real quick. So we might end up just making something like this. And then we'll get the sides here locked off and the front as our, whatchamacallits. There we go. Now we can just send him in here. Bang, you beauty. There we go, little horse stable, quick and dirty. Works well though. Okay. Now I'm going to go through the arduous process of gathering more villagers into the library up here with the lectins. And I will, yeah, also... Okay, oh, we've already got one out the front here. Come on, dickhead. Oh, are you a nitwit or something? You're not going to take a job? Or, yeah, I can never tell, but I'm pretty sure he is a bit of a dumbass, that one. So, oh, what a pain. Yeah, this is going to be quite the process of gathering these villagers and then spending a lot of time cycling through their trades and trying to get the right ones. So, I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll be back. Okay, so I've managed to lure one guy in here, and I also got this guy cornered, and then I noticed Fortune 3 is gone. Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. I don't know where it went, but I know you need to, like, trade with them to secure that trade, or else they will probably get rid of it, so that is a bit unfortunate. And that has also reminded me that we probably should get enough emeralds before we actually start trying to get these trades, or else they might just disappear like that one did. So I did manage to yoink a fletching table from one of the other villagers. I'm gonna chuck this in here with this guy so we can get at least 2 guys going with the trades for emeralds. Yeah, see, this guy's trades have already changed as well. So I'll get 2 guys in here, and then I'm just gonna chop down a bunch of trees and get heaps of emeralds. So I'll meet you guys back somewhere once again. Oh my god, we just got efficiency 5 and it really hasn't taken that many tries. The only problem, we do not have enough emeralds. So I need to quickly, really quickly, before that changes. Oh, come on, now my other kid's here. What are you doing, Liam? He's hanging off my chair. James just pushed him off. That's rude, mister. I need to get enough freaking wood and sticks to get to a stack of emeralds for that. Oh my god. I don't know if we're gonna make it in time, dude. Pretty much need to chop this whole tree down. You gonna say hello? You can't say hello yet, can you? Can you say mama? Mama? You can't say it, he's just a bit shy. Alright, off you go, cutie. Oh, dude, I feel like it's gone. I feel like it's already gone, that enchantment. Okay, that should be plenty of logs. Let's race over to our Fletchers. Yes, that's enough. Let's go, let's go. Come on, please still have it. Oh my god, please. Yes, he's still got it. Give it to me. Oh my god, you beautiful bastard. We've got efficiency 5. Yes. That is going to make collecting resources so much quicker. Yeah, if you're wondering why this guy's got crappy prices, I accidentally whacked him in the head. We should probably go back and get more emeralds before we continue cycling his enchantments. So I'm going to go chop down a couple more trees, get more emeralds, and then continue cycling through those trades until we get another thing that's pretty useful. So once again, I'll be back. Oh, okay, we're at a bit of a dilemma here. We just got mending. That's gonna be good. We definitely will take that. But now the next dilemma is I need to get 2 more freaking villages up here. I might just cut to when I've got like the next enchantment because this is probably getting very boring. Very repetitive as well. But that's just my life at the moment. So yeah, I'll be back. Okay, it has been a little while since we last spoke. But as you can see, I have finally gotten all of the enchantments we need. I did have to settle with just regular unbreaking because, yeah, as you can tell by the day counter, it has been quite a while. And honestly, I'm just over it at this point, and I just want to get started building this goddamn base, dude. So there is our anvil. It is now time to get our tools enchanted. I am praying, like really hard praying, that we have enough levels to get all this done. So let's get the most important stuff done first. Oh my god. We're already down to level 5, and I haven't even done the axe. That is quite shit. Okay, so we still got 2 books we gotta put on. At least we got the pickaxe fully done, but oh my god, dude. At least we can finally freaking commence the harvesting of all of the resources we're gonna need. Getting stone is gonna be so good. Look at how quick that is, and we don't have to smelt it as well. That is just so good. We're gonna need like an ungodly amount of stone and wood for our freaking mega base. So yeah, it is time to start digging and start chopping a lot of resources. And I will probably meet you guys out in the ocean to commence building our mega base. Okay, we have chopped a couple of trees down. We've mined a lot of stone, and this is kind of the resources that we've got going right now. It's obviously not going to be anywhere near enough to get the whole base done, obviously, but we should be able to get a bit of a start going, which is exactly what I'm wanting to do because, yeah, right now there's nothing done, okay? Last step, of course, we're going to need a bit of a boat to get out there. Nice and easily. So let's do that. And so it is now time to head out and choose the perfect spot to start building. Now, one of my criteria at the beginning of the video was a nice shallow point in the ocean. Obviously, we've chosen our spot now, and unfortunately, it isn't the shallowest kind of ocean. It is nice and shallow, like towards the shore here, but this thing is going to be pretty big, and I want to start it a fair ways out into the ocean at least, like probably around here, I'd say. So what I might end up doing is just building up a pillar, and then we'll kind of build out from that pillar. So it's going to be kind of floating, but you know, it's not the end of the world, okay? So let's grab out some stone. We're going to head down and mark out the center point of our base. Let's get freaking to it. All right. There it is. That's the center of our base. I'm really hoping that is, yeah, that's definitely going to be far away enough from land and stuff. That's fine. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know how to go from here. Like, this base is just going to be a kind of a hodgepodge of just random stuff. But I will say that the theme I'm wanting to build this in, of course, is going to be like a medieval kind of style. So I'm thinking like towers, plenty of like big kind of buildings around, and just all interlinked with like buildings and walkways and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm not kidding when I say I have no plan for this. Like literally, I'm just winging this, and I don't know how it's going to turn out, so I really hope it's going to be good. So I'm just kind of building out a bit of a platform to begin with here. Man, it would be good to get some planning done, honestly. Especially when I have no experience with building this kind of thing. Well, I do, but not like this specific type, I guess. Like, I've got experience building all the individual things, but not putting it all together to make like a mega castle base of sorts. Okay, I think to begin with, I think a big main central tower going really, like the highest point in the whole base is going to be probably the best thing we could do, and then we can just start building off of that. I feel like that's going to make it a lot easier. And I think we will primarily make this out of stone, and we might use stone bricks for the pillars. We'll use wood in the roof for this one, but mainly the buildings, I think I want to use pillars with these spruce logs. I think it's time to start building the first build within the mega build. Bit of a tower. Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to need some scaffolding for this. And the annoying thing is I don't think I have any string. But on the bright side, there is something interesting that I do want to show you. Just give me a second and we'll head over there. So way down in the cave here, I did end up spotting a little bit of an opening. I was just mining iron here, and it just kind of busted out into this little area, and then Bang. We've got a big old cave here. Of course, there's no spiders, which is really what I wanted to see. But we do have a bit of a mine shaft too that we can explore. And potentially a way for us to get some more diamonds. Although honestly, this is just kind of shit here at the moment. Oh, but actually, that's going to be our string right there. That is going to be our string. Oh man, these guys are going to be annoying though. All right, let me clear all of these pricklets away and I'll meet you guys over at... Oh shit. That creeper was going to explode, man. What are you doing? Oh! Okay, at least he cleared out a couple of bogeys. Oos, you mongrel dog. That was close. I'll meet you guys over at the mine shaft over there. Okay, we're here at the mine shaft getting chased by absolutely every mob you could think of. Oh my god. Baby zombies are literally the worst kind of thing to exist. Man, there's so much iron everywhere. I really want to mine all this, but how's that? We got, what is that? Is that 5 or 6? Yeah, that's 5, okay. That's already a pretty decent amount, but we'll just see if we can sneakily get a couple more down here. Oh, look at that. There's heaps over there, man, because there's probably a spawner. Look at that. All the string we could frickin'... Oh, imagine. Ooh, ouchie. That should be good enough for now. If we need more, we'll figure it out. Get me the hell out of here. Okay, there is our scaffolding. Oh my god, almost a stack. That is so good. Yes, you absolute beauty. Let's go ahead and try... So unbreaking... Ooh, okay. Bang, yes, we got it. Fully enchanted everything. Well, obviously... except for sword and shovel, but the main things are enchanted. Yes, you beauty. Now, I would really like a diamond sword and shovel at least, so I may go for a bit of a peruse in that other cave, because this one went directly down to deep slate, pretty much. Looks like it might be a little bit quicker and easier to get some diamonds down there. Let's dive on down. Yes, this water should. Yes, it takes us all the way straight down to the deep slate. Oh my god, this place is huge. Are you seeing the diamonds? Bang. Bang. Oh, look at all the iron too. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. How many can there be? Over here too? Oh, freaking god, man. Of course. Why are the good diamonds being guarded by every mob under the sun, dude? Same with that way. You know, we got a couple up there. Okay, maybe we can... Oh, there's some right here. Yes, give me that. Oh, 3, 4. Yes, that's beautiful. Oh, there's more here too. Yes, you beauty. Give me that. Oh, yes, a big 4-banger. You beauty. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna grab these 2 veins of diamonds here and head straight back home. So I will meet you guys back up there. Okay, we have made it back alive, surprisingly. And as you can imagine, I definitely did harvest a lot more than just those 2 veins that I said I would. So we ended up with 20 diamonds in total, which is pretty freaking good, man. We have got our final diamond tools, the sword and the shovel. Bang, there we go. We've also got heaps of resources to continue building with. So let's head straight back over to the mega base, well, soon to be mega base, and let's continue building up this first main tower up. Honestly, I don't know how freaking high, but probably pretty high. Let's get to it. All right, so first off, I figured out the height I wanted for this tower, which ended up being pretty high. I then started adding the walls to the base of the tower, and then began adding a big square platform a little higher up, which was to be the sort of level for the base. Essentially, I wanted it elevated above the ocean line. Next up, I just got straight into planning out some buildings that were to be attached to the big main tower, with a wider one facing the entrance of the base and a skinnier one pointing to the sides of the base, if that makes any sense. Okay, so here's a bit of an update. I'm pretty much out of resources in terms of stone and wood. And surprisingly, well, we have gotten quite a bit done, but not a lot you'd think when it comes to how many resources I had. Like, if you remember everything that I had in my inventory, I basically got that all over again. And that's everything we were able to build with all of that. No walls. Basically just the roofs and pillars, not even the roof of the tower yet. So yeah, that is pretty insane in terms of the resource cost of this so far. So that means, yeah, we're basically gonna have to spend a whole bunch more time getting resources, and hopefully all of that is gonna be enough just to finish those walls of those first couple of buildings there. So, yeah, it is time for me to head back down into the mine, into my stone mine here. I'm gonna do a bunch more mining, a bunch more chopping. I'm probably just gonna skip this because, I mean, you know exactly what it looks like. It's probably the most boring thing you could witness in your life. So I'm gonna get that done, and we will probably resume with the time lapse of building all of the walls for those buildings right now. Okay, so before I started on the walls, I did add another set of houses attached to the side ones just a little further down. I also planned on having these lead to some eventual bridges we would construct. Okay, now it was finally onto the walls, of which I decided on a relatively low detail for the design, just because I was kind of worried that if I'd spend too much time on it, then I wouldn't be able to get the base to a real like mega base size, you know what I mean. So yeah, after getting the back walls done, I finally moved back onto the big central tower, first lowering it slightly and then adding in the walls and the lookout area. Now, the roof. Yeah, what a pain in the ass this was, going through like 5 different designs until finally I settled on this one, which I'm actually super proud of. Alright, that definitely took a while, but dude, this place is looking immaculate. Look at it. Holy crap, it is looking actually so much better than I thought it would. Dude, that roof as well though, that took an ungodly amount of tries to get right. Holy crap. But even with all of that, there is still so much more work to get done, and we're already at day 45, which is absolutely nuts. Like, at the same time, I'm surprised at how much we can get done in this amount of time, but then, yeah, at the same time, like, we're literally almost halfway through the 100-day freaking challenge already, but that is like the meat, that's the meat of the base done, basically. That's the central kind of hub, I guess. And my idea is to kind of add, like, some extra little stuff, like maybe a bunch of towers kind of dotted around in the water with some bridges leading to them. Also, obviously, this whole thing is floating, so I want to connect that down into the water along there and add like all kinds of pillars and maybe even some towers on these corners here too. Again, I don't exactly know. I am just kind of winging this as I go. So I'm not sure where I'm at in terms of the resources. Okay, we do still have quite a bit of stone. And yeah, as you might have been able to tell, I did of course introduce some andesite into all of the walls, of course, for some texture, because I just felt stone was going to be very plain, and we're also running pretty low on the wood as well. So stone is good. We're gonna have to go get a bunch more andesite. I'd love to fill this up, like all of this area. That'd be pretty good. And I'll probably chop down probably all of the trees that I have over there, and then I need to figure out exactly how I'm going to continue expanding this, because while this is pretty big, it's nowhere really near mega base kind of size yet. It's getting there though, like halfway there, I'd say. But dude, this thing from afar, holy crap, look at it. It looks like a menacing out there in the water. That's crazy. But dude, once we actually connect that up to the water, that's going to look 100 times better, I'm telling you. So let me get to chopping down a bunch of trees and mining a bunch of andesite as well, and I'll be back once all that's done. Now armed with a bunch more resources, I got back to building, starting off with the first of 4 eventual towers that would be dotted at each corner of the central area of the base. After finalizing the details, I moved over to constructing the first of 2 bridges that would lead over to another build. I made sure to include a nice smooth arch underneath, and then just got straight into creating the building that was situated at the other end of this new bridge, a tower building thing of sorts. I also added a big solid foundation of stone and stone bricks underneath, along with getting a few details added. Now, at this point, my pickaxe and axe were running dangerously low, and I desperately needed to harvest more resources, so I first chopped down a bunch of trees that I would then trade over for emeralds to get some easy levels. Now, with a bit more durability, I started harvesting more resources for the mega base. Okay, I've mined up a crap load of stone, and I've repaired my tools as much as I can with the freaking villagers. It's just so, like, tedious and annoying to do. And here is a look at our mega base so far. Dude, this is coming along freaking beautifully, but I am starting to get worried because we are all the way up to day 61 now, and yeah, I'm starting to worry that we're not going to be able to get everything done in time that I'm wanting to do. But honestly, so far we have gotten so much done. Obviously there's no interior, unfortunately yet. I am hoping to, well, hopefully get a lot of it done before the 100 days are up, but there's still so much work I got to do on the exterior. So yeah, I mean, yeah, so all of the interiors are pretty much just shells right now. Like there's literally nothing in any of these, just completely hollow. But what I want to do next is start working on the kind of front of the build now. I want to add another one of these towers here over onto the other side, and then I want to connect them up together kind of from here to here with like a roofed bridge almost, and then I think underneath that a nice big archway, and that's kind of how you'll get to and fro the base, and it'll lead like to this little tunnel here that you can get up with, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, honestly I have no idea how long, the hell is a zombie somewhere in my freaking house. I don't know how long all of that's gonna take, and like I'm starting to worry that I'm just gonna have to like not put as much effort into like the back back of the build because, yeah, I really do. My priority, you know, is making the front look nice, of course. But we should be good, okay? We do have quite a lot of resources now, which should last us hopefully quite a while. There's all of the stone. We've got a good bit of andesite too, and we've got plenty of wood. We don't need to chop wood anytime soon. I don't know if I'm just going to add this exact same thing over on the other side. Like, so far, it's going to be symmetrical, but I don't know if I really want... I don't know if I would just want to add this exact thing over on the other side as well, so I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to get to building right now. Okay, first off, I decided on getting the second watchtower built at the front of the base, which actually turned out to be a massive pain in the ass trying to match the first one I created. Once it was all done, I felt a roofed area between both of the towers at the front of the base would just look freaking awesome, man, so I just began adding one in, okay? Try and stop me. Now, after getting all the details added into this new area, I moved straight below it to start adding in a similar arch here like we did to the first bridge. And dude, that just frames the entrance so nicely, man. Next up, I began adding in the second bridge off to the right that would lead to yet another tower build of sorts. I planned on having this one be the sort of arrival building, as I planned on having a secondary arrival point at this tower. With the main tower done, I moved straight onto filling out the base below completely out of stone bricks, and after filling out all those walls, I got straight onto creating the arrival dock that would lead up to the brand new tower with a set of stairs. After getting some lanterns added to the building, I then moved on to some smaller details along the bridges with some stone brick slabs along with the occasional lantern too. I also completely forgot about the arch under the bridge here, so I hastily got it created. Now, of course, we needed to build out the two back towers of the base, something I was putting off because I was not looking forward to it. I mean, it's not too hard to build on its own, but just trying to match an existing build is pretty difficult, especially when it comes to the roof of this thing, which I made in a pretty annoying way. Alright, it has been a little while since we last spoke, but dude, the state of our base is absolutely insane. The only bad thing right now is that everything is empty in there, and I think it's time to finally get started, you know, adding some details around the place. As you can see, I've been steadily harvesting sugarcane. Anytime I've come back here and noticed they're all grown, I will harvest them. I feel like we probably should have enough now for an enchanting setup. So what I want to go do is head down into the mine. I want to find, well, hopefully a good source of lava, so we can mine out some pieces of obsidian. That would be, you know, freaking beautiful, mate. Of course, 4 creepers. They wouldn't give me anything better, would they? Honestly. 5 creepers. Oh my god, they can give me better. I also realized as well, you can still smelt these iron ore blocks, which is pretty good. The reason why I haven't been harvesting it is because I thought you'd need to smelt the freaking... You know what I'm trying to say, dude. I can't be trying to explain it right now, man. Oh my god, you absolute prick of nature. Look at you. Get out of it. Okay, honestly, we don't really need iron that bad. Let's just frickin' do what we've... Oh, but I just can't resist it. Look at it. It's so good. We're looking for some frickin' lava. Oh, what have we got in here? Look at this. I have never seen that before. Like a geode with a thing going through it. That's crazy. Yeah, you would. You absolutely would, wouldn't you? Ah, well, in terms of lava, it's not looking too great. Oh, actually, I did forget to get a water source, so thankfully that is here. Oh, okay, there's some lava over there. It is flowing, though. We need at least 4 lava sources, so what's that? There's 2. Oh, God. All right, well, I don't know how long it's going to take to get all of the obsidian we need, so may as well just get this while it's here. Oh, okay, I've just gone down a little offshoot from that ravine down here, and this cave goes even deeper, and I see something I like. Oh, in lava too. So we've got 2 obsidian. We need 2 more for our enchanting table. I really cannot be bothered trying to... Oh, God, no. I can't be bothered trying to get enough to go to the nether. We don't really need to go to the nether anyway, so just screw that, honestly. I really don't want to get poisoned. Oh, my God, that was beautifully executed. Yep, blow everyone up. Perfect. Okay, the only problem now is I don't have any more water, so let's get these diamonds before I forget about them. Okay, I'm going to go back up, get this water. I'm going to make a little staircase so I can actually get back up here. And, well, I'll hopefully meet you guys once we have found what we're looking for. Okay, of course, on the last piece, we ended up finding the frickin' lava lake that would have been good, you know, maybe 10 minutes ago. But there we go. There's our 4th and final piece. I'm going to head back up to the surface. I mean, we ended up also profiting a couple of diamonds too. We got 7, which is pretty good, so can't really complain. We might be able to get some more diamond armor as well now, so that should be pretty nice. But yeah, I'm going to meet you guys back on the surface, probably at the actual base. I'm just going to craft a bunch of detailing blocks, also the enchanting table, and I should be able to craft enough bookshelves as well. I mean, you really don't need to see that, so I'm just going to get it done, and I'll meet you guys back up at the base. Okay, I've now got a bunch of materials. Literally, we just managed to be able to craft as many bookshelves as we actually need for this, 15. Yeah, I'm surprised we actually ran out of leather before the sugarcane. I thought I definitely had enough, but yeah, we got it pretty close. But yeah, here is a look at our whole our base so far. Dude, I've never built something this big before. I don't even think actually, maybe in creative mode, yeah, but this is like the most intricate build I think I've ever created. Being in survival as well is kind of crazy. But yeah, once you come up inside, it all kind of falls apart because there is, yeah, once again, like I've said a couple times, there's nothing in here. So it's time to finally change that, all right? I've got a bunch of different things that I've grabbed from our starter base and crafted as well. And I'm super excited to get started decorating all of this interior. And so I want this kind of main central building here, the biggest one, of course, to be where most of the stuff is going to be. Like I want the storage, crafting, and probably smelting as well to be in here. And I kind of like the look of this being like open and having like these pillars here for the tower. So I kind of want to try and work around this, as well as, yeah, we've got a lot of windows as well that we're gonna have to work around too. But usually having like that limiting factor actually really helps in kind of being more creative with your designs and making them look as cool as possible. So I reckon let's get started with the storage area first. Honestly, it's gonna be kind of hard, I think, because we have got like, yeah, we've got a lot of windows to work around. One thing I may actually do first is add on the second floor here, just so I know how high up we can build. So I'm just gonna quickly get this ceiling fully built and I will be back in just a second. Okay, so I'm still adding this ceiling, but I've come into a bit of a problem where the windows are kind of misaligned. And a really cool way to actually get around this is, well, quite obviously to literally just lower the floor. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to have a bit of a transition here with some stairs. I might have to drop down here to be able to place them in properly. Yeah, we just have some stairs here that go down into some slabs like this. And there we go. We're just gonna have like some lower sections. Also, another very specific but helpful tip, when you have kind of a ladder like this, which you can only do in Java version, unfortunately, when it comes to this part here, obviously you're gonna have a hole because you can't put a slab there. What you can do instead to still make this look nice is use some spruce stairs upside down instead and put them, oh my God, whoops. Put them like that, and that way you still have like that kind of elegant look with the slim ladder design, and it just kind of transitions into the floor there, which looks super nice in my opinion. So yeah, once again, I'm going to continue building out the ceiling. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, there we go. We've got our ceiling fully added in. This place is looking a lot nicer now. Next, I reckon we get some proper lighting freaking situated in here, finally. I'm literally just been living off torches this whole time. But yeah, this is actually going to be a lot harder than I thought it would be to lay out this interior. What I'm actually thinking to give us, like, the main problem here is we don't have a lot of surface area to work with when it comes to placing stuff. So what I'm thinking I might do is actually, because this central part is actually like this big main tower, the stone tower in the middle, it will make sense to kind of add some sectioned off walls here that we can actually use to kind of build off of. Like we can place stuff on this side and on the inside as well, and also make the place feel like a little extra unique as well. I don't really know if that's enough space to kind of work with. God's sake, man, this is actually so, like this is super challenging. You'd think a mega base having all of this space to building would be easier, but not this one for me at least. Okay, you know what I said before about like kind of using the limitations to get a more creative interior? Just honestly, just forget I said that because this is just too hard at this point. I'm changing the build, okay? We need somewhere to put some freaking chests and I just can't figure it out. So this is what we're doing now. I mean, that advice definitely can work when you've got, I don't know, a bit, maybe not this kind of space that I've got to work with, but we need somewhere to put like a good stack of chests like that, and we just don't really have that. I mean, you know what? Maybe out here in this hallway, we could put some chests here. It's not going to be super efficiently like packed, but at least it'll look better. We'll give this a go before we just kind of give up. Maybe get some shelves going like that. That looks pretty cool. I like that. We can also just kind of section this off with some more trapdoors like this, so it actually feels contained and not just like some random kind of crap thrown around. That looks quite nice. I like that. We'll get the same thing on the other side as well. Now, obviously this is not a lot of storage space, so what I might do is actually just make this kind of my main storage area. Like we'll put in, you know, metals in here. I don't know, just other stuff, like all the main kind of stuff I'll use. And then upstairs, where we have like a lot easier of an area to work with, we will put our main storage with all of just the random crap. So I like the idea of kind of using this like an attic of sorts, where we'll kind of have chests maybe placed directly in the middle areas, and we'll kind of have them spaced apart like that, if I ever get to that point, you know? All right, now continuing on, we of course do need crafting and smelting. Those are the next important things. I do want the crafting to be relatively close to the storage here, so, oh God, this is definitely a tough one to figure out. We could maybe use these two corners here to our advantage, and then maybe once we get some more decorations or something, we could put something else up there. And then I think for smelting, we will just head over to this other side over here. Man, this is such a challenging space to work with. Oh God. I really couldn't have made this harder on myself, honestly. Like, okay, actually, I have an idea. Maybe, like what we've done with the crafting, we'll have more furnaces kind of maybe in one of these external towers. Let's actually get some furnaces stacked in this corner. And what we can do is we can place our stone cutter over on this side there. So we got a crafting row and then our furnace smelting row. And there, everything's kind of contained in one area like this, nice and tidy. So we can easily just come up into the base, do our storage, smelting, and crafting in one spot, which I really like. If we need to do some extended storage or, you know, furnace smelting, we can go over here or upstairs to the storage. I really like that idea, actually. So speaking of, let's head over here real quick. And I reckon in here what we do is we just fill up these gaps here with furnaces, like a big strip in each side. Once again, obviously I don't have enough furnaces because I don't have actually any cobblestone because I've just been getting stone. I did want to use these barrels for decorating, but that's fine as well. So that would actually look pretty cool as well, having all furnaces there. When it comes to these smaller towers out here, these are meant to be mainly kind of watchtowers. So I don't think I'm going to actually put anything in here. Oh, shit. Jesus. I forgot I didn't really get to adding a floor on there yet. Okay, next up, our enchanting. I think the best place is going to be somewhere up here where we can kind of sneak it in. Could do something quite nice with this area, I reckon. If we got it placed in here, I'm just kind of hoping that we're going to have enough space around here to get enough bookshelves. So 1, 2... So I reckon what we could maybe do, once again, we're going to break my rule of what I said, kind of using the existing area to kind of limit us and build something more creative. Once again, screw that. We're just going to change that so that we can place in enough bookshelves, I reckon. Oh, that's going to be a pretty cool looking design, only having bookshelves on the sides. What we can do, because we don't really want stairs just kind of leading into bookshelves, we'll actually just change this over to full blocks like that. Oh, that looks so nice, dude. Now, the only other challenge is trying to get this symmetrical because we only have 5 left, so yeah, we're just gonna do something like that for now. That's all right. Now, I really do like having storages in my enchanting areas, of course, for books, lapis, and all that kind of stuff. So we'll get one added up here. I love my hanging lanterns, so we'll get one right there. Bang, look at that. Perfect little enchanting area. All it's missing is a book and maybe some decorations. And, oh, I can't really confirm that's getting to the full level 30 because I don't have any lapis. So give me a sec, I might race back there. Okay, I actually ended up having to go mining to get this lapis to confirm. Yes, there we go. We are fully level 30. You absolute beauty. I'm going to chuck this in this barrel up here. I also ended up getting our final bookshelf that we need to finish off the area. Bang. Oh, actually, I just got an idea for a way to make this possibly look a lot nicer too. Give me a second. Okay, my idea is to maybe add some slabs on top of here so that this is like kind of a contained area. Maybe we could get some trapdoors added here just to fill that in a bit more. And yeah, I think that does look better. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Sweet as. There's our enchanting area fully done, looking awesome. We do still obviously have quite a bit of space to fill out up here. I don't really know what to do with all of this space. I mean, being a mega base, I feel like there's no way I'm going to fill out every single freaking nook and cranny of stuff. It's mainly just for looks. Like I would be perfectly fine just living probably for the rest of my Minecraft life in this little house over here. But when it comes to the exterior in places around here, there's a lot of spots where I kind of just, well, haven't really added doors on yet. So I want to go around and add these on. I also love this second like arrival point here. I just feel like this looks so awesome. I love that. And something I do actually want to do as well is kind of pretty up the first little arrival point that we had down here too. I want to add some extra docks and stuff kind of coming out of that to make it easier to like arrive at. You know what I'm trying to say? So let's pop down here real quick, move this boat out of the way. And so what I think I want to do, let's get a 3 wide thing extending out like this. And then I reckon we'll have like a big kind of arrival section like this. I love my fences with the lanterns on top as well, just to kind of, you know, signify the arrival point is. And we can maybe even have some more on the sides here too. And there we go, just something quick and dirty like that. Just a way better freaking arrival point than just this freaking hole in the wall here. We actually have like a little, you know, dock sticking out, which looks super good. All right, well, that leads us over to this tower, the most recent one that we created. Actually, I think the most recent big one that we created. And my idea for this was to be like kind of an arrival check-in spot and maybe like, I don't even know, like shops or something, like market stalls, I guess. But it's not really going to work out like that, I don't think. So I reckon in here, maybe let's just add some scattered storage, of course. my specialty. And then I reckon a bit of a ladder as well to get up this tower would be quite nice too. Okay, so there is all of the floors of this building added in, and I just scattered around a couple of chests in here as well. Now, I do have a bit of a dilemma when it comes to these kind of areas. We just have this weird little like walkway, and I don't really know what to do with it. I have just actually gotten a bit of an idea. Okay, so my idea, let's remove this one and kind of beef up this pathway a little bit, and then we can continue adding our slabs around like this, and maybe even link this up to here. That's supposed to have a door in it, but I've run out of doors, of course. And so we could do something a little bit like that. We're gonna have to remove this. That way we can kind of actually walk around here properly without worrying about falling off too. On these corner points, we'll get some more lanterns added on too, just because we are actually lacking in light kind of in this build quite a bit actually. Like we've only really got lanterns on those side bridges. Okay, there we go. All of those walkways have been added in as well. Looking freaking perfect. Now, of course, these bridges are looking quite bare. So I think it is time to, of course, scatter in a couple more chests and barrels. Actually, my God, I completely forgot the freaking campfires, dude. The only problem, I've just run out of goddamn wood. Ah. There's also a couple of places where I want to add some more detail, like if you can see under the bridges, I want to add some stairs kind of supporting those. Maybe even get some more supporting pillars as well with some stone bricks. Maybe even stone brick walls. So, what I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to chop down a bunch more trees, make some campfires, add those alongside of these details, and then I'll get all of those aforementioned bridge details and other random stuff added in too. So, yeah, let's get freaking to it with another bit of a time lapse right now. All right, so first off, I began scattering around plenty of chests, barrels, leaves, and campfires until moving under the 3 bridges we have and began adding some extra details, including some upside down stairs and stone brick walls. After that, I began adding various details all over the place, including some of the buildings where previously they were a bit flat. I just introduced some details with some extra pillars and supports. Now, in my opinion, this tower sucked actual nutsack, so it was time to redo it in hopes of getting something a bit better. So instead of having the entire tower just be one width, I instead made the bottom skinnier than the top, which ended up looking a bit weird, so I added some extra supports, which helped quite a bit. At the base of the tower, I had an idea for a nice little detail, which actually turned out pretty cool. Next up, I wanted to work on finally getting the entire base contained. I don't know how else to word it, but essentially it's all open at the back and on the sides here, so I just simply worked on filling the walls in where they should be. Once they were fully completed, I moved under where the original entrance to the base is and worked on getting a similar thing done, just sort of tidying up in here, getting some big walls built so the area feels less like you're out of bounds in a video game or something. Okay, and there we have it. There is the base with all of that progress like added on. Man, I could have worded that so much better. I don't know what I'm saying. But man, this thing is looking so much better now. I freaking love how this has turned out. And well, we literally only have 3 days left. So I think what I'm going to do is, you know, because I kind of feel bad getting all of that enchanting set up and I haven't even used it yet. I'm going to try my best to get to level 30 and I'm going to enchant the crap out of this sword, okay? Oh, also what we can do is make some freaking diamond armor. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, once I've mined all of this up, we should... Oh my God, we're going to be 1 short. We are 1 short for us. Oh no, we're not. We got legs already. Oh, we're good. Never mind. Holy crap. Okay, give me all of this good stuff. We've even got 6 diamonds left to spare. There we go. We're fully kitted, full diamond armor, you absolute beautiful bastard. Oh, we can even get some trims too. Okay, we got to make a smithing table. I'm only going to be able to trim 2. Oh my God, yeah, that's not happening. We need so many diamonds. Okay, I'm only going to trim 2 pieces of armor. That's all right though. Let's get a smithing table built. What do we want to enchant? I reckon maybe the chest plate and the legs. Oh, and then we need a freaking thing. Oh, you donkey dick knob. Okay, let me grab, I think maybe some gold would look nice. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Okay, chuck that in, bang, bang. Look at that. We are fully diamond out of our mines, half trimmed, which actually looks quite nice. And well, I still don't even have an enchanted sword and shovel. I mean, I've only got 3 days left. So, I mean, I'm kind of hoping I'll be able to get at least 1 of these enchanted. Both would be pretty cool. So I'm going to sail on back over to the mainland and I'm going to head underground and just slay. Oh my God, I'm going to slay my freaking little heart out. Okay. And so I'll meet you guys. I don't know when, but hopefully before day 100 and at level 30. 33, that would be even better. Oh my God, dude, it is getting, I don't know how far into day 99 we are. We're literally almost level 33, which I did not think we'd get. We're almost out of food as well, which would have been bad. Like, oh, there it is, level 33. Let's get the hell out of here and get our final freaking tools enchanted, man. Oh my God, dude, look at that. Look at how close we were. That's the sun going, that's about to go down right there. Holy crap. I can't believe we literally just got that in time. That's actually insane. All right, what I want to do, I want to make a brand new diamond sword because this one has seen better days, basically. All right, let's craft this up. Bang. Take me up to the enchanting. Come on, get me up there. Here it is. Okay, let's grab out the old frickin' lapis. Oh, we want to see unbreaking. Oh my god. Unbreaking. I reckon we just do the shovel first. Ooh, that's pretty good. Unbreaking efficiency 4. That's really good. Sweeping edge. No. That's so bad. Oh my god. That's quite literally the shittest diamond sword I've ever seen. Wow. Well, at least we got a good shovel, but I mean, it's not like we're really going to get to use these tools anyway, because we are about to have the final sleep of the 100-day challenge. Good night, gamers. And there we have it. Day 100. We have officially made it. Holy crap. But yeah, if you want to download this world for yourself and explore it, be sure to check out my Patreon, as the download will be up over there, of course, as with all of my other 100-day videos. Also, if you want to watch me survive 100 days building the ultimate base, be sure to check out this video right here. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.